Citizens of underground city number 1183, according to the latest observational data, the sun will erupt in a helium flash in 30 minutes. Human civilization is now in the final 30-minute countdown. We have failed. Within the depths of the underground city, 500 meters below the Earth's surface, the heavy tones of a woman's voice echoed through the ubiquitous loudspeakers. Each individual who heard the broadcast felt an indescribable sense of suffocation deep within. Lu Yongchang sat expressionless before a holographic projection. In the holographic image, a massive fireball burned quietly in the vastness of space. This was the current image of the sun. Lu Yongchang took a deep breath and gestured with his right hand in the air. The holographic image suddenly shrank, revealing the entire solar system as it stood now. Unlike the solar system of the past, two planets had vanished. Venus and Mercury had been consumed by the sun. The sun had transformed into a colossal, deep red giant. In astronomical terms, it bore a specific name. The red giant. Yongchang. Are we, no, humanity, truly destined for extinction? A voice, tinged with helplessness, emerged from beside him. Lu Yongchang turned his gaze to see a woman in a white lab coat seated beside him, her expression vacant as she stared at the holographic projection. His eyes flickered slightly. As the chief scientist of the Human Federation Academy of Sciences, this woman, Su Yutong, was both his partner and his capable assistant. Indeed, humanity is at its end. Lu Yongchang sighed softly and continued, "There are still 20 minutes left. Would you like to see the surface?" Su Yutong's gaze shifted slightly from the holographic projection, and she slowly rose from her chair. She released her long, dark hair from its binding, turned to Lu Yongchang, and revealed a radiant smile. Of course, in the elevator of underground city number 1183, Lu Yongchang and Su Yutong donned heavy protective suits, exchanging silent glances. The elevator screen displayed the continuously changing numbers indicating their current depth. A hint of nostalgia flickered in Lu Yongchang's eyes. In the year 2045, the sun, the very source of human existence, had succumbed to an unknown influence, prematurely entering its old age. In a mere 5 years, the sun had transitioned into the red giant phase, devouring 2 planets within the solar system. Faced with impending doom, humanity set aside all differences and united to form the Human Federation, abbreviated as the WHO Federation. Lu Yongchang, leveraging his academic prowess from a young age, successfully ascended to the position of chief scientist at the WHO Federation Academy. In his calculations, although the sun had entered the red giant phase prematurely, he believed it would still take over a century before the helium flash occurred. Due to the uninhabitable conditions on the surface, he had called for the establishment of numerous underground cities, and all humanity sought refuge underground while beginning to construct interstellar spacecraft. But evidently, he had miscalculated. In just 5 years, the sun had traversed a life cycle that should have taken billions of years. The helium flash was imminent. Earth, being the closest planet to the sun, would undoubtedly be reduced to a molten sphere. Human civilization had reached its terminus. Ding! Esteemed chief scientist, may your research mission on the surface be a resounding success. A crisp notification jolted Lu Yongchang from his reverie. He glanced at the elevator screen. 518C. This was the surface temperature. As the elevator doors slowly opened, a wave of heat surged forth, accompanied by distorted air. Gazing at the enormous red giant overhead and the tumultuous surface below, Lu Yongchang felt an intense heat, even with the protective suit on. In 1 minute, the helium flash will erupt. Su Yutong's somewhat cool voice crackled through the radio. Lu Yongchang remained silent, merely tilting his head to look at the sun through the mask's filtering lens. As the sole advanced civilization on Earth, he did not wish to bow his head to death. Do you know how much effort I put in to become your assistant? Do you know why I did this? Perhaps it was the final moment. Su Yutong's voice brimmed with a sense of release. Because I like you. Lu Yongchang's pupils constricted sharply. The helium flash erupted. A blinding white light, powerful beyond measure, cascaded from the red giant towards Earth. In an instant, Lu Yongchang lost consciousness. Before him lay a sea of vibrant green. A white line slowly extended, sketching a tree diagram against the verdant void. Lu Yongchang gazed at it in confusion. What is this? A faint glimmer flickered at the base of the tree diagram. Instinctively, he directed his gaze downward. Nuclear energy control, controlled nuclear fission. A line of bright white text appeared. In the next moment, the white area began to expand upward. Nuclear energy control, controlled nuclear fusion. As this previously dim line brightened, countless words and symbols inundated Lu Yongchang's consciousness. Lu Yongchang. Lu Yongchang. Professor Guan is calling you. Lu Yongchang. Amidst a haze, familiar voices echoed beside him. His vision gradually sharpened. Before him stood a classroom. He beheld an elderly man at the podium, frowning in his direction, and his pupils contracted slightly. Professor Guan Huoyang. He had passed away 5 years ago, hadn't he? Lu Yongchang. This is your first university physics class. If you dislike physics so much, why did you enroll in the physics department? Professor Guan Huoyang's voice held a note of anger. Lu Yongchang stood up in bewilderment, instinctively turning to survey the room. Familiar surroundings. This was his university classroom. If memory served correctly, this was the first physics class of his sophomore year. He hurriedly pulled out his phone and turned on the screen. September 6, 2030. Reincarnated. In an instant, a multitude of complex emotions flooded Lu Yongchang's mind. Confusion, sorrow, loss, and a glimmer of hope. Destined by heaven, may Yongchang endure. This was the origin of his name. It proved that the name was not chosen in vain. In his previous life, he held the pinnacle of human achievement. Yet, due to his miscalculations, human civilization had met its complete demise. In this life, he must rectify all of it. But how should he proceed? Lu Yongchang, are you even listening to me? Professor Guan Huoyang's face flushed with anger. After years of teaching at Sankey University, he had never encountered such a disrespectful student. Lu Yongchang looked up at Professor Guan Huoyang at the podium and the blackboard behind him, his eyes glimmering with inspiration. Perhaps he needed a remarkable opportunity. In the next moment, the myriad formulas and text from the vibrant green tree diagram swirled like a tempest in his mind. Chapter 2. On-site simulation of controlled nuclear fusion. What are you doing, LV Yongchang? As LV Yongchang stood up and approached the podium, Professor Guan Huoyang's expression shifted slightly, and he immediately reprimanded him sternly. This is a classroom. Clear your mind. The harshness of Professor Guan's voice, resonating in LV Yongchang's ears, evoked an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It had been over a decade since he last heard such a rebuke. A faint smile graced LV Yongchang's face as he gently nodded towards Professor Guan. I apologize, Professor Guan, but I need to borrow the blackboard. Professor Guan, taken aback and furious, realized that in his many years of teaching, this was the first time a student had requested to borrow his blackboard in class. In the next moment, he watched as LV Yongchang nonchalantly walked to his side and picked up a whiteboard marker from the podium. Professor Guan was both amused and enraged. This was not borrowing. He hadn't even given his consent. It was clearly an act of seizing. Mr. LV, I am issuing my final warning. Professor Guan inhaled deeply, suppressing his anger, and spoke softly. Return to your seat now, and I may consider leniency regarding your previous actions. LV Yongchang stood tall, his gaze penetrating as he regarded Professor Guan. The latter's pupils contracted slightly, and the words he had intended to say seemed to choke in his throat. He was reminded of his days as a graduate student, when in his eyes, his mentor possessed an undeniable authority. Yet, before him stood merely a sophomore. While his mentor was one of the most esteemed scientists in the nation at that time. At this moment, not only Professor Guan, but also the students in attendance were rendered speechless. Goodness, has LV Yongchang lost his mind? A frail-looking student, wearing thick black-framed glasses, stared at the scene unfolding at the podium in disbelief, muttering to himself, does he want to get expelled? This student, named Wu Qi, was LV Yongchang's roommate and had been the one to gently rouse him moments ago. He never imagined that the studious LV Yongchang would engage in such audacious behavior during a university physics lecture. Unperturbed by the astonishment of Professor Guan and his classmates, LV Yongchang turned towards the blackboard, grasped the whiteboard marker with determination, and began to write. A series of clear equations emerged on the board, the elegant script momentarily brightening Professor Guan's eyes. Such penmanship could only be achieved with years of practice. However, it wasn't long before his brow furrowed deeply. The equations presented were beyond the scope of undergraduate knowledge. Curiosity flickered in Professor Guan's eyes as he halted his intention to dismiss LV Yongchang. instead crossing his arms and quietly observing the content being inscribed on the blackboard. As line after line of equations and diagrams materialized, Professor Guan's frown deepened. If he was not mistaken, this pertained to the subject of controlled nuclear fusion. But how on earth did Lu Yongchang come to possess such knowledge? However, upon encountering knowledge that transcends the undergraduate level, Guan Huayang's initial ire dissipated, replaced instead by a profound admiration for talent. This was indeed a treasure for the future of Xia Nation. As he observed Lu Yongchang's upright silhouette, his eyes sparkled with delight. The slight disrespect displayed by Lu Yongchang moments ago was swiftly cast aside. After all, geniuses are often afforded certain privileges. Not to mention the fact that he had just offered an apology. At that moment, the blackboard was densely covered with information regarding controllable nuclear fusion, including a schematic of the fusion apparatus. Guan Huayang nodded in satisfaction, for Xia Nation's research on controllable nuclear fusion had also reached a similar stage. Just as he prepared to interject and halt Lu Yongchang's actions, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Lu Yongchang abruptly halted, his whiteboard marker pausing in midair. There was no more space. Frowning slightly, he directed his gaze towards the projection screen beside him. He shifted his position and began inscribing a line of equations upon the screen with the whiteboard marker. Although writing on a projection screen was not ideal, Lu Yongchang, in that moment, appeared unconcerned with such trivialities. He felt an overwhelming urgency to transcribe the storm of thoughts swirling in his mind onto the blank surface before him. With remarkable speed, he wrote, and before Guan Huayang could intervene, a plethora of letters appeared on the pristine screen. Just as Guan Huayang was about to feel a pang of regret, he found himself captivated by the content before him. His pupils contracted slightly. This was a novel methodology for the composition of a new material. Instinctively, Guan Huayang rummaged through his memories. Yet, despite scouring the depths of his mind, he found no recollection of this material whatsoever. What on earth is this? Guan Huayang murmured to himself. In the next instant, a glimmer caught his eye. Following the reflection, he noticed several students recording the scene with their phones. Guan Huayang's expression darkened slightly. Although he was uncertain of what Lu Yongchang was currently inscribing, his scientific intuition warned him that this information constituted the essence of paramount importance. It must not be allowed to leak. He admonished in a hushed tone, "Everyone, put down your phones and cease filming." After a moment's contemplation, he added, "No one is permitted to leave the classroom without authorization." Half an hour later, Lu Yongchang gradually ceased his writing. "What you've written pertains to a novel method of synthesizing materials." Guan Huayang's voice emerged from the side. Lu Yongchang turned his head, nodding with a serene smile. Indeed, he glanced at the audience, who were in a state of stupor, and lowered his voice, saying, "Professor, this material could resolve the conundrum of controllable nuclear fusion." Guan Huayang's pupils dilated in astonishment. The foremost challenge plaguing controllable nuclear fusion was the extraordinarily high temperatures, reaching billions of degrees, generated during the fusion reaction. He turned once more, his expression grave as he gazed at the projection screen, now filled with letters. "What is the utility of this material?" Guan Huayang's voice trembled slightly. As a physics professor, he was not well versed in materials science. Yet, controllable nuclear fusion was at stake. This conundrum has perplexed countless scientists. Although a flicker of doubt lingered within him, the intricate and exhaustive derivation steps laid out before him dispelled his uncertainties. Such meticulous reasoning and adept application of formulas led him to suspect that the individual standing before him might be a hidden luminary of the scientific community. This material could flawlessly withstand the extreme temperatures of controlled nuclear fusion, and when paired with a stellar simulator, it could achieve the dream of controllable fusion. A glimmer of inscrutable significance sparkled in Lu Yongchang's eyes as he quietly implored, "Professor, I require your assistance in validating my derivation." Chapter 3. The Technological Tree System. In response to Lu Yongchang's request, Guan Huayang swallowed hard. As the sole informed observer, his astonishment reached its zenith. Who would have imagined that an undergraduate could spontaneously derive the intricate details of controlled nuclear fusion technology on the spot? "What do you need me to do?" Perhaps startled, Professor Guan's voice came out hoarse. Lu Yongchang, with unwavering determination, declared, "Professor, I formally request a review of my derivation process." At Sandow University, within the Materials Science Department, a sudden ringing pierced the air. "Hello? Professor Guan. What? Are you serious? Just wait for me. I will be there immediately. All right. I'll summon Dean Tian right away. This phone call completely disrupted the previously tranquil atmosphere of the Material Science Department at Sandow University. A similar scene unfolded again in the nuclear physics laboratory of the same institution. Professor Guan, you cannot be jesting with me, can you? A new material capable of sustaining nuclear fusion, derived by a sophomore student on site? Am I dreaming, or have you not yet awakened? All right. I shall come to see you. More than 20 minutes later, Guan Huayang and LV Yongchang quietly occupied seats in the classroom. The other students, having deleted the recordings and photos from their phones, gradually exited the classroom. Professor, what about those students? LV Yongchang glanced anxiously at Professor Guan. Do not worry. Someone will handle it subsequently. Guan Huayang reassured him after a moment of silence, confirming once more, Yongchang, did you research all of this by yourself? Although he had witnessed LV Yongchang independently complete these derivation steps, he was still somewhat incredulous that a sophomore undergraduate could possess such profound knowledge. After all, this was Sandow University, the pinnacle of educational institutions in the country. Yet an undergraduate remained merely that, limited in the breadth of knowledge encountered. Sitting across from Guan Huayang, LV Yongchang met the professor's gaze with resolute determination, nodding affirmatively. Professor, I conducted all of this research on my own. He spoke no falsehood. In his previous life, he had made significant contributions to the research endeavors of controlled nuclear fusion. This achievement had considerably bolstered his credentials during the selection for chief scientist. After all, those who mastered controlled nuclear fusion possessed the means to survive in the underground cities. Let us hope so, Guan Huayang mused, casting a profound glance at LV Yongchang. At this moment, he had regained his composure from the shock he initially experienced, though a hint of confusion lingered within him. Nevertheless, the truth of the matter would undoubtedly be revealed in the forthcoming joint evaluation by the professors. Whether it was a case of deception or an innate genius would soon become crystal clear. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Guan Huayang closed his eyes to rest. With age, one's vitality inevitably wanes. Noticing Guan Huayang's eyes closed in repose, Lu Yongchang's gaze shifted slightly, and he too gradually shut his eyes. Deep within the recesses of his mind, a lingering enigma persisted. At the moment of the helium flash explosion, he lost consciousness. Yet, before his rebirth, what exactly was that greenish interface he had glimpsed? As Lu Yongchang closed his eyes, darkness enveloped him. The next moment, with a subtle shift of his thoughts, a glimmer of green light emerged slowly from the depths of his mind. Before him, the peculiar tree diagram reappeared. This time, he finally had the opportunity to scrutinize it closely. The bottommost highlighted white text indicated controllable nuclear fission and controllable nuclear fusion technologies. The layer above it bore a line of somewhat dim characters. Nuclear energy mastery, fusion reactor miniaturization technology. A flicker of astonishment crossed Lu Yongchang's eyes. Fusion reactor miniaturization technology. This was precisely the technology he had been researching at the 11th hour in his previous life. It is no exaggeration to assert that fusion reactor miniaturization technology could elevate human science and technology to an entirely new pinnacle. Regrettably, due to time constraints, he had made no progress whatsoever. Reflecting on his prior experience in this space, Lu Yongchang promptly concentrated his thoughts on the dim line of text. No miracles occurred. His mind yielded no knowledge regarding fusion reactor miniaturization. Just as Lu Yongchang was engulfed in confusion, a faint line of text appeared between the controllable nuclear fission and fusion reactor miniaturization technologies, followed by a somewhat dim white line connecting them. Prerequisite: analysis of sonoluminescence phenomenon. Associating this with the appearance of controllable nuclear fusion technology in his mind, he began to formulate a hypothesis about the system in his consciousness. This technological tree system could only guide him towards the correct research direction. It could not bestow knowledge out of thin air. However, that was sufficient. In scientific research, the gravest mistake is to head in the wrong direction. With the correct path illuminated, Lu Yongchang was confident that, armed with his capabilities, he could surmount any so-called scientific challenges. In the next moment, his gaze shifted upward to the tree of technology. Electric propulsion system, quantum communication technology. At the pinnacle of the technological tree, a line of highlighted text read, Type 1 civilization. Lu Yongchang swallowed hard. His eyes filled with incredulity. This was merely a Type 1 civilization. What might a Type 2 civilization possess? As this thought crossed his mind, An increasingly dim line of text appeared at the very top of the technological tree. Preliminary mastery of energy weapons. The instant he beheld this line of text, Lu Yongchang's pupils constricted sharply. Energy weapons. What then of a Type 3 civilization? A glimmer of greed flashed in his eyes. As a scientist, the allure of future technology, even if it were merely a name, held a fatal attraction for him. The system remained unresponsive. A hint of regret flickered in Lu Yongchang's gaze. Just as he became engrossed in exploring the system, a gentle knocking echoed from outside the classroom. Tap, tap, tap. Both Lu Yongchang and Guan Huaoyang simultaneously opened their eyes, directing their attention towards the classroom door. Come in. The door is unlocked, Guan Huaoyang said in a low voice. In the next moment, the classroom doors slowly creaked open. A few professors, their temples graying, entered the room with solemn expressions. The elder among them immediately fixed his gaze on the blackboard behind the podium. After a cursory glance at the board and the projection screen, a look of astonishment crossed his eyes. He then turned to Lu Yongchang. Upon meeting Lu Yongchang's unwavering gaze, the elder's astonishment deepened. Professor Guan, is this the genius student you mentioned? Guan Huaoyang nodded gently. Dean Tian, allow me to introduce this young man. He is a sophomore from the Department of Physics, named Lu Yongchang. Turning to Lu Yongchang, he continued, this is Dean Tian Jishuan from the School of Materials at Sandow University. If you wish to know the reliability of your new material, he is the one to ask. Chapter 4, Talent Acquisition. Hello, Dean Tian. Lu Yongchang quickly stood to greet the elder. Dean Tian Jishuan smiled and nodded, then shifted his gaze back to the blackboard behind the podium. The initial section, while merely the fundamentals of controllable nuclear fusion, showcased various diagrams and formulas that momentarily brightened Dean Tian's eyes. Such precise and appropriate formula derivations, if self-taught, represent the epitome of a budding researcher. Especially when he observed the subsequent steps of the new materials derivation, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Regardless of the outcome, the clarity and elegance of the derivation process possessed a unique aesthetic. Without hesitation, Dean Tian thought he wanted this student. His gaze shifted slightly, and with a cheerful demeanor, he addressed Lu Yongchang. Lu Yongchang, is it? Seeing you nod, let me ask, would you be interested in studying at my School of Materials? I can guarantee you a spot in the graduate program. Lu Yongchang was momentarily taken aback. Is this a genuine interest in nurturing talent? He pondered. Hey. Dean Tian, one must not behave in such a manner. Guan Huaoyang's impatience flared instantly. What on earth is this? Why are you poaching? Dean Tian seemingly disregarded Guan Huaoyang's words, continuing with a smile. Young Lu, I see you have a profound understanding of materials science. Did you teach yourself? Lu Yongchang instinctively glanced at Guan Huaoyang beside him and nodded lightly. Yes, it's all self-taught. Dean Tian's eyebrows shot up. Good heavens, I've encountered a true genius. He quickly suppressed his excitement and replied in a calm tone. To reach this level through self-study is already quite impressive. However, there were still a few imperfections. How about this? You come to study at our Materials Institute, and I will guarantee you a spot as an outstanding youth. Lu Yongchang looked at the elder before him with a mix of annoyance and amusement. Were it not for his rebirth, he might have been completely swayed. Outstanding youth. In his previous life, he was the chief scientist of the United Nations. This minor title held virtually no allure for him. As for the supposed imperfections, what a joke. This was the finest material, proven through countless practical validations. Yet, as a sophomore undergraduate, Lu Yongchang could not express such thoughts. A hint of conflict flickered in his eyes as he said, Dean Tian, perhaps you should first take a look at the molecular formula of this material? Dean Tian Jishuan was momentarily taken aback. This was indeed unexpected, based on his past experiences. His usual tactics of carrots and sticks would leave these youngsters dazed and confused. How was it that this young man still held on to the conclusion? Old Tian, this is someone from my physics department. Guan Huaoyang's face reddened as he reiterated. Tian Jishuan shot a disgruntled glance at Guan Huaoyang. All right. Whether it's the physics department or the materials department, they are all students of Sandow University. Professor Guan, as the dean of the Materials Institute, it is only fitting that I promise some benefits to talented individuals, wouldn't you agree? Guan Huaoyang's expression froze instantly. This was a critical moment. Tian Jishuan was the dean, but he was not. Bang. Just as the atmosphere grew awkward, the classroom door was flung open. Old Tian, are you trying to say that my physics department has no one worthy? A booming voice resonated from the doorway. It was Jiang Yongxing, the dean of the Nuclear Physics Institute. Guan Huayang's eyes gleamed with delight. In contrast, Tian Jixian's face displayed a blend of embarrassment and frustration. Jiang Yongxing strode into the classroom, immediately directing his gaze to the blackboard. Upon seeing the notes, his eyes sparkled with excitement. No wonder that old fellow Tian was so eager to recruit this talent. If he failed to retain such a genius, the professors in the department would surely berate him. Lu Yongchang, is it? I am Jiang Yongxing, the dean of the Nuclear Physics Institute. Regardless of what Tian Jixian has promised you, whatever the materials department can offer, my physics department can match. Lu Yongchang blinked a few times, his eyes reflecting deep bewilderment and resignation. How did the situation escalate to this? Wasn't there supposed to be a joint review by the professors? How had it turned into a talent-snatching contest? In the final moments, it was Professor Guan Huayang who regained his composure first, gently clearing his throat to steer the conversation back. Ahem. Dean Tian, Dean Jiang. Perhaps we should first examine this conclusion. A faint smile appeared on Jiang Yongxing's lips as he slowly nodded. Very well. Since Professor Guan has such confidence in student Lu, let us see if there are any flaws in your derivation process. Upon hearing this, Lu Yongchang let out a small sigh of relief. Finally, they were back on track. Dozens of professors took their seats, retrieving paper and pens to begin verifying the equations Lu Yongchang had inscribed on the blackboard. Lu Yongchang sat quietly on a chair, awaiting the inquiries of the professors. Lu, could you demonstrate how the calculation in the third row from the left was derived? A relatively young professor inquired first. Nodding, Lu Yongchang rose and approached the left side of the blackboard, locating the third row of calculations. It's quite simple. We merely need to perform a few straightforward transformations. As he spoke, Lu Yongchang picked up a pen and paper nearby, swiftly presenting the detailed evolution of the calculations. The young professor's confusion dissipated instantly. He stood and gently bowed to Lu Yongchang, expressing gratitude. Jiang Yongxing, observing this scene, raised an eyebrow. He had failed to notice earlier, but now recognized that Lu Yongchang's mathematical foundation likely surpassed that of most present. This realization further solidified his intention to retain Lu Yongchang within the physics department. Physics and mathematics have always been intertwined, especially in modern physics, where lacking a solid mathematical background would render one unable to comprehend even the problems. As time passed, the professors who posed questions became increasingly senior, and their inquiries began to strike at the heart of the matter. Lu Yongchang naturally navigated through each challenge, responding to every question with remarkable precision. Are there any further inquiries? Lu Yongchang asked, taking a sip from the water bottle he had brought to class, moistening his dry throat. The classroom fell into silence. He turned his gaze toward the influential Tian Jixian and Jiang Yongxing. However, both appeared engrossed in the derivation steps on the blackboard. Tian Jixian's pupils slightly contracted, his face displaying disbelief, while Jiang Yongxing wore an expression of shock and excitement. The expressions of the other professors were equally captivating. Cough, cough. Yongchang, you may return to your dormitory now. We need to deliberate further, Guan Huayang, sensing the gravity of the situation from the expressions of those present, addressed Lu Yongchang. Stay within the school for the next few days and avoid unnecessary outings. Lu Yongchang nodded gently and turned to push open the classroom door, stepping outside. Chapter 5. Convening a faculty meeting. Once Lu Yongchang departed, silence enveloped the classroom once more. The professors gazed gravely at the blackboard before them. After a considerable time, Tian Jixian exhaled a deep breath. This young man is exceptional. Jiang Yongxing beside him nodded in agreement. Indeed, I cannot discern any logical fallacies. Guan Huayang's pupils slightly widened as he looked at Jiang Yongxing in astonishment. Director Jiang, are you suggesting that this proposal is genuinely feasible? Jiang Yongxing hesitated momentarily. Perhaps it is due to my limited expertise. After all, I am not specialized in controlled nuclear fusion. As he spoke, Jiang Yongxing turned to Tian Jixian, Director Tian. What are your thoughts on the molecular formula of the new material? Tian Jixian revealed a hint of bitterness, slowly shaking his head. I am uncertain. What? How could this be? The professors exclaimed in unison. Even Jiang Yongxing was taken aback. Old Tian, surely you jest. In the realm of material science, you are undoubtedly one of the most esteemed figures at Sandow University. Yet, even you find yourself perplexed by this material? The bitterness in Tian Jixian's eyes became increasingly evident as he sighed deeply, rising to approach the blackboard. Standing before the projection screen, He gently brushed his hand across the slightly coarse surface, murmuring to himself, "The more one delves into the intricacies of materials, the more one realizes the depths of their ignorance. The molecular formula of this new material, I can assert with certainty, has never appeared in any context. Although the extent of its properties remains unclear, it undoubtedly possesses astonishing resistance to high temperatures and pressures. I have a premonition that this panel of notes, this derivation of the new material, is the most vital component." Upon hearing this, the assembled audience was visibly moved. All present were engaged in research, well aware of the significance of scientific intuition in their field. In the pursuit of science, such intuition often plays a pivotal role. While this notion may seem esoteric, it holds true. The most distinguished scientists possess remarkably accurate research instincts. Kekulé's discovery of the benzene ring structure and Mendeleev's formulation of the periodic table were, to some extent, facilitated by such intuition. Frequently, the research instinct of leading scientists can navigate through the myriad complexities to find a shortcut. Jiang Yongxing, with a grave expression, surveyed the surrounding professors and spoke in a low voice. "Given what old Tian has said, I propose we convene an immediate faculty meeting. All professors from the materials science and nuclear physics departments must be present." After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Yongxing added, "Furthermore, let the professors from the nuclear physics laboratory come forth to thoroughly discuss this proposal. If it is indeed feasible, perhaps the day of our nation's revival is upon us." At Sandow University, the early September weather was at its most sweltering. The scorching sun filtered through the dense foliage, casting countless speckles of light upon the asphalt road. Little did anyone suspect that one day, this very sun would drag human civilization into the abyss. Lu Yongchang walked quietly along the asphalt path, his eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. His mind replayed the scenes of helium flashes from his past life. "Do you know why I am doing this? I have affection for you." Memories of Su Yutong, his assistant in a previous existence, flashed incessantly in his mind. Lu Yongchang clenched his fists slightly. In his former life, he had sacrificed everything for the sake of research, neglecting the affections around him. Consequently, not only did he fail to reciprocate the feelings of those near him, but he also indirectly contributed to the downfall of human civilization. In this life, he must rectify all his regrets. The brightest star in the night sky momentarily stunned Lu Yongchang, his expression tinged with nostalgia. This was the ringtone he had used for many years. He retrieved his phone from his pocket, gazing at the familiar yet antiquated device, the nostalgia in his eyes deepening. The phone screen illuminated. Upon seeing the incoming call information, a spark of excitement flashed in Lu Yongchang's eyes. His hand trembled as he swiped the screen to answer the call. "Mom." Lu Yongchang's voice quivered with emotion. In the next moment, a gentle female voice emerged from the microphone. "Yongchang, what is the matter? Your voice sounds rather peculiar." Lu Yongchang hurriedly adjusted his emotions, forcing a smile as he replied, "It's nothing. I just choked on some water a moment ago." "Mother, is there something you need?" "Well, not much in particular. I merely wanted to inquire about your future plans, considering you are now in your second year." Lu Yongchang fell silent for a moment before resolutely stating, "Mother, I intend to pursue a career in scientific research." "What? Scientific research?" A male voice echoed from the other end of the line. "What good is that?" I didn't allow him to enroll in the physics department precisely to avoid this sort of situation, and now look where we are. A hint of amusement flickered in Lu Yongchang's eyes. It was the voice of his father, Lu Guiqing. Amidst his father's complaints, his mother, Zhou Qingru, interjected with irritation, "All right. Enough of that. Let your son choose his own path in life." She continued, "Yongchang, since you've decided to pursue scientific research, your mother supports you. Don't worry about your father. I will speak to him properly. Just remember, if you encounter any difficulties, call home." Before Lu Yongchang could respond, the call was abruptly terminated. Listening to the busy signal, he could only manage a wry smile and shake his head. His father, Lu Guiqing, was a businessman who had afforded him a life of comfort since childhood. Consequently, Lu Guiqing's vision for his son's future had always been to take over the family business and live as a leisurely, affluent gentleman. Yet, whether in this life or the previous one, Lu Yongchang had never followed his father's plans. In a villa in the capital city, a middle-aged man dressed in casual home attire sat on the sofa, exasperatedly stating, Qingru, you indulge him too much. What is this nonsense about research? It is exhausting and may not yield any significant accomplishments." Beside him sat a gentle woman with long hair cascading down her back. Hearing her husband's complaints, she chuckled softly. Why are you so anxious? Don't you know Yongchang's temperament? The more you try to deter him, the more he will want to dive into murky waters. Just let him be. When he encounters obstacles, he will naturally reconsider. Her words sparked a sudden realization in Lu Guoqing. You make a valid point. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Yongchang was entirely absorbed in his thoughts on controllable nuclear fusion. He couldn't help but wonder how the professors would assess his proposal. Chapter 6. The fortunate nation of Xia. In the conference room of Sandaokou University, hundreds of professors and researchers took their seats. Ladies and gentlemen, I have summoned you here today primarily to evaluate a proposal from an undergraduate student, Jiang Yongxing stated solemnly into the microphone. As soon as he finished speaking, the previously quiet conference room erupted into a cacophony of murmurs. What on earth is going on? An undergraduate's proposal warrants a full faculty meeting. Oh no, I still have an experiment to complete. It seems I will be working late again. The researchers sighed in unison, voicing their discontent. It is not surprising that they expressed their grievances. As researchers, bearing the weight of extensive research tasks is a common occurrence. The mere act of convening during work hours often invites discontent, especially when the purpose of the meeting is to evaluate a proposal from a mere undergraduate. Jiang Yongxing coughed forcefully to quell the cacophony within the conference room. This proposal pertains to controllable nuclear fusion. Both Director Tian Jishuan and I have scrutinized it. Regrettably, we find ourselves at a loss. Thus, to avoid missing out on a potentially viable proposal, we reluctantly convened a faculty meeting, hoping for your understanding, esteemed professors and researchers. A flicker of astonishment passed over the faces of the professors present. At a loss? These were none other than Tian Jishuan and Jiang Yongxing. The fact that these two esteemed figures found themselves confounded by the proposal piqued the interest of the assembly, subtly reflected in their eyes. Suddenly, the conference room door swung open. A dozen professors clad in lab coats filed in, led by a middle-aged man with a distinct square face, his eyes alight with excitement. Old Jiang, where is that controllable nuclear fusion proposal you mentioned? Upon the arrival of this prominent figure, a collective gasp filled the room. This luminary had emerged. Was he not tasked with researching controllable nuclear fusion in the lab? Could it be that the undergraduate's proposal truly held merit? Just as the professors began to murmur among themselves, Jiang Yongxing rose from his seat with a smile, advancing towards the middle-aged man. Ha ha ha, Fang Su, it's been ages. Fang Su shot Jiang Yongxing a sideways glance, somewhat exasperated. I say, Director Jiang, don't pull this on me. We are in the midst of an experiment in our lab. Upon hearing your words, we interrupted our work to rush here. If you can't provide me with satisfactory results, I won't let you off the hook. Having known Fang Su for over a decade, Jiang Yongxing recognized the jest in his words and chuckled, patting Fang Su's shoulder. All right, forget the experiments for now. I'm telling you, if this proposal proves viable, our nation might well lead the way. Fang Su's eyes widened in surprise at this assertion. In his memory, as the dean of the Nuclear Physics Institute, Jiang Yongxing had never before made such lofty remarks. Oh, if that's the case, you must have considerable confidence in this undergraduate, Fang Su replied, maintaining a composed demeanor. Jiang Yongxing nodded lightly, his expression turning slightly grave. It's not just me. Even that old rascal Tian Jishuan is at a loss regarding this proposal. At this revelation, Fang Su's expression shifted. After all, Jiang Yongxing was not a specialist in controllable nuclear fusion, so it was conceivable that he might have overlooked something. However, Tian Jishuan was a true luminary in the field of materials science. He was an academician of the Academy of Sciences of our nation. Fang Su's spirits lifted. He nodded thoughtfully. In that case, let us commence the meeting. Jiang Yongxing surveyed the room to ensure all were present before activating the projector. In an instant, several high-definition images illuminated the screen in the conference room. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the very proposal pinned by that student. In the vast conference room, only the ticking of the wall clock and the scratching of pen tips filled the silence. Each professor furrowed their brows, meticulously verifying the myriad equations projected before them. Fang Su, the head of the nuclear physics laboratory, was visibly astounded. Old Fang, what do you think? Jiang Yongxing lowered his voice upon noticing Fang Su's expression. Is this proposal feasible? Fang Su withdrew his gaze with a complex expression, casting an odd glance at Jiang Yongxing. Are you certain this was concocted by an undergraduate? Jiang Yongxing smiled and nodded. Absolutely. This young man is a student in Professor Guan Huayang's class. He was caught daydreaming during lecture, then suddenly dashed to the stage and wrote this entire proposal on the whiteboard. Observing Fang Su's increasingly bewildered countenance, Jiang Yongxing grew anxious. Don't doubt it. I have the recording right here. Fang Su opened his mouth, but uttered no words. The shock overwhelmed him. As the director of the nuclear physics laboratory, he was second to none in the realm of controlled nuclear fusion within this assembly. Old Jiang, do you realize this chalkboard manuscript is more refined than any of our laboratory's proposals? Comparing it side by side, I have already identified 3 flaws in our plan. And that is just a preliminary review. Do you understand the implications? Fang Su's revelation rendered Jiang Yongxing momentarily stupefied. Could it be that this sophomore undergraduate's competence surpassed even Fang Su's? Impossible. Fang Su was an academician of the National Academy of Sciences. Swallowing hard, Jiang Yongxing gently pressed his hand to his forehead, murmuring, "Wait, I feel dizzy. You're saying not only did you find no errors in his proposal, but you also uncovered several flaws in ours?" Nodding, Fang Su's confirmation sent a thunderous explosion through Jiang Yongxing's mind. His face flushed crimson as he slammed his palm onto the conference table, the resounding crack drawing the gaze of every professor and researcher present. Excellent. This is the fortune of our nation. Jiang Yongxing's lips quivered with exhilaration. Controlled nuclear fusion. If this succeeds, not only will the academic prestige of Sandiok University soar, but the national strength of our country will ascend to unprecedented heights. Perhaps galvanized by Jiang Yongxing's fervor, Fang Su's face too radiated excitement. Dean Jiang, I propose we immediately report this matter to the council. Regarding that new material, I request prompt commencement of its synthesis experiments. Should we succeed, the rejuvenation of our nation is imminent. Just as the two were swept away by their enthusiasm, an untimely voice interrupted. No, I oppose this. Chapter 7. I oppose no. I oppose this. The harsh voice reverberated through the conference room. Jiang Yongxing turned toward the source of the interruption. Upon recognizing the speaker, Jiang Yongxing's pupils narrowed slightly. It was him. Mao Jingquan, what do you mean by that? Jiang Yongxing furrowed his brow and inquired. Mao Jingquan scoffed. What do I mean? Do you not understand? This is nothing but a ruse. A sophomore undergraduate could produce such a proposal? My dear Dean, can't you think critically about this? Is it truly plausible? In my view, the most pressing matter is not to report this, but rather to expose this attention-seeking young man. Our Sandiok University does not welcome such opportunistic students. Jiang Yongxing's brow furrowed even deeper. Vice Dean Mao, I am not questioning the feasibility of this matter. As researchers, we must be grounded in reality. Tell me, have you identified any flaws in this proposal? Mao Jinchuan's expression shifted slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, he replied, Flaws? Is it not glaringly obvious? How could a sophomore acquire such knowledge? Moreover, I have reviewed the derivation process for the new material. With just a few strokes, a new material appears? What nonsense! What about the experimental data? A proposal devoid of experimental data is no different from a fairy tale. Mao Jinchuan's words stirred a reaction among several professors present. Indeed, while the proposal seemed flawless, its most significant flaw was the lack of any supporting experimental data. To put it bluntly, this proposal is mere armchair theorizing. Jiang Yongxing let out a cold laugh, feeling increasingly irate. To him, this was simply an exercise in futility. Vice Dean Mao, where exactly do you expect a sophomore undergraduate to conduct experiments to gather data? As a researcher, your statements should not simply dismiss the possibility. At this point, Fang Su could no longer remain passive and stood up to retort, Vice Dean Mao, did you not just say that this proposal lacks experimental data? Mao Jingquan nodded in agreement. As the Vice Dean of the Nuclear Physics Department, he believed he had the authority to question the proposal authored by this mere undergraduate. Fang Su sneered. Do you realize that this proposal is even more comprehensive than those from my nuclear physics laboratory? Do you understand how many experiments were conducted to arrive at the results in the physics laboratory? You know nothing and merely declare it impossible. As a vice dean, I see no trace of scientific spirit in you. Fang Su did not spare Mao Jingquan any leniency. After all, as the head of the nuclear physics laboratory, he was not under Mao Jinchuan's jurisdiction. Mao Jingquan cast a grim look at Jiang Yongxing. Dean Jiang. You, Jiang Yongxing sighed softly and raised his hand to interrupt Mao Jinchuan's unfinished words. Enough, Vice Dean Mao. I see you are weary. Please take some time to rest at home. You need not concern yourself with the affairs of the academy for now. Mao Jinchuan's pupils dilated abruptly. He looked incredulously at Jiang Yongxing, laughing in exasperation. Dean Jiang? Are you truly willing to resort to violence against me, the vice dean, for the sake of a sophomore undergraduate? Upon hearing these words, disappointment deepened in Jiang Yongxing's eyes. He slowly shook his head and replied, Mao Jinquan, my actions are not motivated by the interests of a mere sophomore. I act for the advancement of scientific research and the future of our nation. Yes, this proposal lacks empirical support, but tell me, if this proposal were indeed valid, how significant would the losses be for our Sandaokou University or for our nation? Following your suggested course of action? Mao Jinchuan's expression darkened further. Frustrated, he nodded in discontent and turned to leave the meeting room. Humph. I shall see if you can accomplish controlled nuclear fusion with the assistance of this sophomore. After casting his biting remark, Mao Jinquan pulled open the meeting room door and exited. A dull thud echoed as the door closed behind him. Jiang Yongxing offered a wry smile and shook his head. Feng Su, I apologize for providing you with such a spectacle. Feng Su, contemplating, shook his head in response. Old Jiang, it seems your Department of Nuclear Physics is in dire need of reorganization. The vice dean should be focused on research. This is hardly the way forward. After a moment of silence, Jiang Yongxing nodded and turned his gaze towards the professors and researchers seated below. Noticing the weighty look in Jiang Yongxing's eyes, all present averted their gazes, playing the part of ostriches. Some of the more seasoned professors felt a shiver run down their spines. Clearly, the Department of Nuclear Physics was on the brink of significant upheaval. Well then, I trust everyone has reviewed this proposal? If there are any uncertainties, please feel free to voice them. A few minutes passed without a response, prompting Jiang Yongxing to chuckle softly. Since there are no questions, we shall proceed to a vote. The matter at hand is whether we should submit this proposal to the council. An hour later, Jiang Yongxing led Feng Su into his office. He walked directly to his desk, picked up the telephone, and pressed a special button. Moments later, a voice emerged from the receiver. Hello, Professor Jiang. How may I assist you? Please connect me to the Summer Nations Council. I have a matter regarding controlled nuclear fusion to report. Certainly, please hold. The wait was brief before a steady male voice resonated from the receiver. Hello, Director Jiang. This is Hong Qiming, Minister of the Ministry of Science and Technology. Jiang Yongxing's eyes flickered with surprise. It was none other than Minister Hong Qiming on the line. Clearly, controlled nuclear fusion was gaining paramount importance among the higher echelons of Summer Nation. Minister Hong, I need to report a significant matter. Jiang Yongxing recounted the entire situation in detail. Director Jiang, are you serious? A sophomore undergraduate has penned a highly feasible controlled nuclear fusion proposal on the blackboard? Jiang Yongxing chuckled wryly and glanced at Feng Su beside him. He had anticipated this reaction, which is why he had brought Feng Su along. Feng Su promptly stepped forward, taking the phone from Jiang Yongxing's hand. Minister Hong, this is Feng Su. Indeed, the situation is accurate. I can assure you, this proposal possesses a remarkably high degree of feasibility. Excellent. Feng Su returned the telephone receiver to its original position, ending the call. Jiang Yongxing, filled with urgency, cast a concerned glance at Feng Su. With a grave expression, Feng Su remarked, Minister Hong stated that the matter is of utmost importance. He requires a report for Chairman Number 1. Chapter 8. Chairman of the Council Chairman? Jiang Yongxing gasped in astonishment. How did this escalate to the attention of Councilman Li? Feng Su's countenance grew solemn as he quietly replied. There seems to be an issue concerning the ITER project in Xia country. Jiang Yongxing's expression shifted dramatically. What? There's trouble with ITER. ITER, short for the International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor, is a superconducting tokamak device capable of generating large-scale nuclear fusion reactions. As one of the member nations, Xia country could utilize this apparatus to obtain invaluable data on controllable nuclear fusion. The rationale behind not constructing a device independently is straightforward. It is both costly and cumbersome. The entire ITER project has spanned 13 years and consumed 50 billion yuan. Although Xia country has made significant advancements in recent years, investing such a substantial sum in an experimental apparatus is somewhat extravagant. After all, whether a tokamak can sustain controllable nuclear fusion remains an open question. If funds and time are squandered on producing a colossal device devoid of purpose, the loss would be too great to bear. In the capital, within the First Ring Road, at a location absent from any map, Hong Qiming stood at the office door, his expression grave as he knocked. Come in. An aged voice resonated from within. Hong Qiming slowly pushed the door open and stepped inside. An elderly gentleman with graying hair sat quietly behind a desk, observing him intently. The old man's eyes radiated wisdom and confidence, as though he held dominion over all that existed. Councilman Li. Hong Qiming greeted the elder with utmost respect. The old man set down his pen and spoke in a measured tone. Minister Hong, I understand you have a significant matter to report to me? Hong Qiming promptly nodded, conveying the situation relayed by Sandow University with candor. Councilman Li's expression grew increasingly serious. Is this truly the case? After a moment's hesitation, Hong Qiming affirmed. It should be true. You must remember academician Fang Su? Councilman Li nodded. Of course, he led the team that achieved Xia country's latest breakthroughs in controllable nuclear fusion. Is this matter connected to him? Hong Qiming again nodded affirmatively. Fang Su and the professors from Sandow University have conducted a preliminary assessment of the proposal, and he is quite confident in it. Councilman Li fell silent for a moment. He reached for a document from a nearby stack, handing it to Hong Qiming. Let us set that aside for now. Take a look at this document. Hong Qiming, puzzled, accepted the paper, and upon glimpsing the title, a palpable anger surged within him. This is impossible. Our scientists in Xia country would never engage in such despicable acts. Councilman Li sighed deeply, a hint of concern shadowing his gaze. He slowly shook his head and remarked, the distinction between possibility and impossibility is not for us to dictate. The ITER project has long sought to expel us. So whether our scientists have committed such acts is of little consequence. Hong Qiming hesitated, but the reputation is simply too damaging. He bit down hard on his molars and glanced once more at the document in his hand. The document detailed the misconduct of the scientific personnel from Xia country at the ITER project, who were accused of embezzling critical experimental data. So what shall we do? Are we to stand idly by while ITER slanders us? Member Li calmly replied, in addition to slander, they are demanding that we voluntarily withdraw from the ITER project. This news is likely to be officially released tomorrow. Boom. Hong Qiming felt as if the blood vessels in his brain had exploded in an instant. How outrageous. This was simply intolerable. Member Li spoke slowly. The reason I showed you this document is not for any other purpose, but to convey an important message. Moving forward, Xia country can only rely on ourselves for research in controlled nuclear fusion. So, I trust you understand what must be done? Under the weight of Member Li's meaningful gaze, Hong Qiming's expression hardened slightly. Yes, rest assured, I will head to Sandow University immediately. In the evening, after wandering the campus all day, Lu Yongchang returned to his dormitory. Ah, Brother Lu, you're finally back. Upon pushing open the door, he was greeted by the voice of his roommate, Wu Qi. Brother Lu, what was going on in the physics class today? Faced with his roommate's curious inquiry, Lu Yongchang chuckled awkwardly, momentarily at a loss for words. Should he really tell him that he had been reborn? After a brief contemplation, a somewhat plausible excuse slowly emerged in his mind. Ahem. Recently, I found some time to work on a project, and during class, I had a moment of inspiration and just went up to write it. Wu Qi's curiosity intensified. Research? What have you discovered? By the way, why did Professor Guan keep you behind? Surely he isn't expelling you, right? Lu Yongchang. Expel me? Why would I be expelled? If anything, I am likely to be advancing in my studies soon. Of course, he could not share this with Wu Qi. The professor believes my research holds significant value and has expressed his approval, which is why I returned. Wu Qi. That's it. Wu Qi looked at Lu Yongchang in disbelief. You must be joking. They say Professor Guan is quite strict. Lu Yongchang quickly shifted the topic. The incident in the physics class this morning, has it spread? Wu Qi shook his head earnestly, his expression becoming slightly more serious. Don't worry, aside from our classmates. I doubt anyone else knows. Lu Yongchang's eyes widened slightly, looking at Wu Qi in astonishment. Are you serious? In this era of rampant gossip, I was even prepared for sudden fame. Wu Qi remained silent, instead turning to retrieve a printed A4 sheet from the side and handed it to Lu Yongchang. Confidentiality agreement. Upon seeing a line of bold black letters on an A4 sheet, Lu Yongchang couldn't help but smile wryly and shake his head. He never anticipated that Professor Guan would be so diligent as to have all students sign a confidentiality agreement. Nevertheless, this arrangement might prove beneficial. Currently, the sun has yet to undergo any alterations. For the Summer Nation to aspire to lead the Earthling Alliance, it must seize this final opportunity to overtake others. As a native of the Summer Nation, Lu Yongchang naturally hopes that everyone in his homeland can survive the impending catastrophe. As for how to survive, he has already devised a plan. Given that the sun's demise is a foregone conclusion, he must lead the Summer Nation and humanity in escaping Earth within the next 2 decades. Only the boundless expanse of the cosmos above offers a viable path to the future. Chapter 9. Sonoluminescence at the break of dawn the next day. Lu Yongchang rose from his dormitory, an early habit cultivated from his past life. The September morning air carried a hint of coolness. Gazing at the deserted main thoroughfare of the university, Lu Yongchang found himself lost in contemplation. Where should he go? Perhaps it was a remnant of his previous life. But without a research task at hand, he felt a profound emptiness within. He wondered how the review of his controlled nuclear fusion proposal was progressing. Surely, there would be no issues, right? Although he held great confidence in the proposal, he felt less assured about his current identity. Presently, he was merely an ordinary sophomore at Sandow University. Reflecting on it now, he considered his actions somewhat impulsive. Yet, with only 20 fleeting years ahead of him, Lu Yongchang felt a sense of urgency. He had no time to squander. With 8 billion humans inhabiting the Earth, the technological advancements required to transport all of them into space and to the next habitable planet were staggering. Originally, in his plans, he deemed it extraordinarily fortunate if even 10 million humans could escape. However, upon learning of the existence of the technology tree system, his thoughts began to flourish. Perhaps, if he could ascend the technology tree swiftly enough, all of humanity could escape Earth. If a Type 1 civilization proved inadequate, then a Type 2 civilization would suffice. If that too failed, he refused to believe a Type 3 civilization could not accomplish this feat. As Lu Yongchang pondered the blueprint for the next 20 years, he aimlessly wandered the campus. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a familiar structure, a pristine white building. It was the library of Sandow University. His gaze shifted slightly, and he turned towards the library. Upon entering, he instinctively followed muscle memory to his favorite seat from his previous life. No one occupied it. A flicker of joy sparkled in his eyes. However, what should he read? His mind stirred as he recalled the information regarding the technology tree system. Prerequisite: analyze the phenomenon of sonoluminescence. It seemed he needed to seek out literature pertaining to sonoluminescence. Time always flew by when immersed in reading. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 hours had swiftly elapsed. Lu Yongchang closed the book before him and pensively jotted down several key points on an A4 sheet. The peacock mantis shrimp. The so-called sonoluminescence phenomenon was first discovered in a creature known as the peacock mantis shrimp in nature. When attacking its prey, the peacock mantis shrimp can snap the tip of its raptorial appendage forward within 1/50th of a second, reaching speeds exceeding 80 kilometers per hour, with acceleration comparable to that of a bullet. During this process, sonoluminescence occurs. This phenomenon has since captivated countless researchers. The principle is straightforward. When mechanical waves act upon a liquid, a mechanical wave cavitation phenomenon arises within the liquid. This means bubbles form within the liquid, which then collapse to an extremely small volume. During the collapse, the interior of the bubble reaches extraordinarily high temperatures, emitting a fleeting flash of light at that instant. Lu Yongchang keenly grasped a crucial element. The bubble's interior attains an exceedingly high temperature. It seemed that the miniaturization technology for fusion reactors might hinge upon breakthroughs starting with these tiny bubbles. After all, initiating nuclear fusion requires temperatures in the hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius as a prerequisite. Excuse me, is this seat taken? A slightly cool female voice suddenly reached Lu Yongchang's ears as he was immersed in reviewing various papers. The voice sounded oddly familiar. He abruptly lifted his head and glanced sideways. Upon seeing the newcomer, his heart skipped a beat. It was her, clearly startled by his sudden movement. The young woman stepped back cautiously, apologizing repeatedly. "I'm sorry, I can leave if someone is here." "No one is here. Please have a seat." Lu Yongchang interrupted her gently, forcing a stiff smile onto his face. I was just a bit startled earlier. I overreacted. My apologies." The girl smiled and waved her hand dismissively, saying, "It's all right. I was the one who was abrupt." Without hesitation, she gracefully took the seat beside him. Gazing at her profile, a trace of reverie flickered in Lu Yongchang's eyes, as if transported to a past life. Back then, Su Yutong had sat quietly beside him, assisting with various scientific tasks. Perhaps sensing his gaze, the girl lifted her head and looked at him. "Hello?" she said softly, her expression curious. Is there something you need? Startled back to reality, Lu Yongchang bit his tongue hard, using the sharp pain to pull himself from the fragments of memory. Nothing, nothing. You just look somewhat familiar. With that, he forced himself to turn away, focusing intently on the papers before him. The girl regarded his profile with a puzzled expression and instinctively shifted slightly to the side, feeling an inexplicable oddity in his gaze. She silently regretted choosing this seat. As for Lu Yongchang, he was naturally oblivious to the subtle machinations of the young woman's heart. At that moment, he was entirely captivated by a particular paper titled The Relationship Between the Acoustic Emission Phenomenon and Cold Nuclear Fusion. The instant he laid eyes on the title, his breath caught in his throat. Could it be that someone had already made advancements in the miniaturization technology of fusion reactors? That seemed improbable. In his previous life, even controlled nuclear fusion had only been successfully researched by 2040, let alone the miniaturization of fusion reactors. This indicated that genuine controlled nuclear fusion technology, under normal circumstances, would still require a decade to materialize. Lu Yongchang swiftly perused the literature in his hands. After a considerable time, he exhaled a sigh of relief, a flicker of understanding passing through his eyes. He had been overthinking it. The paper was merely a conjecture, lacking any in-depth research, and could be deemed as a nearly worthless draft. No wonder he had never encountered this paper in his past life. He cast a glance at the author's name, Tao Yuda. Perhaps he could seek him out for a discussion. Although the paper bore little significance, the research instinct demonstrated was rather keen. Should he prove to be a promising talent, Lu Yongchang would not hesitate to incorporate him into his future research team. Just as Lu Yongchang was lost in thought, a rhythmic clicking sound from a ballpoint pen nearby caught his attention. Chapter 10. The Lapidoless Rule, perhaps? Lu Yongchang furrowed his brow slightly. He recalled that he had once lost his temper because of that very sound. After all, in the midst of intense scientific endeavors, the rhythmic clicking of a ballpoint pen was akin to a death knell. He turned towards the source of the sound. To his surprise, the girl beside him was gripping a wholly pink ballpoint pen, her brow furrowed as she examined a workbook, her right hand unconsciously pressing the pen's button. A hint of exasperation flickered in Lu Yongchang's eyes. He remembered all too well that it was precisely this habit of Su Yutong that had led him to rare outbursts during research tasks in his previous life. From that moment on, she had managed to alter this habit. Yet, it was evident that she had yet to correct this detrimental behavior. Lu Yongchang was acutely aware that if she did not swiftly resolve the problem at hand, that incessant clicking would likely accompany him throughout the day. With no other option, he took a deep breath, turned his head, and quietly inquired, "Classmate, are you encountering a difficult problem?" Startled, Su Yutong abruptly halted her actions of pressing the pen button. Upon realizing it was Lu Yongchang addressing her, a glimmer of wariness flashed in her eyes. Could it be that this boy had finally mustered the courage to strike up a conversation? In that instant, Su Yutong had already concocted at least 3 different ways to decline. "I meant to ask if you were facing any difficulties," Lu Yongchang noted, sensing the caution reflected in Su Yutong's gaze. With a resigned expression, he gestured towards the workbook before her and then pointed at the pen in her hand, adding, "That sound is rather distracting." The two exchanged silent glances. Gradually, an expression of embarrassment surfaced on Su Yutong's face. A delicate blush blossomed upon her cheeks as she softly nodded, murmuring apologetically, "I'm sorry for disturbing you. I shall endeavor to restrain this habit." Lu Yongchang wore an expression of helpless reluctance as he replied, "Show me the question. Perhaps I can assist you." Endeavor to restrain? He thought wryly, unwilling to be interrupted during his paper review. Indeed, women seemed only to impede the progress of his research. Really? Su Yutong's eyes sparkled with a hint of delight as she hastily placed the exercise book before Lu Yongchang, gazing at him expectantly. Observing her demeanor, an image suddenly surfaced in his mind, a hamster. At that moment, Su Yutong resembled an oversized hamster clutching a seed, her gaze fixed intently on him. Lu Yongchang sighed once more and turned to the exercise book. The problem was a fundamental limit calculation. You know Lapidoless rule, right? This is straightforward, just apply it once. He prepared to return the book to Su Yutong, but evidently had overestimated her comprehension. Seeing her bewildered expression as she clutched her pen and glanced around, he sighed again. "Fine, I'll write out the steps for you." Taking up his fountain pen, he swiftly inscribed the standard solution steps on a sheet of A4 paper and handed it, along with the exercise book, back to her. Compared to a ballpoint, Lu Yongchang preferred the crisp swish of his fountain pen gliding across the paper. "Thank you," Su Yutong whispered, accepting the book. She glanced down at the neat, elegant fountain pen script on the A4, then furtively at her own somewhat rounded handwriting on her scrap paper, a mixture of embarrassment and curiosity flickering in her eyes. "May I ask your name?" "I'm Su Yutong from the Applied Physics Department." Without turning, Lu Yongchang impatiently replied, "Lu Yongchang." The previous exchange had already cost him nearly 5 minutes, time lost. As he inwardly lamented, "Women are truly nothing but obstacles on my path to research," he shifted his gaze to another paper titled An Analysis of Factors Affecting Sonoluminescence. At that moment, all feelings of guilt he had harbored towards Su Yutong vanished. Even if they had resurfaced, he had ample justifications to dismiss them, such as the unsuitability of romance amidst the existential crises of humanity. Moreover, this Su Yutong was not the same as in his past life. She harbored no feelings for him whatsoever. Meanwhile, after suffering a rebuff from Lu Yongchang, Su Yutong turned away awkwardly and resumed studying her exercise book. Suddenly, a notification tone chimed from a nearby phone, interrupting Lu Yongchang's perusal of the paper. He lifted his gaze toward the phone resting on the desk. A news alert appeared on the locked screen. Xia Nation announces withdrawal from the ITER project. The shocking reason behind Xia Nation's withdrawal from the ITER program is moral decay? How can researchers commit such acts? A sudden realization struck LV Yongchang. At this juncture, Xia Nation had been targeted within the ITER program and, in a state of helplessness, was compelled to withdraw voluntarily. This decision sowed seeds of future peril. The timeline for Xia Nation to successfully develop controllable nuclear fusion technology lagged over 2 years behind that of Western countries. Consequently, Xia Nation held little sway in the final Human Federation. It was not until LV Yongchang ascended to the position of chief scientist at the Human Federation Academy that Xia Nation's status began to improve gradually. Only then did LV Yongchang come to understand that the reason for Xia Nation's withdrawal from the ITER program was a series of slanders and machinations. Damn it! LV Yongchang's gaze turned icy as he stared at his phone on the table. As a citizen of Xia Nation, he would never permit such a thing to occur again. So what if they withdrew from ITER? He would ensure that all nations targeting Xia Nation understood that the future world would be dictated by Xia Nation. LV Yongchang swiftly gathered his belongings and stood, ready to depart. He could not wait any longer. He needed to inquire about Professor Guan Huayan's review results. "Oh, you're leaving?" Su Yutong's uniquely cool voice drifted from the side. LV Yongchang nodded slightly, saying nothing more, and left on his own. So aloof. Su Yutong observed LV Yongchang's retreating figure. Pouting, he deserves to be single for life. In the next moment, her attention was captured by the A4 paper LV Yongchang had left behind. Gazing at the densely packed equations and symbols, she gasped, covering her slightly parted lips with her hand. She had thought this boy was at her academic level, but it now seemed he was likely a graduate or doctoral student of considerable expertise. A glimmer of curiosity sparkled in Su Yutong's eyes, as the seeds of intrigue began to take root in her heart. Chapter 11. I believe in the scientists of Xia Nation Sandao University, Nuclear Physics Laboratory. Bang! A resounding noise echoed from the innermost office. Several researchers flinched slightly, pausing their work to glance towards the depths of the office. "What has happened to Academician Fong?" A researcher queried softly to a nearby colleague, confusion evident in his eyes. The questioned researcher slowly shook his head, equally puzzled. "I don't know. Our recent experiments haven't failed." Why did Academician Fong suddenly lose his temper? Just as everyone was engulfed in uncertainty, the door to the innermost office was flung open. Fong Su emerged with a flushed complexion, exclaiming, "Damn it! How could ITER do this?" The laboratory fell silent, Fong Su's mutterings resonating clearly. The previously speaking researcher, mustering his courage, quietly asked Fong Su, "Academician Fong, what's wrong with ITER?" Upon hearing the inquiry, Fong Su abruptly lifted his head and cast a glance at the researcher posing the question. Subsequently, he spoke with a countenance tinged with distress. "ITER has accused our scientists of unlawfully copying experimental data and removing it from the laboratory." A wave of astonishment swept through the nuclear physics laboratory at Fong Su's revelation. "Academician Fong, is this truly the case?" A researcher, visibly anxious, pressed for clarity. Fong Su's expression darkened further, and he vehemently shook his head, declaring, "That is utterly impossible. The scientists dispatched by our nation are all paragons of integrity. both in their conduct and their character. Their research capabilities are exceptional, and their moral standing is beyond reproach. They would never engage in such disgraceful actions. And how does ITER intend to address this matter? Another researcher asked, his face betraying unease. It is essential to understand that such conduct constitutes a violation of the fundamental principles upheld by every research institution. Not only international organizations like ITER, but even a commonplace private laboratory would impose severe consequences on anyone caught engaging in data theft. A flicker of anguish crossed Fong Su's eyes. In the next moment, he slowly closed his eyes and sighed deeply. Our nation has decided to voluntarily withdraw from the ITER program. The moment these words escaped his lips, the murmurs within the nuclear physics laboratory ceased instantaneously. Each researcher regarded Fong Su with incredulity. This announcement had only been made public earlier that morning. Fong Su, with some difficulty, continued, "From now on, we must shoulder the responsibility of advancing controlled nuclear fusion research on our own." Suddenly, Fong Su's gaze shifted slightly. "Everyone, halt your current research tasks and dedicate yourselves entirely to the preparation of a new type of material." As he spoke, he accessed a computer within the laboratory, downloading a photograph of Lu Yongchang's notes. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Sandow University, a black Audi A6 smoothly passed through the security booth and made its way toward the nuclear physics laboratory. Without any pause, the Audi A6 continued directly toward its destination. Knock, knock, knock. Lu Yongchang anxiously stood at the door of an office, rapping his knuckles against it. "The door is unlocked. Come in," came the voice of Professor Guan Huaoyang from within. Lu Yongchang hurriedly turned the doorknob and pushed the door open. "It's you." Upon seeing the visitor, Professor Guan Huaoyang exhibited a momentary look of surprise. He quickly set down his pen and rose to greet Lu Yongchang, asking, "What brings you here, Yongchang?" Since participating in the faculty meeting the previous day, Professor Guan had begun to regard Lu Yongchang as an equal in scholarly standing. This notion of equality pertained to academic stature. In fact, Professor Guan perceived that, although Lu Yongchang was merely a sophomore, his academic position far surpassed his own. After all, Professor Guan considered himself an ordinary university professor, while Lu Yongchang had the potential to become a new luminary in the realm of controlled nuclear fusion. Lu Yongchang, oblivious to Professor Guan's welcoming gesture, spoke with a hint of distress in his expression. "Professor Guan, have you seen that news report?" Guan Huaoyang's movements abruptly halted, and a subtle shadow crossed his expression. "Are you referring to the ITER matter?" Lu Yongchang nodded gently. Taking a deep breath, Guan Huaoyang gestured for Lu Yongchang to sit down. Once Lu Yongchang settled into a chair, he slowly followed suit and said, "Yongchang, I firmly believe that our nation's scientists would not engage in such actions. I am convinced that there are undisclosed circumstances surrounding this incident." A flicker of emotion passed through Lu Yongchang's eyes. As one who has been reborn, he knew all too well that Guan Huaoyang's speculation was entirely accurate. However, given his current identity, he could not reveal the truth to the public. Moreover, Lu Yongchang could envision that the higher echelons of the nation would also be unable to disclose the reality. All the humiliation would be heaped upon those few scientists. To the public, it would appear that the scientists responsible for the data manipulation were the true culprits. Their guilt would not be absolved until more than a decade later. But by then, it would be too late. Contemplating this, Lu Yongchang clenched his fists tightly. "Professor, what was the outcome of yesterday's review?" After a moment of silence, Lu Yongchang tactfully shifted the topic. He feared he might inadvertently divulge the truth he knew. Upon hearing Lu Yongchang's inquiry, a faint smile appeared on Guan Huaoyang's face. Indeed, the youth could hardly contain his curiosity after just one night. He chuckled softly and said, "After you left yesterday, Dean Jiang and Dean Tian proposed convening a meeting for the entire institute." Lu Yongchang maintained an impassive expression. "A meeting for the entire institute? That's to be expected. I do not believe that merely a few professors could fully comprehend this proposal." "You seem remarkably unfazed," Guan Huaoyang remarked, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. Could it be that the young man before him had anticipated this outcome all along? Lu Yongchang, with a composed demeanor, nodded. "Of course, I am not surprised. Dean Tian is not primarily focused on controllable nuclear fusion. It is only natural that he would be uncertain." Guan Huaoyang regarded Lu Yongchang with an oddly perplexed expression. Although he recognized that Lu Yongchang spoke the truth, The image of a young man in his early 20s discussing the main focus of several professors was indeed surreal. Yet, this young man possessed the qualifications to engage in such discourse. Ahem. If I were to tell you that the meeting for the entire institute has approved your proposal and that it has been submitted to the National Assembly, would you be astonished? Lu Yongchang's pupils dilated sharply. So soon, it has already been submitted to the National Assembly? Chapter 12. All in is a form of wisdom. Satisfied with the answer reflected in Lu Yongchang's expression, Professor Guan Huaoliang chuckled heartily. He cheerfully remarked, after the meeting concluded yesterday, Dean Tian and Academician Feng jointly decided to submit your proposed controllable nuclear fusion scheme to the National Assembly, leaving it to them to determine whether to proceed with experiments based on your proposal. Academician Feng. Lu Yongchang's gaze shifted slightly. Could it be Academician Feng Su, the esteemed member of the Academy of Sciences who had single-handedly advanced the development of controllable nuclear fusion? It can be said that in a previous life, had it not been for Academician Feng Su's groundwork, Lu Yongchang would not have been able to smoothly assume responsibility for the first controllable nuclear fusion experimental reactor in Xia country. You are likely aware that there is a nuclear physics laboratory at Sandow University, correct? Upon seeing Lu Yongchang nod, Guan Huaoliang lifted the teacup from the table, took a sip of the strong tea, and continued, Academician Feng Su is the head of this nuclear physics laboratory. Lu Yongchang's eyes flickered slightly. Indeed, it is he. It seems that his somewhat reckless actions this time have truly borne fruit. The day after his rebirth, he has already established a connection with Xia country's most esteemed scientist. Academician Feng Su is remarkable. He is evidently revered by Professor Guan Huaoliang in the field of controllable nuclear fusion. Observing the admiration on Guan Huaoliang's face, Lu Yongchang found himself in a perplexing mix of laughter and tears. Just how formidable Academician Feng is, others may not know, but does he not understand? Against the collective monopoly of all Western powers, he has single-handedly propelled Xia country's controllable nuclear fusion technology by decades. This represents the greatest achievement of Academician Feng in the future. Ding-ling-ling. A sudden and urgent phone call interrupted Professor Guan Huaoliang's enthusiasm. He frowned slightly, murmured a sound of discontent, and answered the phone. Who is this? I am Guan Huaoliang. However, the next moment, the expression on Guan Huaoliang's face gradually turned serious. What? Minister Hong is coming. All right, I understand. Lu Yongchang is right here with me. Yes, I will take him over immediately. Guan Huaoliang hung up the phone with a somewhat peculiar expression and said, Yongchang, you have no other matters to attend to, do you? Without waiting for Lu Yongchang's response, Guan Huaoliang continued, never mind. Even if the sky were to fall, you must first accompany me. Lu Yongchang. Ahem. Professor, what has happened? Guan Huaoliang's gaze grew increasingly strange. Lu, have you ever conversed with a ministerial-level official? Lu Yongchang's pupils constricted sharply. Professor? Guan Huaoliang exchanged a meaningful glance with Lu Yongchang and said softly, it seems that the ITER matter has indeed stirred some discontent within Xia country's parliament. I did not anticipate that this issue would attract the attention of the Minister of Science and Technology. At Sandow University, in the Nuclear Physics Laboratory, Minister Hong. Lu Yongchang will be arriving shortly. Feng Su's expression grew serious as he addressed Minister Hong Qiming. Minister, what has Counselor Li said regarding this matter? Hong Qiming cast a significant glance at Feng Su. Which matter are you referring to, the ITER or Lu Yongchang's controllable nuclear fusion proposal? Feng Su bit his lips slightly and replied solemnly, both. After a moment of silence, Hong Qiming appeared to deliberate his words. Finally, he spoke slowly, Academician Feng. You must believe that Xia country would never jeopardize its future for mere trifles. Feng Su's pupils constricted slightly. He understood, just as he had thought. There were ulterior motives regarding the ITER issue. But if we withdraw from ITER, doesn't that? Hong Qiming gently raised his hand to gesture, interrupting the words that Academician Feng had yet to finish. Academician Feng, I firmly believe that even in the absence of ITER, our nation can independently develop controllable nuclear fusion technology. Since the founding of our country, we have never allowed minor setbacks to hinder our progress, have we? Feng Su's eyes flickered with realization, and he gently nodded in agreement. Moreover, if the proposal put forth by Lu Yongchang truly leads to controllable nuclear fusion, I personally believe that withdrawing from ITER could indeed be a fortuitous turn of events. Do you comprehend my sentiments? Confronted with Hong Qiming's profound gaze, Feng Su experienced a moment of enlightenment. He understood. Should Lu Yongchang's proposal prove effective as a member nation, we would naturally need to share our advancements with other member countries. However, now that we have withdrawn from ITER, if the proposal holds validity, this controllable nuclear fusion technology could grant our nation a significant technological edge for several years. Consequently, our comprehensive national strength would ascend to new heights. Yet, this also implies that we have wagered all our resources on this sophomore undergraduate. Of course, should Lu Yongchang become aware of the higher-up's thoughts, he would undoubtedly respond with a smile. Wagering everything is a form of wisdom. In his previous life, he had relied on his keen scientific instinct to place substantial bets on research directions that others deemed unworthy. This led to remarkable advancements in technological capabilities within a mere few years. A vast underground city cluster capable of housing billions is currently under construction, alongside interstellar spacecraft. All of these achievements are the fruits of audacious gambles. Yet, in the most crucial gamble of all, Lu Yongchang faced defeat, which ultimately led humanity towards its demise. The door to the nuclear physics laboratory gradually opened, revealing a slightly stooped figure alongside a tall, upright silhouette. Hong Qiming's eyes subtly shifted as he quickly turned to regard the tall figure. With just a glance, he firmly nodded in affirmation. Indeed, brimming with vitality, the individual exuded an air of integrity. Director Hong, allow me to introduce this individual, Lu Yongchang, a sophomore from the physics department at Sandalco University. This is Professor Guan Huayang, and this is our Minister of Science and Technology, Hong Qiming, Fang Su announced. Guan Huayang and Lu Yongchang promptly stepped forward to greet him. Observing Lu Yongchang's unflinching demeanor, curiosity flashed in Hong Qiming's eyes. Lu Yongchang, is it? You seem quite unperturbed by my presence, he remarked. Lu Yongchang's lips curled into a slight smile, a gentle expression gracing his face. I have done nothing wrong, so why should I fear you? Hong Qiming was momentarily taken aback by Lu Yongchang's retort, then burst into hearty laughter. Excellent. Excellent. Lu Yongchang, we have already verified your proposal, and I can confidently say its feasibility is remarkably high. As for ITER, I trust you are already aware of the situation. To address this matter, Minister Li specifically entrusted me with a task. I wonder, are you brave enough to accept it? Chapter 13. Chief Engineer Lu Yongchang fell into a contemplative silence. Beside him, Fang Su and Guan Huayang cast concerned glances. Under the collective gaze of the assembly, he gently nodded. Of course. Ha! Excellent. Hong Qiming's laughter resonated as he lightly applauded, exclaiming, truly, you are the pride of our summer nation. You possess great responsibility. In the next moment, Hong Qiming shifted his tone. From this moment forth, you shall no longer be a sophomore at Sandalco University. Instead, you will be the chief engineer of the controllable nuclear fusion project in our summer nation. Academician Fang Su will be your deputy. The laboratory fell into a profound silence. Fang Su, Guan Huayang, and the researchers in the lab all directed incredulous gazes towards Hong Qiming and Lu Yongchang. Was Hong's earlier proclamation sincere? Lu Yongchang felt a surge of exhilaration. He had not anticipated that the Summer Nations Council would be so audacious, appointing a mere sophomore to oversee such a monumental initiative. Now, he could expedite his own plans. Perhaps considering Lu Yongchang's age, Hong Qiming's expression turned serious as he added, Lu Yongchang, you must understand. The task assigned by Counselor Li is to achieve preliminary controllable nuclear fusion within a year. At the very least, our summer nation's controllable nuclear fusion must match the efficacy of ITER. Upon hearing this, Fang Su's pupils dilated in shock. It was well known that the summer nation did not yet possess a genuine controllable nuclear fusion experimental reactor. Could this task truly be accomplished? Unlike the anxious expressions of those around him, Lu Yongchang's face bore a faint smile. He nodded gently, I accept this task. Moreover, I assure you, within a year, our summer nation will completely master controllable nuclear fusion technology. What? Yongchang, what nonsense are you speaking? As Lu Yongchang's words echoed, Fang Su and Guan Huayang exclaimed in disbelief. Guan Huayang even scolded Lu Yongchang sternly. Lu Yongchang, such a significant scientific endeavor cannot be taken lightly. You should promptly apologize to Minister Hong. While speaking, Guan Huayang bowed his head to Hong Qiming, apologizing. Minister Hong, this child, Lu Yongchang, is still a sophomore. He sometimes speaks without thinking. Hong Qiming, however, did not take this minor concern to heart. He smiled gently and waved his hand, interrupting Guan Huayang. before turning his intrigued gaze towards the somewhat naive Lu Yongchang. Do you understand the implications of what you just said? Lu Yongchang's expression remained unperturbed. Of course, Minister Hong. I am fully aware of my words. Guan Huayan covered his eyes with his hand, deeply lamenting, what a calamity. He even questioned whether he should have brought Lu Yongchang here at all. Without offering further explanation, Lu Yongchang produced a USB drive from his pocket and handed it to Hong Qiming. Minister, before you make a decision on the veracity of my claims, I implore you to first examine the contents of this USB drive. Hong Qiming raised an eyebrow, accepting the USB drive with interest. I find myself increasingly intrigued by you, young man. You do understand the consequences of deceiving a ministerial-level counselor, do you not? As he spoke, Hong Qiming turned his gaze towards Academician Fong Su, saying, Academician Fong, I kindly ask for your assistance in projecting the contents of this USB drive so we may behold the surprises it holds for us. With a resigned expression, Fong Su stepped forward to take the USB drive from Hong Qiming's hand. As he passed by LV Yongchang, he let out a deep sigh, harboring a premonition that Xiagua had lost the gamble. In fact, he found it somewhat amusing that Xiagua would stake so much on such an inexperienced youth. Meanwhile, LV Yongchang remained composed, unperturbed. The contents of the USB drive were the culmination of his relentless typing the previous night in his dormitory. It was not a large amount of information, merely the detailed blueprints for a controlled nuclear fusion reactor. Despite the immense workload, he had managed to complete it, thanks to the potential he had been compelled to unleash in his past life. A few minutes later, a projector was brought in. As it connected to the computer, Fong Su inserted the USB drive into the interface. Upon seeing the files within the USB drive, a look of astonishment flashed across Fong Su's face. Instinctively, he double-clicked the left mouse button to open the file. In the next moment, a meticulously detailed blueprint appeared on the pristine white wall. Hong Qiming's pupils constricted in shock as he gazed at the blueprint, murmuring to himself. Not only Hong Qiming, but Fong Su and all the researchers in the laboratory stood frozen, staring at the blueprint in awe. As the head of the nuclear physics laboratory, Fong Su immediately connected this blueprint with the sketches on the blackboard. He swallowed hard, his voice hoarse as he quietly asked, LV Yongchang, is this the detailed blueprint for the controlled nuclear fusion reactor? LV Yongchang smiled and nodded affirmatively. Indeed, to be precise, this is the detailed blueprint for the reactor. Do you now believe what I have said? Hong Qiming, recovering from his astonishment, looked at LV Yongchang, his eyes sparkling with excitement. You accomplished this all on your own? Although he had already suspected the answer, he still found it hard to believe that such a blueprint could be completed by a single individual. He understood, even without deep knowledge of research, the vast knowledge required to produce such a document. Under normal circumstances, such blueprints would necessitate the collaboration of several individuals, even multiple teams. LV Yongchang nodded with a smile, affirming Hong Qiming's inquiry. Hong Qiming's gaze trembled slightly, although he could not comprehend the intricacies of the blueprint. He could discern from Fong Su and the researchers' expressions just how remarkable this document was. Meanwhile, Fong Su exhaled a breath of stale air, casting a complex glance at LV Yongchang. Just moments ago, he had doubted whether it was wise to entrust such a heavy responsibility to this inexperienced youth. However, at this instant, he resolved to retract the unspoken criticism. This was no mere novice. This was nothing short of extraordinary. Fong Su inwardly exclaimed in astonishment. Throughout the annals of the Xia nation's history, he had never heard of anyone single-handedly producing the blueprints for a large-scale device. Although this was merely a portion of the design for a controllable nuclear fusion reactor, it was nonetheless astonishing. How long did it take you to complete this blueprint? Fong Su asked, his voice slightly trembling. LV Yongchang discreetly glanced at Fong Su's expression and replied with a sheepish smile, approximately a little over a year. That's acceptable? Fong Su's expression twisted in disbelief. You spent just over a year on something so complex? Have the researchers wasted nearly a decade of their lives on this? Chapter 14. The simulator and the tokamak device. Confronted with Fong Su's skepticism, LV Yongchang could only shrug slightly. He had exaggerated the time spent. If Fong Su were to discover that he had actually completed the blueprints in a single night, he would probably be on the dissecting table by now. After all, it was merely a blueprint for a reactor, far from the entirety of a controllable nuclear fusion pile. Upon hearing LV Yongchang's subtly boastful remarks, Fong Su's lips twitched in irritation. In his 45 years of life, LV Yongchang was arguably the most pretentious individual he had ever encountered. However, he soon detected something unusual. Wait, this reactor. Fang Su's voice caused a ripple of concern among everyone present. Hong Qiming couldn't help but glance in his direction. Could it be that there was an error in the reactor's blueprints? This is not the tokamak device. Fang Su exclaimed in surprise. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Lu Yongchang's eyes. As expected of academician Fang, you cannot be deceived. This is certainly not the tokamak device. It is a simulator. He chuckled softly. If my calculations hold true, the controllable nuclear fusion duration for ITER should be within 30 minutes, correct? Fang Su's gaze shifted slightly, and he nodded gently. Indeed, the latest experimental results indicate that the fusion reaction lasted approximately 26 minutes. Could it be? Lu Yongchang's voice took on a haunting tone. If all goes well, ITER will soon reach the limits of the tokamak device. Fang Su's pupils constricted sharply. Are you suggesting that the tokamak device is not the optimal solution for achieving controllable nuclear fusion? Lu Yongchang affirmed Fang Su's assertion with a nod. How could that be possible? If that were the case, humanity has been advancing down the wrong path for decades. Fang Su stood there in a daze, murmuring to himself. He found it hard to accept Lu Yongchang's assertion. Lu Yongchang was well aware of the complexity of Fang Su's emotions at that moment. In a previous life, in a bid to break the monopoly, all of Xia's scientific resources had been devoted to the development of the tokamak device. Yet, no matter the effort exerted, the duration of controllable nuclear fusion could not exceed 30 minutes. This was an utterly devastating blow to the confidence of researchers at the time. Had it not been for Fang Su's fortunate discovery of the tokamak device's flaws, Xia would have likely continued to falter along the path toward achieving controllable nuclear fusion. How might I authenticate your assertion? Fang Su, undoubtedly one of the foremost scientists in the Xia nation, quickly regained his composure after a momentary lapse and inquired solemnly of Lu Yongchang. Lu Yongchang shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "It is quite simple. One merely needs to procure a basic star simulator, construct a reactor using the material I have derived, and then ignite nuclear fusion to validate the claim." Fang Su's eyes flickered with intrigue. He recalled that in the laboratory, there was indeed an outdated star simulator device that had been purchased at a considerable expense. Wait. Hong Qiming's resonant voice suddenly interjected. Could someone elucidate the meanings of star simulator and tokamak device for me? As he spoke, Hong Qiming directed his gaze toward Lu Yongchang. Observing this exchange, Guan Huayang and Fang Su instinctively stepped back, ceding the floor to Lu Yongchang. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yongchang began, "Director Hong, you must be aware that controlled nuclear fusion requires a formidable magnetic field to confine the fusion materials, correct?" Seeing Hong Qiming nod, Lu Yongchang felt a slight relief. This made the explanation considerably easier. Otherwise, he would have had to start from scratch to explain the principles of controlled nuclear fusion, a task that, while manageable, would be somewhat tedious. In simpler terms, the toroidal magnetic confinement of the tokamak device generates a plasma current, while the star simulator does not require this. It can directly produce a distorted toroidal magnetic cage through external coils. But what distinguishes these two? Aren't they both generating a magnetic field? Hong Qiming's eyes betrayed a hint of confusion. Snap. Lu Yongchang lightly snapped his fingers. This is the crux of my argument. In a tokamak device, the plasma current can reach tens of millions of amperes, and such an immense current inevitably brings forth myriad complications, such as distortion modes, magnetic surface tearing, and the emergence of magnetic islands. All of these factors diminish the confinement capabilities of the plasma. The consequences can range from simply extinguishing the fusion to catastrophic explosions. As he spoke, Lu Yongchang gestured dramatically, mimicking an explosion. Hong Qiming nodded, somewhat comprehending. Although he did not fully grasp the various technical terms Lu Yongchang had employed, he understood the final warning. The tokamak device could indeed explode. With a complex expression, Hong Qiming turned to look at the standing academician Fang Su. Confronted by Hong Qiming's gaze, Fang Su could only nod resignedly, stating, "Such a possibility does exist. However, thus far, the tokamak device has not encountered such severe failures." "And what of the future?" Lu Yongchang replied in a calm tone. "If we extend the duration of the fusion to 30 minutes, it is conceivable that grave repercussions may arise." Fang Su's body stiffened, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "Are you suggesting that after 30 minutes of fusion, the tokamak device may explode?" Lu Yongchang, with a complex expression, nodded. "Indeed, this is the greatest pitfall of the tokamak device. While the extreme magnetic fields generated by the plasma current simplify the structure of the magnetic confinement, the high temperatures and immense currents will ultimately lead to unforeseen incidents. Fang Su suddenly understood. So that's how it is. But what about the star simulator? Hong Qiming swallowed lightly and asked in a low voice. He suddenly felt that this seemingly youthful sophomore student before him appeared to possess the wisdom of an esteemed professor with decades of experience in this field. Even Fang Su felt like a mere student in his presence. Upon hearing Hong Qiming's inquiry, Lu Yongchang nonchalantly replied, "The star simulator is quite simple. It merely requires the creation of a closed, twisted annular magnetic cage through external coils." Hong Qiming, it's that simple? Then why hasn't the star simulator been used before? Fang Su cast an annoyed glance at Lu Yongchang and began to elucidate. The challenge with the star simulator lies in the manufacturing of the external coils. Firstly, the shape of the external coils is irregular, which presents a significant manufacturing challenge. Moreover, to generate a sufficiently strong magnetic field, the material of the coils should ideally be superconducting, which further complicates matters. After all, the technology for room temperature superconductors has yet to be achieved. Lu Yongchang's voice drifted in from the side. What if I could solve the problem of room temperature superconducting materials? Chapter 15. Carbon Nanomaterial Laboratory. What? As Lu Yongchang's words fell, Fang Su widened his eyes slightly and exclaimed in astonishment. You can solve the issue of room temperature superconducting materials? Fang Su's reaction caused Hong Qiming to furrow his brows. I recall that our country should possess this technology, right? I saw a report recently stating that a renowned academician from the Academy of Sciences made a breakthrough in room temperature superconductivity. Fang Su, somewhat helpless, cast a sidelong glance at Hong Qiming and softly remarked, Director Hong, you must be referring to the paper published by academician Hu Changping in Nature not long ago. Hong Qiming's eyes brightened as he nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, yes. You have a good memory, academician Fang. I am indeed speaking of academician Hu Changping's paper. So, is that technology not applicable? A hint of bittersweetness flashed in Fang Su's eyes as he slowly shook his head. Although academician Hu Changping achieved superconductivity at a room temperature of 15 degrees Celsius, it came with certain preconditions. This was accomplished under a pressure of 267 billion pascals, which is approximately 1 million times the standard tire pressure. Furthermore, the superconducting material produced by Professor Hu in a diamond anvil cell was exceedingly minuscule. In fact, it required the measurement unit of picoliters to quantify. Seeing the look of confusion in Hong Qiming's eyes, Fang Su hurriedly added, a picoliter is a unit of measurement. 1 picoliter is approximately 10-12 liters. Hong Qiming gasped sharply. Now he fully comprehended. Such stringent conditions and such a minuscule amount of material. Applying this technology to controlled nuclear fusion was nothing short of a pipe dream. Fang Su swallowed lightly and murmured, as of now, I have not heard of any country that has truly mastered this technology. After taking a deep breath to calm his emotions, he spoke again, resolutely declaring, a truly ambient superconducting material must exhibit superconductivity under standard temperature and pressure, a feat of immense complexity. Hong Qiming furrowed his brow deeply. Initially, when he heard Lu Yongchang's remarks, a spark of excitement flickered within him. Lu's nonchalant and unequivocal demeanor had misled him into believing that ambient superconductivity was a trivial matter. Yet, under Fang Su's sobering intervention, Hong Qiming's fervent mind gradually regained its composure. Turning his gaze toward the impassive Lu Yongchang, he inquired with a furrowed brow, Are you certain you can achieve ambient superconductivity? A faint smile curved Lu Yongchang's lips as he nodded slowly and resolutely. Indeed, the technology was arduous. However, in his previous life, this challenge had long been surmounted. Moreover, the scientist who resolved this enigma for the Xia nation was none other than Lu himself. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke deliberately. I require a state-of-the-art carbon nanomaterial laboratory and several assistants. Barring unforeseen circumstances, within a few days, I shall present my results. Fang Su's eyes flickered subtly, evidently discerning latent implications within Lu's words. Astonished, his voice leapt an octave. Are you certain carbon nanomaterials can realize ambient superconductivity? Lu Yongchang remained silent momentarily. From Fang Su's inquisitive gaze, he inferred an unspoken proposal. Would you care to observe my experiments firsthand? He suggested. Fang Su replied. That would not be objectionable. Perhaps sensing his intentions were unveiled, Fang's eyes momentarily betrayed a hint of awkwardness. I am not merely curious. I am chiefly concerned you might be unfamiliar with the operation of the experimental apparatus. Sandauka University's Carbon Nanomaterial Laboratory, Lu responded. Lu, please assess whether this facility meets your requirements. As he spoke, a subtle awkwardness shadowed Fang Su's eyes. Despite being an academician, this was the first occasion he had to serve as a guide for an undergraduate sophomore. The prospect of potentially becoming this student's subordinate in the future only compounded his discomfort. He resolved to devise a solution, perhaps persuading old Jiang to secure a professorship for this young man. Such a designation would sound more dignified. At least, no one would claim a venerable academician was working under an undergraduate. The more Fang Su pondered, the more plausible the plan seemed, and he silently approved it. Suddenly, Lu Yongchang, walking ahead, sneezed. Casting a suspicious glance over his shoulder at Fang Su, he sensed a chill emanating from behind. Could it be that Fang Su was cursing him? Confronted with Lu's meaningful stare, Fang Su's expression stiffened abruptly. He forced a strained smile and said, Lu, please examine this laboratory. If it proves unsuitable, we may have to seek superior facilities at a more distant location. Lu Yongchang turned thoughtfully, scrutinizing the instruments within the laboratory. After a thorough appraisal, a trace of disdain flickered in his eyes. This, he muttered, in my previous life, I would not have spared a glance at a laboratory with such equipment. Yet now, with a resigned sigh, he added, well, we shall make do. Tony Stark managed to forge the mark I in a cave with his bare hands. Thus, it stands to reason that he could indeed fabricate room-temperature superconducting materials in this rudimentary laboratory. It's barely plausible, however. Lu Yongchang replied to Fang Su's inquiry with an expression devoid of emotion. Upon hearing Lu Yongchang's words, Fang Su's eyes widened in astonishment. Barely plausible. Are you aware that this is the finest carbon nanomaterials laboratory at Sandauka University? I am not exaggerating. This laboratory is certainly ranked among the top 10 in the entirety of Xia country. Lu Yongchang cast a bemused glance at the indignant Fang Su beside him. Did you not just say that if this place was inadequate, we could simply switch to a superior laboratory? Fang Su retorted, I was merely being modest. Do you understand what humility means? Lu Yongchang raised his hands and spoke in a tone reminiscent of soothing a child. All right, I retract my statement. This laboratory is indeed advanced and commendable. Is that satisfactory now? Fang Su swore that he had never felt so utterly speechless in his life. He silently followed Fang Su, eager to observe just how competent this sophomore undergraduate truly was. Surely, he could not be so inept as to fail to recognize the names of the experimental apparatus. With this thought, a hint of amusement flickered in Fang Su's eyes. It is worth noting that many of the experimental instruments within this laboratory had recently undergone upgrades. It would be challenging for even him, let alone Lu Yongchang, a mere undergraduate, to use them proficiently. Chapter 16. Is this also a talent? This scanning electron microscope is quite impressive. Lu Yongchang's voice came from ahead. It must be the latest model, right? Fang Su abruptly looked up at Lu Yongchang. Oh, this Fourier transform infrared spectrometer is new as well, isn't it? Furthermore, I must admit I misspoke earlier. I did not anticipate that this laboratory housed such noteworthy equipment. A glimmer of surprise danced in Fang Su's eyes. He correctly identified each instrument by name. Even the most recent machines were accurately named by Lu Yongchang. Do you recognize these instruments? Fang Su hesitated for a moment before posing the question. Lu Yongchang shot him a peculiar glance. Of course I do. If I did not know these instruments, what purpose would my presence here serve? Fang Su's breath caught in his throat. Such reasoning was compelling. He found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Yet, this defied all logic. The equipment in this laboratory was such that even most graduate students would struggle to identify them all. How could a mere second-year undergraduate like Lu Yongchang possibly recognize them? Seemingly perceiving Fang Su's bewilderment, Lu Yongchang chuckled lightly and explained, I have read numerous papers, so naturally, I am familiar with these instruments. Fang Su's expression was somewhat peculiar. Yet, at least it constituted a plausible explanation. Yongchang, allow me to pose a crucial question. A flicker of conflict crossed Fang Su's eyes. Do you genuinely know how to operate these instruments? Or rather, have you ever used them? Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yongchang shook his head. Of course not. Academician Fang. I am merely a second-year undergraduate. How could I possibly have access to such high-end equipment? Fong Su immediately felt a surge of urgency. You still spoke with Minister Hong, Lu Yongchang interjected with a smile, interrupting Fong Su's words. However, I am well versed in the operation of these instruments, so you need not worry. With that, Lu Yongchang turned his gaze towards a nearby device and began to articulate its detailed operational procedures. As Fong Su listened to the flawless instructions emanating from Lu Yongchang's lips, he stood there in a daze. After a lengthy pause, he struggled to inquire, "Is this also something you learned from research papers?" Lu Yongchang nodded and cast a puzzled glance at Fong Su. Of course. What else could it be? Fong Su took a deep breath and rubbed his somewhat stiff face vigorously. Well, perhaps there truly are geniuses in this world. When do we begin? He decided to divert the topic. Lu Yongchang glanced at the several researchers in white lab coats waiting at the door of the laboratory and raised his eyebrows slightly. Right now, observing Lu Yongchang's fluidity in operation, Fong Su again fell into silence. Is this also something you gleaned from academic papers? Did you not claim to have never handled experimental equipment before? Fong Su stared at Lu Yongchang in disbelief. Within a mere half hour, Lu Yongchang had adeptly operated 3 different instruments. In Fong Su's imagination, Lu Yongchang should have been a pure theoretical researcher. This implied that he would make numerous mistakes during practical operations, a very common occurrence. After all, there exists an immense chasm between theory and practical application. In the realm of materials science, even a minor operational error could result in significant deviations in the final outcomes. Fong Su was even prepared to clean up after Lu Yongchang's potential blunders. However, the scenes that unfolded within that brief half-hour utterly shattered Fong Su's worldview. Lu Yongchang's series of operations flowed seamlessly, akin to a seasoned veteran immersed in laboratory work. Not only did he make no errors, but he also noticed several critical details that Fong Su had overlooked. Indeed, I have never interacted with experimental equipment in this lifetime, Lu Yongchang remarked lightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. I speak no falsehood. These so-called state-of-the-art instruments are remnants from my previous life. Fong Su's expression resembled one who had just swallowed something vile. Then you, academician Lu, must acknowledge that sometimes talent is of paramount importance. As he spoke, Lu Yongchang gently patted Fong Su's shoulder. You understand, don't you? After overcoming his internal astonishment, Fong Su, with curiosity, asked Lu Yongchang, "Why did you choose carbon nanomaterials to achieve room temperature superconductivity?" Upon hearing Fong Su's question, Lu Yongchang gradually paused his work and replied softly. When 2 layers of parallel graphene are stacked at an angle of approximately 11 degrees, a superconducting effect occurs. Fong Su's pupils dilated slightly. Is this truly the case? Lu Yongchang chuckled. You may certainly try it. There are plenty of idle instruments nearby. Several hours later, Fong Su, astonished, gazed at the screen of the instrument before him. My goodness, it truly is. Yongchang, how did you discover this phenomenon? As LV Yongchang bent over to manipulate the apparatus on the experimental table, he replied softly, I deduced it. I have never encountered the actual scenario. Fong Su, somewhat speechless, retorted, You haven't seen it, yet you dare to assert? What if you're wrong? Doesn't that imply total failure? It won't be wrong. LV Yongchang straightened up, his eyes gleaming with confidence. I believe in myself. Fong Su thought to himself. For some inexplicable reason, ever since he met LV Yongchang, he found himself at a loss for words more often than before. 3 days later, LV Yongchang and Fong Su were transfixed, gazing at the display of the scanning electron microscope. On the screen appeared a distinct substance taking the form of a cylinder. Yongchang, is this what you meant, the carbon nanotube? Are you certain this carbon nanotube can achieve room temperature superconductivity? Doubt was written all over Fong Su's face. It was no wonder he was skeptical. During these 3 days, he had hardly done much, aside from assisting and running errands. The truly significant operations were all carried out solely by LV Yongchang. As an academician who had led teams for years, it was undoubtedly an exceptionally novel experience. In response to Fong Su's skepticism, LV Yongchang remained silent, his expression serious as he manipulated the microscope, shifting through several observation angles. It wasn't until he beheld the standard structure of the nanotube on the screen that he slowly exhaled with relief. Indeed, this is it. After a moment of contemplation, a hint of regret flickered in his eyes. Regrettably, at the current manufacturing pace, we won't see results until at least tomorrow. Fong Su cast an odd glance at LV Yongchang's regretful profile. Regretful? A room temperature superconducting experimental sample in just 4 days. Surely that's rapid enough. It is worth noting that the development of any new material typically takes years. Chapter 17. The 10-centimeter black conductor. Early the next morning, Fong Su, sporting dark circles under his eyes, pushed open the door to the laboratory. Observing the bustling researchers within, a trace of confusion crossed his features. Where was Lu Yongchang? He hurriedly pulled aside a passing researcher and inquired, "Where has Professor Lu gone?" The researcher, surprised, pointed toward the depths of the laboratory. "Professor Lu has been here for quite some time. He was busy in the lab when we arrived." It seemed that at some point, Lu Yongchang had become Professor Lu in the eyes of these researchers. Fong Su could hardly be bothered to correct their terminology. After witnessing Lu Yongchang's adept and confident scientific methods, it was no wonder that even Fong Su felt a twinge of admiration deep down. Had he not known Lu Yongchang's true identity, he might have mistakenly believed him to be a seasoned professor. Shaking off his musings, Fong Su quickly glanced at the clock on the wall. 6:45. He marveled silently. Indeed, the success of every individual is not a matter of chance. As Fong Su walked deeper into the laboratory, he couldn't help but marvel internally at his surroundings, quickening his pace. Perhaps sensing the approaching footsteps, Lu Yongchang shifted his gaze from the apparatus on the experimental table. Upon noticing the dark circles under Fong Su's eyes, he paused in surprise. "What has happened to you?" Fong Su chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, responding nonchalantly, "Oh, it's nothing. Just had a bit of trouble sleeping last night. Why don't you take a break?" Lu Yongchang expressed his concern. "After all, there's not much to do today. We only need to test the superconducting properties of the carbon nanotubes." A flicker of excitement crossed Fong Su's eyes as he exclaimed, "Take a break? Nonsense. These dark circles are the result of my dedication to this very matter. Now, where's the wire? Let me see it." Seeing Fong Su's fervent demeanor, Lu Yongchang couldn't help but chuckle. He stepped aside to reveal the apparatus on the experimental table, a glass cover with a diameter of 30 centimeters. Fong Su quickly advanced 2 steps to the side of the glass dome. Through it, he clearly observed a 10-centimeter-long black wire connected to 2 metallic probes. The wire was exceedingly thin, nearly as fine as a strand of hair. Fong Su extended his hand and gently tapped the glass dome with his fingers, asking, "Is it a vacuum inside?" Lu Yongchang shook his head in denial. "Certainly not. At present, it merely serves as a small cleanroom." "I assume you wouldn't want any dust to compromise the experimental results, would you?" He quickly added, "To be precise, it isn't a vacuum environment just yet." While speaking, he gestured toward the vacuum pump nearby. A hint of curiosity flickered in Fong Su's expression. The implications of Lu Yongchang's statement were profound. Could it be that this material could achieve superconductivity even in a vacuum? Lu Yongchang retrieved a meticulously written A4 sheet from the table and handed it to Fong Su. "According to my calculations, the superconducting wire composed of carbon nanotubes exhibits remarkable stability, functioning optimally between temperatures of -50 degrees Celsius and 80 degrees Celsius." Fong Su's eyes lit up suddenly, and he swiftly inquired, "What about the pressure?" "Within 2 standard atmospheres," Lu Yongchang replied. Gasping at the response, Fong Su inhaled sharply. Goodness! If Lu Yongchang's calculations hold true, this superconducting wire made of carbon nanotubes could potentially be utilized in virtually any corner of the Earth. Even in the extreme pressures of the deep sea, it would only require the addition of a pressure-resistant conduit. This revelation indicated that the electrical industry in Xia country was on the brink of transformative change. "Yongchang, do you realize what you have accomplished?" he muttered, lost in thought as he contemplated the future ramifications. A smile danced at the corners of Lu Yongchang's eyes, yet he remained silent, fully aware of the significance of this wire. Although such technology may seem advanced for present-day Xia country, it was still insufficient to face the impending challenges of the future. After admiring the carbon nanotube wire on the experimental table, Fong Su's expression turned serious. "Let us begin the testing." Upon learning that the inaugural testing of the room temperature superconducting coil was imminent, every researcher in the laboratory momentarily set aside their unfinished scientific endeavors and gathered around Lu Yongchang. This was an opportunity to witness history. No one would dare to miss such a momentous occasion. Lu Yongchang swallowed nervously and cautiously extended his hand to connect the metallic probes at both ends of the wire to the testing apparatus. Although he had immense confidence in the materials he had synthesized, one could never be too certain in the realm of materials science. Perhaps an unexpected anomaly had occurred during the manufacturing process. altering the angle of the carbon nanotubes by a mere degree, or perhaps some other unforeseen factor was at play. It could be said that even the slightest error could render this room-temperature superconducting material a failure. As he ruminated anxiously, he activated the testing device. Powering on. A number appeared on the testing apparatus's screen. Resistance value, 0. Success. A flicker of excitement danced in Lu Yongchang's eyes. Increase the current a bit more. An excited voice from beside him, belonging to Fong Su, urged him on. Lu Yongchang promptly turned the knob, gradually elevating the current. Upon observing the resistance value on the instrument's screen remaining utterly stable, a gentle murmur of astonishment arose from all the researchers in the laboratory. Unlike his colleagues, however, Lu Yongchang's expression remained grave. The test was not yet complete. He still needed to evaluate the performance of the material under low-pressure conditions. Lu Yongchang signaled subtly to Fong Su. Fong Su nodded gently and activated the vacuum apparatus nearby. With a low, resonant hum, the air within the glass chamber was gradually extracted. Watching the gauge indicate a decreasing pressure, even Lu Yongchang felt a bead of cold sweat form. It is known that superconducting materials respond extremely sensitively to environmental changes. Historically, any slight variation in temperature or pressure has led to the immediate disappearance of the superconducting effect. Under such a powerful current, should the superconducting effect of the wire dissipate, even a minuscule resistance value could instantaneously generate an immense amount of heat. The dire consequence would be the melting of the only existing room-temperature superconducting wire in the world. After several tense seconds, as he gazed at the unwavering resistance curve on the testing apparatus's screen, a radiant smile finally graced Lu Yongchang's face. He gently wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, raised his right hand high, and exclaimed, "We did it! We have succeeded." Beside him, Fong Su, visibly exhilarated, hastily shut down various instruments and rushed to Lu Yongchang's side, clapping him heartily on the shoulder. "Well done. We have achieved room-temperature superconducting technology. Academician Fong. We must prepare for the transformation of the star simulator." Lu Yongchang swiftly shook off the euphoria of success and responded gravely. Fong Su, equally charged with excitement, nodded in agreement. "I will notify the laboratory staff immediately. We shall commence the modifications to the star simulator this afternoon." Chapter 18. Transforming the star simulator. Half a month later, in the nuclear physics laboratory at Sandalco University, Lu Yongchang sat quietly in an office designated solely for him. He furrowed his brow slightly, deftly calculating various equations on the A4 sheet before him with the steel pen in hand. A fortnight had elapsed, and the room-temperature superconducting wires crafted from carbon nanotube materials were finally completed. One cannot help but acknowledge the immense power of the national machinery. The moment the breakthrough in room-temperature superconducting material technology was announced, Minister Hong personally issued the manufacturing order. Although Lu Yongchang possessed a comprehensive preparation scheme for carbon nanotubes, due to the current manufacturing process issues, only the Xiaosheng Group, dedicated to the production of high-precision equipment, could mass-produce superconducting wires that met the required standards. As for foreign enterprises, Hong Qiming was no fool. If he were to place orders with them, it would not be long before several Western nations would likely grasp the room-temperature superconducting technology. Fueled by substantial funding and administrative directives, the production capacity of carbon nanotube wires at Xiaosheng Group expanded rapidly. Within a mere fortnight, superconducting wires valued in the hundreds of millions had been delivered to the nuclear physics laboratory at Sandalco University. Inside the laboratory, an outdated star simulator device had already been installed. However, the spiral wires on the outer layer of the simulator had all been dismantled by the staff. As for the inner cavity of the simulator, it had been replaced with a newly manufactured 1 day prior. The materials used for this new inner cavity were, of course, the innovative materials that Lu Yongchang had derived on the blackboard. According to material tests, the inner cavity constructed from this new material could withstand the staggering temperatures of over 100 million degrees generated during nuclear fusion reactions. Furthermore, during the material testing, Fong Su was astonished to discover that this new material could also perfectly resist the radiation damage produced by nuclear fusion. While Fong Su felt a surge of excitement, a sense of admiration for Lu Yongchang began to blossom within him. Such an extraordinary material had been conceived by a sophomore undergraduate merely through calculations on paper. Fong Su could not help but feel a twinge of shame, realizing that at his age, he had truly squandered his potential. Unbeknownst to Lu Yongchang, who was engrossed in his work at the office, Fang Su's thoughts were far removed from his mind. At that moment, he was meticulously examining the dimensional parameters of the star simulator. According to Fang Su, this simulator had originally been utilized by a research institute in D country. As for why it had fallen out of use, that naturally returned to the initial question. The manufacturing difficulty of the star simulator was exceedingly high. Unlike the orderly spiral shape of a tokamak, the simulator's form resembled a chaotic ball of yarn. Each wire's position required meticulous calculation to ensure the generation of a magnetic field at specific angles. At that moment, Lu Yongchang was engaged in this very task. He needed to calculate the precise positioning of each superconducting wire based on the simulator's dimensional parameters, ensuring that a closed, twisted annular magnetic cage could be formed within the inner cavity to confine the ultra-high temperature plasma. With a gentle sigh, Lu Yongchang set down his steel pen, releasing a long breath of relief. After several days of calculations, he had finally achieved gratifying results. According to his calculations, these superconducting coils can generate a magnetic field of up to 100 teslas, which would constitute the most potent artificial magnetic field on Earth. This 100 Tesla magnetic field could perfectly confine fusion plasma at temperatures exceeding millions of degrees within the central cavity of the reactor. He rose from his seat and slowly approached the office door, gently turning the doorknob. The sound of the door opening caught Fang Su's attention. Have you completed the calculations? Upon seeing the relaxed expression on LV Yongchang's face, Fang Su's eyes flickered with surprise, prompting him to inquire immediately. Has it really only been a few days? It's barely just over 3 days, I assenti it. How could such a complex calculation be completed so swiftly? Deep down, Fang Su found it hard to believe. Sensing the skepticism in Fang Su's gaze, LV Yongchang chuckled lightly. Of course, it's done. As he spoke, he handed a stack of A4 papers to Fang Su. Why not take a look for yourself? Fang Su, astonished, accepted the A4 papers from LV Yongchang. As he scanned the densely packed equations, he swallowed slightly. Though he was reluctant to admit it, he seemed to struggle with understanding the calculations presented. Ahem. I trust your results. With that, Fang Su solemnly returned the stack of A4 papers to LV Yongchang. Shall we let Tianhe-1 verify your calculations? LV Yongchang paused for a moment, then nodded gently in agreement with Fang Su's suggestion. Given the significance of controlled nuclear fusion, all research resources were prioritized for the Sandow Nuclear Physics Laboratory. Soon after the application was submitted, time on Tianhe-1 was allocated. Fang Su meticulously entered each calculated result from LV Yongchang into the computer, which was then processed by Tianhe-1. At that moment, the true power of the supercomputer was revealed. Within a mere half-hour, the computational results appeared before Fang Su and LV Yongchang. It's a success. The emergence of the superconducting wire arrangement indicated that the transformation plan for the star simulator had reached its final stage. Specific angled coil supports were installed on the exterior of the star simulator, serving to secure the coils in place. After all, for the star simulator, even the slightest positional deviation of the external superconducting coils could herald disaster. Should the internal magnetic cage be compromised, the plasma at millions of degrees would come into direct contact with the inner surface. Surely, no one would want to witness such catastrophic consequences. Hence, as they completed the final modifications to the star simulator, both LV Yongchang and Fang Su remained exceedingly vigilant, fearful of any minor oversight. 3 days later, the renovation of the aging star simulator was thoroughly completed. Yongchang, when shall we commence the first ignition experiment? Fang Su's voice resonated from the side. Unbeknownst to him, Fang Su had come to regard LV Yongchang as his superior, seeking his approval before every research decision. We can begin now? As the brilliance in Lu Yongchang's eyes flickered, he shifted his gaze from the calculations on the A4 paper on his desk and solemnly stated, Academician Fang, please report it. This afternoon, we shall commence the inaugural ignition experiment. Following Fang Su's submission of the ignition experiment application to Hong Qiming, a palpable transformation swept through Sandow University. Dozens of plainclothes soldiers from the Special Forces infiltrated the campus, and the main thoroughfares leading to the Nuclear Physics Laboratory were completely cordoned off. Furthermore, snipers had already set up their rifles and observation equipment atop several tall buildings near the Nuclear Physics Laboratory. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that, at this moment, the laboratory resembled a caged bird, unable to escape safely. All these measures were implemented to ensure that the controlled nuclear fusion experiment proceeded without any interference from unforeseen external factors. Chapter 19. Ignition naturally. The changes at Sandao University did not escape the notice of the observant. What on earth was happening? Why were these roads closed? A few male students traversing the campus wore expressions of perplexity. Could it be that a significant figure had arrived? One student, gazing at the blocked pathways, ventured a speculation. Another student slowly shook his head and replied gravely, "It doesn't seem to be a prominent individual. I just checked the forum, and it appears that all routes to the nuclear physics laboratory have been sealed off." What? The nuclear physics laboratory? Are they conducting some sort of nuclear test there? The first student nodded solemnly. Have any of you heard the rumor that the nuclear physics laboratory at Sandao University has been engaged in research related to controlled nuclear fusion? Coupled with the recent news from ITER, could it be possible that the laboratory is about to conduct a controlled nuclear fusion experiment? This speculation was evidently far more plausible than the previous one. If that is true, then our nation might soon master controlled nuclear fusion. Hearing this, the student who had proposed the theory rolled his eyes in exasperation. How could that be possible? This is controlled nuclear fusion we're talking about. I estimate this is merely an experiment. The last time I spoke with my advisor, he mentioned that achieving true maturity in controlled nuclear fusion would require at least a few more years. Meanwhile, within the nuclear physics laboratory at Sandao University, everyone was on high alert. They meticulously checked the operational status of each component of the stellarator. If all was in order, they would prepare to energize and initiate the first fusion test. With Lu Yongchang's command, the researchers promptly took their positions and began their inspections. The cooling system is functioning normally. The laser generator is operational. The superconducting coils are in good condition. As the reports echoed through the laboratory, the expressions on Lu Yongchang's and Fang Su's faces grew increasingly serious. Once the final inspection was completed, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Lu Yongchang's eyes, and with unwavering conviction, he issued the command, "Commence power-up." A nearby researcher pulled the power switch, and a deep, resonant hum gradually filled the air as an extraordinarily powerful current surged through the superconducting coils encasing the stellarator. Magnetic field intensity? Lu Yongchang inquired loudly. A researcher responsible for monitoring the magnetic field intensity responded loudly, "The current magnetic field strength is 50 T." LV Yongchang nodded gently. A magnetic field intensity of 50 T is sufficiently adequate. After all, this is merely a test, not the commencement of controlled nuclear fusion. Thus, the inaugural ignition experiment for controlled nuclear fusion now commences. As he spoke, LV Yongchang reached forward to press several keys on the computer before him. A slight mixture of deuterium and tritium gas was injected into the reactor. In the next moment, the heating apparatus began to activate. Under the operation of the heating device, the deuterium-tritium mixture would be heated to an extraordinarily high temperature, until it completely transitioned into a plasma state. The plasma state of the deuterium-tritium mixture would then be firmly constrained within the operational trajectory by the strong magnetic field inside the stellarator. Countless parameters danced across the computer screen, various vibrant curves and figures oscillating before LV Yongchang's eyes, converging into a breathtaking tableau. "All right, prepare for ignition," LV Yongchang commanded in a deep voice. Beside him, Fang Su swallowed nervously and pressed a button on the control panel before him. In the next instant, an intensely powerful laser beam struck unwaveringly upon the plasma state of the deuterium-tritium mixture. Boom! The curve on the temperature sensor instantaneously traced a graceful arc, ascending with an almost 90-degree slope. Within mere seconds, the temperature of the plasma state deuterium-tritium mixture soared to over 100 million degrees Celsius. The flames of fusion were ignited. Nuclear fusion had commenced. At this extreme temperature, a deuterium atom and a tritium atom reacted, yielding a helium atom and a neutron. In this process, an immense amount of energy was released. The temperature reached a critical point. A significant number of neutrons were detected. One researcher, his expression filled with excitement, shouted urgently. The eyes of everyone present shifted slightly. As professionals, they understood the underlying implications of this statement. The nuclear fusion reaction had indeed transpired within the interior of the stellarator before them. Observing the remarkably stable data on the computer screen, Fang Su's eyes glimmered with excitement. We have succeeded." Perhaps overwhelmed by joy, his face flushed, and his lips trembled slightly. In contrast, Lu Yongchang's reaction was decidedly more subdued. A slight smile graced his lips, revealing a hint of satisfaction. After all, this was merely an ignition experiment. Since this was just an ignition trial, the quantity of deuterium-tritium gas was not extensive. Minutes later, the fusion fuel was nearly depleted, and the fusion reaction within the reactor gradually ceased. Lu Yongchang's gaze flickered slightly, and he bellowed, "Quick! Check the condition of the stellarator. Now is not the time for celebration." Several researchers promptly lowered their heads to examine the computer screens before them. The cooling system is functioning well, and the external temperature of the stellarator is stable. The first report came from afar. Lu Yongchang inquired solemnly, "What is the current external temperature?" 25 degrees Celsius. Lu Yongchang nodded in satisfaction. It appears that the cooling equipment is operating effectively. In the next moment, he turned to the researcher on the other side and inquired loudly, "How is the reactor performing?" "The reactor is in excellent condition, with no irradiation damage detected." It was only then that a radiant smile graced Lu Yongchang's face. The first phase of controlled nuclear fusion had achieved resounding success. The next consideration was the control system for the fusion process, along with the selection of the power generation apparatus. Should humanity continue its illustrious tradition of boiling water or pursue more advanced alternatives? These questions swirled through Lu Yongchang's mind. Suddenly, a hand came down heavily on his shoulder. Lu Yongchang shivered slightly, jolted out of his reverie. Turning to Sifang Su, who was beaming at him, he exclaimed, "I said, since we've successfully ignited. What are you still pondering here? Come on, let's celebrate tonight. It's on me." That evening, the official website of Sandow University quietly published a news article. "Warm congratulations to the Sandow University Nuclear Physics Laboratory for the successful operation of controlled nuclear fusion." Simultaneously, the trending topic on social media shifted to, "The first controlled nuclear fusion experiment in Xia Nation has achieved complete success." In an instant, countless netizens, indulging in late-night gossip, flooded the comments section. "No way. Is this for real? It succeeded already? I remember Xia Nation just withdrew from ITER, right? Could it be that the rumors are true, and Xia Nation really stole related data? Come on, that's just absurd. Wouldn't that be like killing the goose that lays the golden eggs? I refuse to believe Xia Nation would do something so foolish. Not to dwell on such negative thoughts. I believe that even without ITER, we can develop our own controlled nuclear fusion apparatus." Chapter 20. Across the ocean in the United States. Within the presidential office of the White House, a Chinese newspaper lay quietly on the president's desk. The bold red characters stood out vividly against the monochrome background. Exciting news. The Sandow University Nuclear Physics Laboratory has successfully ignited controlled nuclear fusion. Bang! The sound of a hand slapping the desk echoed. The mahogany desk trembled violently. "Damn it!" A plump middle-aged man with golden hair, seated behind the desk, blushed and bellowed, "Anthony, can you explain this situation to me?" Upon hearing the furious outburst from the man before him, the one called Anthony stepped forward, shrugging indifferently as he replied, "Your Excellency Albert, I believe there is nothing to explain." "What? Nothing to explain? Is this your response as the Secretary of Defense?" The blond middle-aged man's facial muscles twitched slightly, causing his golden bangs to quiver as well. "Tell me, Anthony, how did you assure me? You said that as long as we expel Xia Nation from the ITER program, we would maintain an everlasting lead in controlled nuclear fusion. If I recall correctly, those were your exact words, right?" Anthony's countenance darkened as he observed the scene before him. "What now? Anthony, tell me, what does the newspaper say?" Albert exclaimed furiously, seizing the paper from the table and throwing it onto the floor at Anthony's feet. Anthony's lips twitched slightly as he lowered his gaze to examine the newspaper closely. After a moment, he replied in a subdued tone, "Mr. President, I do not understand Chinese." This response evidently caught Albert completely off guard. His mouth agape, he stared incredulously at Anthony. "Anthony, well, very well. You cannot comprehend Chinese? Then allow me to enlighten you about its contents. The newspaper states that the Summer Nation has successfully conducted a controllable nuclear fusion ignition experiment. Do you understand?" Anthony maintained a stoic expression, nodding gently. "Yes. So what?" Albert sneered coldly. "Is this the response you provide me?" Anthony took a deep breath. "Mr. President, I urge you to thoroughly review this report before speaking, rather than venting your grievances at me. As one of the ITER member nations, Summer Nation naturally possesses a portion of controllable nuclear fusion technology. In my view, this so-called ignition experiment is not a cause for concern. They are still far from truly mastering controllable nuclear fusion. Albert's expression softened somewhat. As his composure returned, a hint of confusion flickered in his eyes, prompting him to inquire further. Are you suggesting that? Anthony gestured behind him. Mr. President, it would be best for a specialist to explain this to you. He then turned to address someone behind him. Professor Collins, it is your time to speak. An elderly gentleman, with hair grayed and leaning on a cane, stepped forward respectfully and greeted Albert. Good day, Mr. President. Albert furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating for a moment before softly asking, if I recall correctly, you were the lead professor sent to ITER a few years ago, were you not? A glimmer of excitement flickered in Professor Collins' eyes. Yes, Mr. President. I am surprised you remember me. Albert nodded slightly, adopting a somewhat haughty demeanor. So, do you have something to explain to me? Professor Collins quickly nodded, his expression urgent as he stated, Mr. President, I believe you need not worry about this news from Summer Nation at all. Albert's gaze shifted slightly, motioning for him to continue as he adjusted to a more comfortable sitting position. I have reviewed the report from Summer Nation. The controllable nuclear fusion device they utilized is a stellarator, not the traditional tokamak device. Upon hearing this, Albert's brow furrowed deeply. He had some recollection of the tokamak, as a significant portion of the ITER project was financed by his nation. But what was this stellarator? He gazed at Professor Collins with a hint of confusion. Professor, you just mentioned the star simulator. Noticing the look of bewilderment in Albert's eyes, Professor Collins realized and responded, Your Excellency, there is no need for you to understand the intricacies of the star simulator. You merely need to grasp one essential fact. It is an obsolete device that we have discarded. The reasons for its obsolescence are straightforward. Its cost is prohibitively high, and its manufacturing process is exceedingly complex, often resulting in failed nuclear fusion attempts. The star simulator at the University of Sanjiao may have a known origin. I suspect it is a nearly decommissioned model from D country a few years back. Albert looked at Professor Collins with disbelief. Are you certain? A decommissioned star simulator can successfully ignite nuclear fusion? Clearly, Albert was skeptical of Collins' assertion. Professor Collins nodded emphatically. Your Excellency, you should be aware that the quality of D country's technology is generally commendable. I surmise that this is also why Sanjiao has achieved some success. However, relying on such outdated technology is inherently unreliable. Thus, you will observe that Sanjiao's controlled nuclear fusion can only be sustained for a mere 2 minutes. Perhaps you are unaware that the ITER tokamak device has already extended the duration of controlled nuclear fusion to 26 minutes. Professor Collins' remarks caused Albert's previously stiff expression to soften somewhat. Then, in your opinion, the research on controlled nuclear fusion in Sanjiao is impossible. They absolutely cannot accomplish this with a star simulator. Without the slightest hesitation, Professor Collins firmly stated, the star simulator has long been proven to be a futile endeavor. Upon hearing this, a smile finally graced Albert's face. As long as Sanjiao fails to master controlled nuclear fusion, the United States' position will remain unshaken. However, Your Excellency, there is something I wish to discuss with you, Professor Collins said, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. Speak. Perhaps buoyed by the recent good news. A faint smile lingered on Albert's lips as he nodded gently. Your Excellency, the United States should also construct its own controlled nuclear fusion device. Professor Collins spoke with palpable anxiety. We cannot continue to share experimental results with ITER. In the next experiment, ITER is preparing to extend the duration of controlled nuclear fusion to over 30 minutes. If successful, humanity may soon enter the era of mastered controlled nuclear fusion. And we in the United States must prepare in advance. Chapter 21. Meeting with Congressman Lee. Professor Collins' words caused President Albert's expression to harden. He fell into a lengthy silence before slowly articulating, this indeed presents a problem. Like Sanjiao, the United States currently lacks a true controlled nuclear fusion device. Albert's murmured thoughts ignited a spark in Professor Collins' eyes. He quickly interjected, You are absolutely right, Your Excellency. We need a fusion reactor that truly belongs to us. After a moment of contemplation, Albert replied, Give me a timeline, Professor. Without a definitive time frame, the Congress will not approve it. Faced with Albert's meaningful gaze, Professor Collins hesitated for a moment. Perhaps around 10 years? Albert's brow instantly furrowed. 10 years. Professor, are you jesting? Not only would I object, but Congress would undoubtedly reject this plan. Professor Collins chuckled awkwardly and quickly continued. 5 years. I firmly believe that within 5 years, a fusion reactor belonging to the American people will materialize. Albert nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, within the confines of the capital city of Xia, in a building that could not be found on any map, Hong Qiming, with a serious demeanor, once again knocked on the office door. "Come in." Taking a deep breath to calm his turbulent emotions, he pushed open the slightly heavy wooden door. "Minister Li," Hong Qiming slightly bowed, paying his respects to the elderly man behind the desk. Upon seeing Hong Qiming, the elder's face broke into a broad smile. He slowly rose and approached Hong Qiming, nodding. "Well done, well done. You've handled this matter splendidly." A hint of a smile emerged on Hong Qiming's otherwise serious face as he gently nodded and murmured, "I never expected that Lu Yongchang would prove to be so formidable." A flicker of wistfulness crossed Minister Li's eyes. "Indeed. I have perused the report you sent a few days ago." In the next moment, Minister Li's tone shifted to a serious one. "Qiming, what are your thoughts on Lu Yongchang?" Hong Qiming's pupils constricted sharply. This question from Minister Li stirred a vague suspicion within him. Could it be that Minister Li was preparing to, not daring to conceal anything? He immediately revealed all that he had observed. After listening to Hong Qiming's account, Minister Li nodded thoughtfully. "It seems this young man is quite to your liking. I intend to cultivate him into a new generation of leaders. What do you think?" Hong Qiming took a deep breath and replied solemnly, "Minister Li, I believe Lu Yongchang is more than capable of shouldering this responsibility." A satisfied smile graced Minister Li's face. "In that case, in a couple of days, bring him to me. I wish to meet him personally." "What? Minister Li wants to see me?" Even though Lu Yongchang had encountered numerous dignitaries in his previous life, he was still taken aback. He had not anticipated that Minister Li would take notice of him so soon. But what could be the reason? A mere ignition experiment for controlled nuclear fusion hardly seemed sufficient to attract Minister Li's attention. After pondering for a long time without arriving at an answer, a flattering smile appeared on Lu Yongchang's face as he leaned closer to Hong Qiming. "Minister Hong, do you have any idea why Minister Li wishes to meet me?" Hong Qiming cast a somewhat helpless glance at the grinning Lu Yongchang. Deep down, he was baffled. Why was this young man so unafraid of him? After all, he was a minister at the departmental level. Despite his confusion, he decided to share everything he knew with Lu Yongchang. "Minister Li intends to groom you as a leader of the younger generation. You must be prepared." As the words fell, not only did LV Yongchang's expression shift, but even Fong Su beside him felt his pupils constrict in surprise. LV Yongchang, suppressing the smile that danced on his lips, inquired gravely, "Minister Hong, did Congressman Li truly utter those words?" "Absolutely, without a shred of doubt." Upon hearing Hong Qiming's resolute response, a flicker of excitement ignited in LV Yongchang's eyes. If this were indeed the case, it would bolster his confidence regarding the impending calamity. Initially, he had anticipated it would take him approximately 3 years to achieve his current milestones. Yet now, in a mere span of less than a month, he had accomplished all preliminary plans. "Minister Hong, when shall we embark?" Hong Qiming, casting a light-hearted glance at the youthful figure before him, replied, "Tomorrow. I shall personally introduce you to Congressman Li." The following day, at the entrance of a mysterious edifice within the first ring of the capital, a black Audi A6 came to a slow halt. The car door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man who disembarked first, followed by a university student still bearing traces of youth. "Yongchang, when you meet Congressman Li, mind your words and maintain a serious demeanor, understood?" A hint of unease flickered in Hong Qiming's eyes. As LV Yongchang's guarantor, he feared the repercussions should any complications arise. LV Yongchang nodded gently, refraining from speech. Observing this, a smile crept into Hong Qiming's gaze. "I never thought I would see you in a state of nervousness. I have never encountered this side of you in my presence." Hong Qiming's jest pulled LV Yongchang back from his reverie, leaving him somewhat taken aback. Nervous? He was not nervous. He had merely been contemplating how to impress upon Congressman Li the importance of advancements in aerospace technology. Yet, since Minister Hong had remarked on his demeanor, he chose to acquiesce silently. It was not the time to contradict him, after all. As a former chief scientist, his emotional intelligence was certainly not lacking. Rest assured, Congressman Li is quite accommodating. Noticing LV Yongchang's continued silence, Minister Hong's smile deepened, and he gently patted his shoulder. "Let us not keep Congressman Li waiting." Rap, rap, rap. The brisk knock echoed through the tranquil corridor. "Come in." A venerable voice called from within. The heavy wooden door creaked open, revealing a familiar and unpretentious office to LV Yongchang's eyes, stirring a wave of nostalgia within him. In his previous life, he had frequented this office often. "LV Yongchang, is it? Upon seeing L.V. Yongchang, a smile illuminated the elder's face as he slowly rose from his chair and approached him. Congressman Li scrutinized L.V. Yongchang with admiration, exclaiming, "Very impressive indeed. A fine figure you are." He then placed a hand upon L.V. Yongchang's shoulder, saying, "On behalf of the Xia nation, I thank you." In an unexpected gesture, Congressman Li bent slightly towards L.V. Yongchang. "Congressman Li," Hong Qiming interjected with urgency, "you mustn't." L.V. Yongchang instinctively moved to assist Congressman Li, only to find himself firmly held in place by the elder's left hand, enduring the bow with unyielding resolve. "Mr. Li," remarked Lu Yongchang with a faint smile, "I am merely fulfilling the duties of a researcher." Rising to his feet, Mr. Li was visibly moved by these words. "Indeed, it is commendable to do what one ought to. Just the other day, I inquired about your standing with Minister Hong. Initially, I suspected a hint of favoritism in his views towards you, but it appears he was rather candid." With a chuckle, Mr. Li cast a glance at Hong Qiming, who stood nearby with a sheepish expression, and continued affirmatively, "You, my boy, are remarkable. If the youth of our nation were akin to you, how could our country not prosper?" Chapter 22. Mr. Li's doubts. In response to Mr. Li's affirmation, a subtle smile graced Lu Yongchang's face. Observing Lu's seemingly tranquil demeanor, Mr. Li exhibited a glimmer of surprise. In his experience, few could maintain such composure under his praise. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly inquired, "Yongchang, what is your perspective on the future trajectory of our nation's technological advancement?" As soon as the words left Mr. Li's lips, Hong Qiming's eyes sparkled with excitement. Here it comes. Given Mr. Li's demeanor, he was certain that if Lu Yongchang provided a conventional response, the mantle of leadership for the new generation would undoubtedly fall upon him. Lu Yongchang's gaze flickered slightly. Like Hong Qiming, he sensed the underlying implications of Mr. Li's inquiry. Just before entering the office, he recalled Hong Qiming's admonitions. Although he understood the subtext, he could not simply provide a conventional response. The imagery of helium flashes from the sun danced vividly in his mind. How could he afford to slow down? Taking a deep breath, Lu Yongchang began, "Mr. Li, I believe our nation should set its sights on the cosmos." Hong Qiming momentarily froze, then urgency flashed in his eyes. This young man. He had been warned not to speak recklessly. Undeterred, Lu Yongchang continued, "At present, we have successfully ignited the spark of nuclear fusion. It can be said that our nation stands merely a step away from mastering controllable nuclear fusion. As a researcher and a scholar, I feel it is my duty to remind you that this technology is of paramount importance as it pertains to the fate of our nation. We stand at a pivotal juncture in history. The gateway to a new world lies before us, and whether we advance or retreat hinges entirely on our forthcoming actions." Mr. Li furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating the impassioned discourse of Lu Yongchang. "Yongchang," Hong Qiming, unable to contain himself, lowered his voice to call out, attempting to interrupt. Mr. Li swiftly raised his left hand, gesturing to halt Hong Qiming's interjection. He cast a significant glance at Hong Qiming and slowly articulated, "Let him finish." Turning back to Lu Yongchang, Mr. Li continued with profound intent, "Are you suggesting that our nation must urgently advance controllable nuclear fusion?" Lu Yongchang nodded gently, asserting that not only should Xia country focus on matters within Earth, but also beyond its confines. Beyond Earth? Indeed. With unwavering conviction in his gaze, Lu Yongchang disregarded the bewilderment reflected in the eyes of Congressman Li and Hong Qiming, continuing, "The moon, Mars, or perhaps even beyond the solar system." "Ahem, Yongchang." Hong Qiming coughed lightly to remind him, "We seem to be straying a bit far." Congressman Li slowly shook his head, a hint of amusement in his eyes. "No harm done. It's good for the youth to have dreams." Upon hearing Congressman Li's assessment, Hong Qiming exhaled softly, casting a discreet glare at Lu Yongchang. "That impudent lad. He dares to speak so freely in front of Congressman Li. When we return, he shall receive a proper lecture." As for Lu Yongchang, a trace of regret flickered in his eyes. Indeed, it was premature to voice such thoughts now. It was only when signs of the sun's aging became evident in a year that he could formally present his plans. For now, he needed to accumulate the necessary technologies for the Stellar Ocean project a year hence. Congressman Li fell silent for a moment before speaking again. "Yongchang, rest assured. The controlled nuclear fusion project will be the focal point of Xia country's development in the coming years. What you need to do now is to refine the controlled nuclear fusion technology as much as possible in the laboratory. When the time is ripe, Xia country will naturally establish a demonstration reactor for controlled nuclear fusion. Lu Yongchang nodded in silence. All right, you may leave for now. Minister Hong and I have some matters to discuss. As soon as the office door closed, Hong Qiming spoke urgently. Congressman Li, that young lad Lu Yongchang is merely too inexperienced. All right, Congressman Li responded, a smile illuminating his face. I understand your concerns. I am well aware that Lu Yongchang possesses great potential. I retained you for another matter. With that, Congressman Li handed a document to Hong Qiming. Hong Qiming exhaled a sigh of relief as he reached for the document. However, upon glimpsing its contents, his brow furrowed tightly. This is the investigation result from the Second Bureau of National Security. Congressman Li remarked casually. Hong Qiming's pupils constricted sharply, his hands trembling slightly as he clutched the document. This was intelligence from the Second Bureau of National Security, an agency comparable to the CIA, MI5, and the KGB. Congressman Li's gaze deepened as he spoke in hushed tones. According to the investigation, although Lu Yongchang has displayed excellent academic performance in the past, he seemingly has not revealed any extraordinary qualities. Hong Qiming swallowed hard. Are you suggesting there is an issue with Lu Yongchang? Congressman Li slowly shook his head. There are no issues, Peresi. I have reviewed his parents' background, and it is quite clean. Otherwise, he would not have been able to enter this office. Congressman Li's tone remained calm, yet a chill crept up Hong Qiming's spine. He hurriedly inquired, so what do you mean by that? Congressman Li did not respond immediately, but pressed a button located beside his desk. Has the result come in? He inquired in a neutral tone. In the following moment, a steady male voice resonated within the office. From the time of entry to departure, a total of 11 minutes and 25 seconds elapsed. During this interval, LV Yongchang's heartbeat exhibited two fluctuations, accompanied by a series of symptoms, including pupil constriction. When did this occur? The first instance happened while responding to your inquiry, and the second transpired just before leaving the office. Memberly nodded thoughtfully and inquired, what did the psychological assessment reveal? According to the evaluation, LV Yongchang harbored no ill intentions. All he expressed was presumably genuine. However, he concealed certain matters. Memberly slowly nodded in agreement. This aligned with his intuition. Ever since meeting LV Yongchang, he sensed that the latter harbored a monumental secret. Hong Qiming swallowed slightly, murmuring, Memberly, should we not revoke LV Yongchang's title as Chief Engineer of Controlled Nuclear Fusion? A slight smile, imbued with significance, creased the weathered face of Memberly. There is no rush. Having secrets is not an issue. Everyone possesses them, including myself and you. As he spoke, Member Li's gaze momentarily lingered on Hong Qiming's face, causing Hong's heart to skip a beat. After a brief pause, Member Li continued, I merely need to ascertain that he harbors no detrimental feelings towards Xia country. Moreover, given his substantial contributions to controlled nuclear fusion, Xia country is certainly not one to abandon a loyal horse after it has carried the burden. Hong Qiming, somewhat bewildered, looked towards Member Li. Then, Member Li pondered for a moment before responding. Allow him to continue as chief engineer. Furthermore, initiate the second experiment promptly. I hope that within a year, the light of fusion will shine upon the land of Xia. Chapter 23. The Rise of Public Opinion the following day. As the masses remained oblivious, a news item quietly graced the front page of the newspaper. The controlled nuclear fusion experimental reactor of Xia country is officially commencing today. Unsurprisingly, this announcement swiftly ascended the trending topics on social media. In an instant, it attracted a plethora of comments from netizens. What? The controlled nuclear fusion experimental reactor is officially starting now? I recall the ignition was just successful a couple of days ago. This progress seems rather swift. Can someone elucidate the significance of this news? Explanations emerged. The successful ignition merely indicates that Xia country can initiate fusion within the controlled nuclear fusion apparatus. True mastery of controlled nuclear fusion remains a distant goal. The current experimental reactor signifies the genuine commencement of research into controlled nuclear fusion. Ah, I see. But this is indeed rapid. I hope Xia country can deliver a significant breakthrough to ITER and lead the way in researching controlled nuclear fusion. I remain skeptical. I've heard that the technology for controlled nuclear fusion at ITER is nearing maturity. Thus, it would not be surprising to exclude Xia country at this juncture. Simultaneously, an article surfaced on a popular platform, Futile Endeavor. The Stellarator is utterly incapable of achieving controlled nuclear fusion. As time progressed, The influence of this article began to ferment gradually. The power of the internet is immensely formidable, and within a mere span of a few hours, the article surged to the top of the trending topics on Weibo. Upon returning from Congressman Li's office, Lu Yongchang did not take a moment's respite, but promptly entered the nuclear physics laboratory at Sandao University. He needed to expedite the commencement of the second controllable nuclear fusion experiment. Only by achieving a sustained controllable nuclear fusion within the stellarator could he propose to Congressman Li the construction of a fusion demonstration reactor. What nonsense is this? It infuriates me. Just as Lu Yongchang was engrossed in analyzing the data collected from the first ignition at his desk, the office door was thrust open, and Fong Su's irate voice came echoing from the entrance. Observing Fong Su's flushed demeanor, Lu Yongchang was momentarily taken aback and immediately set down his pen to inquire. What has happened? Which researcher has miscalculated the data this time? Upon hearing Lu Yongchang's question, Fong Su shook his head repeatedly, then retrieved his phone from his pocket, unlocked the screen, and placed it before Lu Yongchang, saying, "Look at what's being said online. It's utterly infuriating. Even the most absurd clowns can utter a few words." A hint of confusion appeared in Lu Yongchang's eyes as his curiosity drew him to the phone screen on the desk. Upon recognizing the familiar interface, he couldn't help but chuckle. "Oh, academician Fong, you're browsing that site too." Fong Su shot a glare at Lu Yongchang, retorting, "What nonsense. I don't browse that site. This is a link sent to me by a friend." Lu Yongchang shook his head with a smile and swiped the screen. Futile. The stellarator can never achieve controllable nuclear fusion. The moment he saw the title, his brows raised slightly, and his expression grew considerably more serious. The article was not lengthy, merely a few hundred words. However, its content was rather glaring. The first half of the article objectively delineated the differences between the stellarator and the tokamak device, emphasizing that the stellarator was a discarded apparatus of Western nations. Upon reading this, Lu Yongchang lifted his gaze in astonishment towards Fong Su, exclaiming, "What is wrong with this? Isn't it well written? These are indeed facts." Fong Su sighed deeply, urging him, "Keep reading." With a look of skepticism, Lu Yongchang glanced at Fong Su, then resumed scrolling down the screen. Gradually, he began to sense the emerging issues. The first half of the article presented itself as a righteous popular science piece. However, the latter half took a rather skewed turn. Firstly, it stated that the ITER tokamak could sustain fusion reactions for as long as 26 minutes. Contrasting this with the deficiencies of the stellarator, which managed only about 2 minutes of fusion reaction during the initial ignition experiment. Furthermore, the article explicitly claimed that Sandao University had secured a staggering 1 billion yuan in research funding due to this stellarator project. At the article's conclusion, the author vehemently criticized the nuclear physics laboratory at Sandao University with extremely fierce rhetoric, monetizing ambitions, craving grand achievements, and squandering the public resources of Xia Nation. This article utterly belittles Sandao University and its nuclear physics laboratory. See that? I have no idea who the author is, but if I find out, I will surely confront them with clenched teeth, growled Fong Su from nearby. Contrasting Fong Su's fiery reaction, Lu Yongchang nonchalantly closed the webpage and returned the phone to Fong Su. Witnessing Lu Yongchang's composed demeanor, Fong Su's emotions faltered. Bewildered, he reached out to retrieve his phone. "Yongchang, aren't you angry?" To him, this article was tantamount to an open insult aimed squarely at them. As an academician of the Academy of Sciences, Fong Su admitted to himself that he could not swallow this affront. He assumed that Lu Yongchang, as the chief engineer of the controlled nuclear fusion project, would be even more incensed. Yet reality struck Fong Su like a slap in the face. Lu Yongchang chuckled softly and shook his head slowly. "It's merely some internet influencer spreading confusing notions. There's no need to get angry. What? Should we drop our work to write a rebuttal online?" Fong Su was momentarily speechless. Lu Yongchang glanced down at the data spread across the table and remarked indifferently, "We are scientists. Such fleeting slights and honors are beneath our concern. I believe that once we successfully operate controlled nuclear fusion on the stellar simulator, these so-called rumors will naturally dissipate. Never forget what controlled nuclear fusion means to Xia Nation." With that, Lu Yongchang returned his full attention to the documents before him. Fong Su stood there, his expression a complex mixture of astonishment and contemplation. After more than 40 years of life, he had never encountered such clarity from someone barely in their 20s. Controlled nuclear fusion was not a matter of personal pride or disgrace. It was a matter of national destiny unseen in a century. Although Lu Yongchang had set the matter aside, Jiang Yongxing, dean of Sandow University's Nuclear Physics Institute, could not let it rest. After all, this was a slander against Sandow University. He immediately reported the incident to Minister Hong Qiming. Understood. I will have someone investigate this matter thoroughly. Minister Hong Qiming's grave voice came through the receiver. Chapter 24. The second nuclear fusion experiment commences. In the capital of Xi'an Nation, within a modest villa, a man clad in high-end designer attire and wearing rimless glasses fixed his gaze intently on a computer screen. The screen displayed an author's dashboard. On the homepage, an article had garnered countless likes and comments. The camera zoomed in, revealing the article's title. It was that very piece published on a certain platform, assailing Sandow University. As the number of likes and comments soared, a cold smile curled the man's lips. This article was likely to bring him substantial profit. With that thought, he pressed the F5 key repeatedly. The web page refreshed, but instead of appearing on the homepage, the article was replaced by a blank gray screen. What on earth was happening? The man abruptly rose from his chair, his expression a tumultuous blend of emotions. A dreadful suspicion began to take shape in his mind. He maneuvered the mouse, positioning the cursor over a gray article title, and gently clicked the left button. Greetings, Deng Haochu. Your article has been flagged for reasons pertaining to a 404 error. As he beheld the crimson characters on the screen, Deng Haochu's countenance transformed in an instant. Damn it! He hastily dragged the mouse to switch to the revenue interface, where a glaring 0 met his gaze. Bang! He slammed his hand against the computer desk, causing the screen to tremble. Cursed Sandow University. Deng Haochu was acutely aware that such a predicament could only be orchestrated by someone within the institution. This matter was far from over. A glint of cold resolve flickered in his eyes. The thought of his vanishing income, amounting to tens of millions, sent a pang of anguish across his face. A week later, with the article purged from the internet, the negative public sentiment gradually dissipated. Meanwhile, Sandow University was once again under strict surveillance. The reason was straightforward. The second controlled nuclear fusion experiment was set to commence within the university's nuclear physics laboratory. Inside the library of Sandow University, Su Yutong furrowed her brow, lifting her gaze from the exercise book before her, instinctively glancing towards the adjacent seat. As usual, it was utterly vacant. She slightly closed her eyes and let out a deep sigh. Ever since her encounter with Lu Yongchang, she had become almost enchanted, returning to the library at the same time each day in hopes of another serendipitous meeting. However, after more than 10 days of disappointment, her previously restless heart began to settle. Perhaps, the graduate student merely visited the library on rare occasions. Yutong. Just as Su Yutong was lost in contemplation, a crisp voice called out from nearby. She flinched slightly and turned around abruptly. Upon recognizing the newcomer, her tense demeanor relaxed a bit. Chinyan, what brings you here? Chinyan shot her a sidelong glance, exclaiming, What? Am I not allowed to come? She continued with a teasing tone, I don't know what has gotten into you. Sitting in this little corner of the library every day. Are you waiting for someone? Caught off guard by the revelation of her secret, Su Yutong's eyes flashed with a hint of panic. You, don't say such things. This is a library. Keep your voice down. Chinyan cast her another sidelong glance. Keep it down? Have you even looked around to see if anyone else is here? Su Yutong paused in surprise and quickly stood up, surveying her surroundings. The vast library was entirely deserted. What is going on? Chinyan sighed deeply, a look of exasperation crossing her features. My dear lady, didn't you see yesterday's announcement from the school? Su Yutong shook her head in confusion. Chinyan stepped closer, taking Su Yutong's right hand. Come on, let's hurry back to the dormitory. The school issued an announcement last night, instructing all students not to leave their dormitories unless absolutely necessary. I truly cannot fathom how you managed to emerge today. Were it not for my knowledge of your daily visits to the library, I would be at a loss regarding where to seek you. Su Yutong's eyes reflected deep confusion. Why is this the case? Chinyan tugged at Su Yutong, steering her towards the dormitory. Why? Are you feigning ignorance, or do you genuinely not understand? Our school's nuclear physics laboratory is set to conduct its second controlled nuclear fusion experiment today. Within the nuclear physics laboratory, Lu Yongchang's countenance was grave as he observed the chaotic apparatus of the mock star device before him. Let us commence. Without further ado, Lu Yongchang addressed Fong Su beside him. Fong Su nodded slightly, and turned to issue commands to the researchers nearby. The familiar procedures commenced. As the electric switch was activated, a resonant hum filled the air, and an immensely powerful current surged through the superconducting coils, creating a closed, distorted magnetic cage within the mock star device. During the brief interlude as the heating apparatus began its preheating phase, Feng Su, with a furrowed brow, inquired of Lu Yongchang. Yongchang, how long do you believe we can sustain this experiment's controlled nuclear fusion? Upon hearing this question, Lu Yongchang cast a peculiar glance at Feng Su. What does it mean to ask how long? In Lu Yongchang's view, the current mock star device, aside from lacking a connection to a generator, bore a striking resemblance to the large fusion reactors of the future. At the very least, all necessary components were now present. Brother Su, I believe the answer to that question hinges on how long you wish to maintain it. Feng Su's pupils contracted sharply. The implications of this statement had yet to fully register when a researcher nearby called out loudly, Professor Lu, the preheating is complete. Without the luxury of elaborating to Feng Su, Lu Yongchang firmly commanded, inject deuterium-tritium gas. Prepare for ignition. At the moment the deuterium-tritium gas transformed into high-temperature plasma within the mock star device, a laser beam instantly struck the surface of the plasma. In mere seconds, the flame of fusion was reignited. Reports of a substantial neutron presence flooded in. The nuclear fusion reaction was occurring as anticipated. Lu Yongchang's expression grew increasingly serious. Monitor the deuterium-tritium material levels closely. Should they dwindle, replenish immediately. Unlike the previous experiment, this time Lu Yongchang's objective was to sustain controlled nuclear fusion over an extended duration. Therefore, it was imperative not to repeat the earlier experiment's fate, where the fusion reaction ceased once the fuel was depleted. What is the status of heat dissipation? Lu Yongchang inquired in a solemn tone. The researcher responsible for temperature monitoring promptly replied, the heat dissipation system is functioning optimally. The surface temperature of the mock star device is 25 degrees Celsius. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 27 minutes. As the duration of the nuclear fusion reaction surpassed the ITER's record of 26 minutes, Feng Su's face was a mixture of exhilaration and trepidation. The exhilaration stemmed from their achievement of a new record, while the trepidation was ignited by the recollection of Lu Yongchang's previous mention of the 30-minute threshold of the tokamak device. Time passed, second by second. The 30-minute threshold elapsed under Lu Yongchang's unremarkable expression. He glanced at the time, a slight smile gracing his lips. 35 minutes had elapsed. It was nearly time to cease. Under the systematic operations of a group of researchers, the heating system gradually came to a halt, and the current flowing through the superconducting coils diminished steadily. Ultimately, the flames of nuclear fusion within the stellar simulator slowly extinguished. Chapter 25. Unveiling the Dark Secrets? In the capital, within an exceedingly inconspicuous small bungalow, Deng Haochu sat with a grim expression on a somewhat worn sofa. This was a modest studio for a small program, visible only on extremely obscure channels. Yet, it was his sole means of retaliation at present. With a sudden clap, the studio lights illuminated. Deng Haochu surveyed his surroundings. A slight twitch at the corners of his mouth. To be frank, the studio was rather rudimentary. Aside from a green screen at the back, there were only 2 slightly tattered sofas remaining. Directly in front stood a camera, while a group of extras sat on small stools, posing as the audience. Observing their expressionless faces, Deng Haochu let out a deep sigh. The only solace was that the beautiful host was somewhat pleasing to the eye. Mr. Deng, the program is about to commence. Since we are live, there are a few things you should be mindful of, the female host said, a sweet smile gracing her face as she spoke softly to Deng Haochu. He nodded repeatedly, though a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. Such a studio. And they dared to broadcast live? What a farce. Which television station would allow such a program to air live? The host, noticing the contempt in Deng Haochu's gaze, felt a flicker of displeasure. Wasn't he merely a certain influential figure? Being invited to this program was already a courtesy. How dare he show disdain for the production team? With a silent scoff in her heart, she thought to herself that she was eager to see what this so-called influential figure would utter. As this crossed her mind, her smile grew increasingly sweet. In the next moment, she turned to face the camera, and as the red light illuminated, she spoke with a lively tone and clear enunciation. Hello, dear viewers. I am your host, Yi. The theme of today's program is the recently hot topic of controllable nuclear fusion engineering. Our production team has specially invited an expert in the field of nuclear fusion Mr. Deng Haochu. Mr. Deng, could you share with us some insights into controllable nuclear fusion? As she spoke, the host Yi turned her gaze towards Deng Haochu. Perhaps due to the nerves of being on television for the first time, Deng Haochu's expression appeared somewhat rigid, and he awkwardly greeted the camera. Hello everyone, I am Deng Haochu. Recently, the Xia country announced its withdrawal from the ITER program, which took me by surprise. What exactly is the ITER program? Yi inquired, perfectly timing her question. Deng Haochu hurriedly elaborated on the contents of the ITER project. Then continued, I estimate that withdrawing from the ITER program will greatly impact Xia country's controllable nuclear fusion endeavors. If all goes as expected, we will once again fall behind the Western powers. The host, Yi, looked at Deng Haochu with astonishment. However, not long ago, Sandow University announced the successful ignition of its controllable nuclear fusion project. How do you explain that? A glint of insight flashed in Deng Haochu's eyes. Finally, this was the question he had been anticipating. A faint smirk crept onto his somewhat rigid face. As a professional who has been researching controllable nuclear fusion, I can clearly inform you that the news of Sandow University's successful ignition is rife with exaggeration. Firstly, the controllable nuclear fusion device used by Sandow University is an obsolete imitation star device discarded by Country D, which has already been abandoned by major Western nations. Secondly, the duration of Sandow University's controllable nuclear fusion is a mere 2 minutes. Host E nodded thoughtfully. So, your point is, what can 2 minutes of controllable nuclear fusion achieve? A hint of derision flickered in Deng Haochu's eyes. Even Ultraman needs 3 minutes to defeat a small monster, doesn't he? As soon as he spoke, laughter erupted from the audience. Witnessing the previously lifeless crowd now animated, Deng Haochu felt a surge of energy. I can also share another statistic. The controllable nuclear fusion duration achieved by ITER has reached 26 minutes. The disparity between the two is nothing short of astronomical. Host E interjected again. So, according to you, Mr. Deng, Sandow University's controllable nuclear fusion duration certainly does not exceed the current record held by ITER, correct? Deng Haochu shot a displeased glance at the host, feeling a bit frustrated by the repeated interruptions. No wonder she remained a host of such a minor program. Considering the ongoing recording, he suppressed his irritation. Indeed, if my memory serves me right, Sandow University will conduct its second controllable nuclear fusion experiment today. If all goes as anticipated, they will soon face the challenges of the imitation star device. Deng Haochu said meaningfully to the host. Oh, Mr. Deng, do you mean to imply that the design of the imitation star device has fatal flaws? The host inquired. Deng Haochu nodded knowingly, a smile playing on his lips. Absolutely. Controllable nuclear fusion requires extremely high temperatures. The plasma temperature within a fusion reactor must reach at least hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius. The greatest issue with the imitation star device lies in its complex mechanisms, should any error occur. The plasma at such extreme temperatures would directly contact the inner chamber of the imitation star device. Imagine that scene. As he spoke, Deng Haochu's expression grew increasingly audacious. I can also reveal a secret. Sandow University has secured $1 billion in research funding from the Xia country parliament using this outdated imitation star device. In my view, this is sheer nonsense. What kind of research is this? It is nothing but a scheme to make money. A wave of murmurs arose from the audience in an instant. Feeling the eager gazes directed towards him, Deng Hao experienced a profound sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, the host beside him wore a rather peculiar expression. Ahem, Mr. Deng. This program is being broadcast live. Please be mindful of your words. Perhaps caught up in the fervor of the moment, Deng Hao disregarded the host's gentle reminder and proclaimed loudly, What? What's wrong with being live? Recently, I exposed the dark secrets of Sandow University on a certain platform, and my post was deleted. This clearly indicates the extent of the underhanded dealings going on at Sandow University. Today, I intend to unveil the truth about Sandow University before the vast audience. The host, Yi, looked at the seemingly frenzied Deng Hao, momentarily unsure of how to proceed. After all, she was merely a small-time host, completely at a loss in the face of such an unexpected situation. Just as chaos erupted on stage, a staff member suddenly rushed up, leaning in to whisper a few words into Yi's ear. What? Yi stared at the staff member in shock. Are you serious? Upon receiving a nod in response, she instinctively glanced at Deng Hao, her eyes flashing with determination. Chapter 26. News from Xia Country Ahem. The female host gently cleared her throat, interrupting Deng Hao's impassioned speech. Mr. Deng, there is some news I believe you should hear. Interrupted once more, Deng Hao resembled a sorcerer whose spell had been disrupted. His face flushed with anger as he glared at the host. Can't you let me finish? The host offered an apologetic smile and softly replied, according to reports, Sandow University has successfully completed its second nuclear fusion experiment. The modified stellarator has achieved a controlled nuclear fusion lasting 35 minutes, surpassing the previous record of 26 minutes set by ITER. Deng Hao's pupils dilated slightly as he stood frozen in place. Mr. Deng? The host, with a glint of cunning in her eyes, gently reminded him. Mr. Deng, did you hear what I just said? Deng Hao snapped back to reality, his complexion paling dramatically as he muttered to himself. No, it's impossible. This cannot be true. Mr. Deng, this is the announcement released by Sandow University. The host kindly pointed out. Deng Hao's mouth twitched as he suddenly shouted, Impossible. It must be a cover-up. The stellarator could never operate stably for 35 minutes. Bang! Just as Deng Hao was shouting in the studio, a loud noise echoed from the entrance. All eyes turned towards the studio door, where several stern-faced men in police uniforms entered, striding directly towards Deng Hao. Are you Deng Hao? Please come with us. As he spoke, the leading policeman withdrew his identification from his pocket and waved it before Deng Haochu. Evening fell upon a villa in the capital city. As usual, after dinner, Lu Guqing sat on the sofa, reached for the remote control nearby, switched on the television, and tuned it to the news channel, awaiting the daily broadcast. When the clock on the wall struck 7, a familiar melody emanated from the television. Dear viewers, welcome to today's Xiaoguan News. Our latest report, this afternoon. The Nuclear Physics Laboratory at Sandow University in the capital successfully conducted its second controlled nuclear fusion experiment. The experiment was an unqualified success, extending the duration of controlled nuclear fusion to 35 minutes, surpassing the previous record of 26 minutes set by ITER. Upon hearing this, Lu Guqing's pupils dilated slightly, and he suddenly clapped his hands. Impressive. The nuclear physics department at Sandow University truly lives up to its top-tier reputation. From the kitchen came Zhou Qingru's slightly reproachful voice. I say, why are you shouting over there? You won't even help clear the dishes. Hearing his wife's complaint, Lu Guqing smiled sheepishly and quickly fell silent. Our latest news. The chief engineer of the controlled nuclear fusion project is a sophomore undergraduate from Sandow University. Before Lu Guqing could fully comprehend this, the television screen shifted. The footage showed a young man in a white short-sleeved shirt, holding a whiteboard marker as he inscribed the final line of text on a blackboard. Under the leadership of student Lu Yongchang, the Sandow Nuclear Physics Laboratory overcame numerous technical challenges and successfully realized controlled nuclear fusion technology in the laboratory. Meanwhile, various clips played on the screen, depicting Lu Yongchang conducting research in the laboratory. At this moment, Lu Guqing was overwhelmed with disbelief. He slowly rose to his feet, gazing at the television with an incredulous expression, and exclaimed loudly, Qingru. Qingru, come and see this. From the kitchen came Zhou Qingru's impatient voice. What is there to see? Don't you know I'm still washing dishes? Our son is on the news. The moment these words left his mouth, a clatter of utensils echoed from the kitchen. In the next instant, Zhou Qingru, apron tied around her waist, rushed into the living room, her expression tinged with anxiety. What has happened? What about our son? Lu Guqing opened his mouth, but could not utter a single word. He felt that no words could adequately express the turmoil within his heart at that very moment. Helplessly, he pointed at the television screen before him. Is this our son? Zhou Qingru stared at the screen in stunned silence. Gradually, a look of astonishment dawned in her eyes, perhaps due to the importance of the controlled nuclear fusion project. Xiaoguan News devoted a full 5 minutes to this report, including 2 minutes dedicated entirely to introducing Lu Yongchang. The television image flickered slightly, returning to the news anchor's interface. Whatever news followed, Lu Guqing and Zhou Qingru did not hear a single word. At this moment, the two individuals stood in a daze before the television, their expressions fixed as they gazed at the screen. After a prolonged silence, LV Guqing swallowed hard and regained his composure. This rascal has accomplished such a significant feat without uttering a word. I must call him and give him a proper scolding. As he spoke, LV Guqing reached for the mobile phone resting on the coffee table. In the next instant, Zhou Qingru shot a fierce glare at her husband. What do you think you are doing? LV Guqing's hand froze mid-motion. And he sheepishly replied to his wife, I was just going to call our son and inquire about the situation. Zhou Qingru rolled her eyes and retorted, can such matters be casually discussed? What if it pertains to some confidential issue? Do you want to put Yongchang in jeopardy? LV Guoqing's expression stiffened, and he slowly withdrew his hand. So, are we just to wait idly? Just as the couple was embroiled in their dilemma, a phone rang. It was Zhou Qingru's mobile. Her expression shifted slightly, and she hurriedly bent down to grab her phone from the table. Upon seeing the caller ID, a smile of excitement blossomed on her face. It's Yongchang calling. LV Guoqing's eyes lit up, and he urged in a hushed tone, answer it. Quickly, pick it up. Zhou Qingru nodded vigorously and promptly connected the call. Mom. As she activated the speakerphone, LV Yongchang's voice resonated from the device. Yongchang, what on earth is going on with the news from Xiaogua? Are you involved in nuclear fusion? Before Zhou Qingru could respond, LV Guoqing eagerly interjected with his question. A hint of hesitation laced LV Yongchang's voice. Zhou Qingru shot a warning glance at LV Guoqing and quickly added, Yongchang, don't mind your father. If it pertains to any confidentiality regulations, you need not disclose anything to us. A light chuckle echoed from the other end of the line. It's not about confidentiality. I simply didn't expect that this matter would make it to the Xiaogua news. Yes, I am indeed researching controllable nuclear fusion technology. So, you are now the chief engineer of the controllable nuclear fusion project in Xiaogua. LV Guoqing's question left LV Yongchang momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the news would be revealed so publicly. However, it was not something to be ashamed of, and LV Yongchang readily acknowledged it. LV Guoqing and Zhou Qingru exchanged glances, and after a period of silence, Zhou Qingru spoke softly, Yongchang, remember to take care of yourself. Hearing this, LV Yongchang felt a slight sting in his nose, and for a moment, he was choked with emotion. Chapter 27. When do you plan to graduate? As the news from Xiaogua aired, the trending topics on Weibo rapidly updated. Shocking. A second-year student from Sandao University, actually the controllable nuclear fusion experiment, has been a resounding success, and the chief engineer is him. Around 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening, the time when most ordinary people surf the internet, such eye-catching headlines naturally drew considerable attention. Within mere minutes of the news breaking, the comment section was utterly inundated. Wait, did I read that correctly? A second-year student, chief engineer of the controllable nuclear fusion project? Is today April Fool's Day? Upstairs, this is what the news from the Summer Nation has reported. It must be true. Goodness, what on earth is this? Alas, I am uneducated, yet a simple exclamation suffices for me. Observing the lives of others in their sophomore year, and then reflecting on my own. What a stark contrast. Is that not one of my classmates? Please, share your story. At this very moment, the nuclear physics laboratory at Sandao is brightly illuminated. In the office, LV Yongchang sets down his phone, a complex expression crossing his features. He has just concluded a call with his parents. Recalling his mother's final words, he is engulfed by an indescribable feeling. Though in his previous life his parents lived comfortably under the protection of the Summer Nation as the chief scientist, he is fated to have no time to be with them. Should he carve out some time to visit them? A thought slowly surfaces in the depths of his mind. Yet, in the next instant, he shakes his head, dispelling the notion. The sword of Damocles still looms over all humanity. He cannot afford to falter. Knock, knock, knock. A rhythmic tapping interrupts his reverie. LV Yongchang straightens his expression and softly says, Come in. The door is unlocked. The office door opens slowly, revealing Fong Su at the threshold, beaming with a smile. Congratulations, Chief Engineer LV. You are now renowned. LV Yongchang rolls his eyes in exasperation, closing the cap of his pen. Brother Su, you are not here to pester me over such trivial matters, are you? Fong Su quickly shakes his head, denying. Of course not. Director Jiang sent me to relay a message to you. Director Jiang? LV Yongchang's interest is piqued. What does Director Jiang want with me? Fong Su regards LV Yongchang with a rather peculiar expression and whispers, Director Jiang inquired when you plan to graduate. LV Yongchang. Graduate? His expression begins to reflect the same peculiarity. Upon reflection, he realizes he is merely a sophomore undergraduate. Can I even graduate like this? Speaking of which, I have yet to write my thesis. LV Yongchang nervously touches the tip of his nose. Not to mention the thesis. How long has it been since he attended class? It is likely that the professors in his field have nearly forgotten him. Fong Su gazes at LV Yongchang with a similarly bewildered expression. To be honest, He has never encountered such an unusual undergraduate. He has yet to complete his thesis, yet he leads academicians in the research and development of controllable nuclear fusion. Fang Su's brow furrows momentarily as he mutters to himself. This issue, Director Jiang did not mention either. Lu Yongchang, now in a cold sweat, looks at Fang Su. What should I do? Am I to return to class now? Can my GPA even be salvaged? Fang Su shakes his head vigorously. No. That won't do. Return to class? That is absurd. We are just a step away from achieving controllable nuclear fusion. And the chief engineer is going back to attend sophomore classes? Just listen to yourself. Does that make any sense? After a moment of contemplation, Fang Su's eyes suddenly brighten, and he exclaims, I have a solution. You need not worry about your GPA. I trust that the leaders in the department would not obstruct your graduation process over this matter. The current focus lies on your thesis. Upon saying this, Fang Su revealed a hint of apprehension in his eyes. He believed that the department's leaders would not, nor could they, hinder Lu Yongchang's graduation due to his thesis. After all, he is the chief engineer of the controlled nuclear fusion project. If word got out that a scientist of academic stature had not even graduated from university, it would certainly reflect poorly on the department's leadership, wouldn't it? However, Fang Su contemplated another issue. The absence of a formal thesis would indeed tarnish one's resume. How about you compile the data from our laboratory and submit a paper to science? Let that serve as your thesis. What do you think? Lu Yongchang's lips twitched slightly in resignation as he nodded. Then it must be done this way. Well, an undergraduate thesis being a paper in science, he mused. Will he not be submitting to extraterrestrials when he seeks to be elected as an academician in the future? Should I start organizing the data now? Fang Su shook his head repeatedly. No rush. Such a simple task doesn't require your involvement. How about this? I will have one of my doctoral students assist you with the thesis. You can continue with your work. Lu Yongchang's lips twitched again. Good heavens. Having a doctoral student do his undergraduate thesis seems rather excessive, doesn't it? By the way, Fang Su casually remarked, the Minister Hong might come looking for you in a couple of days. Lu Yongchang's expression stiffened slightly as he momentarily cast aside thoughts of his thesis. Minister Hong? What is it? Fang Su pondered for a moment before continuing. I suspect he wishes to introduce you to Congressman Li. After all, the laboratory has achieved prolonged controlled nuclear fusion, and surely, it is time for Xia country to begin preparations for constructing a demonstration reactor, isn't it? Lu Yongchang felt a stir of excitement within. A demonstration reactor? This is unlike the small-scale simulators in the lab. It is a large device intended for the electrical grid of Xia country. However, this raises a significant issue. A demonstration reactor is not merely about igniting nuclear fusion. It must generate electricity, at the very least, right? We cannot expend a fortune only to create a device that ignites nuclear fusion but fails to produce electricity. So, should we consider our choice of generator? Upon hearing Lu Yongchang's question, Fang Su paused momentarily, instinctively responding, a generator? What can we choose besides boiling water? Lu Yongchang sighed with a wry smile. Indeed, that is the reality. Throughout human history, from the steam age to the information era, it seems we have never escaped the fate of boiling water. Even the most advanced controlled nuclear fission power plants generate electricity by boiling water. Even in my previous life, all nuclear fusion plants on Earth employed this simple and rudimentary method of boiling water. In a moment of profound reflection, his eyes flickered subtly as a fragment of memory surged through his mind. Perhaps, he mused, the magnetohydrodynamic generator could be a viable avenue to explore. Chapter 28. The magnetohydrodynamic generator. The concept of the magnetohydrodynamic generator had, in fact, emerged long ago. It operates on the principle of the Hall effect, utilizing a conductive fluid, such as air or liquid, moving relative to a magnetic field to generate electricity. By eliminating the intermediary mechanical energy conversion stage, the device achieves significantly enhanced power generation efficiency. In a previous life, he had contemplated employing this technology for electricity generation. Yet, constrained by time, he lacked the opportunity for in-depth research and reluctantly resorted to the comparatively straightforward method of generating power by boiling water. This time, however, he possessed an abundance of time at his disposal. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Lu Yongchang's eyes as he reached for a blank sheet of paper, smoothing it meticulously across his desk. Su, come and examine this proposal, he beckoned, uncapping a pen and beginning to sketch directly upon the pristine page. Observing Lu Yongchang's actions, Fang Su's brow furrowed with curiosity. Was there truly a need for a plan beyond the simple boiling water method? With so many controlled nuclear fission power plants in the Xia Nation, why not simply replicate an existing design? Contemplating this, Fang Su stepped closer to scrutinize the white A4 sheet before Lu Yongchang. The straight, precise lines on the paper elicited a note of admiration in Fang Su's eyes. "Your drafting skills are impressive," he remarked. Lu Yongchang paused abruptly, then smiled and explained, "I taught myself. Otherwise, how else could I have drawn those schematic diagrams on the blackboard back then?" Fang Su nodded appreciatively. Such skill was not easily acquired. Not by him, certainly. Indeed, even among academicians at the Academy of Sciences, few possessed such a level of proficiency in drafting. Silence gradually enveloped the office, broken only by the sound of their breathing and the gentle scratching of Lu Yongchang's pen gliding over the paper. Suddenly, Fang Su's brow lifted sharply. As the lines on the blueprint took shape, he discerned the device Lu Yongchang was illustrating, a magneto-hydrodynamic generator. Without pausing, Lu Yongchang chuckled lightly and nodded affirmatively. "Exactly. The magneto-hydrodynamic generator. In my view, it is unequivocally the most suitable apparatus for controlled nuclear fusion." Fang Su's brow knitted deeply. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke with a weighty tone. "Yongchang, I am aware that magneto-hydrodynamic generators boast high efficiency. However, they suffer from several critical drawbacks, and the technology remains immature. Would it not be reckless to apply it directly to controlled nuclear fusion?" Lu Yongchang's pen came to an abrupt halt. He slowly raised his gaze to meet Fang Su's eyes, smiling as he shook his head. "Challenges? The constraints currently limiting magneto-hydrodynamic technology are merely twofold. First, it requires an inert gas containing trace amounts of alkaline metals such as potassium or cesium as the working fluid. Second, it must operate in a high-temperature environment. Am I mistaken?" Fang Su's gaze momentarily sharpened, and he gently nodded. "The first issue remains somewhat challenging to resolve at this stage. The technology for large-scale production of inert gas eludes us. According to our current technological capabilities, even if we were to utilize a magneto-hydrodynamic generator, the expenses would vastly exceed our expectations, despite the potential for recycling the working fluid." Lu Yongchang regarded Fang Su with a knowing look, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Brother Su, are you quite certain that we lack the technology for producing inert gas?" Fang Su's brow furrowed slightly as he meticulously recalled the information in his mind before slowly shaking his head. "I am certain, at least up until last week, I have not encountered any relevant technology in domestic or international journals." Lu Yongchang remained silent, casting a deep glance at Fang Su before resuming his writing with a steel pen on paper. Witnessing this, Fang Su's frown deepened, an inexplicable sense of agitation rising from within. He had a vague premonition that he was overlooking something exceedingly significant. Yet, he could not pinpoint what it was. "Yongchang." Fang Su's eyes betrayed a hint of urgency as he quietly inquired, "What technology are you referring to? Please, do enlighten me." Lu Yongchang continued to hold his silence, merely tapping the tip of his pen lightly against the desk. Fang Su, drawn by Lu Yongchang's actions, cast his gaze down towards the blank sheet of paper before him. A line of elegant penmanship emerged on the page. 12H13H2, 4He01N, 176 MeV. This was the reaction formula for deuterium-tritium fusion. Staring at the familiar equation, Fang Su stood frozen in place. His lips quivered slightly, and a smile gradually spread across his cheeks. "So that's it. No wonder I felt I had overlooked something pivotal." Having considered all external factors, he had inadvertently neglected the most crucial internal element. Unlike conventional thermal power generation or nuclear fission plants, deuterium-tritium fusion inherently produces helium gas. When hydrogen, 2, and hydrogen, 3 undergo fusion under high-temperature conditions, they yield helium, 4, and neutrons. This was practically high school physics, yet he, an academician, had overlooked it. Fang Su shook his head with a wry smile. "In that case, the first challenge has been surmounted." The mirth in Lu Yongchang's eyes became even more pronounced. "As for the second challenge, does it still pose a difficulty for us now?" Fang Su, momentarily taken aback, then abruptly slapped his forehead. What is wrong with my mind lately? The new materials for the reactor of the antimatter generator can withstand the high temperatures of controlled nuclear fusion. Surely, they can also endure the 2,000 to 3,000 K temperatures during the operation of the magneto-hydrodynamic generator. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. pacing back and forth in Lu Yongchang's office with his hands clasped behind his back. Yes, yes, yes. The deuterium-tritium fusion reactor inherently produces helium gas. Moreover, it generates high-temperature gases exceeding millions of degrees Celsius. We need not expend energy to heat it. This is simply the quintessential power generation solution. Lu Yongchang chuckled softly as he handed the sketch on the table to Feng Su. Brother Su, could you ascertain if there are any talents in our Sandalka University in this area? If so, let us expedite the creation of a prototype. Let us strive to complete the first controllable nuclear fusion demonstration reactor within 6 months. Feng Su, filled with excitement, reached out to accept the sketch from Lu Yongchang. Nodding emphatically, "Good. Rest assured, I shall take care of this matter. I guarantee that within 2 months, you will witness the prototype of the magnetohydrodynamic generator." Chapter 29. Project approval 2 days later. In the capital's first ring road, Lu Yongchang gazed at the somewhat antiquated architecture before him, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. "Let us go. Congressman Li is waiting for you." Upon noticing Lu Yongchang pause, Hong Qiming hastily urged him, "By the way, have you prepared the materials I asked for?" Lu Yongchang smiled and nodded, shaking the briefcase in his hand. "It's merely the budget report. I have had it ready for quite some time." Hearing this, Hong Qiming let out a slight sigh of relief. "That's good. I want to accompany you inside this time. You must handle everything on your own. Remember to remain composed and avoid making impractical statements like last time." With a resigned expression, Lu Yongchang nodded, tapping lightly on the heavy wooden door. He took a deep breath and gently rapped on it. "Come in," came a curt, authoritative voice from within. As he pushed the door open, Lu Yongchang saw Congressman Li seated behind the desk, a broad smile illuminating his face. "Yongchang, you have truly surprised me," Congressman Li exclaimed, standing up to approach Lu Yongchang. "Please, have a seat." Congressman Li settled himself first on the adjacent sofa. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yongchang graciously took a seat opposite him. "What are your plans moving forward?" Without any pleasantries, Congressman Li posed the question directly. Without hesitation, Lu Yongchang replied, "I propose we immediately commence the controllable nuclear fusion demonstration reactor project." Congressman Li's brow furrowed slightly. "A demonstration reactor? So soon?" Lu Yongchang nodded gently. "We currently possess relatively mature controllable nuclear fusion technology. I believe this is an opportunity." "Opportunity?" Congressman Li raised an eyebrow, intrigued as he regarded Lu Yongchang. "Indeed. A chance to surpass the United States. A chance for our nation to soar once more." Lu Yongchang's eyes sparkled as he articulated each word with conviction. Congressman Li's pupils dilated sharply as he scrutinized Lu Yongchang, murmuring, "You expressed similar sentiments during our last meeting. Did not Minister Hong remind you to remain composed? It would be wise to refrain from making overly ambitious statements." Lu Yongchang's expression turned serious as he slowly shook his head. "Minister Hong has indeed cautioned me. However, in my view, if we do not dare to entertain such thoughts, our nation will never surpass the United States. Perhaps in your eyes, controlled nuclear fusion is merely a more refined power generation device, capable of providing the summer nation with an inexhaustible supply of affordable energy. Am I correct?" Congressman Li fell into silence. After a long pause, he countered with a question, "Is that not so?" "Certainly not." Lu Yongchang's emotions surged. Controlled nuclear fusion signifies the key to unlocking a new era. This new era refers to the interstellar age. With controlled nuclear fusion as our energy source, we can cast our gaze much further. The Moon, Mars, and even the entire solar system. Armed with nuclear fusion energy, the summer nation could lead the charge into space. Observing Congressman Li's impassive demeanor, Lu Yongchang steeled himself and dropped a bombshell. "I have made some progress on the miniaturization project of the fusion reactor. If successful, Congressman Li, just envision our aircraft carriers, submarines, or fighter jets powered by nuclear fusion." At this moment, even Congressman Li could not maintain his composure. With a sudden movement, he sprang from the sofa, his gaze intensely fixed on Lu Yongchang. "Are you telling the truth?" Confronted with Congressman Li's piercing gaze, Lu Yongchang's heart raced. Originally, these words were not part of his plan. After all, in this lifetime, the summer nation has accelerated its progress by several years compared to the previous one. Logically, at the current rate of development, in 20 years, the summer nation should undoubtedly be able to escape the solar system. Yet, for some reason, a sense of unease lingered within him. Perhaps it was the lingering helplessness experienced during the helium flash explosion that left Lu Yongchang feeling like a soldier afflicted with a fear of inadequate firepower. Instead, he suffered from a fear of technological insufficiency, especially after witnessing the cutting-edge technologies within the confines of his mind's technological tree. He profoundly realized one truth. In the grand scheme of the universe, humanity is exceedingly insignificant. Certainly, Lu Yongchang nodded gently, his expression resolute. Congressman Li exhaled deeply, releasing a breath of tension. How confident are you? The moment he uttered this question, a spark of unprecedented brilliance illuminated Congressman Li's eyes. He could not deny that Lu Yongchang's words had struck a chord with him. Upon hearing this, a smile graced Lu Yongchang's face. He knew he had made another successful gamble. 90%. Lu Yongchang gazed steadfastly at Congressman Li. I can pledge my military oath that within 6 months, the miniaturized fusion reactor plan will undoubtedly achieve a breakthrough. Excellent. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Congressman Li's eyes. If that is the case, I shall place my trust in you this once. The current summer nation can still afford to take this risk. Lu Yongchang hastily seized the opportunity, opening his briefcase and retrieving a document, which he presented to Congressman Li. Congressman Li, this is the budget report from our laboratory discussions regarding the fusion demonstration reactor. Congressman Li's breath hitched momentarily. In the next instant, he cast a meaningful glance at Lu Yongchang. Have you been preparing to persuade me all along? What would you do if I refused? Lu Yongchang's expression darkened, and with a bitter smile, he remarked, Congressman Li, surely you wouldn't resort to such actions? Don't you wish to see our nation flourish? Congressman Li, momentarily taken aback, burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, how astute. I never imagined that at my age. I would be outshone in insight by a young lad like you. As he spoke, Congressman Li reached for the document in Lu Yongchang's hand, scrutinizing it with great care. Upon glancing at the final figures on the budget sheet, his demeanor shifted dramatically. Ahem, Lu Yongchang interjected, after all, this is a fusion power station. It is only natural for the costs to be substantial. Observing the sudden change in Li's expression, Lu Yongchang hastily began to explain, however, I assure you, once the fusion power station is completed, the returns will be exceedingly remarkable. Congressman Li looked at Lu Yongchang with a resigned expression, saying, rest assured, I am not one to go back on my word. 500 billion is indeed within our nation's capacity. Hearing this, Lu Yongchang let out a sigh of relief. That is reassuring. Congressman Li returned to his desk with the budget sheet in hand, then picked up a fountain pen from the table, inscribing 4 grandiose characters. Project approved. Chapter 30. This is an undergraduate thesis in the United States. At the editorial office of Science, Adam sat in his chair, yawning as he glanced at the wall clock. It was 5 p.m. Time to clock out. He stretched languidly, maneuvering the mouse to close a document on his computer screen. As an editor at Science, he was tasked daily with reviewing a multitude of manuscripts submitted from around the globe. Among these submissions, it was conservatively estimated that only 10 held any genuine merit. The reason was quite straightforward. Science is one of the world's premier journals, and countless researchers aspire to have their work published therein. This not only serves as a validation of their efforts, but also as a symbol of status. This has led to a rather vexing situation. Beyond the legitimate researchers, many amateur scientists, often referred to as citizen scientists, also submit their work to Science. It is no exaggeration to say that at least half of the emails Adam receives daily are from these citizen scientists, each offering increasingly outlandish conclusions. From watermill-based atomic cutting technology to anti-gravity devices and perpetual motion machines, Adam's inbox contains an endless array of papers that defy imagination. As he dragged yet another document to the trash bin, he sighed deeply. This particular article was a quintessential example of citizen science. The author boldly claimed to have solved the Goldbach conjecture, yet upon opening the file for a closer examination, Adam was horrified to discover that the author had not even grasped the fundamentals of the conjecture. Goodness, Michelle, you really ought to take a look at this paper. Adam muttered to himself as he deleted the submission. As Adam's words faded, a blonde, blue-eyed editor seated beside him curled her lips into a slight smile and turned to him, inquiring, "What is the matter? Have you come across yet another bizarre paper?" Adam ceased his actions, spun his chair around, and lamented to Michelle, "The author believes that the Goldbach conjecture proves 112. Michelle paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. "My goodness, Adam. I simply cannot fathom why you consistently encounter such peculiar papers. Adam shrugged in exasperation. Who knows? Ding. Just as Adam prepared to rise from his seat, a crisp notification chimed from the computer before him. Damn it, another submission. Adam glared indignantly at the idle Michelle beside him. It's simply unfair. I've reviewed 15 papers today, and 14 of them were duds. With a smile, Michelle shut down her computer and shrugged. Is that so? I often feel it's quite unfair when payday rolls around. Shall we switch places? Adam replied, let us not go there. He sheepishly returned to his own seat. Upon glancing at the title of the paper, his eyebrows shot up in surprise. Wow, it's a paper on controllable nuclear fusion. He turned to Michelle. Let us make a bet. I wager this paper is another dud. Hearing this, Michelle raised her finely arched brow and wheeled her chair closer to Adam. What's the wager? A dinner? A dinner it is, Adam said as he clicked to open the document. If it's at a Michelin-starred restaurant, I'm in. Michelle glanced at the email title, pondering for a moment before responding. Adam hesitated slightly as he maneuvered the mouse. A Michelin star does come at a price. However, recalling the experience of sifting through 14 duds today instilled an inexplicable confidence within him. All right, Michelin it is. I refuse to believe that with the day winding down, I'll encounter a legitimate paper. As he spoke, the document in the inbox was opened. Adam swiftly dragged the mouse to the author's section. Gasp. The moment he saw the name of the second author, he inhaled sharply. The second author of this paper was none other than the Nuclear Physics Laboratory of Sandow University in Xia Country. Adam's lips twitched slightly. You owe me a Michelin meal, don't forget. Michelle's eyes sparkled with barely contained amusement. Adam shook his head in resignation. Fine, Michelin it is. But what concerns me more is the first author of this paper. I don't believe I've heard of this Lu Yongchang in the field of nuclear physics. Michelle's expression grew serious. She furrowed her brow in contemplation for a moment before slowly shaking her head. I haven't heard of that name either. Could it be a newcomer? Adam, his expression grave, shook his head. He jotted down the name in a nearby notebook. That seems unlikely. Do you think a newcomer could secure the first author position on such a paper? The second author is from the Nuclear Physics Laboratory of Sandow University in Xia Country. Michelle slowly shook her head, expressing her uncertainty. I am not quite sure. Let us first examine the contents of the paper. Adam nodded gravely in response. Upon learning that the paper originated from Sandow University in the summer country, a noticeable seriousness enveloped his demeanor. The experimental results suggested that the simulator device could effectively prolong the duration of controlled nuclear fusion, 35 minutes? What on earth? Adam swiftly maneuvered his mouse, pulling up the experimental data section of the paper. As he gazed at the densely packed experimental data, his pupils dilated with astonishment. He murmured to himself, my goodness, wasn't the summer country just expelled from ITER? He could almost envision the expressions of those involved in ITER once this paper was published in Science. How extraordinary they would be. Suddenly, Michelle, sitting beside him, exclaimed softly, Adam, did you notice that? Adam looked at her with a puzzled expression. What is it? With disbelief etched on her face. Michelle pointed to the last page of the paper. Adam, don't you find the format of this paper somewhat familiar? Adam furrowed his brow and scrutinized the final page of the document. At the conclusion of this thesis, I must first express my gratitude to. His pupils constricted sharply. This is an undergraduate thesis. The following day, at Stanford University in the United States, Professor Collins arrived at his office early. As was his custom, suddenly, a rapid knocking echoed through the door. Just as he settled into his chair, Collins frowned slightly. Who is it? He called out curtly towards the door. Professor, it's me, came a somewhat flustered male voice from the hallway. His student, Aiden. With a furrowed brow, Collins replied in a low voice, come in. In an instant, the office door swung open, and a man in his 30s rushed in, visibly agitated. What is the matter? Collins snapped, his irritation palpable. Aiden, looking anxious, approached Collins's desk and placed a document in front of him. Professor, this is a newly published paper in Science. I believe you should take a look. Collins's frown deepened further as he cast a discontented glance at Aiden. Did I not instruct you not to disturb me before 9 o'clock in the morning? Upon hearing this, Aiden's expression shifted to one of urgency. Professor, this is different. The summer country may be on the brink of mastering controlled nuclear fusion technology. Collins's expression changed dramatically. What did you say? He quickly seized the paper on his desk and began to peruse it meticulously. Professor, is this true? Aiden asked, his face betraying his apprehension. Collins's countenance darkened, and he did not immediately respond to his student's inquiry. How could the simulator achieve 35 minutes of controlled nuclear fusion? This is impossible. It is worth noting that the proposal to eliminate the simulator was one he had initiated, although he was reluctant to admit it. The detailed data within the paper delivered a series of stinging revelations. Chapter 31, The Technological Competition. Unsurprisingly, this issue of Science has stirred quite a commotion within the academic circles of the United States and the world at large. The uproar intensified when it was discovered that the article published in the prestigious journal Science was, in fact, an undergraduate thesis. This revelation sparked fervent discussions among many. The paper even transcended the confines of academia. On Twitter, countless users expressed their astonishment. Good heavens, how can the disparity between individuals be so vast? How is it possible that an undergraduate thesis can make it into Science? What does this mean for the future? Are undergraduates from Xia country truly this remarkable? Yet, why are your points of focus so peculiar? Shouldn't the content of the paper be the primary concern? Ever since being ousted from ITER, Xia country's advancements in controllable nuclear fusion technology have surpassed those of the United States. This is perplexing. I recall that during the ITER discussions, it was claimed that Xia country had stolen experimental data. Did Xia country truly covet ITER's experimental findings? Albert, Mr. President, could you clarify this? Is the United States on the verge of being surpassed by Xia country? Albert, tell me, where is our taxpayer money going? In stark contrast to the boisterous online commentators, the atmosphere within the U.S. presidential office was thick with tension. Bang! With his golden hair tousled, Albert slammed his palm onto the desk, casting a shadowy gaze at the man before him. Anthony, I need an explanation. How did Xia country suddenly acquire such advanced controllable nuclear fusion technology? And what on earth is happening at ITER? How can so many top scientists be outperformed by a mere undergraduate from Xia country? Are you jesting with me? Do you comprehend what my followers are saying about me on Twitter? Anthony's expression was grim as he opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. Stepping forward, the silver-haired Professor Collins spoke in a raspy voice. Your Excellency, this matter is my oversight. The pace at which Xia country is advancing in controllable nuclear fusion research has exceeded my expectations. Upon hearing Professor Collins speak, Albert's countenance softened slightly. Then, Professor, what do you believe the United States should do next? At the President's inquiry, Collins's eyes flickered thoughtfully. After a moment of contemplation, he gradually responded, Your Excellency, the United States must accelerate its efforts. In the realm of controllable nuclear fusion, we cannot afford to lag behind Xia country. Albert nodded, deep in thought, and then his gaze shifted as he picked up a document from the desk and handed it to Professor Collins. Professor, Congress has approved your proposal and even allocated an additional 10 in funding. A glimmer of joy appeared in Collins's eyes as he reached out to accept the document. However, Albert's voice interrupted once more. However, there is one condition. Congress mandates that the first controllable nuclear fusion experimental facility must be completed within 3 years. Collins' expression shifted dramatically. Mr. President, this is impossible. 3 years is far too brief. He shook his head vigorously, like a rattle drum. What a jest. Constructing a large-scale tokamak device in just 3 years? It took ITER over a decade to come to fruition. 3 years. They probably haven't even laid the foundation yet. I cannot concern myself with that. Congress has made its decision, Albert replied with a nonchalant shrug. If you cannot accomplish this, rest assured, someone else will take your place. Professor Collins' countenance darkened. There was undeniable truth in Albert's words. This was a lucrative opportunity. Countless individuals in the American academic community were undoubtedly eyeing this enticing prospect. With that thought, a hint of a bitter smile appeared on Collins' face. Very well, I shall do my utmost. Albert nodded in satisfaction, reiterating with profound significance, remember, you have only 3 years. Collins bitterly acknowledged this with a nod. That very evening, Albert's Twitter account uploaded a video. In it, Albert, with a serious demeanor, sat behind the presidential desk and earnestly declared, first and foremost, on behalf of the United States, I extend my congratulations to the Summer Nation for successfully achieving controllable nuclear fusion in the laboratory. Over the past few days, I have noticed numerous inquiries on Twitter regarding a pressing question. Is the United States about to be surpassed by the Summer Nation? Or how is the development of controllable nuclear fusion technology in the United States progressing? Allow me to address these questions collectively. The United States has been wholly committed to the research of controllable nuclear fusion technology. Effective immediately, ITER will resume its controllable nuclear fusion experiments, and concurrently, the United States will construct a large-scale controllable nuclear fusion experimental facility within 3 years. Trust me, in 3 years, you will be harnessing electricity derived from nuclear fusion. Simultaneously, the official Twitter account of Summer Nation News released an announcement. Effective immediately, the project for the demonstration reactor of controllable nuclear fusion in Summer Nation has officially commenced. Due to time zone differences, it was precisely 6:00 a.m. in the capital. Nevertheless, within mere minutes, countless eager onlookers flooded the comments section of Summer Nation News post. Goodness! Is this truly a demonstration reactor? Does this imply that controllable nuclear fusion technology has matured? Oh my! It feels as though the world has shifted overnight. Interestingly, at the same moment, a message was released from the United States, where Albert had shared a video about controllable nuclear fusion on Twitter, inviting those interested to take a look. We beseech the esteemed figures to share it. We implore you to share it. It cannot be denied that the efficiency of netizens is extraordinarily powerful, especially when it comes to following sensational news, unleashing unprecedented potential. Within 10 minutes, a high-definition subtitled video was uploaded to Twitter. Moreover, some individuals condensed the content of the video into text and compared it with the announcement made by Summer Nation News. When the two sets of content were juxtaposed by discerning individuals, public opinion erupted. Goodness gracious! It feels as though the Summer Nation is gearing up to challenge the United States. Indeed, there seems to be some truth to this sentiment. I am reminded of the arms race once initiated by the United States. Amidst the fervent discussions, a novel term swiftly ascended the trending searches on social media: technological competition. Under the auspices of the higher echelons of the Summer Nation, the news account quietly updated its status. We shall never forget the humiliation endured by our researchers during the ITER project. The technology of controlled nuclear fusion is the key that unlocks the door to an interstellar future. The Summer Nation will never relinquish this technology without a struggle. In just a few sentences, the already charged atmosphere on social media was ignited. Countless netizens were moved to tears. After so many years, the Summer Nation has finally stood firm. In this lifetime, I have no regrets in choosing the Summer Nation. In the next life, I wish to cultivate flowers in my homeland. A stream of neatly articulated comments flashed beneath the Summer Nation's news account. Chapter 32. Site selection at Songhai Bay. Following the approval of the demonstration reactor project, Chief Engineer Lu Yongchang once again felt the long-lost sense of busyness. The first issue requiring resolution was the selection of the site for the demonstration reactor. Just as with fission reactors, the construction environment for fusion reactors necessitates thorough consideration. The first and foremost requirement is an abundance of water resources in proximity, whether freshwater or seawater. After all, the process of generating power through nuclear fusion produces a substantial amount of heat, and the most economical and practical method for cooling is to utilize nearby water resources. Secondly, the terrain must be flat. The fusion reactor requires the construction of numerous auxiliary facilities. It would be impractical to situate these facilities in a valley. Thirdly, and perhaps the most troublesome aspect of site selection, is the stability of geological conditions. Although fusion reactors are not as perilous as fission reactors, the deuterium-tritium fusion process still poses a minor radiation risk in the event of a leak. For safety reasons, it is preferable for controlled fusion reactors to be established in geologically stable areas. Thus, construction near seismic zones is strictly prohibited. After meticulous screening, Lu Yongchang set his sights on a prime location, Songhai Bay. The initial decision against establishing a fission power plant at Songhai Bay was primarily due to geographical considerations. An accident at a fission power plant could result in nuclear waste accumulating in the bay for an extended period, posing significant safety hazards for the Summer Nation. However, the risks associated with a fusion power plant are fundamentally different. In the event of an accident, should the magnetic confinement system of the fusion reactor cease operation, the fusion reactions would rapidly come to a halt. As for radioactive hazards, this distinction underscores the greatest difference between fusion and fission. Fission involves materials and byproducts that possess extreme radioactivity. Even nuclear waste contains a significant quantity of radioactive substances. In contrast, the fusion process, even when utilizing deuterium-tritium fusion, results in only tritium atoms containing a minimal amount of radioactivity, which is entirely manageable. Moreover, in Lu Yongchang's grand design, deuterium-tritium fusion is merely a transitional phase. with the ultimate aspiration being the much-lauded clean energy of helium-3 fusion. With the site selection completed, the specific construction plan for the controllable nuclear fusion demonstration facility has also been unveiled, as a document titled Construction Plan for the Controllable Nuclear Fusion Demonstration Facility quietly emerged. The most striking highlight of this document is the total man-hours required for construction, a mere 3 months. From the completion of site selection to the finalization of the facility, everything, according to the plans of Xi'an Nation, is to be accomplished within a span of just 3 months. Once this document was unearthed by those with a keen interest, the entire Xi'an Nation erupted in excitement. On the trending topics of Weibo, Wang Feng, who was just about to embark on a series of 16 concerts, found himself unceremoniously dethroned from the top spot. Total man-hours, 3 months. Infrastructure behemoth returns. Xi'an Nation speed. This sequence of trending topics not only startled Wang Feng, but also left the netizens, who were engrossed in gossip, utterly astonished. What? 3 months? Is there a mistake? It took 3 months just to lay the foundation for my house. Manual side-eye, to the commenter above. Do you really think the government would err on such a crucial document? Haha. Clearly, you are unaware of Xi'an Nation's standing in the international arena. Do you even know what it means to be an infrastructure behemoth? The United States. Do not believe rumors. Do not spread rumors. With the enthusiastic efforts of some netizens, a tempest soon swept through Twitter a few hours later. WTF? 3 months? Jesus. Xi'an Nation is utterly insane. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Can such a monumental project be completed in 3 months? In our country, 3 months isn't even enough time for workers to mix cement. This comment is clearly from a curious onlooker from Western Europe, where even paving a road takes a decade, making Xi'an's construction speed seem almost mythical. Naturally, these comments from Twitter were promptly transported back to Xi'an Nation's Weibo. In no time, the platform was abuzz with laughter and joy. Of course, amidst the astonishment and cheers of countless citizens of Xi'an Nation, there were always a few naysayers looking to pick apart the news. Impossible. I don't believe it. Seeing is believing, hearing is deceiving. Does the document say what it means? Will they just take a photo to placate the netizens once the 3-month deadline passes, and then slowly proceed with construction? Such occurrences are not unheard of. I must say, the current official accounts are remarkably efficient to address the skepticism of these netizens. That very day, the official news account of Xi'an Nation released a Weibo post. Beginning tomorrow, the official Douyin account of Xi'an Nation News will launch a live streaming feature. The construction site of the Zhonghai Bay Controllable Nuclear Fusion Demonstration Facility will be broadcasted in real time. All netizens are welcome to supervise. Once this Weibo post was made, the number of comments skyrocketed. Incredible. This official account is truly formidable. It confronts its detractors head-on. Enough said, everyone. I'm setting my alarm for tomorrow. I must at least go celebrate at the carnival. Wow, the big shot is amazing. Big shot. Lend me 50. I haven't eaten for 3 days. At precisely 8 o'clock the following morning, a multitude of netizens gathered in the official Douyin live broadcast room of the Xi'an Nation News. Comments scrolled rapidly across the darkened screen. Where is everyone? Open the door. You can live stream, but not open the door? It's 8 o'clock. Open up. In the next moment, the pitch-black screen suddenly illuminated. As the camera's brightness gradually balanced, the construction site of the Zhonghai Bay fusion reactor came into view. Thousands of excavators stood meticulously lined up on the left side of the screen, while on the right, an array of construction vehicles busied themselves with various tasks. At the center of the frame loomed several colossal piling machines. After a brief pause, the barrage of comments in the live stream surged exponentially. Wow, wow, wow. Is this the might of a great nation's industry? I'm in love. Moments later, a sweet, slightly melodic voice emerged. Hello, dear viewers. Welcome to the Zhonghai Bay Fusion Demonstration Reactor construction site. Today marks the first day of construction, and before you is the first construction team. To ensure the pace of work, there are a total of 3 teams involved in this demonstration reactor project. Over the next 3 months, these teams will take turns working around the clock to construct the Zhonghai Bay Fusion Reactor. As her words concluded, the number of comments in the live stream surged yet again. 3 construction teams. Show your face, pretty lady. Don't just talk. Under the watchful eyes of countless netizens, the first hammer of the fusion demonstration reactor was driven home. Chapter 33. Recruitment. With the commencement of the fusion demonstration reactor, the pressing task for Lu Yongchang became recruitment. After all, the nuclear physics laboratory at Sandalco University comprised merely a dozen researchers to accomplish the research objectives of the fusion demonstration reactor. This number would undoubtedly be insufficient. Transitioning any technology from the laboratory to commercial application entails numerous challenges, and large-scale technologies, such as controlled nuclear fusion, are no exception. Although Lu Yongchang had resolved the most critical issue pertaining to the maintenance of controlled nuclear fusion, countless other challenges remained for them to address before achieving commercial viability. For instance, the main control program for the fusion demonstration reactor. One cannot expect to establish the reactor and have a handful of researchers continuously monitor the reactor's data, as they did in the laboratory. Can they? Additionally, considerations regarding the reactor's installed capacity were paramount. While Lu Yongchang had determined the method of power generation for the fusion reactor, a concrete plan had yet to be devised. Thus, to genuinely realize controlled nuclear fusion, Lu Yongchang would need to multiply the number of researchers under his command several times over. At Capital City University of Technology, Lu Yongchang returned to his office with a face full of dejection. As a professor in the Department of Nuclear Physics, his previous research focus had been the tokamak device, which, just 2 months prior, was the leading apparatus for achieving controlled nuclear fusion. However, everything changed after Lu Yongchang inscribed those notes, particularly after the successful operation of controlled nuclear fusion at the Sandalco University's Nuclear Physics Laboratory. Nearly all laboratories within the realm of Xia country dedicated to the study of controlled nuclear fusion have halted their projects. Following closely behind was a wave of layoffs. Unfortunately, Lu Yongchang was among the dismissed researchers. This led to an exceedingly awkward situation. Currently, Lu Yongchang found himself devoid of any research assignments. It was almost laughable to admit that as a professor at the Beijing University of Technology, he had no research endeavors at hand. Reflecting on the responses he received from various nuclear physics laboratories in Xia country just days prior, Lu Yongchang let out a deep sigh. With the commencement of the construction of the Shanghai Bay Controlled Nuclear Fusion Demonstration Reactor project, the majority of nuclear physics laboratories across the nation were effectively at a standstill. Sighing once more, he gazed out at the unchanging scenery beyond his window. Suddenly, a jarring phone ring shattered the silence. Startled, Lu Yongchang jolted back to reality, turning to the desk phone beside him with a flicker of suspicion in his eyes. Who could possibly be calling at such a time? Apart from a few university teaching duties, he was, in essence, a man of leisure. Furrowing his brow, he approached the desk phone and leaned forward to inspect the LCD screen, revealing a string of unfamiliar numbers. His frown deepened. Could it be a telemarketing call? No, that couldn't be. Telemarketers wouldn't be able to reach this line. Lost in thought, he reached out and answered the call. Hello? A composed male voice resonated from the other end. Good day. Is this Professor Lu Yongchang of the Beijing University of Technology? Lu Yongchang was momentarily taken aback, quickly nodding as he responded, Yes, that's me. May I ask who is calling? Hello, Professor Lu. I am L.V. Yongchang from the Nuclear Physics Laboratory at Sandalco University. May I inquire if you were recently a researcher at the Nuclear Physics Laboratory in Beijing University of Technology? Upon hearing this, Lu Yongchang's heart raced. How could he not recognize the significance of this name? L.V. Yongchang was the chief engineer of the Controlled Nuclear Fusion Demonstration Reactor. Yes, indeed. I was a researcher there not long ago, he stammered, barely finishing his sentence before the voice on the other end continued with another inquiry. Professor Lu, we are in need of additional researchers for the Shanghai Bay Fusion Demonstration Reactor project. Would you be interested? A spark of excitement ignited in Lu Yongchang's eyes. He nodded vigorously, exclaiming, Yes, I am very much interested. How could I not be? This is a position for a researcher on the Controlled Nuclear Fusion Demonstration Reactor project. Very well, Professor Lu. Please arrive at the Beijing train station by 9:30 tomorrow morning. Your high-speed train ticket to Shanghai City has already been purchased for you. Upon your arrival in Shanghai City, someone will escort you to the Temporary Research Institute. Lu Yongchang hurriedly interjected, May I ask, Professor L.V., do you require me to provide any identification information for the ticket purchase? Silence fell over the line. After a brief moment, a soft voice emanated from the microphone. Professor Lu, rest assured, the train ticket has been purchased. You may check your text messages. Before Lu Yongchang could respond, the call was abruptly terminated. Ding! A notification chimed, prompting Lu Yongchang to hastily retrieve his phone from his pocket and unlock the screen. Mr. Lu Yongchang, The high-speed train from the capital to Shanghai City will depart promptly at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Please ensure you have the necessary identification and arrive at the waiting hall in advance. The following afternoon, Lu Yongchang emerged from the Shanghai City train station, pulling a suitcase behind him. As he surveyed the bustling crowd at the station, he found himself engulfed in a sense of bewilderment. Where should he go to find the person he was seeking? Just as he was grappling with this dilemma, a man in military uniform approached him. "Hello, Professor Lu." The man saluted with an impeccably executed gesture. "I am Du Jun, here to escort you to the temporary research facility." In that instant, Lu Yongchang felt the weight of numerous astonished gazes upon him. "Ahem, no need for formalities. I am indeed Lu Yongchang. Let us be on our way," he replied, somewhat awkwardly. Du Jun chuckled lightly, took the suitcase from Lu Yongchang's hand, and strode ahead. During the brief journey of just over an hour, Lu Yongchang passed through 3 checkpoints. He could not help but exclaim, "Are the security measures at the demonstration site really this stringent?" Du Jun nodded with a smile. "Professor Lu, this is merely the beginning. Shanghai Bay is currently under full martial law. I estimate there are at least a brigade of soldiers stationed here. Moreover," as he spoke of the area, a mysterious smile crossed Du Jun's face. "I have heard that the Xian nation has even stationed a fleet of aircraft carriers near Shanghai Bay." Lu Yongchang's pupils dilated in shock, and he exclaimed, "A fleet of aircraft carriers? Is that truly necessary?" Du Jun shrugged nonchalantly as he drove. "I am uncertain, but the orders I received were to ensure your safe passage to the temporary research facility at all costs. Of course, it's not just you. We are tasked with transporting over 100 researchers in total." Chapter 34. Completion of the demonstration pile. The screech of brakes interrupted Lu Yongchang's thoughts. "Professor Lu, we have arrived." Du Jun's voice came from the driver's seat. Regaining his focus, Lu Yongchang peered out the window. A series of makeshift buildings appeared before him, set upon a ground strewn with gravel. "Is this the temporary research facility?" he said, his eyes widening in disbelief. To be frank, this was undoubtedly the most rudimentary laboratory he had ever encountered. Without exception, Du Jun scratched the back of his head and chuckled awkwardly. "Professor Lu, time constraints have limited us. This is the best we could manage for a laboratory," he continued, "but enough about that. Let me take you to meet Professor Lu." Lu Yongchang followed Du Jun to the entrance of a temporary metal structure. Professor Lu is inside. I shall not accompany you further," Du Jun said with a smile before turning to leave. Lu Yongchang gazed upon the exceedingly rudimentary tin house, inhaled deeply, and stepped inside. Upon entering, he immediately spotted a young man in his 20s, sitting solemnly behind a desk, grasping a fountain pen, diligently engrossed in some writing or drawing. Though the youth's features bore a certain childishness, Lu Yongchang sensed an incongruous aura emanating from him, reminiscent of the esteemed top-tier scientists known as national treasures. Although he had never encountered Professor Lu Yongchang in person, in that moment, Lu Yongchang was unequivocally convinced that the young man before him was indeed the illustrious professor who had single-handedly propelled the advancement of nuclear fusion. Perhaps alerted by some noise, Lu Yongchang slowly lifted his head. Upon seeing Lu Yongchang, his eyes brightened momentarily, and he promptly set down his pen, rising to greet him. "Professor Lu, please. Have a seat." Lu Yongchang, momentarily taken aback, inquired, "Professor Lu, do you know me?" Lu Yongchang chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, don't call me that yet. I haven't graduated." Lu Yongchang's expression reflected a mix of confusion and disbelief, prompting Lu Yongchang to smile even wider. "Just a little jest. Professor Lu, I have perused your credentials. You are responsible for the temperature control issues of the tokamak device at the Capital Science and Technology University, correct?" A flicker of surprise crossed Lu Yongchang's eyes. He had not anticipated that Lu Yongchang, as the chief engineer of the nuclear fusion demonstration pile, would recall his details so vividly. Acknowledging Lu Yongchang's gaze, Lu Yongchang nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. And you are also overseeing research in this area for the demonstration pile, correct?" Upon hearing Lu Yongchang's proposal, Lu Yongchang hesitated momentarily. "Professor Lu, my previous research primarily focused on the tokamak device. My knowledge of stellarators is rather limited. Is that truly acceptable?" Throughout his journey, Lu Yongchang had come to realize the immense significance that the Xian nation placed on the fusion demonstration pile. Consequently, a twinge of apprehension crept into his heart. If his personal oversight were to result in a grave issue with the demonstration pile, the repercussions would be dire. Lu Yongchang shook his head with a smile, his tone softening once more. "Professor Lu, I believe you need not worry about that. The temperature control module for the Stellarator presents a design complexity that is certainly less than that of the tokamak device. Moreover, apart from you, 95 of the researchers at the Temporary Institute have previously focused on the tokamak. Lu Yongchang's reassurances alleviated Lu Huzhing's tension considerably. After all, if everyone was familiar with the tokamak, then the disparities would be minimal. Let us proceed then. We can offer you the highest salary, but there is one condition. At this juncture, Lu Yongchang's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. Lu Huzhing glanced at Lu Yongchang with a hint of trepidation and quietly asked, "What is the requirement?" "As long as it is not too excessive, I am willing to comply." In the presence of such a remarkable individual, who was single-handedly advancing nuclear fusion, Lu Huzhing humbly lowered his stance. Lu Yongchang paused for a moment, then smiled and waved his hand. "It is not an unreasonable request. During the research period, it was imperative to sever all communication with the outside world until the completion of the demonstration reactor." Lu and Zheng let out a subtle sigh of relief. It was merely this requirement. Ever since witnessing the numerous patrolling troops along the way, he had mentally prepared himself for such an eventuality. He nodded repeatedly, affirming, "Of course, of course. Rest assured, Professor Lu, I shall comply wholeheartedly." Professor Lu Yongchang nodded in satisfaction. "In that case, you may take a rest. Tomorrow, we shall commence our research endeavors." Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had quietly passed. As the fervor waned, the audience in the official Douyin livestream of the Summer Nation's news dwindled by 90. Just as everyone seemed to have forgotten the matter, a news update was quietly pushed through the Summer Nation's Weibo account. "Warm congratulations on the completion of the Shanghai Bay Fusion Demonstration Reactor project." Boom. With the announcement, the entire Summer Nation erupted in astonishment. "Oh my goodness. I had completely forgotten about this. Can someone calculate the time? Has it indeed been 3 months? I just checked. It's exactly 90 days. If we consider the 2 months with 31 days, they even finished 2 days ahead of schedule. How can I believe such a monumental task was truly accomplished in just 90 days? Surely, there won't be any quality issues?" Unbeknownst to the naysayers, the Summer Nation's Douyin had been live-streaming the construction process 24/7 for the past 3 months. How could they not trust that? This comment instantly reminded the onlookers on Weibo. Within mere minutes, hundreds of thousands of viewers flocked to the Douyin livestream. The camera revealed 4 immense hemispherical structures shimmering under the sunlight. After a brief silence, a torrent of comments flooded the screen. "Wow, so impressive. What can you even discern from this distance? Can we get a closer shot? I suggest a thorough investigation into that brother above. I suspect he's one of the hidden 500,000. By the way, is this fusion reactor simply called the Shanghai Bay Fusion Reactor? Shouldn't it have a more meaningful name?" "Absolutely right. I strongly demand a nationwide naming contest for the reactor." In an instant, the rhythm of the comments in the live stream veered off course. Observing the plethora of naming suggestions for the fusion demonstration reactor, the official account of Summer Nation News, after seeking approval from higher-ups, issued a Weibo post. "Nationwide naming contest for the Summer Nation Shanghai Bay Fusion Demonstration Reactor." Perhaps underestimating the enthusiasm of the summer populace, the Weibo account experienced a brief outage within mere minutes. Once the servers resumed normal operations, an array of bizarre names appeared in the comments section of the naming post. Names like Ho-E and Phoenix were relatively sensible, while SpongeBob and Patrick unsurprisingly garnered the highest number of likes. Chapter 35, Pangano. When the 3-day public naming event came to an end, and the results were laid before the project's chief engineer, Lu Yongchang, on his desk. As he gazed upon the name before him, Lu Yongchang's lips twitched ever so slightly. With an expression of disbelief, he turned to the perspiring staff member before him, inquiring, "Is there no possibility of changing this name? Starfish, do you truly believe this can serve as the designation for a nuclear fusion demonstration reactor? By the way, may I propose a name?" The staff member, flushed with embarrassment, hurriedly nodded in agreement. Of course it can be changed. As the chief engineer, you undoubtedly possess the authority to name it." Lu Yongchang studied the A4 sheet filled with peculiar names, stroking his chin in contemplation. The staff member watched him anxiously, fearing that Lu Yongchang might suggest another bizarre title. After all, he was well aware of Lu Yongchang's age. "Let us call it Pangu." Lu Yongchang's eyes sparkled momentarily as he decisively declared, "Pangu, one fusion reactor. How does that sound?" Pangu, who created the heavens and the earth, perfectly symbolizes our mastery of controllable nuclear fusion in the Xia nation. The staff member's eyes brightened, revealing a glimmer of excitement. This name is quite fitting. Let us settle on it. At this moment, within the Pangu 1 fusion reactor, all hardware installations had been completed. In addition to 4 reactors, it was equipped with 20 large magneto-hydrodynamic generator units, each containing 10 magneto-hydrodynamic generators. The rated power output of each generator stood at 2,000 megawatts. Thus, the total rated power output of the Pangu 1 fusion reactor reached an astonishing 400,000 megawatts. For context, the Three Gorges Dam generates a mere 25 million megawatts, marking a staggering difference of 17 times. Such is the might of nuclear fusion. However, presently, the Pangu 1 fusion reactor was devoid of any reactions, the cause of which lay within the main control program. Late into the night, a heavy sigh echoed from the internal control room of Pangu 1. What are we to do now? The camera zoomed in on an elderly man, his hair graying and his brow furrowed as he scrutinized the verdant code displayed on the computer screen, occasionally shaking his head and exhaling deeply. The elder, named Yuan Hongwei, was an academician of the Xia Academy of Sciences. In his youth, he had led a team in developing the control program for controllable nuclear fission, thereby earning his place as an academician. As one of the few individuals with relevant experience in the Xia nation, he was naturally invited to spearhead the development of the controllable nuclear fusion main control program. Beside Yuan Hongwei stood a young man in his 30s, his devoted disciple who had absorbed the majority of his master's knowledge. Yet, at this moment, both men wore expressions of dismay as they stared at the computer screen. Master Yuan, we cannot rush this. The main control program for nuclear fission took over a year to develop, and this is nuclear fusion, the young man softly reassured him. Upon hearing this, Yuan Hongwei's countenance stiffened, his white beard quivering slightly. How can we not be anxious? The Pangu 1 fusion reactor is currently stalled right here with us. Now, within the entire research institute, all eyes are fixated upon us. The words of Elder Yuan plunged the young man into silence. After a moment, the young man sighed deeply and said, Elder Yuan, it is not my intention to speak in despair. To control the high-temperature plasma within the Stellarator's reactor, we must unravel the turbulent issues that have plagued the field of physics for countless years. In my view, this seems almost impossible. A hint of bitterness flickered in Elder Yuan's eyes. He was well aware of this truth. Yet, he also understood the immense significance that the nation placed on controllable nuclear fusion technology at this moment. As an academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, he was unwilling to concede defeat. Knock, knock, knock. A rhythmic knocking resonated through the air. Elder Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then quickly rose to his feet and made his way to the control room's door. Who could be visiting at such a late hour? A look of confusion crossed Elder Yuan's face as he cleared his throat and called out, Ahem, who is it? Elder Yuan, it's me, Lu Yongchang. Elder Yuan was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure and hastened to open the door. Outside stood Lu Yongchang, his eyes revealing a touch of fatigue. Yet a faint smile graced his lips. Professor LV, what brings you here at this late hour? Elder Yuan stepped aside to welcome Lu Yongchang into the room. Once inside the main control room, Lu Yongchang surveyed his surroundings. Upon noticing the several computers on the desk glowing with a soft green light, he let out a deep sigh. Elder Yuan, is the main control program for the fusion reactor still incomplete? Hearing Lu Yongchang's lament, a hint of bitterness appeared in Elder Yuan's eyes as he slowly shook his head. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yongchang inquired again, are there difficulties you are encountering? Indeed, there are challenges. Before Elder Yuan could respond, a young man in his 30s, who had been standing silently nearby, interjected. Elder Yuan frowned slightly and gently admonished, Su Cheng, what are you saying? Then, regaining his composure, Elder Yuan turned to Lu Yongchang and said, Professor LV, please grant us a little more time. The fusion reactor differs significantly from the fission reactor. The considerations involved are rather complex. Lu Yongchang raised an eyebrow and glanced at the young man beside Elder Yuan. Elder Yuan, is this your student? Elder Yuan nodded and introduced Su Cheng. He possesses considerable talent. Lu Yongchang smiled kindly at Su Cheng and asked, could you elaborate on the difficulties you mentioned? Perhaps I can assist you in finding a solution. Su Cheng instinctively glanced at Elder Yuan. Noticing Elder Yuan's furrowed brow without opposition, Su Cheng swallowed slightly and began to explain. Professor LV, I need not elaborate on the differences between fusion and fission reactors, as I am certain you possess greater knowledge in this area. LV Yongchang nodded gently. Su Cheng continued, in fission reactors, we merely need to manipulate the control rods to compensate for fuel consumption and adjust the reaction rate. However, fusion reactors are different. The movement of high-temperature plasma within the reactor is exceedingly complex. This leads us to a problem that has troubled the physics community for decades, the turbulence issue. In other words, it relates to the Navier-Stokes equations. To achieve perfect control over the high-temperature plasma within the reactor, it is imperative that we thoroughly comprehend the Navier-Stokes equations. This, indeed, elucidates the prolonged incompletion of the fusion control program. Chapter 36. Existence and Smoothness of the Navier-Stokes Equations. Upon hearing Su Cheng's remarks, Lu Yongchang experienced an epiphany. No wonder the control program had yet to be completed. He distinctly recalled that in his previous life, while tackling controlled nuclear fusion, the research team had encountered no difficulties with the control program whatsoever. Consequently, he had never delved deeply into the intricacies of the fusion control program. Only now did he grasp the truth. If all goes as expected, the issues surrounding the existence and smoothness of the Navier-Stokes equations will likely be resolved by an American mathematician in 5 years. Presently, without theoretical support, the control program is understandably arduous to develop. Fortunately, Lu Yongchang had conducted some research on the Navier-Stokes equations in the past, and the proof process lingered in his memory. Lu Yongchang chuckled softly and nodded, saying, I see now. Is there any paper available? This abrupt turn of events left Yuan Hongwei and Su Cheng momentarily bewildered. Huh? What? Su Cheng looked at Lu Yongchang with a puzzled expression. Why do you suddenly need paper? After a brief hesitation, Yuan Hongwei gently pointed to a napkin on the desk. Professor Lu, do you mean that? Ahem. I meant writing paper. A 4-blank printing paper will suffice. As he spoke, Lu Yongchang retrieved a pen from his pocket. Observing Lu Yongchang's actions, old Yuan furrowed his brow and gazed at him with a peculiar expression. Professor Lu, you're not intending to solve the Navier-Stokes equations here, are you? Lu Yongchang chuckled lightly, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Of course. So, is there any A4 paper? Old Yuan exchanged a glance with Su Cheng and hesitantly replied. Professor Lu, the Navier-Stokes equations are no ordinary matter. They are one of the 7 Millennium Prize problems. Lu Yongchang accepted a stack of blank A4 paper from Su Cheng, nodding nonchalantly. I am well aware. With that, Lu Yongchang lowered his gaze and began swiftly inscribing intricate equations onto the A4 paper. What should we do now? Su Cheng inquired softly as he approached old Yuan. Yuan Hongwei remained silent, his furrowed brow trained on the series of equations being penned by Lu Yongchang. Time trickled by. The blank sheets before Lu Yongchang diminished, gradually replaced by dense, obscure mathematical expressions. The skepticism in Yuan Hongwei's eyes began to fade away when he witnessed Lu Yongchang write down a crucial equation. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in his gaze. Remarkable. To avoid disturbing Lu Yongchang, Yuan Hongwei lowered his voice and murmured, so this step can be derived in such a manner. As for Su Cheng, he was utterly perplexed, unable to keep pace with Lu Yongchang's rapid writing. 2 hours slipped by in an instant. The scratching of the pen in the control room came to an abrupt halt. Lu Yongchang exhaled deeply, releasing a breath of fatigue, before rising to stretch his limbs. Is it done? A trembling inquiry arose from Yuan Hongwei nearby. With a smile, Lu Yongchang neatly arranged the A4 sheet filled with handwriting before him and handed it to Yuan Hongwei. Of course. What is the result? Upon hearing Yuan's question, Lu Yongchang replied with a smile. It exists, and it is flawless. Yuan Hongwei's face flushed instantly, unable to find words to describe the professor before him. Now, the main control program for nuclear fusion should be resolvable, right? Lu Yongchang inquired with a smile. Yuan Hongwei nodded vigorously, a spark of excitement gleaming in his eyes. Certainly. Professor Lu, rest assured, if I cannot solve the main control program for controlled nuclear fusion within half a month, you may hold me accountable. Meanwhile, in the White House, a roar echoed within the president's office. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Fake news. Albert's face reddened as he slammed his fists on the desk. His golden hair tousled with agitation. Xia Nation could never complete such a colossal project in 3 months. It's all fabricated. Fake news. Perhaps overwhelmed by his own fury, Albert's aged visage flushed like a monkey's behind, and he gasped heavily for breath. Mr. President, I regret to inform you that it is true. William Blair, director of the Central Intelligence Agency, shrugged and stepped forward, placing an open laptop before Albert. What is this? Albert's eyes flickered with suspicion as he viewed the accelerated construction footage on the laptop. This is an official live broadcast from Xia Nation spanning 3 months. Blair explained impassively. From the video, one can observe that within a mere 3 months, Xia Nation has erected a fully functional nuclear fusion demonstration reactor on a barren, gravel-strewn site. Having watched the entire footage, Albert's countenance turned green with envy and disbelief. Where did this video come from? Blair paused briefly before replying, Mr. President. It surfaced on Twitter this morning. The video has been verified as authentic. Upon hearing the video's origin, Albert's face grew even paler. Where's my phone? Let me see what Twitter is saying, he exclaimed, hastily grabbing his phone and fumbling with his large fingers on the screen. Good heavens. Xia Nation is truly mad to accomplish such a construction feat in 3 months. Jesus, I now believe the title infrastructure frenzy bestowed upon Xia Nation is well-deserved. To say nothing of Xia Nation, where is our own fusion reactor in the United States? Albert scoffed. Our fusion reactor? It's probably still confined to blueprints. Albert, Mr. President, we require an explanation. As Albert perused the comments on Twitter, his expression darkened. Professor Collins. Has Professor Collins arrived? At Albert's call, an elderly man with graying hair and a cane edged forward, bowing anxiously. Your Excellency, I am here. Humph. Albert let out a cold snort, expressing his displeasure, and inquired about the progress of our fusion reactor construction plan. A hint of apprehension flickered in the old man's eyes. As of now, we have yet to commence construction. Cough, cough, cough. Albert sprayed the soda in his mouth, his irritation palpable as he glared at Professor Collins. Are you jesting with me, Professor? Over 3 months have elapsed, and our fusion reactor remains merely a concept on paper. Listen, from this moment forth, initiate the construction of the fusion demonstration reactor immediately. Professor Collins' expression shifted slightly. Mr. President, our plan entails a nuclear fusion experimental device. The plan has changed. Albert waved his hand emphatically and proclaimed, what can be achieved by Xia country, we can accomplish as well. From now on, commence the construction of the demonstration reactor. Chapter 37. Unexpected circumstances 1 month later. In the Bay of Shanghai, the sea lay tranquil, with an aircraft carrier quietly anchored over 10 kilometers from the shore for maintenance. As the camera zoomed in, the ship's deck revealed its artillery and missile ports, all in the open position. Inside the carrier, round-the-clock radar operated at full capacity. To outsiders, this fortress of war appeared merely to be undergoing routine repairs. However, it was poised for an immediate offensive. On shore, countless station soldiers patrolled their designated areas with meticulous order. Every soldier had their weapons safety mechanisms disengaged. Since 2 days prior, the Bay of Shanghai had been placed under martial law. It is no exaggeration to say that at this moment, even a dog passing through would receive 2 slaps. The reason for this heightened alert was the impending initiation of the first ignition test for the Pangu No. 1 fusion reactor located along the bay's edge. At the main control center of the Pangu No. 1 fusion demonstration reactor, Lu Yongchang stood solemnly at the central console, his eyes fixed intently on the data displayed on the large screen. Prepared to commence the first ignition, Lu Yongchang exhaled deeply, his voice steady as he commanded, all departments, begin checking the operational status of all equipment. With Lu Yongchang's directive, all researchers in the main control center began to work with grave focus. In the preceding days, each researcher had diligently reviewed the ignition procedures for the fusion reactor, all in preparation to ensure that no errors occurred at the critical moment of ignition. The cooling system is operating normally. The reactor's working condition is stable. Lu Yongchang inhaled deeply and declared, commence power up. As his words fell, a low, resonant hum gradually arose from outside the control room. The current reached critical levels, confirming that the magnetic field strength met the standards. A researcher, his gaze fixed on the computer screen, reported loudly, activate heating equipment and inject fuel. As this command was issued, a flicker of sentiment crossed Lu Yongchang's eyes. Finally, we have arrived at the final step. With a serious demeanor, he resolutely extended his hand toward the red button. Initiate ignition. Within the reactor, a high-energy laser instantaneously elevated the temperature of the deuterium-tritium plasma to over 100 million degrees Celsius. Lu Yongchang's gaze was firmly fixed on the expansive screen before him. which monitored the various data of the fusion reactor. The neutron dosage had surged dramatically. The fusion reaction had been successfully initiated. A flicker of excitement flashed in his eyes. Could it be that, within a mere 6 months, the light of fusion would blaze upon the land of Xiagua? In a corner of the central control room of Panga No. 1, Lu He wore a grave expression as he observed the fluctuating temperature curve. He gently rubbed his right eye. For reasons unknown, ever since the ignition procedure had commenced, his right eyelid had begun to twitch uncontrollably. As a native of Xiagua, Lu He couldn't help recalling the ancient adage, left eye twitches, wealth, right eye twitches, disaster. Although he did not genuinely believe in such sayings, he could not shake the uneasy feeling in his heart. Suddenly, he witnessed the temperature curve on the screen spike sharply upward, though it lasted but a moment. It sent a jolt of fear through him. He quickly adjusted his glasses perched on the bridge of his nose, scrutinizing the temperature curve closely. At that moment, the curve appeared calm, returning to its normal fluctuation range, as though the earlier alarming spike had been merely a figment of his imagination. Lu He swallowed hard, his hands trembling slightly as he grasped a nearby ballpoint pen and a sheet of draft paper. Scrawls of calculations began to fill the page. No. A hint of bloodshot emerged in Lu He's eyes. That anomalous fluctuation in temperature could not have been a mere accident. In such precise instruments, any data deviation from the norm should warrant immediate attention. But where had the issue arisen? He substituted the fleeting data into his calculations. Upon viewing the results, Lu He's pupils constricted to the size of pinheads. Quick! Halt the fusion reaction. Something has gone awry. Lu He sprang to his feet, shouting loudly. In the tranquil central control room, Lu He's frantic cry was particularly jarring. The smile vanished from Lu Yongchang's face in an instant, without a moment's thought. Upon hearing Lu He's voice, he swiftly pressed the emergency shutdown button before him. A low, resonant hum filled the air. The current through the superconducting coils gradually diminished, and the magnetic field within the reactor began to dissipate. The fusion reaction subsequently weakened until it ceased entirely. As he watched the neutron dosage on the screen plummet, a wave of murmurs swept through the control room. What is happening? Isn't that Lu He, who is responsible for the temperature module? What has transpired? The temperature seems perfectly normal. At that moment, Lu Yongchang's gaze remained fixated on the screen before him. Only after confirming that the fusion reaction had completely halted did he turn, frowning as he looked at Lu He. Upon seeing Lu He, Lu Yongchang's heart skipped a beat. Lu He appeared pale, his hands trembling slightly, and his pupils had shrunk to pinpricks. He looked as though he had been thoroughly startled. Silence! Lu Yongchang commanded in a deep voice. The cacophony of discussions within the central control room gradually subsided. Professor Lu, what exactly is happening? Inquired Lu Yongchang, his brow furrowed. Upon hearing Lu Yongchang's question, Lu Huzhing flinched slightly, and in a flurry, he hastily grabbed several scribbled notes from the table and rushed to Lu Yongchang's side. Professor Lu, please take a look, he exclaimed, handing over the hastily written papers filled with scrawled handwriting. These are the anomalous temperature readings we just encountered. And this is my calculation of the temperature data predicted for 10 minutes later. Lu Yongchang scrutinized the notes, noting the hasty handwriting that clearly indicated Lu Huzhing's frantic calculations. As he carefully deciphered the data, his expression abruptly changed upon seeing the forecast for 10 minutes hence. How can this be possible? Lu Yongchang's exclamation cast a heavier pall over the atmosphere of the control room. Countless researchers exchanged glances, and even Fong Su, standing nearby, could no longer contain his concern and approached Lu Yongchang, asking in a hushed tone, Yongchang, what has happened? Is there an issue with the temperature module? Lu Yongchang's expression darkened as he handed the notes to Fong Su. Take a look at this data. Everyone, cease your work immediately and prepare for a thorough investigation. Chapter 38. The sudden surge in temperature curve, a jolt of apprehension surged through all the researchers in the central control room. An investigation had become necessary. There was a malfunction. Just as confusion engulfed the researchers, Lu Yongchang operated the computer before him. In the next moment, a temperature curve appeared on the large screen of the central control room. Upon witnessing the anomalous curve that lasted only a few seconds, all the researchers gasped in shock. Lu Yongchang's expression remained grave as he input the curve data into the computer. Within moments, the verification results manifested on the large screen. The temperature curve, which exhibited a steep incline of 90 degrees, plunged the entire assembly into silence. Had Lu Huzhing not identified this rising temperature trend in advance, The Pangu 1 fusion reactor would have been irretrievably compromised. Professor Lu, if my memory serves me correctly, this temperature curve should indicate the temperature of the magneto-hydrodynamic generator, correct? Lu Yongchang remarked, his brow furrowing deeper. After a brief moment of reflection, Lu Hejing's heartbeat gradually returned to normal as he gazed at the temperature curve on the screen, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. Snapping back to reality at Lu Yongchang's query, Lu Hejing nodded vigorously. Indeed, it is the temperature of the magneto-hydrodynamic generator. Lu Yongchang's brows knitted even tighter. What could be the cause of the generator's temperature anomaly? Yongchang, come and take a look. The generator's power was behaving erratically. Just as Lu Yongchang was deep in thought, Fang Su's voice reached him. Lu Yongchang's eyes flickered with urgency as he hurried over to Fang Su's position. At that moment, Fang Su had already pulled up the power fluctuation curve of the generator during the occurrence of the fusion reaction. The power curve remains remarkably stable, consistently hovering around a generation output of approximately 10. At first glance, it appears that there are no issues. After all, this is merely a test ignition, and the amount of fusion fuel introduced is minimal. Based on estimations, the operational power of the generator likely lies within 10 to 15% of its rated capacity. However, it is precisely this seemingly normal curve that conceals a colossal problem. The moment Lu Yongchang beheld the stable curve, he comprehended Fang Su's implication. The generator has encountered a malfunction. The researcher responsible for monitoring the generator's power gazed at the steady curve on the computer screen with a puzzled expression. Professor Lu, this curve appears quite stable. There should be no issues, right? Upon hearing the researcher's inquiry, Lu Yongchang's countenance grew grave as he began to elucidate. On the contrary, such an unvarying curve is indicative of an underlying issue. As he spoke, Lu Yongchang maneuvered the mouse to shift the curve graph to the far left. Observe, this segment of the curve is normal. At 9:18 this morning, the fusion reaction commenced, with the reactor emitting energy. Concurrently, the magneto-hydrodynamic generator began its operations, and the power output began to rise gradually. Subsequently, Lu Yongchang dragged the mouse again, adjusting the time to 9:23. From this point onward, for a full 5 minutes, the generator's power remained steadfast at the rated output of 10. Yet, during this period, the fusion reaction within the reactor was at its most vigorous. According to calculations, the generator's power should have surged to 15, but it remained unwaveringly at 10. At this realization, the researcher's complexion turned ashen, his lips trembling slightly as he looked toward Lu Yongchang, stammering, "Professor Lu, I didn't notice." Lu Yongchang's lips curled into a faint, reassuring smile as he placed a hand on the researcher's shoulder. "It's all right, relax. It is not uncommon for such a substantial apparatus to encounter some issues. You should be grateful to Professor Lu. Had it not been for him, we might have faced dire consequences in just 10 minutes. With that, Lu Yongchang smiled at the side of Lu Hejing. Lu Hejing, taken aback, repeatedly waved his hands, exclaiming, "No, no, no. This is merely my duty." Lu Yongchang gestured dismissively, his expression earnest. "Professor Lu, please don't say that. Your prompt identification of the issue merits our gratitude. After all, it takes considerable courage to halt a fusion reactor in such a precarious situation." In the control room of Pangu No. 1, Lu Yongchang and the team of researchers wore furrowed brows. After days of investigation, they had arrived at one conclusion. The magneto-hydrodynamic generator was functioning perfectly. At least, from a physical standpoint, there were no apparent faults in any of the generators. "This is troubling," Lu Yongchang murmured, his brow tightly knitted. The worst-case scenario had materialized. In such large-scale apparatuses, encountering malfunctions is not alarming. One could even argue that every grand machine inevitably experiences some minor faults. However, the inability to pinpoint the source of the malfunction is truly frightening. At this moment, the research team was enveloped in an atmosphere of low pressure. Each researcher wore a somber expression upon their countenance. Suddenly, the tranquility of the generator room was shattered by the ringing of a mobile phone. Lu Yongchang hastily retrieved his phone from his pocket. It was a series of encrypted numbers. His gaze shifted slightly as he answered the call. "Hello, may I ask who this is?" Before Lu Yongchang could finish his sentence, a frail, aged voice emanated from the receiver. "Ahem, Yongchang, it's Congressman Li." Lu Yongchang's expression instantly turned grave, and he exclaimed, "Congressman Li?" In that fleeting moment, all the researchers turned their attention to Lu Yongchang. Fang Su, standing nearby, looked at him in astonishment, his eyes reflecting a mix of surprise and envy. What an honor to receive a call from Congressman Lu Yongchang. I've heard there is a minor issue with the Pangu 1 fusion reactor. Upon hearing Congressman Li's words, a wry smile flickered in Lu Yongchang's eyes. Well, the generator's troubles had escalated to the point of reaching Congressman Li. We've encountered a bit of trouble, but rest assured, I will resolve it promptly. After a moment of silence, Congressman Li's voice returned. Yongchang, there is no need for haste. Take your time to investigate. Xia country is not in a rush at this moment. It is imperative to prioritize safety while addressing the issues. Do you understand? Though Congressman Li's tone was quite serious, it brought a sense of warmth to Lu Yongchang's heart. You can rest easy, Congressman. Hearing Lu Yongchang's response, Congressman Li let out a slight sigh. It's acceptable for the progress of Pangu 1 to be slow. What truly matters is your safety and that of your fellow researchers. I am aware that every nuclear project carries inherent risks. However, I hope you will remember this. The future of Xia country relies on scientists like you. So you must prioritize your safety. Lu Yongchang felt a stir of emotion. He never anticipated the high regard in which Congressman Li held him at this moment. You can count on me, Congressman. If there is any danger, I will ensure that everyone is evacuated at the first opportunity, he declared firmly. I assure you, there will be no unforeseen incidents with the Pangu 1 fusion reactor. Chapter 39, Control Program Error. A few minutes later, the call ended. Lu Yongchang placed his phone down with a complex expression and exhaled a long breath. What did Congressman Li say? Fang Su quickly leaned in beside Lu Yongchang, his face slightly anxious, repeatedly asking, Does Congressman Li know about the situation with Pangu 1? Lu Yongchang gently nodded and turned to the gathered researchers, raising his voice. The call just now was from Congressman Li. I trust you all have guessed that he is already aware of the circumstances surrounding Pangu 1. As for what Congressman Li conveyed, I will share it in its entirety with everyone. Listening to Lu Yongchang's words, every researcher present felt a wave of emotion. To his astonishment, Congressman Li not only refrained from blaming us, but also urged us to prioritize safety. Observing the murmuring researchers before him, Lu Yongchang took a deep breath and addressed them. Ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture in our research and development process, we are encountering an exceptionally challenging issue for the first time. However, I am confident that we will uncover the underlying causes. The light of fusion shall ultimately flourish upon the soil of Xia Nation. Now, let us start afresh and meticulously revisit our steps to see if we can unearth any clues. In a matter of minutes, the atmosphere within the magnetic fluid generator's control room underwent a complete transformation. Witnessing the excitement and fervor in the eyes of all the researchers, Lu Yongchang felt a slight relief wash over him. It must be said, the call from the congressman was impeccably timed. Yongchang, do you think there might be an issue with the control program? Just as Lu Yongchang and the team were fervently discussing the potential causes of the malfunction, Fang Su's voice suddenly interjected from the side. Lu Yongchang's expression froze momentarily. The next instant, he sprang from his chair, his gaze fixed intently on Fang Su, who appeared to be deep in thought. What did you just say? Fang Su, taken aback by Lu Yongchang's reaction, hesitantly repeated, I said. Could it be a problem with the main control system? With a sudden clap of his hands, Lu Yongchang exclaimed, Exactly. That is a possibility. Up until now, the only area we have yet to investigate is the main control system of the fusion reactor. Where is Old Yuan? One researcher softly reminded. An attentive colleague replied. Old Yuan is quite aged and is currently resting in the central control room. Lu Yongchang nodded gently. All right, I shall go find Old Yuan. Professor LV, Old Yuan is quite elderly. Perhaps you should wait, Fang Su said, a hint of apprehension in his eyes as he grasped Lu Yongchang's arm. Upon hearing this, Lu Yongchang's expression shifted slightly as he began to grasp Fang Su's intent. On one hand, Old Yuan was indeed an elder. On the other hand, given his age, he might not withstand significant stress. Thus, when speaking to him, one must exercise caution with their words. After contemplating this, he nodded gently and smiled. Rest assured, Brother Su, I shall be discreet. With this reassurance, Fang Su felt a measure of relief. In the central control room of Pangu No. 1, Lu Yongchang approached Old Yuan, who was dozing at the desk. Perhaps due to his age and light sleep, Old Yuan lifted his head the moment Lu Yongchang seated himself. Yongchang, what brings you here? Have the inspections yielded any results? Even in his drowsy state, Old Yuan's immediate concern was the status of Pangu number 1. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yongchang slowly shook his head. Observing this, Old Yuan's expression dimmed slightly, and he sighed deeply. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yongchang softened his tone as much as possible. Old Yuan, after conducting various inspections, we have found no issues with the Pangu number 1 fusion reactor. I suspect there may have been an unexpected occurrence with the main control system. The moment those words escaped Lu Yongchang's lips, Old Yuan's expression transformed drastically. What? Upon seeing the drastically changed expression on Old Yuan's face, Lu Yongchang felt a pang of anxiety and quickly interjected, Old Yuan, this is merely a conjecture on my part. Indeed, how could I have overlooked this? Old Yuan exclaimed, his face lighting up as he rose from his chair. You are absolutely correct, Yongchang. If there are no issues externally, then the problem must lie within the main control program. Please wait a moment. I shall examine the source code immediately. With a sense of urgency, Old Yuan returned to his seat, opening the computer before him to scrutinize the source code. Observing Old Yuan's reaction, 3 large question marks seemed to hover over Lu Yongchang's head. Old Yuan, are you not upset? Old Yuan paused, momentarily taken aback, and instinctively replied, Upset? Why would I be upset? Lu Yongchang, his expression slightly peculiar, remarked, Isn't that akin to questioning your expertise? Upon hearing Lu Yongchang's words, Old Yuan's expression turned curious. Yongchang, why would you think that? Discovering the issue brings me joy. Do you regard me as a stubborn old fool who cannot discern right from wrong? A hint of embarrassment flickered across Lu Yongchang's face, prompting him to hastily shift the topic. Ahem. Old Yuan, please expedite your examination of the source code. Seeing the embarrassment etched on Lu Yongchang's face, Old Yuan chuckled, shaking his head as he patted his shoulder before refocusing on the computer. Half an hour swiftly passed. I found it. Old Yuan's voice resonated with excitement. So that's the reason. I wondered how this malfunction could occur. It turns out that the code of that rascal Su Cheng had a flaw. I had spent quite a while checking it, yet I failed to notice this minor oversight. Old Yuan's voice brimmed with reflection. Indeed, with age comes a difference. My stamina is not what it used to be. Lu Yongchang quickly approached the computer, his demeanor serious as he inquired, Old Yuan, what exactly is the situation? Is it serious? Old Yuan waved his hand dismissively, a look of resignation on his face. Not serious at all, merely a minor issue. A minor issue? Noticing Lu Yongchang's perplexed expression, Old Yuan offered a wry smile as he clarified. The inefficiency of the generator is precisely due to the existence of this bug. When the generator's efficiency falters, excessive heat accumulates in the conduits of the magnetofluid generator. Consequently, after a certain period, the generator's temperature will begin to rise sharply. Lu Yongchang suddenly comprehended. Is it troublesome to fix? A flicker of anxiety crossed his eyes. If it were troublesome, the official launch of Pangu 1 would be delayed once again. Not troublesome at all. Old Yuan's eyes sparkled with mirth. Now that we know the source of the problem, rectifying it will be straightforward. Give me 2 days, and I assure you, the magnetofluid generator will operate normally. Chapter 40. Witnessing history, it must be said that Old Yuan is indeed quite reliable. When he mentions a 2-day revision period, he will never extend it to a 3rd day. Just the following evening, Lu Yongchang received the news that the main control program had been successfully modified. In the following days, Pangu 1 underwent several ignition tests. Once all uncertainties were eliminated, Lu Yongchang submitted an application to the esteemed member of parliament in the distant capital. In the office of Member Li, a firm knock echoed on the door. With his head lowered, Member Li was engrossed in reviewing documents. Without looking up, he called out, Enter. The door creaked open. Upon hearing the sound, Member Li instinctively glanced up, and a flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes upon recognizing the visitor. Minister Hong? What brings you here? Hong Qiming chuckled lightly, his tone respectful. Esteemed member, I bring you excellent news. Member Li raised an eyebrow, hastily setting down his pen. His gaze now fervently directed at Hong Qiming. Oh, I am most eager to hear what this good news entails. Has the issue with Pangu 1's fusion reactor been resolved? Hong Qiming paused for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. As expected of the esteemed member, such matters are indeed difficult to conceal from you. A subtle smile graced Member Li's lips as he expressed his surprise. Is it truly so? Hong Qiming nodded vigorously. Not only that, but I also bring an application from that young lad Lu Yongchang. An application? Member Li furrowed his brow slightly, instinctively questioning. With a smile, Hong Qiming produced an envelope from his pocket and placed it on Member Li's desk. This letter, Lu Yongchang insisted I deliver personally to you. Observing Hong Qiming's earnest demeanor, a spark of interest ignited in Member Li's eyes. This young man, he chuckled softly, shaking his head. He then reached for the envelope, which was exquisitely sealed. Upon opening it, he extracted a sheet of paper. As he read the elegantly penned lines, astonishment grew in his expression. After numerous tests, we can confirm that Pangu 1 possesses all the necessary conditions for ignition. Esteemed member, I hereby apply for the official activation of the Pangu 1 fusion reactor at noon tomorrow to complete the grid connection task. Member Li's complexion flushed slightly. A glimmer of excitement danced in his eyes, and in the next moment, his right hand emphatically struck the desk before him. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Lu Yongchang is indeed the hope of our nation's new generation. Qiming, tomorrow, accompany me to the Pangu 1 fusion reactor. Let us witness history with our own eyes. At precisely 7 p.m. that evening, the host of the Summer Nation News channel announced gravely, "This is an announcement from our station. The first commercially viable controlled nuclear fusion reactor in our nation, Pangu 1, will officially commence operations at noon tomorrow. The entire activation process will be broadcast live by Summer Nation News." Within a mere few minutes after the announcement, the Summer Nation internet was completely inundated. The social media, once filled with celebrity gossip, was instantly overtaken by this momentous news. Pangu 1 completed. Tomorrow at noon, Pangu 1 fusion reactor activation. The first commercially viable controlled nuclear fusion reactor in human history. Countless netizens have expressed their exuberance in the comments section of these news articles. What an incredible achievement for Summer Nation. I can hardly believe it has been accomplished. I recall that in the United States and at ITER, they have yet to commence their second ignition experiment, right? Haha. Not to mention, the fusion reactor in the U.S. is still merely a concept on paper. Oh dear, why announce this a day in advance? How am I supposed to sleep tonight? Haha, perhaps I should just stay up all night to watch the live broadcast until morning? I feel like I might just faint from excitement. Tonight, the number of insomniacs in Summer Nation has surged exponentially. Thus, amidst the anticipation of the crowd, time slowly drifted to 10 a.m. the following day. Accompanied by a convoy of military vehicles, a red flag sedan with the license plate 0001 gracefully entered Songhai Bay. Before the Pangu 1 demonstration reactor, the red flag sedan came to a gentle stop. As he gazed upon the silvery, dome-shaped structure before him, the chief legislator felt a wave of astonishment. Qiming, I never imagined that controllable nuclear fusion would manifest on the soil of Summer Nation in such a short span of months. Hong Qiming nodded in agreement with a smile. Indeed, I did not foresee this either. When I first heard the news about ITER, I must admit, my heart sank, fearing that Summer Nation would once again lag behind Western countries. The chief legislator's eyes sparkled with mirth. Yes, it seems that ITER must be regretting their decisions by now. Certainly, if they hadn't pushed us away, according to the agreement, we would have had to share this technology with them for free. Hong Qiming laughed heartily, predicting that in a few hours, some might be filled with regret. Upon hearing Hong Qiming's words, the chief legislator burst into laughter. Ha! How delightful! Indeed, it is exhilarating. Let us hurry inside and see how well that lad, Lu Yongchang, has prepared. With that, Legislator Li took the lead, striding toward the interior of the Pangu 1 reactor. As they stepped into the central control room of the Pangu 1 demonstration reactor, Legislator Li and Hong Qiming were greeted by a scene of bustling activity. Su Gu, have you checked the reactor? Lu Yongchang called out loudly from the command platform, directing his inquiry toward Fong Su. Fong Su nodded vigorously, quickly responding, the reactor is in perfect condition. What about the superconducting coils? And the Summer Nation power grid, are they ready? Legislator Li stood at the entrance of the central control room with a genial smile, quietly observing the scene. Immersed in his work, Lu Yongchang had yet to notice the presence of Hong Qiming and the chief legislator at the door. It was Fong Su who first recognized the two. Legislator Li, what brings you here? Fong Su exclaimed in surprise. His voice captured the attention of all the researchers present. Upon seeing Legislator Li in person, each researcher promptly set aside their tasks and nodded in greeting. Meanwhile, Lu Yongchang swiftly descended from the command platform and approached the chief legislator with quick strides. What is going on? Am I not allowed to be here? Legislator Li chuckled, glancing at Fong Su and Lu Yongchang, gently countering. Fong Su's mouth twitched slightly. Of course you can. Of course. This matter pertains to nuclear fusion, and should any danger arise, I place my trust in you," asserted Congressman Li with unwavering conviction. "Yongchang, tell me, can I trust you?" In response to this query, Lu Yongchang did not hesitate for a moment and replied with confidence. "Rest assured, Congressman." Chapter 41. The radiance of fusion shines across the land of Xia. Time passed inexorably. In the blink of an eye, the clock on the wall struck 11. Zhao Zijie, sporting heavy dark circles under his eyes, had risen early to switch on the television in the living room. He reached for the remote on the sofa, tuning the television to the Xia National News Channel. As he watched the incessant stream of advertisements, a flicker of anxiety crossed his gaze. When would the live broadcast of the controlled nuclear fusion ignition commence? Zhao Zijie's eyes kept darting to the clock. It was already 11. The ignition of the fusion reactor was promised to begin at noon, and there remained but an hour. Why had the broadcast not yet started? Instinctively, he pulled out his phone and opened the messaging app. What is happening? Where's the promised live stream? I have no idea. Has anyone seen it? Seeing that everyone shared the same reaction, Zhao Zijie's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. With a gentle tap, he typed a message. "Enough already. I've been waiting since last night. If this broadcast doesn't start soon, I feel like I'm going to collapse." In the next moment, several replies appeared before him. "Haha, I told you, old Zhao. You didn't really stay up all night, did you? Honestly, it's quite possible. Old Zhao is indeed that type." A wry smile crept across Zhao Zijie's face. Just as he was about to respond again, a highlighted message appeared at the top of the chat. "Stop flooding the chat. Turn on the TV. The live broadcast has begun." In an instant, the previously lively chat group fell silent. Zhao Zijie quickly set his phone aside and turned his attention to the television. On the screen, the magnificent visage of the Pangu 1 demonstration reactor loomed large. A hint of confusion crossed his features as he murmured, "Is this just a view of the exterior? What is the point of that?" Disappointment was visibly etched on his face. While he could understand the rationale behind Xia National News' approach, merely observing an unchanging exterior was, to be frank, disheartening. He reached for the remote to turn off the television. Letting out a deep sigh, with a lackluster demeanor, he tapped on his phone screen, sending a sighing emoji in the chat. "Let us disperse. It seems like there's nothing to glean from this exterior view. Old Zhao, why not take another look? The broadcast has switched." Upon reading this message, Zhao Zijie's pupils dilated as he swiftly grabbed the remote and turned the television back on. Indeed, the image of the central control room materialized before him. There stood a young man in a white lab coat, his expression grave, at the center of the command platform. This must be the chief engineer of controlled nuclear fusion. Lu Yongchang, he presumed. Yet, in the next moment, a figure behind the command platform caught Zhao Zijie's attention. It was the congressman. Due to the angle, the chief legislator stood in the far corner of the frame. Zhao Zijie rubbed his eyes vigorously, and after several confirmations, he picked up his phone. Trembling hands, sending a message in the group chat. "Everyone, look at the bottom right corner of the television. The chief legislator is also on site." This message evidently jolted all the lurking members awake. "Wow, really? I see it. Where? I can't find it. Ha ha ha. In Daily Interstellar Affairs. If you don't need your eyes, you can donate them to those in need." Within the Pangu No. 1 demonstration pile, Lu Yongchang observed the large screen displaying various data with a grave expression. The hour hand of the clock on the wall slowly pointed to 12. He took a deep breath, his serious gaze sweeping over the gathered individuals. Then, he softly spoke, "Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to witness this moment alongside you. Each of us has invested countless efforts into Pangu No. 1, regardless of success or failure. I believe that our names will forever be etched in the annals of human history." With that, Lu Yongchang reached out and pressed the ignition button on the control panel. A familiar hum resonated. In an incredibly short span of time, deuterium-tritium plasma was heated to hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius. Boundless energy surged forth from the reactor of Pangu No. 1. At this very moment, within the Pangu No. 1 demonstration pile, an immense energy, the mightiest in the stellar system, was born. Watching the neutron dosage detector's values soar, excitement lit up every face, yet no one uttered a cheer. This was merely the beginning. The cooling system operated normally. The intensity of the fusion reaction was stable. The magnetohydrodynamic generator commenced operations. Currently, the power output was at 35 of its rated capacity. As reports came in, Lu Yongchang dared not relax in the slightest. The next step was crucial. Prepare for grid connection. The electric energy generated by the magneto-hydrodynamic system could only be deemed a true success once integrated into the national grid of Xia. Minutes later, an excited researcher shouted, "Grid connection successful. Current power output is 200,000 megawatts." A flicker of exhilaration passed through Lu Yongchang's eyes. At this juncture, it could be said that the Panga number 1 fusion pile had achieved 90 success. The next task was to continue adding fuel, driving the power to its zenith. Upon hearing Lu Yongchang's command, the expressions of all researchers sharpened instantly. This indicated that the impending state of the Panga number 1 fusion pile would be at full load. In the ensuing minutes, every researcher fixated intently on the large screen in the central control room, anxious for any unforeseen occurrences. 80, 90, 99. With the gradual addition of deuterium-tritium fuel, the fusion reactions within the reactor intensified dramatically. Even within the control room, everyone could feel a slight tremor beneath their feet. "Professor Lu, the generator's power is currently at 400,000 megawatts. The reactor shows no anomalies, and the generator set operates normally." A faint smile gradually appeared on Lu Yongchang's lips. A flicker of bewilderment crossed his eyes, and he soon spoke in a deep voice. "Ladies and gentlemen, we have succeeded." In the next moment, a resounding wave of applause erupted. Every researcher rose from their seats, gazing with reverence at the young man on the podium. They understood that the greatest contributor to Project Pangu was this youthful individual, merely 21 years of age. "We have triumphed." Upon hearing the voice emanating from the television, Zhao Zijia felt a surge of emotion welling up in his eyes. Without a moment to ponder, he seized his phone, opened the messaging app, and excitedly typed a single phrase: "The light of fusion shines upon the land of Xia." The next instant, everyone in the chat instinctively formed a line. Observing the screen filled with repetitions, Zhao Zijia took a deep breath. At last, the nation of Xia had, after much endeavor, achieved a place at the forefront of the world. Chapter 42. The task of miniaturizing the fusion reactor commences. The moon waxes and wanes, and people experience joy and sorrow in their relationships. The emotions of individuals do not resonate with one another. While the nation of Xia celebrated with unbridled joy, far across the ocean, the United States found itself engulfed in panic and regret. On the streets of Wharton, countless citizens marched, brandishing banners and flags, heading towards the White House with great fervor. The chaotic scenes outside drew the attention of those Americans who remained at home. With each passing moment, more citizens joined the procession, stretching the line ever longer. Gradually, the area outside the White House became densely packed with people. "We demand an explanation. Why was Xia expelled from the ITER program? We need nuclear fusion." Bold uppercase letters adorned the vibrant banners. The security personnel at the White House appeared diminutive before the throng of hundreds of thousands. Meanwhile, within the White House, President Albert, his tousled golden hair framing his worried expression, gazed through the window at the unfolding chaos outside. He sighed deeply, retracting his gaze from the window. "My dear Albert, do not concern yourself with these foolish masses," he said. "Silence them, Anthony." Albert glared fiercely at Defense Minister Anthony, his voice laced with reproach. "If it weren't for you, Xia would have been sharing nuclear fusion technology with us, without hesitation. Look at the mess you've created." Upon hearing Albert's scolding, Anthony's expression darkened as he replied, "Mr. President, with all due respect, even if Xia had not withdrawn from the ITER program, they would not share their nuclear fusion technology with us." Albert snorted derisively. "How can you be so certain that Xia would not do so? I assure you, no one understands Xia better than I do. I believe Xia will honor this pact." As he spoke, Albert abruptly turned to Professor Collins. "Professor, how is our controllable nuclear fusion demonstration project progressing? Don't tell me it remains merely on paper after all this time." Suddenly thrust into the line of fire, Professor Collins's expression stiffened, and he spoke with a hint of trepidation. "Mr. President, work has indeed commenced." Albert's demeanor softened. At last, there was some good news. "Oh." A flicker of delight danced in Albert's eyes. He inquired about the current progress. Professor Collins twitched his lips slightly, lowered his gaze, and murmured, "The foundation." "What? Professor, are you jesting with me?" Albert's complexion flushed visibly. "Mr. President, the construction team has already pressed us multiple times." Professor Collins sighed deeply. "There is nothing I can do." Albert's eyes twitched furiously. "I do not care about that. Inform those infernal construction crews that I demand to see the demonstration pile within a month. I do not care what methods you employ. I am granting you but 1 month." Do you understand, Professor Collins? On the third day of Pangu 1's successful operation, although the controlled nuclear fusion project had triumphed, the research team remained intact. At the behest of LV Yongchang, all researchers convened at a secret nuclear laboratory in Xia Country. At the entrance of the Daxiaobei Nuclear Physics Laboratory, hundreds of researchers looked at LV Yongchang with a mixture of confusion and anticipation. Yongchang. Fang Su pondered for a moment before deciding to directly inquire, "What are you planning?" LV Yongchang chuckled lightly, his gaze sweeping over the assembly of researchers. "You must all be quite puzzled, yes?" Upon witnessing the nods of agreement, his smile broadened. "Dear colleagues, we have completed the research and development of controlled nuclear fusion. However, do you not wish to advance further?" Fang Su furrowed his brow. Having spent considerable time with LV Yongchang, a thought began to crystallize in his mind, suggesting he might comprehend LV Yongchang's intentions. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have submitted a project proposal to the Speaker of the House. As for the nature of this project," LV Yongchang continued with a playful grin, "it involves the miniaturization of fusion reactors. I wonder if any of you might be interested? Of course, if anyone does not wish to participate in this research endeavor, I shall not compel you. After signing a confidentiality agreement, dedicated personnel will escort you away." As his words faded, a chorus of astonished exclamations erupted. "What? The technology for miniaturizing fusion reactors? Is this not somewhat ahead of its time? Is this truly feasible?" In stark contrast to the astonishment of others, Fang Su calmly inquired, "Yongchang, how confident are you in this technology?" LV Yongchang pondered for a moment before responding slowly. "In comparison to controlled nuclear fusion, I only have a preliminary understanding of the miniaturization technology. The challenges are undoubtedly greater. I would estimate an 80% probability of success." Fang Su's pupils constricted sharply. Even with his composure, he could not suppress a gasp. 80? Are you certain you did not misspeak? Understand that in research, a success rate of 80 is extraordinary. Most projects are deemed successful with a mere 20% probability. Fang Su could hardly believe that LV Yongchang might have reversed the success and failure rates. After all, in Fang Su's estimation, if this project's success rate achieved 20, it would be worth pursuing. Confronted with Fang Su's astonishment, Lu Yongchang cast him a silent, exasperated glance and murmured to himself, "Making such a fuss, an 80% success rate is already quite low. When I was working on Pangu 1, I was 99% confident." Fang Su smiled wryly and shook his head in disbelief. He was uncertain whether Lu Yongchang was excessively self-assured or if he simply underestimated Lu's capabilities. "I'm in. I want to participate too. How could I miss such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Count me in. After all, then I can say I have been involved in 2 world-class research projects," several researchers eagerly declared, their voices rising in unison. As Fang Su wrestled with his own doubts, his colleagues were already voicing their enthusiasm. "Su, what do you say?" Lu Yongchang smiled at Fang Su, who stood beside him. "Have you made up your mind?" Fang Su's expression hardened slightly, a keen light flickering in his eyes. "Of course. How could I possibly miss out on such a remarkable endeavor?" Just as Lu Yongchang led the team in preparing to take up residence at the Daxiaobei Nuclear Physics Laboratory, a new paper quietly appeared in the latest issue of Nature on the Sun's anomalous behavior over the past month. Following the publication, the Hubble Space Telescope in orbit gradually reoriented itself, directing its gaze toward the Sun. Chapter 43, the Summer Kingdom Observatory 3 days later. "Yongchang, have you seen the latest issue of Nature?" Fang Su's voice interrupted Lu Yongchang's contemplation in his office, where he was pondering the significance behind the luminous phenomenon. Lu looked up, slightly startled. "No, I haven't. What's the matter?" Seeing the mysterious expression on Fang Su's face, Lu Yongchang's eyes narrowed with curiosity. As far as he recalled, nothing remarkable had recently transpired in the academic world. "Well, you really ought to take a look. I've never witnessed anything so fantastical in my life." Fang Su's intrigue deepened. A flicker of unease crossed Lu Yongchang's mind. Furrowing his brows, he softly inquired, "Su, what exactly is going on?" Fang Su shook his head with a smile. "You're just too impatient. All right, I want to tease you. AUS Astronomical Laboratory published a paper in Nature. Based on their observations, the Sun has exhibited numerous anomalies over the past month. From these data, the lab drew a conclusion." "Ha ha ha. Yongchang, you absolutely want to guess what their conclusion was." Fang Su began teasing, but Lu Yongchang's face suddenly paled. Muttering to himself upon hearing Fang Su's words, Lu Yongchang said, The sun has entered its twilight phase. Fong Su's smile faltered, and he regarded Lu with a peculiar expression. But you said you hadn't read the latest Nature issue? Lu Yongchang ignored Fong Su's remark. His mind was already in turmoil. How could this happen so quickly? In the previous timeline, this paper had appeared 2 months later. Could it be that the sun's changes were accelerating? The harrowing scene of the Helium Flash unfolded once more before his eyes. Yongchang, what is wrong? Perhaps it was due to Lu Yongchang's ashen complexion that Fong Su grew anxious. While loudly calling out Lu Yongchang's name, he turned to a nearby researcher and shouted, "Why are you standing there? Call the medical staff at once." Lu Yongchang slowly waved his hand, halting the researcher's movements. "I'm fine. There's no need to call for medical assistance." Fong Su furrowed his brow deeply and murmured, "Fine? Do you even realize the state of your face?" Lu Yongchang swallowed lightly and whispered, "Brother Su, I need an astronomical telescope." Fong Su blinked in disbelief. Suddenly, Lu Yongchang grasped Fong Su's arm firmly. "Brother Su, trust me. Regardless of the reason, I require an astronomical laboratory capable of analyzing solar data." Gazing into the abyss of terror reflected in Lu Yongchang's eyes, Fong Su swallowed nervously. Though uncertain of the cause, he nodded solemnly and said gravely, "All right, I understand. Also, bring me the latest issue of Nature." Biting his lip, Lu Yongchang added quietly, "Please." As he perused the eerily familiar data within the pages of Nature, the last flicker of hope in Lu Yongchang's heart was utterly extinguished. The changes in the sun were indeed occurring prematurely. This defied all logic. Could it be that the solar changes from his previous life were not natural phenomena? A chilling and dreadful thought crept unbidden into Lu Yongchang's mind. Hastily, he shook his head, banishing the despairing notion. Knock, knock, knock. A rap at the door interrupted his thoughts. Without looking up, Lu Yongchang stared blankly at the Nature journal on his desk. "Come in. The door is unlocked." The spring bolt clicked as the door opened. "Yongchang, I have already petitioned Minister Hong," came Fong Su's voice. At this news, Lu Yongchang's eyes brightened slightly. He lifted his gaze toward Fong Su standing at the doorway. "Have you managed to contact a reliable astronomical laboratory?" Fong Su nodded gently. "Minister Hong takes your words seriously and has directly reached out to the Summer National Observatory. Now it's up to you. When shall we depart?" Lu Yongchang sprang from his chair, his gaze burning with determination. "Immediately. We must hurry. Time may no longer be on our side." A trace of bitterness flickered in his eyes. Observing this, Fong Su's confusion deepened, yet he nodded softly. "Understood. There is a helicopter waiting outside the laboratory for you." Before Fong Su could finish, Lu Yongchang seized the pen from the desk and resolutely strode out of the office. 2 hours later, an armed helicopter gently descended onto the helipad before the Summer National Observatory. Before it had even come to a complete stop, Lu Yongchang leapt from the aircraft. The roaring blades overhead stirred a fleeting glimmer of nostalgia in his eyes. "Professor Lu, welcome, welcome." As the helicopter blades gradually came to a halt, an elderly man with graying temples approached Lu Yongchang. "You are Lu Yongchang," he remarked, a hint of puzzlement flashing in Lu's eyes. "Ah, I almost forgot to introduce myself," the old man said with a broad smile. "I am Yi Nanking, the director of the Summer National Observatory." Lu Yongchang was momentarily taken aback, quickly bowing respectfully. "Old Yi, I am remiss for not recognizing such an esteemed figure." Yi Nanking waved his hand dismissively, chuckling. "Do not say that. Compared to controlled nuclear fusion, my position as the director of an observatory is hardly noteworthy." Suddenly, Yi Nanking shifted the conversation. "By the way, I heard from Minister Hong that you are here to study solar data?" Lu Yongchang nodded eagerly. "Indeed. What is the reason?" Ye's brow furrowed. Could it be related to that paper in Nature? Observing the change in Lu Yongchang's expression, Yi Nanking instantly realized he was correct. As they walked towards the observatory, he continued, frowning, "Professor Lu, I must say, the claims in that Nature paper are greatly exaggerated. The sun is undoubtedly in its middle age, a conclusion that cannot be contested. While we have noted some unusual data, it certainly does not indicate that the sun is entering its senescence." Listening to Yi Nanking's words, a tinge of bitterness crossed Lu Yongchang's eyes. In his previous life, this was precisely the sentiment shared by all, regarding the sun's minor data fluctuations as mere coincidences. Consequently, humanity lost 2 crucial years of escape time. Chapter 44. Did you graduate from the astronomy department? With a heavy heart, Lu Yongchang slowly shook his head. "Old Yi, I have examined the data presented in that paper. I am not particularly optimistic about the sun's future. In my view, we must seriously contemplate the survival of human civilization. Yi Nanking, walking ahead, abruptly halted. He turned to Lu Yongchang, frowning. Professor Lu, might that statement be somewhat? Yi Nanking did not finish his thought. Yet Lu understood his implication. It was merely a matter of alarmism and exaggeration. He felt neither anger nor resentment. Rather, a profound sense of sadness and helplessness. Humanity's technological prowess was woefully inadequate. However, at that moment, Lu Yongchang refrained from arguing with the elder. Without concrete evidence, his assertions would not be taken seriously. Thus, he replied in a measured tone, Old Yi, let us await the observational data and calculations before drawing any conclusions. I too hope that I am mistaken. Yi Nanking's brow tightened as he regarded Lu Yongchang meaningfully. Very well, I shall take you to the observation station. At the Summer National Observatory, the observation room housed a colossal astronomical telescope positioned at its center. Old Yi. Upon entering, a researcher greeted Yi Nanking with utmost respect. Yi Nanking smiled and nodded. Xiao Wang, please direct the telescope towards the sun. Furthermore, please show Professor LV the observational data from the past few days. The researcher, referred to as Xiao Wang, paused momentarily and turned to look at LV Yongchang. Gradually, his eyes widened in astonishment. You are Professor LV Yongchang? Professor LV, you are my idol. No, you are my fan. I am your fan. Xiao Wang exclaimed excitedly, his words tumbling over one another. Professor LV, could you please sign something for me? LV Yongchang. Yi Nanking? Evidently, Yi Lao was equally taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, casting an awkward glare at the researcher. Ahem. Xiao Wang, we will discuss the autograph later. First, let us complete the research task. A flicker of grievance crossed Xiao Wang's face as he trudged toward the control panel. Witnessing this scene, LV Yongchang couldn't help but chuckle. Rest assured, I will not forget about the signature. Upon hearing this, a spark of excitement ignited in Xiao Wang's eyes, and his steps became considerably lighter. Yi Lao watched the jubilant LV Yongchang with a hint of envy. Professor LV, your popularity is truly remarkable. Look at Xiao Wang. He seems just like one of your own researchers. I even suspect that with a mere word from you, he would readily switch to your team. In the face of Yi Lao's jealousy, LV Yongchang could only smile and shrug, expressing his helplessness. Before long, Xiao Wang returned, laden with a stack of documents. Professor LV, these are the solar observation data from the past month. Do you require anything more? Retrieving data exceeding a month may take some time. But Xiao Wang's enthusiasm surpassed LV Yongchang's expectations. He smiled wryly and waved his hand. Ahem, no need. A month's data is sufficient. A clear glimmer of disappointment flashed in Xiao Wang's eyes. All right then, if you need anything, just call for me. LV Yongchang nodded with a wry smile. He never anticipated enjoying the treatment of a celebrity. Once Xiao Wang departed, LV Yongchang took a deep breath, his expression turning solemn as he examined the documents before him. Seeing this, Yi Lao raised an eyebrow slightly, harboring doubts about whether LV Yongchang could truly comprehend such highly specialized data. There are issues with this data. LV Yongchang murmured gravely. Oh, what issues? Yi Lao inquired, leaning closer to LV Yongchang. Observe the magnetic field strength. It has noticeably increased since a fortnight ago. Additionally, several other data points indicate problems. As he spoke, LV Yongchang pointed to specific sections within the documents. If I am not mistaken, solar flare activity during this period should be more frequent, correct? A flicker of astonishment crossed Yi Lao's eyes. In mere minutes, amidst such an abundance of data, LV Yongchang not only identified several problematic data points, but also made an accurate assessment of the sun's current state. This expertise. Professor LV, did you graduate from the astronomy department? Yi Nanking gazed at LV Yongchang in disbelief, instinctively posing the question. Lu Yongchang was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled and shook his head. Old Yi, I am still a student in the physics department of Sandow University. I have yet to graduate. As my diploma has not been issued, this was indeed the case. Recently, due to his involvement with the Panga No. 1 project, he had completely neglected to collect his diploma from Sandow University. Old Yi swallowed hard, gazing at Lu Yongchang with disbelief. So you have taught yourself all of this? Lu Yongchang laughed awkwardly to deflect the conversation. Incredible, Yi Nanking exclaimed, his eyes wide as saucers, muttering, I have never encountered anyone quite like you. Ahem. To prevent Old Yi from continuing his astonishment, Lu Yongchang gently cleared his throat. Old Yi, do you have any scrap paper? I need to verify some calculations. Old Yi, with an expression of awe, nodded and retrieved several blank A4 sheets. Will these suffice? Lu Yongchang accepted the A4 paper, pulling out his fountain pen from his pocket while nodding. That will do. Thank you. He then sat down, swiftly jotting down a series of calculations on the A4 sheets. Yinange leaned in eagerly, fixated on Lu Yongchang's handwriting. Initially, Yinange could keep pace with Lu Yongchang's thought process, but after a few minutes, he lifted his head in confusion, casting a doubtful glance at Lu Yongchang, who was fervently writing away. Was it that his abilities were insufficient? That couldn't be right. He had some confidence in his mathematical prowess. Although he could not tackle the most challenging problems in the history of mathematics, he could easily handle certain issues within astronomy. Yet now, he found himself utterly bewildered by the transformations of Lu Yongchang's calculations. At that moment, memories of his university days flooded back, recalling the dread that came with higher mathematics. Half an hour passed. Lu Yongchang sighed deeply, his expression grave, as he set down his pen. Well, unbeknownst to him, Old Ye's attitude towards Lu Yongchang had dramatically shifted. Do you have any results? Chapter 45, Prophecy. Global Aurora. Hearing the question beside him, Lu Yongchang sighed deeply. The worst outcome had materialized. The sun's abnormal activity had indeed accelerated by 2 months. Moreover, the rate of the sun's aging was evidently quicker than in the previous timeline. According to Lu Yongchang's calculations, in approximately 15 years, the sun would experience another helium flash. The corners of Lu Yongchang's eyes twitched slightly. It had been shortened by a full 5 years. Professor Lu? Came Yinange's urgent voice from the side. Lu Yongchang strained to lift the corners of his mouth, managing a grim smile. The sun is in trouble. Half an hour later, Yinange stared blankly at Lu Yongchang. Impossible. How can this be? Thus far, the sun had existed for 4.6 billion years. According to models, it should last at least another 10 billion years. How could it possibly be entering its aging phase so soon? Yinange's face flushed, his grizzled beard quivering slightly as he shouted. This is absolutely impossible. Your calculations must be erroneous. It is utterly inconceivable for the sun to enter the red giant phase within a mere decade. Confronted with the impassioned Yinange, a flicker of pity gleamed deep within Lu Yongchang's eyes. In the previous lifetime, upon learning this unfathomable revelation, countless scientists succumbed to despair. Every educated mind refused to accept such a conclusion. Yet, the truth stood incontrovertibly before humanity. The grand edifice of astrophysics, painstakingly constructed over countless years, was so effortlessly dismantled. Old Yi, compose yourself, Lu Yongchang murmured softly. The calculations are all here. Every step you found perplexing, I have already elucidated in detail. Do you perceive any flaw? Yi's expression abruptly faltered. Precisely because he recognized that Lu Yongchang's formulas bore no error, he found it impossible to reconcile with the reality. Mathematics does not deceive. Within the mathematical model, the sun ages visibly before the naked eye. Indeed, imminently, it will enter the red giant phase. Trembling, he lifted his wrinkled hand and forcefully plucked a strand of his beard. Gasping sharply, Yi whispered, This is true. The next instant, he turned abruptly to Lu Yongchang, his gaunt hand clutching his arm. Professor Lu, what shall we do now? Lu Yongchang's countenance grew grave as he enunciated deliberately. We must seek out the chief counselor. Within the confines of the first ring of the capital, in the chief counselor's office, a faint smile graced Counselor Li's face upon seeing Lu Yongchang. What is this? Neglecting your task to miniaturize the fusion reactor. And yet you find time to visit me? Lu Yongchang's visage was heavy with bitterness. He slowly shook his head and spoke solemnly. Chief Counselor, I have a matter of utmost importance to report. Observing Lu's serious demeanor, Counselor Li's expression likewise turned grave. Setting down his pen, he regarded Lu intently. Speak then. Drawing a deep breath, Lu Yongchang began. Chief Counselor, the sun has entered a phase of accelerated decay. Predictions indicate it will become a red giant within 10 years and ignite a helium flash within 15. At that juncture, human civilization will cease to exist. A profound silence enveloped the office as Lu's words fell. After a long moment, the counselor exhaled deeply, his brow knitted tightly, his knuckles tapping unconsciously upon the desk. Yongchang, are you absolutely certain of these assertions? Meeting the counselor's profound skepticism, Lu Yongchang nodded resignedly. If you doubt, You may consult other astronomy experts to validate my predictions. Counselor Li smiled wryly, shaking his head. Yongchang, it is not disbelief in you, but your claims are simply too extraordinary. Lu Yongchang fell into thoughtful silence. The counselor's words were true. To be frank, were it not for Lu's experience of reincarnation and first-hand witnessing the helium flash, he himself would scarcely accept the veracity of his own assertions. As the sun reaches its prime, it is predicted to enter the red giant phase within a decade and experience a helium flash within 15 years. To be candid, the chairman has shown considerable restraint by not expelling him outright. Chairman, Elder Yi from the Summer National Astronomical Observatory is waiting outside. Shall I summon him for your consultation? Noticing the chairman's nod, LV Yongchang promptly opened the door and ushered in Yi Nanking. The chairman furrowed his brow and addressed Yi Nanking, who stood beside LV Yongchang. Elder Yi, do you believe there is a significant likelihood to Yongchang's calculations? Facing the chairman's inquiry, Yi Nanking bitterly nodded. Chairman, I have not found any flaws. Although the chairman anticipated this response, his pupils momentarily shrank to pinprick size upon hearing it. The sound of fingertips tapping against the solid wood of the desk filled the office. Despite his anxiety, LV Yongchang patiently awaited the chairman's decision. After all, in the face of such a catastrophic event, he could not hope to turn the tide without the assistance of the Summer Nation. Since both of you assert this, I shall place my trust in you, the chairman said gravely. I will convene a meeting immediately to verify this situation. If it proves to be true, we may need to consider our options. With that, the chairman reclined in his chair and sighed deeply. LV Yongchang's eyes flickered. Chairman, based on my calculations, this evening, a remarkably intense aurora will erupt across the skies worldwide. This marks the sun's definitive descent into old age. The chairman's gaze shifted slightly. As the chairman, he was acutely aware of certain fundamental knowledge. Auroras typically manifest only over the poles. The last global aurora occurrence was in 1958, coinciding with a period of intense solar activity. The current solar activity, evidently, is insufficient to sustain such a grand spectacle. He nodded gently. Very well, I understand. Should a global aurora truly occur, your hypothesis will undoubtedly carry more weight. With that, the chairman cast a meaningful glance at LV Yongchang. That evening, within the Summer National Assembly Hall, an urgent meeting was convened, gathering a majority of the nation's astronomers and physicists. Chapter 46, The Foundations of Astronomy Shaken? The Assembly Hall of the Summer Nation. A distinguished assembly of the country's foremost physicists and astronomers took their seats. The chairman, with a serious demeanor, occupied the foremost position. Deep within his eyes lay a profound concern. Clearing his throat, the chairman adjusted the microphone. As all eyes turned towards him, he paused thoughtfully before speaking. Esteemed professors and academicians, I have summoned you in haste today because I have just received alarming news. With that, the chairman activated the projector in the assembly hall. A paper appeared on the large screen, and upon viewing it, all present professors and academicians furrowed their brows in unison. A faint murmur of discussion arose. Is this the paper published in Nature a few days ago? Indeed, I recall this paper quite vividly. What is the intention of Congressman Li in bringing forth this document? Is it possible that the sun has truly entered a phase of senescence? Nonsense. How could that be? Observing the animated chatter among the audience, Congressman Li's expression grew notably more serious. Silence. According to the data presented in the paper, along with the recent observations from the Summer National Observatory over the past month, Professor Lu Yongchang has arrived at a conclusion through his calculations. The sun is aging at an unprecedented rate, based on predictive models. It is forecasted that the sun will transform into a red giant within 10 years and will experience a helium flash within 15 years. Congressman Li paused momentarily, then added, this calculation has been verified by Yi Nange of the Summer National Observatory. Following his words, a profound silence enveloped the Grand Assembly Hall. The pupils of all attendees shrank to the size of pinpricks. After a tense silence of over 10 seconds, an uproar ensued. What? How is that possible? Professor Lu Yongchang? Isn't he a researcher in controlled nuclear fusion? How has he suddenly ventured into the realm of astronomy? I heard he is merely a sophomore in undergraduate studies. This is absurd. Yet, the fact that Elder Yi has acknowledged Professor Lu's calculations implies let us refrain from wild speculation and await the congressman's explanation. Minutes later, the discussions began to wane. Congressman Li scanned the audience once more and spoke. To be honest, I also harbor doubts regarding this conclusion. The purpose of gathering you all today is to conduct a verification. With that, the images on the projection screen shifted. As the neatly arranged equations appeared, the brows of every professor furrowed deeply. This represents Professor Lu Yongchang's latest solar model. Let us examine it closely for any potential flaws. Furthermore, according to this model, it is predicted that around 10:50 p.m. tonight, an extraordinarily intense aurora phenomenon will occur globally. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their heads to gaze out the window. The sky outside was pitch black, devoid of any signs of an impending aurora. Congressman Li raised his wrist to check his watch. It was 2:56 p.m., leaving less than an hour until the predicted time. Academician Yang Jianchuan, what is your perspective on this assertion? Congressman Li inquired calmly. Academician Yang, having been named, furrowed his brow and muttered, impossible. Although an exceptionally intense aurora event occurred in 1958, it was during a period of heightened solar activity. Current observational data indicates that solar activity is far from reaching that threshold. Congressman Li nodded gently. So, you are suggesting that the likelihood of a global aurora occurring at present is exceedingly low, correct? Upon seeing Academician Yang nod, Congressman Li took a deep breath. This means, if a global aurora indeed materializes in 1 hour at this juncture, Congressman Li chose not to elaborate further. The attendees were not naive. They naturally discerned the implications embedded within the congressman's words. After a moment of silence, Congressman Li, with a grave expression, spoke again. Esteemed professors, it is still early. Let us first evaluate Professor Lu's model. At 22:35, all professors and academicians furrowed their brows, gazing intently at the projection screen displaying the simulation process. Old Yang, do you perceive any issues? One academician inquired softly, displaying a hint of concern as he turned to Yang Jianchuan. Yang Jianchuan slowly shook his head. I cannot discern any problems. In fact, after reviewing this model, I suspect that the stellar models we previously established may contain some errors. What? The academician was taken aback, exclaiming, Old Yang, such jesting is ill-advised. As a luminary in the field of astronomy and Xia, Yang's judgments were seldom erroneous. And consequently, his opinions could significantly influence the perceptions of many. With a solemn demeanor, Yang sighed deeply. I wish it were not so. The span of human history is excessively brief, and our technological prowess remains rudimentary. The only star we can genuinely study is the sun. Thus, it is not uncommon for models to err. Observing the incredulous expressions on the faces of the surrounding professors, Yang softened his tone slightly. Of course, it is possible that our model is correct, and perhaps the sun is experiencing issues we do not yet comprehend, leading to this peculiar phenomenon. Upon hearing this, the professor's expressions eased somewhat. After all, if the fundamental model of stars were to be flawed, it would mean the very foundation of human astronomy is shaken to its core, a notion intolerable to any researcher. Ahem, the voice of the congressman broke the silence. Esteemed colleagues, have any vulnerabilities been identified? Or does anyone contest the results of this simulation? Time ticked away slowly. The Grand Hall of Xia was enveloped in silence. Hundreds of professors and academicians bowed their heads, unwilling to meet the congressman's gaze. Several seasoned academicians in astronomy and physics sighed deeply, shaking their heads in resignation. Witnessing this scene, Congressman Li felt a flicker of disappointment in his eyes. He slowly closed his eyes, exhaling a heavy sigh. Just as he was about to continue speaking, a startled exclamation erupted from the crowd below. Aurora! The aurora is indeed occurring. Congressman Li abruptly opened his eyes and turned to gaze out the window. A magnificent crimson light illuminated the skies above the Capitol. The red glow began to spread across the entire firmament. Under the aurora's radiant glow, the once pure moon was tinged with a blood-red hue, as if foretelling the future of humanity. Chapter 47, Precise Prophecy. Gazing at the resplendent red aurora outside, Congressman Li swallowed hard. The breathtaking scene before him instilled an overwhelming sense of suffocation. The aurora predicted by Lu Yongchang had manifested, heralding the red giant phase a decade hence, and the helium flash 15 years later. Congressman Li shook his head, reluctant to contemplate the future any further. Xia, Magic City. Zhao Zijie sat on the balcony, gazing quietly at the luminous moon in the sky. The gentle breeze of early summer caressed his skin, bringing with it a hint of coolness. He extracted his phone from his pocket and deftly navigated to a chat group with his friends. How utterly boring, he mused, his fingers trembling slightly as he typed a message. Subsequently, He raised his phone to record a video of his surroundings. "It's so lonely here on this open balcony." His frivolous remark instantly drew the scorn of all. Goodness. If memory serves correctly, old Zhao should be in the bustling metropolis. I'm envious of this grand open balcony. I can almost envision the smug expression on his face as he uttered those words. How infuriating. Is this the world of the wealthy? I harbor no envy whatsoever. Hey, look at this charm I have. As the barrage of sarcastic comments flowed in, a faint smile graced Zhao Zijia's face. Just as he was about to engage in light banter with his friends, one comment captured his attention. "Old Zhao, there is something wrong with your video." Zhao Zijia's expression stiffened slightly, and a chill crept up behind him. He hastily typed, "What the hell? Don't scare me like that at this hour." Once spoken, this incited a flurry of chaotic replies from those who had just commented. "Old Zhao, check your front camera and look behind you. I think I just saw a face." What face? It was clearly a white silhouette. Zhao Zijia swallowed nervously. Though an atheist, the comments made him feel a bit uneasy in the late hour. Just as he was about to retreat into his room, the person who had spoken earlier chimed in again. "What are you all babbling about? I just closely examined the video, and at 28 seconds, the moon you filmed has a hint of red glow. Check for yourself." The group fell silent for a few seconds, and in an instant, countless messages flooded in. "A blood moon has descended. Chaos reigns. This is it. I must stockpile provisions for the next few years." Amidst the uproar, some curious individuals clicked on the video once again. "Wait, the moon in the video does indeed appear somewhat red. I saw it too." Zhao Zijia frowned as he stared at his phone, instinctively reopening the video he had just recorded. As the playback reached 28 seconds, his pupils contracted slightly. He saw it too. The surface of the moon seemed to radiate a faint red glow. In the next moment, he abruptly lifted his gaze to the sky. No, it was not the moon emitting the red light. The entire expanse of the sky was aglow with a soft crimson hue. Trembling, he raised his phone once more to record another video. "Look outside. Why is the sky over the bustling metropolis starting to glow red?" Mere seconds after sending the message, responses poured in. "Goodness, it's happening here too. I'm in Hangzhou. So is the mountainous city. The sky in the land of cherry blossoms is glowing red as well." As time progressed, the crimson glow in the sky grew increasingly radiant. Gradually, an extraordinarily resplendent red ribbon appeared before Zhao Zijia's eyes. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion echoed. The once luminous metropolis was instantly engulfed in darkness. Concurrently, piercing screams reverberated from all directions. In a flurry of panic, Zhao Zijia hastily retrieved his mobile phone. 2250. There was not a shred of signal. That night, enveloped in trepidation and unease, Zhao Zijia succumbed to slumber. At dawn, the moment he opened his eyes, he seized his phone from the bedside. Thank heavens. There was a signal. Cautiously, he pressed the switch of the bedside lamp. It flickered to life. As he turned on the television, he endeavored to uncover the events of the previous night. According to the latest report from the Summer National Observatory, around 2242 last night, a solar flare erupted unexpectedly, unleashing an immensely powerful solar wind, which resulted in varying auroral phenomena globally by 2250. The solar flare's eruption inflicted considerable damage upon Summer Nation, particularly to the power grid. The voice of the host resonated in Zhao Zijia's ears. Instinctively, he opened the chat group on his app. 999 unread messages. Goodness, it was indeed the aurora. This defied scientific explanation. Aren't auroras exclusive to the polar regions? You see, had you focused on your studies instead of herding cattle, you would understand now. A significant red aurora event had occurred in 1958, yet descriptions indicated it was not as exaggerated as this one. Logically, this year should not be an active solar period. How could such an event transpire? How should I know? You need to inquire with the scientists at the observatory. As Zhao Zijia scrolled through the chat messages, his anxiety diminished slightly. It was merely a solar storm, after all. Yet, witnessing the expert on television earnestly explaining the causes of the aurora, a seed of worry began to sprout within him. Was it truly just a solar storm? In contrast to Summer Nation, the losses sustained by the United States were undoubtedly far greater. At that moment, the United States was basking in daylight, directly facing the sun. The formidable solar wind not only obliterated a significant portion of the U.S. power grid, but also resulted in the disappearance of several aircraft. Moreover, the majority of civilian satellites were annihilated by the solar wind. Devoid of electricity and communication devices, The United States resembled a nation thrust back into the steam age. Within the inner circle of the capital city, in the office of a senior member of parliament, the scenes from yesterday's meeting replayed incessantly in Li's mind. Following the appearance of the aurora, Li initiated a vote regarding the prophecy about the sun proposed by Lu Yongchang. Unsurprisingly, every professor of astronomy and physics present cast a vote in favor. Li furrowed his brow, lightly tapping his knuckles against the solid wood desk. What must he do to ensure Summer Nation's survival amidst this calamity? Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed. Li's expression momentarily shifted, and he softly uttered, "Come in." The office door slowly creaked open, revealing the figure of Lu Yongchang at the threshold. Chapter 48. The NASA Administrator Lu Yongchang greeted Member Li with utmost respect. "Yongchang, you have finally arrived." Member Li exhaled softly upon seeing Lu Yongchang. "You are aware of the outcome of yesterday's meeting, correct?" Hearing Member Li's inquiry, Lu Yongchang nodded gently. It passed unanimously. To be candid, he was not the least surprised by this result. Given the meticulous steps of the analysis and the precision of the predictions, Lu Yongchang could not fathom that anyone would still harbor doubts about his assertions. What should our nation do next? The administrator inquired after a moment of contemplation. A glint of determination flickered in Lu Yongchang's eyes as he replied emphatically, "Administrator, in my view, the cosmos is our only true avenue. Only by departing the solar system can we genuinely safeguard our nation." The administrator fell into a contemplative silence. Leave the solar system? Is humanity's technology truly capable of such a feat? His voice was hoarse as he pondered. Isn't colonizing Mars a viable option? The proposal to colonize Mars had, in fact, been put forth by academician Yang Jianchuan after the conclusion of the previous meeting. Lu Yongchang shook his head slowly, dismissing the administrator's suggestion. "I fear not. At the moment of the solar helium flash, even Mars would be perilous. The only truly safe haven might lie beyond the solar system." The administrator shut his eyes in anguish. After a lengthy pause, he spoke again, his voice increasingly hoarse. "According to your plan, how many individuals from our nation can survive?" Lu Yongchang was momentarily taken aback by the question. How many would survive? This indeed posed a significant dilemma. He fell into deep thought, considering the current population growth rate of the nation. Seeing Lu Yongchang lost in silence, a bitter smile crept onto the administrator's face. Could it be as many as 10,000? Lu Yongchang's expression shifted to one of disbelief. Indeed, not even 10,000? The administrator's gaze grew increasingly pained at Lu Yongchang's peculiar reaction. Out of 1.5 billion citizens, we cannot even secure the survival of 10,000? "Ah, administrator, you may be misunderstanding," Lu Yongchang replied with an odd expression. "According to my plan, after excluding those unsuitable for interstellar travel, such as the elderly and the ill, and factoring in the natural growth rate over the next 15 years, our nation should have approximately 1 billion individuals capable of escaping successfully." The office was enveloped in silence. "Yongchang, do you realize the implications of what you are stating?" The administrator regarded Lu Yongchang with a perplexed expression. 1 billion individuals embarking on interstellar travel? Are you recounting a science fiction tale? Lu Yongchang met the administrator's gaze with unwavering seriousness. "Administrator, regarding the development of controllable nuclear fusion, you must understand that I have accomplished everything I have claimed." The administrator's demeanor showed signs of being moved, and he gently nodded in acknowledgement of Lu Yongchang's words. "Perhaps my plan may seem somewhat audacious, but for the future of our people, I hope you can place your complete trust in me." The administrator's profound gaze remained locked onto Lu Yongchang's eyes. After a lengthy silence, he took a deep breath. "Very well. I believe in you. According to reports, starting today, the Summer Nation will establish a space agency, with the esteemed father of controlled nuclear fusion, L.V. Yongchang, appointed as its inaugural director. The primary mission of the space agency is to..." In the evening, the Summer Nation news channel broadcasted a significant announcement. Within a mere half hour, the phrase space agency surged to the top of trending topics on Weibo. What? A space agency? Is Summer Nation embarking on a journey into space? I believe now is an opportune moment for such an endeavor, especially since the United States is currently grappling with the ravages of solar storms and cannot focus on its own affairs. That makes sense. Wait, am I the only one who noticed that the first director is L.V. Yongchang? If memory serves, he should only be 20 years old, right? If we consider his age in lunar years, he would be 21 now. Wow, how terrifying. At 21, he is the director of the space agency, while I, At the same age, am a college dropout. So, can someone enlighten me on the powers of this space agency? Surely it cannot be a mere figurehead. Let us not dismiss it. If the Summer Nation news is to be believed, the authority of this space agency can be succinctly described as one person above, thousands below. What the? The following day, at noon, the Great Hall of the Summer Nation was filled to capacity. Every individual present was among the nation's most elite scientists. Physics, chemistry, materials science, biology. One could say that the hall was a confluence of the greatest intellects of Summer Nation. Dressed in a tailored high-end suit, Lu Yongchang composed himself and slowly ascended the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Lu Yongchang, the first director of the space agency. I will now outline the agency's plans for the next 3 years. With that, Lu Yongchang gently clicked the mouse. A PowerPoint presentation was projected for all to see. Lunar Palace Project. In an instant, a wave of whispers swept through the Great Hall, ignoring the murmurs from the audience. Lu Yongchang cleared his throat and elaborated. The Lunar Palace Project, officially known as the Automated Mining Plan for the Lunar Surface, is expected to commence operations by the end of this year, primarily tasked with obtaining the abundant helium-3 resources found on the moon. Additionally, we can extract substantial quantities of titanium, iron, ore, and various rare earth minerals from the lunar surface. Before the audience could fully digest this information, Lu Yongchang clicked the mouse again. The PowerPoint screen transitioned. Southern Heavenly Gate Project. The Southern Heavenly Gate Project is slated for completion by the end of next year. Its main components include the Xian Nu series of aerospace combat aircraft and the Luan Bird series of aerospace carrier platforms. The project's primary objective is to address threats from extraterrestrial and silicon-based life forms. Moreover, it represents Summer Nation's first step toward cosmic civilization. Boom. As Lu Yongchang's words resonated, chaos erupted in the Great Hall. The flashes of cameras from reporters in the back row were incessant. Every academic luminary turned to discuss the unfolding scene with their companions. This is absolutely absurd. How could the Speaker of the Assembly entrust such a significant responsibility to such a young child? An elderly academic, his hair as white as snow, stood up in a fit of indignation, muttering incessantly, "What merit is there in attending such a nonsensical meeting?" "Patience, Xiao Lao," replied Yang Jianchuan with a wry smile, gently patting the frail back of the elder. "I understand that these projects may appear quite implausible, with so many eyes and ears present. Professor Lu has yet to make his announcement. Once the reporters depart, I assure you, the truth will eventually come to light. The Summer Nation has reached a dead end." Yang Jianchuan's somber words fell upon Xiao Lao's ears. The elder trembled slightly, casting a complex glance at Yang Jianchuan beside him, and slowly resumed his seat. "If that is the case, I shall observe closely what Lu Yongchang is truly up to, and how has the Summer Nation found itself in such dire straits." Such scenes unfolded in every corner of the Summer Nation Grand Hall, to prevent the leakage of information that could incite social unrest. The news of the sun entering its twilight years remained largely unknown to outsiders, save for the scientists who had initially attended the meeting. Silence. Lu Yongchang gently rapped the table, proceeding to unveil the next PowerPoint presentation. The Heavenly Court Project. Chapter 49. The Human Deep Space Exploration Fleet Initiative. The 4 golden characters shimmering on the projection screen made everyone's pupils contract sharply. Heavenly Court. In the lore of the Summer Nation, the Heavenly Court represents the supreme center of divine governance. In the hearts of every citizen of the Summer Nation, the Heavenly Court holds an irreplaceable significance. The Heavenly Court Project, formerly known as the Human Deep Space Exploration Fleet Initiative, aims to complete its preliminary construction within 15 years. The first target planet of the Heavenly Court Project is Proxima Centauri, situated 422 light-years away. Lu Yongchang's calm voice resonated within the Grand Hall. Simultaneously, the PPT slides transitioned continuously, presenting the main content of the Heavenly Court Project to the audience. The assembly of scholars and professors below was rendered speechless by sheer astonishment. An involuntary thought arose in each of their minds. How could Lu Yongchang dare to propose such audacity? Colonizing exoplanets within 15 years? Even science fiction wouldn't dare to write such a narrative. At the back of the hall, the frequency of camera flashes escalated, coalescing into a blinding white light. The shutter buttons of the journalists' cameras were nearly worn out from incessant clicking. After more than 10 minutes, Lu Yongchang stood on the stage, exhaling slowly. He had finally provided a brief overview of the three major initiatives. He cast a sweeping glance over the faces of those seated below. Indeed, nearly every academic and professor's visage was painted with disdain and skepticism. He tugged at the corners of his mouth, a faint smile gracing his features. Before addressing the microphone once more, "This meeting will now conclude. I kindly ask all journalists to vacate the premises." Lu Yongchang's words stirred a mild commotion within the grand hall. The journalists are to leave first? That was never stipulated before. The expressions of confusion deepened in the eyes of everyone present. It was evident that Lu Yongchang had no intention of offering any explanation. He stood silently upon the stage, his countenance grave as he fixed his gaze on the group of journalists seated in the farthest row of the Summer National Assembly Hall. Yet, in such a gathering, no one dared to provoke Lu Yongchang's ire. After all, as the inaugural director of the Space Administration, he wielded genuine authority. 5 minutes later, once all the journalists had departed from the assembly hall, Lu Yongchang exchanged a subtle glance with the soldiers stationed at the entrance. Bang! The four grand doors of the hall shut simultaneously, emitting a uniform, muffled thud. Witnessing this scene, the pupils of all the academicians and professors contracted sharply. Was something monumental about to unfold? Esteemed colleagues, what I am about to disclose concerns the security of our nation, Lu Yongchang intoned with profound significance. Therefore, I must trouble you all to sign this confidentiality agreement. As he spoke, several soldiers began distributing the secrecy contracts to the gathered scholars. What? We must sign a confidentiality agreement? What could possibly be so critical to national security? The moment Lu Yongchang's words fell, a chorus of restless murmurs arose among the younger professors, their voices hushed as they exchanged anxious whispers with their neighbors. Meanwhile, the seasoned academicians seated in the front rows revealed a gleam of understanding in their eyes. "Academician Yang, this must be the truth you alluded to earlier," remarked Elder Chiu as he solemnly inscribed his name upon the agreement, casting a meaningful glance at Yang Jianchuan beside him. Yang's expression darkened as he signed, whispering, "Elder Chiu, now I may speak candidly. If I told you that the survival time remaining for Summer Nation, for humanity itself, does not exceed 15 years, would you believe me?" The silver-haired academician Chiu Tianzhong's pupils constricted abruptly. Even he could not suppress the shock swelling within his heart, whispering in disbelief. "What did you say?" Noticing the surrounding eyes upon him, Chiu hastily forced a faint smile and waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing, nothing at all." Once the crowd had averted their gazes, Chiu gripped Yang's sleeve, lowering his voice to inquire urgently, "What did you mean just now? How could humanity have merely 15 years left?" As Yang prepared to respond, Lu Yongchang interrupted the moment, his voice resolute. "Since all of you have signed the confidentiality agreement, I shall speak plainly. Ladies and gentlemen, humanity has but 15 years left to flee. More precisely, all life on Earth has only 15 years remaining to escape." Lu Yongchang's proclamation fell upon the tranquil assembly like a detonated atomic bomb. In an instant, the once serene Summer National Assembly Hall transformed into a cacophonous marketplace of clamor. Standing silently upon the stage, Lu Yongchang surveyed the assembly without uttering another word. He understood well that such earth-shattering news demanded a moment for the audience to absorb. Gradually, the uproar subsided, and all eyes fixed unwaveringly upon him. Only then did he gently press the mouse, switching the projector to display his presentation slides. "I trust that everyone present is well aware of the recent publication in Nature. The sun's recent activity has undoubtedly troubled many, especially last night's global auroras, which defied all previously established patterns. Through meticulous calculations and simulations, we have discovered that the sun has prematurely entered its senescence phase, and its rate of aging far exceeds our expectations. According to our models, the sun will enter the red giant stage within a decade, during which it will engulf Mercury and Venus. Within 15 years, the sun will erupt in a helium flash. And at that time, Earth, being the closest planet, will be utterly molten under the radiance of this flash." A profound silence fell over the grand hall of the Summer Nation. Chiu Tianzhong sat dazedly in his chair, his withered, emaciated hands gripping the armrests tightly. This cannot be possible. This defies all reason," he murmured hoarsely, on the brink of madness. As a leading physicist of the Summer Nation, Chiu found it difficult to accept such a reality. In just over a decade, the sun would have consumed the majority of its internal energy, whereas conventionally, such energy should sustain the sun's combustion for billions of years. Where has this energy vanished? This contradicts the law of conservation of energy. Chiu suddenly rose. His trembling hands clenched fiercely as he bellowed. If such an event truly occurs, it will be a catastrophe, not only for terrestrial civilization, but also for the entire corpus of human knowledge. Observing the frail old man swaying unsteadily in his seat, Lu Yongchang's eyes flickered with a trace of compassion. He had witnessed such scenes countless times in a past existence. The more profound the knowledge, the more impossible it was to accept such a solar anomaly, for it violated every principle human understanding had established. Chapter 50. Analysis of the phenomenon of sonoluminescence. Lu Yongchang slowly shook his head. If the sun had been influenced by some unknown force beyond human comprehension, then all laws would remain intact. Chiu froze momentarily, staring blankly at Lu, asking, what kind of force could possibly affect the sun? Lu Yongchang shook his head once more. I do not know. He spoke honestly. Even in a previous lifetime, humanity never uncovered the cause of the sun's aberration. Naturally, this was partly because humanity had insufficient time to investigate. All resources were allocated to subterranean cities and starship initiatives. Even now, with the altered timeline of the sun's transformation, Lu harbored a vague suspicion. Perhaps the sun's anomaly was artificially induced. Of course, this so-called artificial influence could not have originated from Earth's civilization. Yet, lacking evidence, he dared not voice his conjecture freely. Perhaps Lu's words offered Chiu Tianzhong some glimmer of hope, for his expression gradually softened. Then, what course of action should we pursue? Chiu was no fool. Since this matter could be openly discussed in the Grand Hall of Xia, it undoubtedly attests to its reliability. The leaders of Xia would never commit such a fundamental error. Chiu Tianzhong's inquiry served as a wake-up call for those present. Given that the situation had become irretrievable, it was the solutions that truly warranted consideration. As the gazes of the audience turned back to him, the tense expression on Lu Yongchang's face relaxed slightly. He gently maneuvered the mouse and reopened a PowerPoint presentation. As I mentioned earlier, the foremost objective for Xia is the Lunar Palace project. Of course, given the current technological capabilities of Xia, or humanity at large, the realization of the Lunar Palace project seems virtually impossible. With a resigned shrug, Lu Yongchang expressed his helplessness. The academicians and professors in attendance exchanged glances, their expressions noticeably somber. The truth was undeniable. Until now, only a handful of astronauts from decades past, who participated in the American Apollo program, had truly set foot on the moon. Although Xia had initiated its lunar exploration program, it remained significantly distant from achieving manned lunar landings. Therefore, the pressing task at hand was to ascend the technological tree. As Lu Yongchang spoke, he clicked the mouse. The projector flickered momentarily, revealing 3 technological advancements on the screen: fusion reactor miniaturization technology, electric propulsion technology, and spaceplane technology. After the meeting concluded, Lu Yongchang wasted no time and proceeded directly to the Daxiaobei Nuclear Physics Laboratory. The surroundings of the Daxiaobei Nuclear Physics Laboratory were already bustling with construction. According to the plans laid out by Chairman Li, the laboratory would be expanded to 10 times its original size. Upon completion, the laboratory would be renamed the First Laboratory of Xia, with its primary mission being to lead all of Xia's citizens into space. Inside the Daxiaobei Nuclear Physics Laboratory, or rather the First Laboratory of Xia, Lu Yongchang gazed solemnly at the transparent container filled with water, positioned at the center of the experimental platform. This container had been meticulously crafted over several days to conduct experiments on sonoluminescence. Yongchang, are you certain that the phenomenon of sonoluminescence is related to nuclear fusion? Fang Su asked anxiously, glancing at Lu Yongchang. Frankly, he found this endeavor somewhat dubious. Lu Yongchang nodded affirmatively. I am certain. Fang Su's eyes brightened. Oh, how can you be so sure? Did you come across some research paper? Lu Yongchang shot a sidelong glance at Fang Su and replied succinctly, by my intuition. Let's prepare to commence the experiment. Without elaborating further, Lu Yongchang addressed the researcher responsible for the operations. In the next moment, the ultrasonic generator beneath the transparent container sprang to life. The water's surface within the container erupted into a flurry of tiny ripples. Lu Yongchang's gaze remained fixated on the monitoring data. When he observed the ultrasonic oscillation frequency on the computer screen reaching the target value, a spark of excitement flickered in his eyes. Quick, inject the gas. The researcher beside him swallowed nervously and hurriedly pressed the buttons on the control panel. A multitude of tiny bubbles emerged at the bottom of the transparent container. Under the influence of buoyancy, the bubbles began to rise slowly. A miraculous phenomenon unfolded. With the application of ultrasound, the bubbles quivered back and forth in the liquid. In the next moment, as the bubbles collapsed to their smallest volume, a faint glow emanated from within. Success! A spark of excitement flickered in Lu Yongchang's eyes. He abruptly turned to the researcher beside him. Have all the data been recorded? The researcher swiftly tapped away at the keyboard, then let out a sigh of relief. Professor, all the data has been successfully recorded. Good. Lu Yongchang's expression brightened even more. Transfer all the experimental data to my computer. I need to retreat for a period. Do not disturb me. He then added, Su go. Continue experimenting with different solutions and varying frequencies of ultrasound. I require more data. With that, Lu Yongchang strode purposefully toward his office. Inside the office, Lu Yongchang gazed at the dense array of chaotic data on his computer screen, his brow furrowing tightly. The recent sonoluminescence phenomenon had revealed that the temperature at the moment of bubble collapse was not particularly high, merely around 100,000 degrees Celsius. In the realm of controllable nuclear fusion, where temperatures often exceed hundreds of millions of degrees, 100,000 degrees was hardly noteworthy. If he wished to harness sonoluminescence for controllable nuclear fusion, he first needed to address the upper limit of the bubble collapse temperature. After all, the internal temperature of the bubbles must reach the fundamental threshold to initiate nuclear fusion, mustn't it? The most straightforward method to tackle this issue was to establish a mathematical model. As for the factors influencing bubble collapse temperature, it was no exaggeration to say that Lu Yongchang could deduce the most basic conclusions using merely his toes. The variables were simply the frequency of the ultrasound, the type of solution, or perhaps the shape of the container. This was precisely why he had specifically instructed Feng Su before his retreat. Any mathematical model necessitates a wealth of experimental data for support. Observing the continuous influx of diverse data on the computer screen, Lu Yongchang took a deep breath. He then reached for the pen placed beside him. The sharp sound of the pen cap being removed echoed crisply. In the next instant, his expression shifted dramatically. The moment of intense focus had begun. The once tranquil office was immediately filled with the sound of the pen tip scratching against the draft paper. Chapter 51. The Deceit of the Strategic Deception Bureau. That evening, as various media outlets compiled their news articles, social media in Xia country erupted instantaneously. On the trending topics list, 10 headlines appeared in a striking blend of red and black. Moon Palace Project, Southern Gate Project, Heavenly Court Project, Professor Lu is incredible. These 10 trending topics caused the social media servers to crash. Countless netizens flooded the comments section, expressing their exhilaration. What the heck? What happened? What happened? What happened? As long as one embraces their own vulnerability, one becomes invincible. Ahem, pardon me. I seem to have wandered onto the wrong stage. The editors nowadays are becoming increasingly outrageous. Are they truly publishing the contents of a science fiction novel as breaking news? Those above. Please examine carefully. This is a recent meeting held by the Summer Nation's Space Administration, and these proposals were all put forth by the inaugural director, Professor Lu. Could someone enlighten me as to the current year? I suspect I have traversed through time. I detect the unmistakable scent of the era of rivalry between America and the Soviet Union. Naturally, a renowned military forum in the Summer Nation was no exception and was instantly set aflame by this news. After dinner, Zhao Zijia, as usual, sat before his computer and opened his browser. With practiced ease, he typed the domain into the address bar and gently pressed the enter key. The web page swiftly redirected to a military forum. Unlike before, the forum's homepage now bore a line of bold red text. Major disclosure from the Space Administration meeting. Zhao Zijia furrowed his brow slightly. Recently, the Space Administration's name had resounded throughout the land, without exaggeration, wherever there was internet and signal. Hardly anyone was unaware of this newly established agency. Yet, why would the Space Administration's meeting be linked to a military forum? A flicker of confusion crossed Zhao Zijia's eyes as he dragged his mouse and instinctively clicked on the highlighted headline. The Moon Palace Project, the Lunar Automated Mining Initiative? What? Scheduled to commence production by the end of this year? What on earth? Zhao Zijia released the mouse and rubbed his eyes. He even doubted his own vision. How could the Summer Nation suddenly propose a lunar mining project? Not to mention, they had yet to achieve a manned lunar landing, correct? And now, a lunar mining project set to launch by year's end. Was this not a fanciful dream? Had Professor Lu lost his mind? Muttering to himself, Zhao Zijia opened his chat group and shared a screenshot of the news. Has everyone seen this? Surely, today ISNT April Fool's Day? Ping ping ping. Soon. A flurry of urgent message alerts sounded. Zhao Zijia hastily reopened the chat group to read the replies. Old Zhao, you can't be just learning about this now. Friendly reminder. The Moon Palace project is the most feasible among the 3 major plans. Old Zhao, you should read the entire article before commenting. Reading the messages. Zhao Zijia's pupils contracted slightly. 3 major plans? And the lunar mining project was merely the simplest among them? He quickly closed the chat and scrutinized the details with his mouse. Gradually, his expression grew peculiar. The Southern Gate project, equipped with the Xuannu series of space fighters and the Luan series of spaceborne platforms, was actually designed to resist extraterrestrial invasions? What on earth? And set for completion by the end of next year? As his mouse will scrolled, the specifics of the Southern Gate project appeared before his eyes. The Xuannu series space fighter, with a fuselage length of 3,050 meters. Maximum takeoff weight, 100 tons. Cruising speed within the atmosphere, 112 kilometers per second, second cosmic velocity. Maximum speed beyond the atmosphere, 167 kilometers per second, third cosmic velocity. It employs dual fusion engines. With a propulsion system based on electric propulsion. The primary armament comprises a small laser rapid-fire cannon and ultra-high-speed medium to long-range air-to-air missiles, capable of being equipped with nuclear warheads. The subsequent Luanbird series is even more astonishing. The fuselage measures a total length of 500 meters, with a wingspan of 300 meters, a maximum takeoff weight of 300,000 tons, a cruising speed of 2 Mach within the atmosphere, and an outer atmospheric speed reaching the third cosmic velocity. As for the weapon systems, they include high-energy pulse laser cannons, high-power particle dispersion cannons, and large missile silos. Upon reaching this point, Zhao Zijia swallowed hard. Is this truly technology that can be possessed next year? Considering this is merely the second plan, Zhao Zijia hastily scrolled down the page. Hiss, the Heavenly Court Project. Goodness, just by glancing at the name, Zhao Zijia could envision how extraordinary this endeavor must be. First, he glanced at the project's expected completion time, within 15 years. He suddenly exhaled in relief. After the excitement of the first 2 projects, he felt that the 15-year timeline of the Heavenly Court project seemed the most feasible. However, he quickly resolved to retract his youthful and naive statement. The plan for the human deep space exploration fleet consists of the entire Heavenly Court fleet, comprising 1,000 survival-class starships, 500 supply-class starships, and 1,000 combat-class starships. Among them, the 1,000 survival-class starships can accommodate nearly 1 billion citizens of the Xia Nation, averaging 1 million individuals per starship. The entire Heavenly Court fleet will achieve a maximum flight speed of 1/10 the speed of light. As for the destination of the Heavenly Court fleet, it lies 422 light-years away at Proxima Centauri. Zhao Zijia inhaled deeply, with trembling hands. He reopened the group chat and typed 3 exclamation marks in the chat box. Haha, another child has been rendered speechless. Upon seeing the responses from his friends, Zhao Zijia smiled wryly and began typing. No, what on earth is this? This is clearly something out of a science fiction novel, right? How can such a thing be discussed in the Great Hall of the Xia Nation? Just as Zhao Zijia's complaints were sent, someone replied, Old Zhao, you are still too young. Do you remember the Star Wars program proposed by the United States? Zhao Zijia's pupils contracted sharply, and his fingers danced across the keyboard with increased speed. Are you suggesting this is something concocted by the Strategic Fostering Bureau? The next moment, a screenshot was shared in the group chat. The screenshot displayed the trending topics on Weibo. Congratulations to Professor Lu Yongchang on succeeding as the director of the Strategic Fostering Bureau. Zhao Zijia. He shook his head with a wry smile. Indeed, such matters should not be believed by anyone with a modicum of intelligence. Yet, in his mind, a brilliant scene of the aurora from a few days prior flashed momentarily. Considering the 2 events occurred within less than a day of each other, Zhao Zijia's heart stirred slightly. Could there be any connection? Yet, he quickly shook his head, banishing such fanciful thoughts. It was highly improbable. Most likely, as the netizens suggested, it was merely a fabrication by the Strategic Deception Bureau. Chapter 52. America's Response. The Pathfinder program. Meanwhile, across the vast ocean in the United States. Within the White House's presidential office, Albert's face flushed with anger. His small eyes fixed intently on the Secretary of Defense, Anthony, and the Director of the Central Intelligence Agency, William Blair. William Blair, do you no longer desire to wear the mantle of CIA Director? Albert's furious outburst caused both men to tremble. William Blair's eye twitched slightly. Mr. President, please, silence. Albert snatched the documents from his desk and slammed them before William. I do not want to hear any excuses. Just tell me, what is our CIA doing? The damn Xia nation is ready to break out of the solar system. And what are we doing? We are still busy maintaining power grids across the country. Damn it. William lowered his gaze to the papers lying at his feet. The words Moon Palace Project stabbed sharply at his eyes. After a moment of silence, he spoke slowly. Mr. President, our agents in Xia did not obtain any intelligence about this plan before the meeting began. I suspect it is merely a smokescreen thrown out by Xia. Do you recall the Star Wars initiative we proposed decades ago? As William's words fell, Anthony chimed in. Sir, I share Director Blair's view. These 3 plans of Xia, in my opinion, are utterly unfeasible. Their words eased Albert's expression somewhat. You mean these so-called space programs of Xia are just bluffing? What about the newly established Space Administration? Could it be that this new department is also a sham? According to our intelligence, Professor Lu Yongchang wields considerable power. William chuckled lightly and retorted, Mr. President, would you appoint a 21-year-old to head NASA? Without hesitation, Albert shook his head. What a joke. A 21-year-old kid should be busy courting in college. William shrugged, spreading his hands with a sardonic smile as he faced the president. Albert was momentarily stunned, but then suddenly understood. He nodded gently. I roughly grasp your meaning. So, how do you suggest we respond to these smokescreens Xia is throwing? The reactions on Twitter these past few days have been less than favorable. We must devise a countermeasure swiftly. A wry smile flickered in William's eyes. Twitter. Twitter. Always Twitter. How did America come to have such a president? He sighed softly inwardly before turning to Anthony with a look of plea. This matter is beyond the CIA's purview. Anthony pondered for a moment, a flicker of brilliance igniting in his eyes, and gravely declared, Your Excellency, I believe it is imperative that we initiate the Mars landing program. Albert's pupils constricted slightly, and a serious expression enveloped his face. A landing on Mars. Are you certain? Anthony nodded slowly, yet resolutely. Although the authenticity of the 3 plans from Xia State is questionable, we can draw a straightforward conclusion. Currently, Xia State's attention towards space exploration is intensifying. To solidify the future standing of our nation, we must take the lead in mastering space dominance. That afternoon, an emergency press conference was convened at the White House. Albert stood at the podium, clearing his throat. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the White House press briefing. In light of the recent solar storm, our nation has suffered significant losses. However, thanks to our formidable national strength, we have swiftly transitioned from the steam age back to the modern era. As he spoke, Albert made a playful gesture, prompting laughter from the audience. All right. Let us return to the matter at hand, lest my secretary cast me a disapproving glare. The laughter grew louder. After earning a bemused glance from his secretary, Albert resumed his serious demeanor and continued, Ladies and gentlemen, in the pursuit of humanity's future, our nation has never slowed its stride. I hereby announce that, effective immediately, we shall commence the manned Mars landing program, codename Pathfinder. As Albert's words resonated, the press conference fell into a profound silence. After a brief interval, a cacophony of discussions erupted. Mr. President, is this decision prompted by the recent 3 plans unveiled by Xia State? Mr. President, does this decision signify the rekindling of an arms race? Observing the enthusiastic expressions of the journalists, Albert furrowed his brow slightly. He raised his hand, gesturing for calm. The chatter gradually subsided, and soon the venue was enveloped in silence once more. Yet, the countenances of the reporters were now markedly different from mere moments ago. Each journalist appeared as a shark sensing blood, their eyes alight with fervor. Albert scanned the audience and solemnly stated, The purpose of initiating the Pathfinder program is to seek a second Earth for humanity. Everything our nation undertakes is for the future of mankind. As for Xia State's Lunar Palace and Southern Gate plans, I sincerely wish them success in transforming the narratives of science fiction into reality. With that, Albert made no delay and did not afford the journalists a moment to pose questions before turning and exiting the press conference. As the president departed, a subtle commotion ensued in the room. Editor, big news. Monumental news. Trust me, this will absolutely make the front page of our newspaper. Just as the journalists remained in a state of confusion, a voice resonated from a corner of the room. A man clad in a suit, visibly agitated, raised his phone high, excitedly exclaiming as he briskly approached the entrance. He was a reporter from the Wharton Post. Many journalists recognized his identity. His actions served as a wake-up call, prompting a flurry of reporters to seize their phones and report the developments of the press conference to their editors. Within just 2 or 3 hours, the Wharton Post was the first to release the latest edition of the day's newspaper, titled Moon vs. Mars. Who will prevail in this cosmic contest? Following the Wharton Post, other newspapers mimicked their lead, with headlines becoming increasingly sensational. A second arms race? Cosmic rivalry. The ambitions of Xia country laid bare. In the age of information, the speed at which news travels is astonishing. Within a few hours, every detail of the events in the United States was disseminated online. Even the official social media account of Xia country's news department chimed in, posting a message that echoed the sentiments of the United States. Everything we do is for the advancement of humanity. This post garnered countless likes and comments in mere minutes. What a spectacle! It was reasonable to assert that all our efforts are directed against extraterrestrial beings. As for the identity of the aliens, well, those in the know understand. Remarkable. One could argue that the current situation could be deemed an arms race too. 0. Although perhaps we should be bolder and drop the should altogether. To be precise, it is more accurately described as a space race. Enough said. I place my bets on Xia country winning. Why? Simply because we have Professor Lu, and they do not. In the capital, within the inner ring, Congressman Li sat quietly in his office, a document laid out before him. The document detailed the intricacies of the United States Pathfinder program. With a light chuckle, Congressman Li cast aside the file containing the specifics of the American initiative. Minister He, we will begin to gradually reduce the scale of non-essential industries. All resources of Xia country will be prioritized for the space administration. Minister of Finance He Jiue's pupils constricted, and he exclaimed in disbelief, Congressman, this could severely impact Xia country's economy. With a calm expression, Congressman Li glanced at He Jiue and softly stated, this is an order. In addition to scaling back non-essential industries, starting today, all resource exports are prohibited. Moreover, we must procure steel and various mineral resources from abroad at any cost. Remember, this is an order. He Jiue was taken aback. He could scarcely fathom the repercussions these directives would have on the current state of Xia country. Implement these measures gradually, ensuring the public remains unaware of any unusual activities. Congressman Li contemplated for a moment before adding, Xia country cannot endure too much upheaval at this stage. Yes, I will ensure the task is accomplished. He Jiu swallowed hard, his expression resolute as he declared, unbeknownst to Lu Yongchang, who had been in seclusion in his office for several days. The world outside was undergoing significant changes. Certainly, even if he were aware, he would likely respond with nothing more than a sardonic chuckle. In these times, who still concerns themselves with competitions? Moreover, his mind was wholly consumed by an array of intricate equations. His expansive desk was already cluttered with numerous drafts, each inscribed with meticulous calculations. With a sharp snap, Lu Yongchang exhaled deeply and struck his fountain pen against the solid wooden surface of his desk. Success. He stared blankly at the paper before him, murmuring to himself. Upon the page lay a sequence of elegantly crafted equations, imbued with a striking aesthetic harmony. Rubbing his slightly reddened eyes, he drew a profound breath. 3 arduous days had passed. Throughout this period, save for the essential intervals of eating and sleeping, his pen had scarcely left the paper. Diligence had borne fruit, at last. He had succeeded in formulating a mathematical model for the phenomenon of acoustoluminescence. With a mix of trepidation and hope, Lu Yongchang carefully inputted various parameters into his model. The results materialized swiftly, and his pupils constricted sharply upon viewing the computed data. He had never anticipated that the realization of a small-scale, controllable nuclear fusion would demand such a material, metallic lithium. Instinctively, the myriad properties of lithium flooded his mind. Lithium, a metallic element, manifests as a silvery white, soft metal and holds the distinction of being the metal with the lowest density. Its melting point stands at 154 degrees Celsius. From this perspective, metallic lithium could indeed serve as a solvent, for heating it beyond this temperature would render it liquid. Lost in contemplation over the feasibility of employing liquid lithium as a reaction medium, Lu Yongchang rose slowly from his chair and proceeded toward the office door. The click of the door unlocking instantly drew the attention of everyone in the laboratory. Yongchang, you finally solved it. Fang Su's eyes brightened as he hurried to greet Lu Yongchang. Well, did you crack it? Lu Yongchang lifted his gaze, waved the draft paper, and nodded gently. Wow, look at those dark circles under your eyes. Fang Su exclaimed, startled by Lu Yongchang's appearance. Have you not slept for 3 days straight? Fang Su's reaction startled Lu Yongchang in return. His hand froze mid-motion, and he instinctively rubbed the area around his eyes. It's not that extreme. I've managed about 10 hours of sleep over these 3 days. Fang Su's expression turned peculiar. 10 hours? All right, you should get some rest. If you suddenly drop dead from this, wouldn't T counselorly skin me alive? Lu Yongchang waved off the concern with a nonchalant gesture. Don't worry, I'm fine. Let us proceed with the experiment. We haven't time to squander. Observing Lu Yongchang's resolute demeanor, Fang Su could only exchange a helpless glance with a nearby researcher before sighing softly. Very well, you are the leader of the laboratory. Your word is law. With that, how shall we proceed? Upon hearing Fang Su's inquiry, Lu Yongchang instinctively turned his gaze towards the reaction vessel set aside. A slight furrow appeared on his brow as he shook his head slowly. No, we must procure a different container. Contact the factory. We require a custom-designed vessel. Fang Su's brow knitted in concern upon hearing this. A custom vessel? That will undoubtedly take considerable time. What solution do you intend to use? I should inform the factory in advance. As he spoke, he reached for paper and a pen to document Lu Yongchang's specifications for the container. Liquid lithium. Lu Yongchang's calm voice resonated throughout the laboratory. Fang Su's movements abruptly halted. In the next moment, he shot up his head, his expression one of shock as he exclaimed. What? Liquid lithium? This is far too perilous. It is known that lithium is the most reactive metal among the elements. Consequently, the dangers associated with elemental lithium are exceedingly high. A single misstep could lead to combustion and subsequently an explosion. Chapter 54. The emergence of the experimental machine. Fang Su regarded Lu Yongchang with a complex expression, his pen trembling slightly in his grasp. If solid lithium is dangerous, how much more so is liquid lithium heated beyond 18,054 degrees? Now, Lu Yongchang was suggesting the use of liquid lithium as the reaction solution for controlled nuclear fusion. This is nuclear fusion we are discussing, the most intense reaction in the entire stellar system. Not only Fang Su, but all the researchers and professors present wore peculiar expressions upon hearing the proposal to utilize liquid lithium as a solution. Ahem, Professor Lu, shall we reconsider this? Lu He, standing nearby, cleared his throat and offered a gentle suggestion. Lu Yongchang surveyed the room, observing the concerned faces around him, and a wry smile crept onto his lips. Well, to be candid, I too find this proposal lacking in safety. Yet, which experiments related to nuclear physics can truly be deemed safe? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yongchang strode over to the demonstration whiteboard in the laboratory. He picked up a black marker and inscribed a series of intricate and aesthetically pleasing equations. Esteemed colleagues, this represents the mathematical model of sonoluminescence. To ignite nuclear fusion within the solution, we must achieve temperatures exceeding 100 million degrees Celsius during the collapse of the bubbles. And only liquid lithium can accomplish this. As he spoke, Lu Yongchang swiftly detailed the calculations on the whiteboard. Fang Su contemplated the equations on the demonstration board, nodding thoughtfully. As one of the foremost academicians, he quickly grasped Lu Yongchang's line of reasoning and arrived at the conclusion. With a soft sigh, he remarked, if the mathematical model holds true, then liquid lithium may indeed be our sole option. Lu Yongchang chuckled lightly. In my view, liquid lithium is not a choice made out of desperation. On the contrary, it is the optimal choice for a compact fusion reactor. As he spoke, Lu Yongchang emphatically inscribed a symbol on the whiteboard. Li6. The instant Fang Su laid eyes on this symbol, his pupils constricted sharply. He comprehended everything. Yongchang, you intend to harness the physical properties of lithium, 6, do you not? A flicker of excitement glimmered in Fang Su's eyes as he instinctively rubbed his nose with fervor. Yes. Yes, you are absolutely right. Liquid lithium is indeed the optimal choice for a compact fusion reactor. Observing Fang Su's exuberance, a hint of amusement danced in Lu Yongchang's gaze. Truly, Fang Su. He grasped the crux of the matter at once. In stark contrast, the surrounding researchers and professors were ensnared in a web of confusion, all gazing at Lu Yongchang in bewilderment. Without prolonging the suspense, Lu Yongchang began to elucidate. The lithium-6 atom possesses a physical characteristic that is often overlooked. When bombarded by neutrons, it releases tritium atoms. As Lu Yongchang's explanation unfolded, the expressions of the onlookers froze in realization. So that is it. Once the deuterium-tritium fusion reaction is initiated, it will naturally emit a substantial number of neutrons. These neutrons, in turn, will bombard the surrounding liquid Li-6, causing it to release copious amounts of tritium atoms. Consequently, compared to the Pangu 1 fusion reactor, the compact fusion reactor would require no additional tritium gas. Only periodic replenishment of the most economical deuterium gas to sustain its operation for an extended period. Yongchang, I shall contact the factory immediately. Fang Su exclaimed with palpable excitement. I had not realized it before, but now it is evident that this is the quintessential solution for miniaturizing the fusion reactor. 3 days later, in an open space 1,000 meters from the first laboratory of Xia country, a vast iron structure had appeared as if conjured from thin air. At its center stood a deep black cylindrical container, approximately 2 meters in height and 1 meter in diameter. At the base of this container was a formidable ultrasonic generator. This seemingly simple vessel was, in fact, the experimental apparatus for the compact fusion reactor. As Lu Yongchang gazed upon the device, a hint of nostalgia flickered in his eyes. It is undeniable that, after consolidating the majority of Xia country's resources, the pace of experimentation had been exponentially accelerated. Merely 3 days prior, Fang Su had concluded discussions with the factory, and within a brief hour, the blueprints for the compact fusion reactor had been laid before Lu Yongchang. Subsequently, not only had Xia country completed the construction of the experimental apparatus within 3 days, but for safety's sake, they had also erected an iron structure in the open area to serve as a temporary experimental site. Yongchang, when shall we commence the experiments? Fang Su turned to the apparatus at the center of the structure, his eyes ablaze with fervor. This is a compact fusion reactor. As a leading academician in the field of nuclear fusion, Fang Su understood better than anyone the immense value of this endeavor. Unlike large-scale fusion reactors, compact fusion reactors would not find application in civilian sectors. They would shine brightly in military domains. Contemplating the future Xia country's aircraft carriers, submarines, and perhaps even fighter jets powered by nuclear fusion, Fang Su's heart raced with fervent anticipation. Not so fast. Let us wait for others first. Lu Yongchang's calm voice drifted from the side. Waiting for someone. Fang Su was taken aback, instinctively responding. Waiting for whom? Lu Yongchang's gaze bypassed Fang Su, peering into the distance. Look, they're coming. Fang Su hurriedly turned his head to follow Lu Yongchang's line of sight. A black Hongqi sedan was slowly approaching the metal factory. The license plate bore that familiar sequence of numbers. The congressman is here. Fang Su exclaimed in astonishment. Let's go? Lu Yongchang adjusted his attire. We should go greet him. Is it really that small? Upon seeing the experimental device, Congressman Li immediately questioned Lu Yongchang. In the face of skepticism, Lu Yongchang smiled and replied, Congressman, size does not dictate capability. This is merely a prototype. If successful, its dimensions can be further minimized. In the future, it could even fit in your vehicle. Congressman Li smacked his lips, clearly not fully convinced by Lu Yongchang's words. This device's power output must not surpass that of Pangu 1, right? Lu Yongchang's expression faltered. Wasn't that an obvious statement? What was Pangu 1? It occupied an area of 20 square kilometers. How small could this fusion reactor possibly be? Witnessing Lu Yongchang's moment of defeat, Fang Su couldn't help but smile knowingly. However, laughter aside, as a subordinate, he felt the need to assist in defending his superior. Clearing his throat, he interjected, Congressman, different sizes indeed yield different power outputs. Based on our calculations, this compact fusion reactor can achieve an output of approximately 1,000 megawatts. The congressman raised an eyebrow sharply. 1,000 megawatts. That is a substantial power output. Chapter 55. Initial mastery of miniaturized fusion reactor technology. This little device can generate such high power. The congressman gazed in astonishment at the small fusion reactor situated at the center of the factory. 1,000 megawatts is an extraordinarily formidable power. To put it into perspective, a typical household diesel generator has a power output of around 310 kilowatts. Even the U.S. Navy's pride, the Nimitz-class aircraft carrier, has a total power output of only about 280 megawatts. In other words, this black cylindrical apparatus, approximately 1.5 times the height of a person, could effortlessly power an aircraft carrier. As this realization dawned on him, a fervent glint ignited in the congressman's eyes. If this technology matures in due time, the Xia nation will wield absolute influence on Earth. When do we commence the experiments? The congressman inquired eagerly. Fang Su's eyes reflected a hint of hesitation. After all, this was a nuclear experiment. After deliberating for a moment, he softly suggested, "Congressman, perhaps you should stand back a bit? Do not underestimate this black cylinder. It contains liquid lithium. Should an accident occur?" A flicker of dread crossed the congressman's eyes. Liquid lithium combined with nuclear fusion. Even he, an outsider, understood the peril inherent in such a concoction. Yet he slowly shook his head. No need. The chairman of the Congress. Fang Su immediately grew anxious. "Chairman, your safety." The chairman cast a calm glance at Fang Su, his expression leaving no room for dissent, abruptly interrupting Fang Su's words before they could escape his lips. "Do not worry about me. Since Professor Lu Yongchang has not flinched, how can I, as the chairman, afford to cower like a turtle? Yongchang, begin the experiment." Beside him, Lu Yongchang nodded gently and then turned to the researchers in charge of the operation, calling out loudly, "Commence the experiment. Activate the heating apparatus." As Lu Yongchang's words fell, a researcher hastily bowed his head and pressed several buttons on the console in front of him. A deep, resonating hum began to fill the air. A flicker of doubt crossed the chairman's eyes. Lu Yongchang quickly explained, "The melting point of lithium metal is 154 degrees. Hence a period of preheating is required before the fusion reactor can be activated." The chairman nodded slightly. "Approximately how long will it take?" "About 10 minutes. With improved technology, we should be able to expedite the process." "Very well, very well." The chairman nodded repeatedly, his eyes sparkling with increasing intensity. A 10-minute preheating time is entirely acceptable. After all, under normal circumstances, such fusion reactors are only installed on aircraft carriers or submarines. For these vessels, a startup time of just over 10 minutes is indeed quite brief. "Professor Lu, the lithium metal has completely melted," came a shout from a researcher nearby. Hearing this, Lu Yongchang's expression turned serious. "Activate the ultrasonic generator. Inject the deuterium-tritium mixed gas." As Lu Yongchang issued his commands, a flurry of tiny bubbles began to rise slowly from the bottom of the black container. Under the vibrations of the ultrasound, the bubbles began to contract rhythmically. At the moment the bubbles reached their peak of contraction, a blinding light emanated from the core of the bubbles. In that instant, the temperature within the bubbles soared to an astounding 1.5 billion degrees Celsius. The deuterium-tritium fusion reaction had ignited. A significant number of neutrons detected. A researcher exclaimed excitedly. Simultaneously, the neutron dosage detector began to emit a series of alarms. Observing the smoothly operating curves on the computer screen beside him, Lu Yongchang let out a slow breath. "Is this a success?" The chairman leaned closer to the computer screen, gazing at the dense array of curves and numbers, swallowing slightly, and asked in a hushed tone. "It is." Lu Yongchang's face lit up with a hint of joy, responding with unwavering certainty. Concurrently, in the depths of his consciousness, a faint emerald glow began to emerge. In the next moment, his awareness was once again transported to that mysterious emerald-hued space. A crystalline white light gradually illuminated a tree-like structure. Miniaturization technology for fusion reactors. Preliminary mastery. The first experiment lasted approximately 1 minute. Due to the absence of a compatible generator, the energy produced dissipated into the surrounding air through the cooling apparatus. As the experiment drew to a close, LV Yongchang pondered for a moment before turning to the esteemed Member Li, saying, "Chairman, I have something of importance to discuss with you." Member Li raised an eyebrow slightly and nodded gently. "Please, go ahead." Standing nearby, Fang Su prepared to leave, but was abruptly seized by the arm by LV Yongchang. "Brother Su, you must listen to this as well." Witnessing this exchange, a look of increasing perplexity filled Member Li's eyes. "Chairman, I need to convene all research personnel in the aerospace sector of Xia." Member Li's pupils constricted sharply. "All aerospace researchers. This is a significant undertaking. What do you intend to do?" After a moment of silence, he inquired softly. Without a hint of hesitation, LV Yongchang replied, "A spaceplane. The transportation efficiency of traditional rockets is far too lacking. Xia requires a more advanced mode of transport." After a brief pause, he continued, Chairman, if possible, I need the engineers responsible for the J-30 as well. Furthermore, I require those who worked on the Long March 10th carrier rocket. As soon as he finished speaking, Fong Su turned sharply to Lu Yongchang, his tone urgent as he whispered, Yongchang, these engineers are national treasures. You cannot treat this lightly. Immediately afterward, Fong Su hastily apologized to Member Li. Chairman, Yongchang is not fully aware of the protocols. The chairman raised his hand gently, interrupting Fong Su. In the next moment, he cast a meaningful glance at the resolute-faced Lu Yongchang and smiled, nodding in agreement. Very well. Since you require these engineers, I will allocate them to you. Fong Su stood frozen in disbelief. This is madness. These engineers are invaluable to Xia. Can they truly be lent out so casually? What will become of the J-30 and Long March 10th projects? Fong Su gazed incredulously at Member Li. As a member of the Academy of Sciences of Xia, Fong Su was acutely aware of certain secrets unknown to the average person. 5 years prior, Xia had already embarked on the research projects for the J-30 and Long March 10th. After 5 years, Fong Su estimated that these two critical projects must have reached a pivotal stage. Member Li chuckled softly, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. It has been halted. Halted? When did it stop? Fong Su's eyes widened in shock. Can such research tasks truly be paused? Is Member Li attempting to deceive him? Observing Fong Su's astonishment, a faint smile graced the chairman's face, followed by a resolute declaration. It has stopped now. I am stating this. Chapter 56. The Emperor of Jingpu is intrigued, setting aside the shock that Member Li's words had instilled in Fong Su. It was evident that Lu Yongchang had genuinely witnessed the resolve of this session's chairman of Xia. What is spoken is acted upon. If need be, we can always start anew. Professor LV, I am placing the fate of our nation in your hands, the chairman remarked thoughtfully, looking at Lu Yongchang. Do not let me down. Lu Yongchang's expression grew serious as he nodded firmly. When do you intend to commence research on the spaceplane project? Upon hearing the inquiry from the Speaker of the Parliament, Lu Yongchang furrowed his brow slightly. Although several engineering teams were currently working near the nuclear physics laboratory, it was conservatively estimated that completing the construction of these laboratories would take at least another month. Such a prolonged hiatus was utterly unacceptable to Lu Yongchang. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Mr. Speaker, the highest specification aerospace laboratory in Xia country. Before he could finish his sentence, the speaker raised an eyebrow and interrupted him. Isn't the Long March 10th rocket mission being conducted at the National Space Research Institute of Xia country sufficient? Lu Yongchang was momentarily taken aback, but then a glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes as he nodded repeatedly. That will suffice. Mr. Speaker, I shall report there tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Fong Su immediately grew anxious. Without regard for the ongoing conversation between Lu Yongchang and the speaker, he grasped Lu Yongchang's arm and whispered urgently, Have you lost your mind? The miniaturization of the fusion reactor isn't even complete yet. Lu Yongchang hesitated for a moment, glancing at the experimental machine in the center of the venue that was shutting down. The next second, he took a deep breath, his expression turning serious as he looked at Fong Su. Brother Su, I am entrusting this formidable task to you. Fong Su exclaimed in disbelief. What? Aren't you the chief engineer? He felt as though 1,000 alpacas were racing through his mind. How had this critical task of miniaturizing the fusion reactor suddenly fallen upon him? However, it was evident that Lu Yongchang paid no heed to Fong Su's words, casually waving his hand as he followed the speaker out. In the distance, Fong Su could faintly hear their conversation. Yongchang, why don't you complete the miniaturization of the fusion reactor first? The speaker's voice was tinged with apprehension. Is it all right on Fong Su's end? It's fine. Rest assured. Mr. Speaker, Lu Yongchang replied nonchalantly, I am well aware of Fong Su's capabilities. The most crucial components of the fusion reactor are already complete. The rest is merely a matter of encasing it. Quite simple. I have faith in Brother Su. Fong Su slowly turned to glance at the experimental machine. The matching generator had yet to be designed, and the cooling system was incomplete. Was this truly just a matter of encasing it? Damn. Fong Su couldn't help but curse inwardly. In the Su country, Emperor Jingpu sat behind his desk, contemplating the documents before him, a pensive expression crossing his face. Over the past 6 months, a plethora of events had transpired internationally. First, the neighboring Xia country had been ensnared in a conspiracy, withdrawing from the ITER program. Subsequently, within just a few months, Xia country had managed to achieve a remarkable leap, mastering controllable nuclear fusion technology ahead of all other nations. Gazing at the official report released by Xia country regarding the data of the Pangu 1 fusion reactor, Emperor Jingpu found himself increasingly unsettled. Unlike Xia country, Su country, although possessing a robust heavy industry, had a considerably smaller population. He estimated that with just 2 reactors the size of Pangu 1, Su country's entire energy demand could be thoroughly satisfied. This represented a monumental opportunity for Su country. Apart from the petroleum resources required for industrial production, the Soviet Union, possessing controllable nuclear fusion, could entirely discard the inferior energy sources of oil and natural gas. Given the already strained economic conditions of the Soviet Union, substantial savings could be achieved. Bring someone in. The Emperor Jingpu, increasingly captivated by his thoughts, called out loudly towards the office door. In the next moment, the office door swung open, revealing a robust man who regarded the emperor with deep respect. Your Excellency, what commands do you have? Inform the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that I need to visit Xia country in a couple of days, Emperor Jingpu stated with an undeniable authority. That evening, at the first laboratory of Xia country, knock, knock, knock. The door to Lu Yongchang's office was rapped upon. Deep in preparation for the aerospace project, Lu Yongchang paused momentarily at the sound. He instinctively turned to glance at the clock on the wall. It was 21:50. Who could possibly come at this late hour? The door isn't locked. Please come in. Creak. The doorknob was turned. Upon seeing the figure standing outside, Lu Yongchang quickly rose to greet him. Minister Hong? What brings you here in person? Hong Qiming waved his hand in resignation, a wry smile on his face as he entered the office. Let's not speak of that. Ever since that troublesome sun incident, I haven't been in bed before midnight. At this remark, a flicker of amusement crossed Lu Yongchang's eyes. Has Minister Hong come to me to vent his frustrations today? As he spoke, Lu Yongchang stood up to brew a cup of tea for Hong Qiming. This is authentic West Lake Longjing, brought to me by the researchers below. I usually savor it sparingly. Hong Qiming took the teacup, gently inhaling its aroma. Ah, quite fragrant. He remarked with a hint of jest. You, young man, are learning to be polite at such a tender age? Looking somewhat helpless, Lu Yongchang rubbed his nose. Minister Hong, one shouldn't speak in such a manner. I purchased this at market price. If you won't drink it, please don't waste my tea leaves. Hong Qiming chuckled softly, taking a sip of the tea before speaking solemnly. Well then, I won't indulge in idle chatter. I am here to inquire about something on behalf of the council leader. Lu Yongchang promptly set down his teacup, adopting a serious demeanor. Please, Minister Hong, go ahead. Emperor Jingpu of the Soviet Union will be visiting Xia country in half a month, Hong Qiming said with significant meaning. This information has yet to circulate. Can you guess the reason for his visit? Lu Yongchang's brows furrowed instantly. Emperor Jingpu of the Soviet Union? What could prompt him to visit Xia country so suddenly? Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in Lu Yongchang's mind. Controllable nuclear fusion? He inquired softly. Clap. Minister Hong snapped his fingers appreciatively. Precisely. According to intelligence from the Second Bureau of Security in Xia country, Emperor Jingpu is quite intrigued by the Pangu fusion reactor. Chapter 57. Xia country needs allies. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yongchang comprehended the situation. Indeed, for the Soviet Union, controllable nuclear fusion held an irreplaceable allure. After all, since the last century, the Soviet Union has embarked on the construction of numerous nuclear fission power plants. The chief legislator entrusted you to inquire about something? Upon hearing Lu Yongchang's question, Hong Qiming's eyes sparkled with an enigmatic light as he softly replied. The chief legislator wishes to know how Xia country should address this matter. Lu Yongchang's expression subtly shifted, and he instinctively responded. Hong, I do not wish to interfere in such political affairs. Hong Qiming paused momentarily, chuckling softly and shaking his hand repeatedly. I misspoke. The chief legislator's intention pertains to how Xia country should handle controllable nuclear fusion technology. Lu Yongchang suddenly understood. So that was the inquiry. Without hesitation, he declared, naturally, it should be shared. Hong Qiming's brow furrowed instantly. Shared? And why is that? It is worth noting that the chief legislator and several members convened for hours regarding this matter. Almost every legislator advocates for Xia country to retain the controllable nuclear fusion technology. Their inquiry into Lu Yongchang was merely procedural. After all, as the inaugural director of the Space Administration, Lu Yongchang possesses considerable influence in such matters. Initially, Hong Qiming believed Lu Yongchang to be the least likely to agree to the outflow of fusion technology. This was the culmination of his personal efforts. Having served as the Minister of Science and Technology for so long, it was his first encounter with a scientist willing to relinquish the fruits of their labor to others. Perhaps due to the dim lighting, Lu Yongchang did not notice the expression on Hong Qiming's face. He continued unabated. Minister Hong, in the face of the impending calamity, it is impossible for Xia country to survive independently. We must cultivate reliable allies. In every conceivable aspect, the Soviet Union is a target we must strive to secure. Hong Qiming's expression softened slightly. Lu Yongchang's assertion had also been echoed by other legislators during the meeting. However, why not wait a few more years? Hong Qiming murmured, Yongchang, Xia country is currently in a phase of rapid development. If we retain control of nuclear fusion technology, within 3 years, Xia country could achieve a complete turnaround. Lu Yongchang slowly shook his head. There is no time. It is anticipated that within a year or two, the changes in the sun will become apparent to all. Hong Qiming's pupils constricted sharply. So soon? Lu Yongchang gently nodded. Let us not forget that the anomalies of the sun were first detected by a laboratory in the United States. This statement instantly awakened Hong Qiming. A bitter expression crossed his face. It seems, then, that Xia country's current measures are still too conservative. As he spoke, Hong Qiming briefly recounted several resource embargoes issued by the chief legislator to Lu Yongchang. After listening, Lu Yongchang fell into deep contemplation. After a long while, he slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. Minister Hong, I have an idea. The following day, at the entrance of the National Space Research Institute of Xia country, 3 military green-armed helicopters gently descended. As the inaugural director of the Summer Nation Space Administration and a beacon of hope for the future of Summer Nation, the safety of LV Yongchang has become a matter of paramount importance at this moment. While the atmosphere within the laboratory may not yet reflect this concern, once he steps outside, the extent to which the chief legislator prioritizes his safety becomes abundantly clear. The presence of 3 fully armed helicopters is merely a modest display. According to Hong Qiming, had it not been for the helicopter's relatively slow speed, the chief legislator would have preferred to dispatch several J-20 fighters for his escort. This is still within the borders of Summer Nation. LV Yongchang harbors no doubt that, should he ever need to travel abroad, the nation would even deploy an aircraft carrier fleet to ensure his protection. As the helicopters come to a halt, LV Yongchang leaps down from the deck of the central helicopter, gazing at the open doors of the National Space Research Institute before him. A flicker of excitement dances in his eyes. Here, he will lead Summer Nation in taking its first step towards the stars and the vast ocean beyond. Upon entering the laboratory, LV Yongchang immediately perceives the distinction between the National Space Laboratory and other facilities. The laboratory is bustling with researchers clad in white coats, each face etched with tension and seriousness. This atmosphere is strikingly different from that of the Sandow University Laboratory. However, LV Yongchang quickly rationalizes this. After all, this is the site where Summer Nation conducts research on the Long March 10th heavy-lift rocket. Professor LV, greetings. Just as LV Yongchang stands at the entrance, observing the busy researchers, a somewhat hoarse voice calls out from the side. He swiftly turns to locate the source of the sound, finding a middle-aged man with graying hair and thick gold-rimmed glasses, gazing at him with a look of apology. Professor LV, I apologize. We received directives from above just yesterday, and we were in the midst of organizing experimental equipment, leaving us unable to greet you in time. A slight smile graces LV Yongchang's lips as he responds. No harm done, no harm done. If I recall correctly, you must be academician Chao Liangkai, am I right? A glimmer of surprise flickers in the middle-aged man's eyes as he nods gently. You know me, Professor LV? LV Yongchang's lips twitch slightly, feeling a touch of embarrassment as he admits. I have come across your name in my university textbooks. Chao Liangkai suddenly realizes that, in terms of status, the young man before him, currently a sophomore, is several ranks above him in the hierarchy. He wipes the beads of sweat from his forehead, silently lamenting the inefficiency of Sandow University. He resolves to call Jiang Yongxing to inquire why issuing a diploma proves so challenging. Ahem. Chao Liangkai clears his throat, striving to divert the conversation and alleviate the awkward atmosphere. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chao Liangkai, an academician of the Summer Academy of Sciences and currently the director of the National Space Research Institute. As he speaks, Chao Liangkai extends his right hand towards LV Yongchang. In response, Lu Yongchang promptly reaches out, firmly grasping Chao Liangcai's calloused hand. Academician Chao, could you assist in gathering the researchers within the institute? Lu Yongchang spoke in a deep voice. I need to convene a meeting first to outline the upcoming tasks. Chao Liangcai readily agreed, though he dared not do otherwise. Just last night, he had received a directive from his superiors, which was unequivocal, to comply unconditionally with any arrangements made by Professor Lu Yongchang. Chapter 58. The Hall Thruster Solution. More than 30 minutes later, in the conference room of the National Aerospace Research Institute of Xia Country, all researchers hastily took their seats at Chao Liangcai's urging. Standing at the head of the conference table, Lu Yongchang surveyed the assembled individuals with a grave expression before activating the projector. Dear colleagues, I trust you have all received the notification from higher authorities. The research and development of the Long March 10th heavy lift rocket project is hereby suspended. Although everyone present had already learned of this news the previous night, visible sorrow and reluctance still graced the faces of the researchers. After a 5-year research cycle, it would not be an exaggeration to say that the Long March 10th heavy lift rocket project was akin to a cherished child nurtured by these scientists. As a fellow researcher, I empathize with the discomfort you all feel. However, the current circumstances of Xia Country are abundantly clear to you. Sensing the heavy atmosphere in the room, Lu Yongchang inhaled deeply and then clicked the left mouse button. Xia Country requires a more effective propulsion method. The shifting lights from the projector captured everyone's attention. Electric propulsion technology? Electric propulsion? This is impossible. In an instant, the conference room erupted into cacophony. A chorus of skepticism echoed in Lu Yongchang's ears. The expression on Chao Liangcai's face changed slightly, looking quizzically at the composed Lu Yongchang. Coughing lightly to regain order as the discussions grew louder, Chao Liangcai interjected, Professor Lu, are you referring to the Hall thruster? Lu Yongchang nodded lightly, a hint of amusement in his eyes. What? Does academician Chao have expertise in this area? Chao Liangcai's pupils constricted sharply. Indeed, it was the Hall thruster. He forced a wry smile and shook his head. Professor Lu, if you intend to replace chemical fuel rockets with Hall thrusters, I advise you to reconsider. Lu Yongchang's expression displayed a tinge of confusion. What do you mean by that? Chao Liangcai sighed softly. Professor Lu, you must be attracted by the specific impulse of the Hall thruster, correct? Lu Yongchang's expression stiffened slightly, then he nodded. Observing this, Chao Liangcai's eyes reflected an even deeper bitterness. The Hall thruster project has been researched by our institute long ago. Initially, we were filled with confidence, and many academicians believed that the Hall thruster was the most perfect propulsion system. Unfortunately, reality is often far harsher than our imaginations. In the laboratory, the maximum thrust of a Hall thruster is approximately 200 millinewtons. At this point, Chao Liangcai sighed deeply once more. Professor Lu, what can 200 millinewtons accomplish? Within the atmosphere, can it merely propel a few sheets of A4 paper? Given this, do you believe that the Hall thruster could supplant traditional chemical rockets? In response to Chao Liangcai's skepticism, Lu Yongchang emitted a light chuckle, his demeanor composed as he remarked, Academician Chao, do not rush to judgment. Allow me to finish my explanation before forming your opinion. As he spoke, Lu Yongchang gently clicked the mouse once more. May I inquire, Academician Chao, what was the power of the Hall thruster previously housed in the Research Institute? Chao Liangcai gazed at the projection screen displaying a completely black cylindrical object, momentarily taken aback. What on earth is this? With his knowledge, he was unable to identify the object in the image. Upon hearing Lu Yongchang's question, he instinctively replied, approximately around 20 kilowatts. Lu Yongchang nodded knowingly. In the next moment, a mysterious smile graced his face. What if I told you that I could increase the power to over 1,000 megawatts? Chao Liangcai gasped sharply. Even as a seasoned veteran, he could hardly contain his astonishment, abruptly rising from his chair at the conference table. What did you just say? 1,000 megawatts. A subtle smile appeared at the corners of Lu Yongchang's mouth as he gently nodded. Chao Liangcai's pupils flickered slightly. He swallowed hard, his voice hoarse as he queried. Professor Lu, do you comprehend what 1,000 megawatts signifies? Are you suggesting that Pangu 1 could supply that energy? At this juncture, a faint stir of thought emerged in Chao Liangcai's mind, a wild idea slowly taking shape. Could it be? He suddenly turned to the projection screen. Not quite Pangu 1. Lu Yongchang chuckled, nodding in agreement. However, a compact fusion reactor does indeed exist. What? No way. In an instant, several gasps echoed through the conference room. ignoring the commotion. Lu Yongchang composed his expression and gestured toward the projection screen. Allow me to introduce to you the latest achievement from the first laboratory of Xia Country, the technology for miniaturized fusion reactors. Before you stands the core component of a small fusion reactor, akin to Panga 1's reactor, standing 2 meters tall with a diameter of 1 meter, currently rated at 1,000 megawatts. As the words fell, the conference room descended into silence. Zhao Liangkai stood at the conference table, his hands trembling slightly from excitement. Professor Lu, is what you say true? It was not that he doubted Lu Yongchang's words, but rather that the entire notion seemed utterly unfathomable. Just a short while ago, Panga 1's fusion reactor had only just emerged. How could it be that within a mere month, the technology for miniaturized fusion reactors was presented before him? Zhao Liangkai even reached out to pinch his own thigh vigorously. Ouch, that hurts. Indeed, it is true. Lu Yongchang's expression grew serious. Yesterday, under the witness of Chairman Li, the first ignition experiment of the compact fusion reactor was successfully completed. Although the accompanying power generation apparatus has yet to be designed, I assure you that within a month, the technology for the compact fusion reactor will be fully matured. Zhao Liangkai took a deep breath. It must be said he was captivated. A staggering power of 1,000 megawatts. Even the most rudimentary calculations reveal that a small fusion reactor's Hall thruster could generate an impressive thrust of a full ton. But what about the issues of heat and loss? Zhao Liangkai felt a flicker of concern as he recalled a crucial question. Ordinary wires cannot withstand the immense current produced by a small fusion reactor. Lu Yongchang chuckled softly and clicked the mouse again. What about room temperature superconducting coils? What? Zhao Liangkai's eyes widened in astonishment. Does Xia Country already possess room temperature superconductor technology? Otherwise, do you think, Academician Zhao, that we could have constructed Panga No. 1? Lu Yongchang responded cheerfully. Due to confidentiality agreements, most researchers were unaware of the cutting-edge technology embedded within Panga No. 1. Chapter 59, Xia Country. I can pay any price. Zhao Liangkai's breath quickened. Room temperature superconductors. Combined with a 1,000 megawatt small fusion reactor, this combination was undoubtedly far more complex than merely 112. Zhao Liangkai swallowed hard and turned his gaze toward the young man standing beside him. It was hard to fathom. All of this was the result of the efforts of the young man before him, merely 21 years of age. Half a month later, a flight from Xia Country gently descended onto the straight runway of the Beijing airport. As the airplane doors opened, the figure of the Emperor of Jingpu appeared on the aircraft stairs. Your Excellency, welcome to Xia Country. As the Emperor descended the stairs, a staff member from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs hurriedly approached to greet him. The Emperor, seeking favor, was quite amiable. A warm smile graced his face as he nodded gently at the official. Hello, hello. Seeing that benevolent smile, the official couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He quickly stepped aside, gesturing invitingly. Mr. Jingpu, Congressman Li is waiting for you at the Diaoyutai State Guest House. The Emperor's smile deepened as he nodded slightly and followed the staff member's guidance into a completely black Hongqi sedan. In Xia Country, at the Diaoyutai State Guest House's reception room, the Emperor of Jingpu sat to the left of Congressman Li. Congressman Li, congratulations on Xia Country's mastery of controllable nuclear fusion technology. In response to the Emperor's compliment, a faint smile appeared on Congressman Li's face. He nodded gently and said, "Thank you." After that, Congressman Li picked up the teacup on the table and took a delicate sip of the tea. The Emperor of Jingpu thought, "Thank you? Is that all? Where's the rest?" He glanced at Congressman Li's serene demeanor, a hint of helplessness gleaming in his eyes. Congressman Li, my visit to Xia Country is primarily to discuss a collaborative project with your esteemed nation. Oh, what kind of collaborative project? A flicker of amusement crossed Congressman Li's eyes as he spoke lightly. Mr. Jingpu, feel free to speak boldly. Given the friendship between our two nations, I believe most projects will not pose a problem. The helplessness in the Emperor's gaze intensified. Faced with the feigned ignorance of Congressman Li, he could only let out a deep sigh. Congressman, let me speak plainly. How much for the controllable nuclear fusion technology of Xia Country? As the words of Emperor Jingpu faded, the reception room fell into an immediate silence. Emperor Jingpu anxiously glanced at Congressman Li, although the latter revealed no unusual expression. Li's keen perception detected a flicker of unease in Emperor Jingpu's eyes. Minutes passed. Sigh, Congressman Li gently exhaled. Mr. Jingpu, Controllable nuclear fusion is a nascent technology recently developed by Xia country. In principle, we do not intend to. A glimmer of disappointment flashed in Jingpu's eyes. To be candid, this outcome was within his expectations. Yet, he still reluctantly inquired, what if I were to say that Su country is willing to pay any price? Congressman Li paused momentarily, his expression remaining unchanged. However, considering the amicable relations between our nations, we are willing to share this technology with you. Emperor Jingpu, observing Li's calm demeanor, sighed inwardly once more. Clearly, Congressman Li had long set his sights on his lucrative offering. Name your price, Congressman. He leaned back against his chair, speaking despondently. How much? Congressman Li chuckled softly, recalling a recent conversation with Hong Qiming. Congressman, Professor LV suggested that we exchange the nuclear fusion technology for certain essential resources. Congressman Li slowly shook his head. No, I do not require money. A flicker of confusion crossed Jingpu's eyes, soon replaced by a hint of wariness. Congressman, the integrity of our territory is an unwavering bottom line for Su country. Li's lips twitched slightly. Rest assured, I am not seeking land. Xia country requires resources, substantial resources. After a cordial negotiation, Emperor Jingpu and Congressman Li signed a cooperation agreement. Over the next year, Su country would supply Xia country with large quantities of iron ore, copper ore, and nickel ore. Additionally, Su country would provide a significant amount of rare earth resources to Xia country. In exchange, Su country would gain the coveted controllable nuclear fusion technology. Days later, the Xia country news channel broadcast this announcement. Recently, Emperor Jingpu of Su country visited Xia country, and Congressman Li engaged in amicable discussions, reaching a consensus on controllable nuclear fusion. Once aired, the news sent shockwaves throughout Xia country. The trending topics on social media quickly updated. Is Xia country selling controllable nuclear fusion technology? What price did Su country pay for controllable nuclear fusion? The official Xia country news account was inundated with countless comments. What is this? Selling controllable nuclear fusion technology? What is the upper echelon of Xia country thinking? This is controllable nuclear fusion. Currently, we are the only ones in the world with it. Are they really selling it for just a few minerals? Have they gone mad? In the upper echelons, this is no trivial matter. According to the data that has surfaced, the resources expended by the Su nation amount to an astounding sum exceeding $20 billion. Such an investment warrants a more substantial rationale. The Xia nation has finally taken the lead, only to relinquish their advantage so readily? Amidst a cacophony of heated debates, one comment emerged, garnering the most accolades. Is there a possibility that the Xia nation has already mastered advanced fusion technology, thus opting to sell their comparatively obsolete technology to others? Incredible. Your reasoning is quite compelling. It is widely acknowledged that the technology from the rabbit family typically progresses through 3 generations. The first generation is sold, the second is utilized, and the third is tested. This cooperation agreement has astonished not only the domestic audience, but also international observers, particularly the Su and Xia nations. A flurry of discussions erupted on Twitter. Is the Xia nation truly selling controllable nuclear fusion technology? If the Su nation can purchase it, can our country also acquire it? What a fanciful thought. Are you unaware of the relationship between the Su and Xia nations? I believe it is worth exploring. Albert, Mr. President, the opportunity has arisen. Since we cannot develop controllable nuclear fusion ourselves, why not procure a ready-made solution? I doubt Albert would heed your suggestion. Surprisingly, President Albert promptly liked this tweet and subsequently responded, I am contemplating this matter. Trust me, no one understands the Xia nation better than I do. Chapter 60. Packaging and selling controllable nuclear fusion technology. While the world was embroiled in uproar over this issue, the Ministry of Science and Technology of the Xia nation quietly released a draft on the packaging and sale of controllable nuclear fusion technology. The content of the statement was succinct, merely a few lines. Controllable nuclear fusion reactor technology, $10 billion. Controllable nuclear fusion magnetohydrodynamic generator technology, $10 billion. Room temperature superconducting technology, $10 billion. Routine maintenance and installation services, $5 billion. Total package price for controllable nuclear fusion technology, $28 billion. Note: the Xia nation only accepts equivalent mineral resources and does not accept any form of cash or other assets. This encapsulated the entirety of the draft. Rather than a draft, it resembled a price list. In the bustling metropolis, Zhao Zijie stared in disbelief at the news on his phone. What is this? Packaging and selling controllable nuclear fusion technology? Are those words truly meant to be uttered in conjunction? Could this be a prank? He hastily checked the source of the news, the Ministry of Science and Technology of the Xia Nation. Zhao Zijie fell into silence, overwhelmed with a multitude of thoughts he wished to express, yet uncertain of where to commence. With a gentle tap of his finger, he shared the news in the group chat. What? Did I misread that? Packaging and selling controllable nuclear fusion. Wow, there's a promotional discount for bulk purchases. Quite enticing indeed. Observing the reactions of his friends in the group, Zhao Zijie composed a brief message. For reasons unknown, I find myself increasingly convinced that the Xia Nation has already mastered the second generation of nuclear fusion technology. Zhao Zijie's words immediately elicited a chorus of assent. Quite reasonable. Merely the traditional skills of the rabbit, nothing more, nothing less. Make way, please. Our company specializes in refurbishing nuclear warheads, polishing submarines, recycling second-hand aircraft carriers, repairing leaks in carriers and submarines, overhauling nuclear reactors, maintaining and renovating space shuttles, and performing high-altitude cleaning of satellite surfaces. Amidst this cacophony of boastful chatter, a particular reply caught Zhao Zijie's attention. Has anyone else noticed the final stipulation? Xia only accepts mineral resources of equivalent value in exchange. Zhao Zijie's gaze sharpened as he hastily opened a news interface to scrutinize the details. Indeed, this condition was explicitly stated. How peculiar. Ordinarily, Xia is not deficient in mineral resources. On the contrary, it is a major exporter of ores. Why then has it suddenly begun employing nuclear fusion technology to acquire mineral resources? Instinctively, Zhao Zijie accessed his nearby computer and searched for Xia's or export volumes over the past year. The findings were startling. Within just half a year, Xia's or exports had plummeted to an unprecedented low. Licking his parched lips, a flicker of excitement ignited in Zhao Zijie's eyes. He swiftly retrieved data on Xia's mineral imports and exports over the past 2 years. Staring at the comparative figures on the screen, he gasped sharply. Within 6 months, Xia's mineral resource exports had declined by 90% year-on-year, while imports surged by 50% over the same period. Is a momentous event unfolding? Zhao Zijie swallowed hard, murmuring to himself. Following the release of this proposal, the international arena instantly descended into chaos. At the White House in the United States, damn Xia, what on earth are they plotting? Albert's eyes twitched violently as he stared at the document before him. Standing nearby, Professor Collins spoke hesitantly. Mr. President, I believe we ought to purchase this technology from Xia. Collins, what did you say? Albert shot up, disbelief etched across his face. Since when did America intend to buy technology from Xia? Professor Collins' eyes brimmed with bitterness. Mr. President, I understand how difficult this is to accept. But there is no alternative. If other nations acquire Xia's controlled nuclear fusion technology, we will find ourselves at a disadvantage. Albert's complexion flushed crimson. He slammed his palm hard against the solid wood desk. Damn Xia. Fuck. What about our controlled nuclear fusion technology? Collins, tell me, how far have we progressed? After a brief silence, Collins replied slowly. We have currently completed a quarter of the construction plan. Smacking his forehead with his palm, Albert muttered despondently, My God. Does that mean all our initial investments were in vain? Faced with Albert's inquiry, Collins nodded gravely. I fear that may indeed be the case. Your Excellency, according to our intelligence, the fusion reactor in the Summer Nation adopts a stellar imitation structure, which is entirely different from the experimental reactor we are constructing. Albert let out a deep sigh, weakly gesturing with his right hand to interrupt Collins' words. Just moments ago, he had a foreboding sensation. It seemed that the United States was on the brink of decline under his watch. In contrast to the United States, the nations of Western Europe were currently engulfed in a frenzied state. Controlled nuclear fusion technology. That was indeed controlled nuclear fusion technology. The Geely nation took the lead in making a decision and dialed the Summer Nation's number. Hello, I wish to purchase the complete set of controlled nuclear fusion technology. The $28 billion in mineral resources will be arranged shortly. The staff member who answered the phone smiled. May I inquire if you require any additional services? For instance, construction outsourcing? I believe the construction speed of the Summer Nation will satisfy you. The Prime Minister of Geely Nation exhibited a flicker of interest regarding the fees. An additional $500 million in mineral resources would suffice. A bitter expression crossed the Prime Minister's face. Enough already. I am already worried about the 28 billion in mineral resources. Adding another 500 million? Isn't that asking too much? Sensing the Prime Minister's predicament, the staff member cheerfully remarked, actually, it's not strictly necessary to provide mineral resources. Lithography technology or other advanced technologies could also be used as a trade. The Prime Minister of Geely Nation paused, struggling to respond. I need to discuss this matter further. Please expedite, as I have also received messages from Gallia. The staff member kindly reminded him, very well, I will strive to provide you with a prompt response. Wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, the Prime Minister hastily ended the call. Gazing at the quotation before him, a thought flashed through his mind. Perhaps the summer nation, long suppressed for decades, was poised for a complete resurgence. Chapter 61. The Sakura Nation? Apologies, but it is not for sale. The uproar surrounding the summer nation's offer of controlled nuclear fusion technology was escalating. Following the purchases by various Western European nations, the United States across the ocean could no longer remain idle. Albert, ultimately unable to withstand the mounting pressure from all sides, dialed the national hotline of the summer nation. Ahem, Memberly, it has been a while. In the president's office at the White House, Albert frowned and insincerely stated, Mr. Chairman, it is a pleasure to engage in this dialogue with you. Upon hearing the voice on the transoceanic line, Chairman Lee's eyes immediately lit up with a smile. President Albert, greetings. How have you been recently? Across the ocean, Albert listened to the voice on the other end, his lips twitching slightly. How have you been? Is that an appropriate inquiry for a national hotline? Yet, considering the purpose of this call, Albert had no choice but to pinch his nose and reply. Thank you for your concern, Chairman. I have been quite well. Haha, that is wonderful. Good health is of paramount importance. Mr. Albert, at your age, you must take good care of yourself. The resonant voice from the microphone etched deep lines of concern on Albert's forehead. What did that mean? What is wrong with my age? If it weren't for the fact that he was in need of assistance, Albert would have been tempted to unleash a torrent of invective directly into the microphone. Ahem, distinguished senator, let us return to the matter at hand. Albert said stiffly, I have heard that your nation is venturing to sell controllable nuclear fusion technology. The senator's eyes sparkled with increasing amusement. Of course. What? Is President Albert interested in this technology? Has the United States yet to develop it? Albert's expression darkened immediately. Damn it. He had clearly discerned the sarcasm in the senator's words. Although he longed to terminate the call, he found himself compelled to acquiesce under the circumstances. Well, the United States has indeed mastered controllable nuclear fusion technology. Albert quickly fabricated. However, it is still in the experimental phase and not yet fully matured. You know how those researchers can be so sluggish. The senator chuckled lightly, effortlessly redirecting the conversation. Oh, so Mr. Albert, your purpose in calling is not merely to lament the inefficiency of your nation's researchers? Albert cleared his throat twice before awkwardly admitting, well, it's not solely about that. After some amicable negotiations, the United States ultimately acquired the complete set of controllable nuclear fusion technology. When Xia Nation announced that the United States had purchased the entire suite of controllable nuclear fusion technology, jaws dropped not only among the citizens of Xia, but across the globe. What a revelation. I had expected the United States to be a bit more resolute. Who would have thought they could not resist the allure of controllable nuclear fusion? Has anyone tallied how many sets of controllable nuclear fusion technology have been sold by Xia Nation? Although there was no official disclosure, I suspect that many of the Western powers have made their purchases. This brings to mind our affluent partners in Saudi Arabia. They reportedly not only acquired the complete technology, but also invested heavily in hiring Xia's construction team. What affluent partners? They are our esteemed allies. In stark contrast to the developed Western nations, the neighboring nation of Sakura is not faring well. For heaven's sake, our country desperately needs this technology. Within the reception hall of the Jiaoyu Tai State Guest House, the Prime Minister of Sakura wore a grave expression as he bowed to Senator Lee. Unlike other nations, Sakura is surrounded by the sea on all sides. As an island nation, it suffers from a severe scarcity of domestic resources. Nuclear power plants provide the vast majority of their electricity, while nuclear fission plants could have sufficed for Sakura's needs. A series of earthquakes and tsunamis in recent years have sounded alarm bells among its leaders. Nuclear fission plants are perilous. Yet, Sakura cannot do without them. Thus, upon learning that Xia Nation was selling controllable nuclear fusion technology, the higher-ups in Sakura were the first to become restless. In a display of sincerity, Sakura dispatched their prime minister to negotiate in person with Xia Nation. With sincerity comes sincerity, yet the outcome appears rather dismal. Observing the prime minister of Sakura Nation bowing before him, Chairman Li gently lifted the teacup beside him and took a sip of the fragrant tea. I apologize, but we cannot sell this technology. The moment those words left his lips, the prime minister's complexion turned ashen. He hastily straightened and bowed once more, this time with a depth far greater than before, even bringing his forehead to touch his knees. You must sell it to Sakura Nation. We can negotiate the terms. Sakura Nation is willing to pay any price. Chairman Li set down his teacup, his expression growing increasingly somber. He slowly rose to his feet, casting a stern gaze upon the prime minister. The technology of Xia Nation shall never be sold to a country that dares not acknowledge its own history. Not now, nor in the future. Do you understand? The prime minister's face flushed crimson, and he straightened, his lips moving as if he wished to say something further. However, Chairman Li abruptly waved his hand, interrupting him. Someone, see our guest out. In just a few short hours. The news of Sakura Nation's failed attempt to procure controllable nuclear fusion technology sparked fervent discussions across the nation. Well done. This technology must not be sold to those who are living comfortably in Sakura Nation. Don't they have fission power plants? Let them rely on their nuclear plants for sustenance. Am I the only one who finds this troubling? The higher-ups of Xia Nation are jeopardizing the nation's credibility. Credibility? What credibility? Have you ever witnessed the former United States uphold its word? Formerly, Xia Nation proclaimed, "Hello everyone, I am Xia Nation, cultured and reasonable. Feel free to approach me with any matters." Now, Xia Nation asserts, "Hello everyone, I am Xia Nation, I embody reason." Seated in his office, Chairman Li observed the domestic response to the incident, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. After many years, Xia Nation finally held its head high on the international stage. How exhilarating. Truly exhilarating. Standing nearby, Minister of Finance He Jia also sparkled with excitement. Chairman, it seems our mineral resources should suffice for now. Although a complete set of nuclear fusion technology requires $28 billion worth of mineral resources, the quantity is substantial. The chairman nodded thoughtfully and after a moment of reflection stated, "Let us not rush. Let us first arrange for the minerals to be smelted at the factory. Once the smelting is complete, we will store them properly. We will wait for news from Lu Yongchang regarding the specifics." Chapter 62. Hardcore Refutation. Knock, knock, knock. No sooner had the chairman finished speaking than a series of urgent knocks echoed at the door. Enter. Chairman Li frowned slightly, responding in a terse yet authoritative tone. The next moment, the office door swung open. Outside stood Hong Qiming, his face slightly flushed, eyes gleaming with excitement. "Minister Hong, what has happened?" Noticing Hong Qiming's demeanor, the chairman's expression turned quizzical. In his recollection, Hong Qiming had never exhibited such a lack of composure. "Chairman, good news. Good news." Hong Qiming exclaimed loudly. "Just received news from Fong Su's side. The small-scale fusion reactor project has been successful." The head of the committee trembled with astonishment. Before he could fully comprehend the significance, Hong Qiming continued, "Moreover, Professor Lu has successfully developed the first generation of Hall thrusters." At this revelation, even the head of the committee could no longer contain his excitement. "What? So soon?" Councilman Li sprang from his chair, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm as he gazed at Hong Qiming. "When will the experiments commence?" Hong Qiming swallowed slightly. "Currently, the military is transporting the small-scale fusion reactor to the Aerospace Research Institute. It is estimated that in 2 hours, Professor Lu will commence the first experiment." At a highway entrance in Xia Country, a man in a Havel car furrowed his brow and looked ahead. What is going on? Why is this highway closed? Could there have been an accident? Beside him sat a gentle woman with shoulder-length hair. She rolled down the window and leaned out to glance forward. "It doesn't seem to be an accident. There are no cars on the highway. It must just be a closed entrance." Hearing this, a flicker of anxiety crossed the man's eyes. He unfastened his seatbelt and opened the car door. "Hey, what are you doing?" The woman's expression changed slightly, and she hurriedly warned, "This is a highway. Don't do anything reckless." The man paused momentarily, then turned to her with a helpless expression. "I'm going to the toll booth to inquire about the situation. I'll be back shortly." A few minutes later, the man approached the toll booth window. After a moment's hesitation, he addressed the attendant. "Hey, what's going on with this highway? What happened?" The attendant glanced up at him and shook his head with a look of resignation. "I'm not sure either. I was just ordered by my superiors to close this stretch of highway for half an hour. The man nodded thoughtfully. Orders from higher-ups? Could it be the transport of some critical supplies? In the next moment, the blaring of sirens and the roar of engines captured the man's attention. He swiftly turned to the source of the sounds, and his pupils constricted. In the sky, 5 armed helicopters roared overhead. He could even see the air-to-ground missiles suspended beneath them. Simultaneously, 3 police cars with sirens blaring entered his line of sight. The 3 police cars formed a V-shape. Leading the way, followed closely by 6 military green vehicles. Mounted on the rooftops of the military vehicles were several heavy machine guns glinting ominously in the light. At the center of the military convoy was a heavy-duty truck. With his vision, the man barely discerned a cylindrical object, entirely black, being transported on the truck. Seizing the moment while the toll booth attendant was distracted, he swiftly took out his phone and captured a photo of the truck. What is going on? Noticing the man's anxious demeanor, the gentle woman furrowed her brow slightly and inquired softly, "Did the attendant mention any reason?" The man's eyes sparkled with excitement as he raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. The woman's expression abruptly shifted, and although she was uncertain of the cause, she instinctively closed her mouth. The man swiftly leapt into the car, shutting the door behind him with a sigh of relief. After calming his racing heart, he spoke to the woman with an air of mystery, declaring, "You will never guess what has transpired." "What on earth is going on?" she inquired, her brow furrowing deeper. "The nation is transporting military supplies," he exclaimed, simultaneously retrieving his phone from his pocket to display a series of photos he had taken. "Look, there are police cars clearing the way and military vehicles escorting the convoy. This is undoubtedly a military operation." The woman, skeptical yet intrigued, leaned in to examine the images on the phone screen. There appeared a dark, cylindrical object. "What is that?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. The man frowned and shook his head slowly. "I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps it's a new type of weapon?" As he spoke, he opened his social media app. "Hey, don't spread this photo around." The woman's expression shifted slightly, and her voice grew more high-pitched. Ignoring her warning, the man continued to stare intently at the screen. "No need for me to post it. The authorities have already issued a clarification." He held the phone up for her to see. She instinctively glanced at the screen, which displayed a recent post from the official news account of the Summer Nation. "Urgent clarification. Today, several highways in the Summer Nation have been closed due to rampant online rumors regarding military transport. The Summer Nation news hereby clarifies that this is not military material. The dark cylindrical object circulating online is a prototype of the Summer Nation's latest compact fusion reactor, not so-called military supplies." Without thinking, the woman took the phone and scrolled down to the comments section. "Wow, I would call that the most hardcore clarification in history. Honestly, that sounds more like military supplies. Is this how you clarify things? I told you so. The rabbit's traditional prowess has re-emerged." Haha. I sympathize with the Western nations for a moment. They just acquired first-generation technology, and here the Summer Nation is unveiling a second-generation prototype. "Are you certain it's just a prototype? It looks like a finished product to me," she remarked. "One should not believe or spread rumors. If the authorities call it a prototype, then it is indeed a prototype." The rabbit responded, "Can you guess if I have a third-generation product in hand?" At the Summer Nation's Aerospace Research Institute, the fundamental principles and structure of the Hall thruster were not particularly complex. One might even say they were rather straightforward. The main factors limiting its effectiveness were power output and loss issues. Thus, once Lu Yongchang resolved these 2 significant challenges, the progress of the Hall thruster research accelerated tremendously. With the invaluable collaboration of Chao Liangkai and a host of top engineers, the prototype of the first-generation Hall thruster was unveiled to the public within just over 10 days. Chapter 63, Trial Operation. On the testing platform within the Research Institute, a deep black, ring-shaped engine shimmered with an air of mystery. This was the collective achievement of the team over the past 10 days. The enhanced Hall thruster, or more precisely, the Hall propulsion unit, stood adjacent to a compact cylindrical nuclear fusion device. Due to the addition of various auxiliary systems, this miniature fusion reactor had grown considerably larger than its initial design. Yet, among all the massive power generators, it remained the most slender. The exhaust nozzle of the Hall propulsion unit faced a wall constructed of specialized concrete materials. The purpose of this barrier was straightforward: to obstruct the exhaust plume emitted by the thruster. The working fluid powering the Hall unit was a stream of high-temperature helium ions generated by nuclear fusion. causing the exhaust plume to reach temperatures soaring into the hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius. Professor Lu, all inspections are complete. The Hull propulsion unit is ready for trial operation, came the report beside him. Lu Yongchang's expression grew somber as he nodded solemnly, prepared to commence the test run. Understood. At Lu's command, the researchers within the Institute's confines grew visibly exhilarated. Though this was not humanity's first Hull thruster, it was undoubtedly the inaugural unit capable of delivering thrust at the kilonewton scale. As the compact fusion reactor slowly powered up, a deep, resonant hum filled the air. Fusion reactor operational. Electrical output stable. Preparing to activate the Hull propulsion unit. Academician Lu Yongchang swallowed nervously, his right hand trembling slightly as he pressed the button on the control panel. In the next instant, a cerulean plasma stream erupted from the thruster's nozzle. As the operational power of the Hull unit climbed steadily, the plasma's ethereal glow intensified. The thrust readings displayed on the monitors ascended progressively, 1 knot, 10 knots, 50 knots, 100 knots. Eventually, the thrust stabilized. Lu Yongchang stared in awe at the numerical values before him. Then, a surge of exhilaration ignited his eyes. Success! We have succeeded. 100 kilonewtons, that is 10 tons of thrust. His lips quivered slightly, his gaze transfixed by the haunting azure radiance. It was beautiful, transcendent. The ethereal blue flame symbolized a new epoch in human aerospace technology. Chemical fuels, in this moment, had been consigned to history. After a fleeting moment of jubilation, Lu Yongchang was the first to regain composure. All right, let us pause the Hull propulsion unit for now. Pause. Why stop? Lu Yongchang frowned instinctively, eager to capitalize on the momentum and conduct further tests on the thruster's parameters. Lu smiled wryly, shaking his head. Academician Chow, before proceeding, might I suggest you take a look at that concrete wall? Startled, Chow turned his gaze toward the distant barrier. At the center of the 1-meter-thick concrete wall, a deep scorch mark had already been etched. An ominous crater burned into the very core of the structure. As he gazed at the wall, on the verge of being engulfed in flames, he finally reacted, hastily pressing the stop button. Confronted by Lu Yongchang's teasing gaze, Lu Yongchang couldn't help but flush with embarrassment. Enraged, he exclaimed, "Who is responsible for this wall? What kind of shoddy materials were used? It has barely been a few minutes, and it can't withstand the pressure. Were there corners cut on my account? Director Chow, I am responsible for it." A researcher stepped forward with a wry smile. "The materials used were approved by you, and they were indeed the best quality batch available." An hour after the trial operation concluded, Hong Chiming finally arrived at the Aerospace Research Institute from the capital. Originally, Congressman Li was supposed to come personally, but due to some trivial matters, the task ultimately fell upon Hong Chiming's shoulders. "Deputy Minister, what brings you here?" Upon seeing Hong Chiming, Lu Yongchang was filled with astonishment. "Didn't you just return to the capital this morning?" With a look of resentment, Hong Chiming shot a sidelong glance at Lu Yongchang. "What do you think? As the Minister of Science and Technology, I am becoming little more than your errand boy." Upon reflection, it seemed to be the case. Ever since Lu Yongchang appeared, he, as the Minister of Science and Technology, had gradually transformed into a mere messenger between the congressman and Lu Yongchang. Aware of his own shortcomings, Lu Yongchang chuckled awkwardly and said nothing further. Hong Chiming did not pursue the topic, instead adopting a serious demeanor. "So what is the situation? Is the experiment about to commence?" Lu Yongchang replied, "Well, the experiment has already concluded." Hong Chiming raised an eyebrow in disbelief. "What? It's over? Then my trip here was for naught." His expression was one of utter dismay. "Ahem. Well, I can inform you of the results." Observing the changing expressions on Hong Chiming's face, Lu Yongchang hastily added, "The trial operation was a resounding success. With a thrust of 100 knots for a single Hull thruster." Hong Chiming was momentarily taken aback, murmuring to himself, 100 knots, that's approximately 10 tons of thrust. Indeed, around 10 tons of thrust, Lu Yongchang confirmed. 10 tons? Isn't that rather insufficient? Hong Chiming's brow furrowed instantly. "I recall that the CF6 engine of the Boeing 747 can reach a maximum takeoff thrust of about 105 tons. Wouldn't 10 tons be a bit lacking for a spaceplane?" Lu Yongchang chuckled softly. "Minister Hong, you still haven't grasped my point. The thrust of a single Hull thruster is indeed 10 tons, but I never stated that a spaceplane can only be equipped with one Hull thruster." Hong Chiming's pupils dilated in realization. He swallowed hard and hesitantly asked, Are you suggesting that we can install multiple Hall thrusters on a single spaceplane? Lu Yongchang nodded slightly before shaking his head briskly. A flicker of confusion crossed Hong Qiming's eyes. Yongchang, what does your nodding and shaking of the head signify? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yongchang replied slowly, theoretically, we could install an unlimited number of Hall thrusters. However, practical considerations regarding the size and purpose of the spaceplane must be taken into account to calculate a reasonable thrust capacity. Hong Qiming nodded, albeit with a hint of uncertainty, before waving his hand dismissively. Why are you discussing such technical matters with me? Just tell me, how many Hall thrusters do you intend to install on the first spaceplane? I need to report to the committee leader. Lu Yongchang chuckled softly, shaking his head. 10. Chapter 64. Have you heard of the strength that can send bricks flying? Upon hearing Lu Yongchang's words, Hong Qiming remained momentarily unresponsive, while the nearby Chao Liangkai could not help but exclaim, 10 Hall thrusters. Didn't we previously agree that 5 thrusters would suffice? Hong Qiming narrowed his eyes slightly, casting a strange look at Lu Yongchang. Yongchang, you can't just say things like that. If the committee leader finds out, I won't be able to take the blame. Lu Yongchang smiled wryly and quickly began to explain. Initially, our plan was indeed to install 5 Hall thrusters, 50 tons of thrust. While not comparable to large passenger aircraft like the Boeing 747, is sufficient for the relatively smaller spaceplane. In fact, it could be considered more than adequate. The puzzlement in Hong Qiming's eyes deepened. Then why? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yongchang continued, in the original design, the first-generation spaceplane was intended to reach a maximum altitude of 2,000 kilometers, which is near Earth orbit. However, upon further reflection, since we are set on creating a spaceplane, why not aim for the best? Instead of 5 thrusters, why not double the number and increase the aircraft's frame size? Although this may slightly elevate the manufacturing complexity, the performance of the first-generation spaceplane would see a significant enhancement. According to calculations, this spaceplane will be capable of launching directly from Earth to the Moon, with enough onboard fuel to support 2 round trips between Earth and the Moon. Hong Qiming gasped in astonishment. What? Directly launching to the Moon? And it can make 2 round trips? Observing the wide-eyed expression of academician Chao Liangkai beside him, Hong Qiming suddenly felt that he was losing control of the situation. Wait. Professor Lu, are you certain that the data you provided has been verified? Seeing Lu Yongchang nod affirmatively, Hong Qiming's pupils constricted slightly, and he promptly retrieved his phone from his pocket. Hold on, I need to report this to the committee leader. A few minutes later, Hong Qiming hung up the phone with a complex expression. What did the committee leader say? Lu Yongchang inquired curiously, casting a peculiar glance at Lu Yongchang. Hong Qiming shook his head slowly. I really don't know what kind of spell you cast on the committee leader. He instructed me to fully cooperate with your research plans. So feel free to ask for anything you need. Lu Yongchang's expression momentarily froze, as if he had thought of something. His eyes flickered, and he spoke directly, Minister Hong. In that case, I do have a challenge that I require your assistance with. Hong Qiming's voice halted abruptly, and his expression grew increasingly peculiar. Go on. But I must clarify beforehand that we shall not engage in anything that violates principles. Lu Yongchang, with a bitter smile, reached up to touch the tip of his nose and replied with a hint of irritation, Director Hong, you think too highly of me. I wouldn't dare to engage in such a principled transgression. Returning to the crux of the matter, Lu's expression grew more solemn. The first generation of the spaceplane is in need of 3 pilots. Pilots? Hong Qiming waved his hand dismissively. That's a minor issue. I'll take you directly to the Air Force Squadron to select the personnel. To Hong Qiming's surprise, Lu Yongchang shook his head, rejecting the proposal. Director Hong, that may not be feasible. The requirements for spaceplane pilots are significantly higher, and I fear the Air Force Squadron may not meet those standards. Upon hearing Lu Yongchang's words, a flicker of astonishment crossed Hong Qiming's face. What on earth? The pilots from the Air Force Squadron cannot meet the requirements? He gazed at Lu Yongchang in disbelief, and after a moment of contemplation, he said, Yongchang, are you unfamiliar with the pilots from the Air Force Squadron? If ordinary pilots do not suffice, you can certainly select from the ace pilots with golden helmets. Rest assured, their skills are absolutely impeccable. Lu Yongchang shook his head with a bitter smile. It's not a matter of flying skills. Hong Qiming's confusion deepened. According to my expectations, this spaceplane will need to undertake multiple missions to the Moon. To me, flying skills are a secondary consideration. Lu Yongchang spoke with profound intent. What is truly essential for spaceplane pilots is ample experience in spaceflight. Unlike conventional aircraft within the atmosphere, the powerful propulsion of a spaceplane can effortlessly handle most unforeseen circumstances in the atmosphere. After all, there is an old saying, with great power, even a brick can fly. Aerodynamics are irrelevant. As long as the thrust is sufficient, even a brick can propel you out of the solar system. Furthermore, during its missions, the spaceplane will spend the majority of its time beyond geostationary orbit. Thus, sufficient experience in spaceflight becomes one of the indispensable prerequisites for spaceplane pilots. After listening to Lu Yongchang's explanation, Hong Qiming nodded gently. I see. In that case, I will visit the astronaut training center in Xia country to assist you in finding 3 astronauts who have been to space. That should suffice, right? Upon hearing Hong Qiming's words, Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment before slowly shaking his head. That may not be enough, Minister Hong. Do not forget, this spaceplane is not merely a rocket. The pilots must also be adept at handling tasks within the atmosphere. Hong Qiming clicked his tongue lightly. This complicates matters. They must be proficient in atmospheric flight techniques, possess ample experience in spaceflight, and meet a series of age and physical fitness requirements. Although I have not conducted a survey, I can still assert that Xia country is unlikely to find individuals who meet such stringent criteria. Not only Xia country, but it would be quite challenging to find such talents anywhere on Earth. Hong Qiming's eyes glimmered slightly as he spoke softly. What if I select 3 astronauts and send them to the Air Force Base for training for a while? Lu Yongchang's eyes suddenly brightened. Now, that is indeed a splendid idea. A concern swiftly surged within him. How long would the training at this Air Force Base take? Hong Qiming furrowed his brow and slowly shook his head. I am not entirely certain about this matter. I estimate it will require at least 6 months to a year. No, that's far too slow. Lu Yongchang frowned as he cast a glance at the calendar beside him. April 3rd. They should be given no more than a month for training. Lu Yongchang declared resolutely. I anticipate that within a month, the first aerospace plane of Xia country could also be manufactured. Chapter 65. Cancellation of the space station project? At the Xia country astronaut research and training base, Bai Yishuan emerged from the centrifuge cabin, his steps unsteady. As an astronaut of Xia country, the training for gravitational adaptability was a daily regimen. Despite countless days and nights of training, the torment inflicted by the centrifuge had not diminished in the slightest. He exhaled a deep breath, turning to glance back at the centrifuge. It was uncertain when the space station project of Xia country would finally be completed. Contemplating this, a shadow of gloom crossed Bai Yishuan's eyes. Recently, he had heard some troubling rumors. It seemed that the higher-ups intended to cancel the original space station project. Even some planned manned space missions faced the risk of immediate cancellation. What, then, would be the future for astronauts like them? Bai Yishuan sighed deeply. Just as he was gathering his scattered thoughts to head towards the next training facility, an announcement crackled through the speakers. Bai Yishuan, Hong Fan, Xiaowani. Today's training mission is cancelled. Please proceed to the first floor hall immediately upon hearing this announcement. Bai Yishuan's gaze shifted slightly. He not only recognized Hong Fan and Xiaowani, but was also quite familiar with them. To be precise, the 3 of them were all reserve members of the Xia country space station project. Could it be that there was progress with the space station project? With this thought, a glimmer of excitement sparked in Bai Yishuan's eyes. At the elevator entrance, Xiangu, a clear call rang from behind Bai Yishuan. He turned to see the newcomer, and a faint smile graced his features. Wani, how has training been lately? It seems we haven't seen each other for several days. Xiaowani smiled and nodded. I took a few days off, so it's only natural you didn't see me. Time off? Bai Yishuan's expression shifted slightly as he hurriedly inquired. What happened? Xiaowani fell silent. After a long moment, she sighed softly and replied in a low voice. I might have to withdraw. What? Withdraw? Bai Yishuan's pupils constricted sharply as he exclaimed in disbelief. At that moment, another somewhat hoarse male voice echoed from a distance. Wani, what are you saying? You want to withdraw? Recognizing that distinctive voice, Bai Yishuan quickly turned around and waved in the direction of the voice. Xiangu, what is going on? Why does Wani want to withdraw? Hong Fan rushed up to the 2, inquiring in a hushed tone. Bai Yishuan shrugged, casting a perplexed glance at the somber-faced Xiaowani beside him. Do tell, what is going on? Why the sudden decision to withdraw? Have you forgotten that the 3 of us are a team? Xiaowani gently bit her lip, her eyes shimmering with a hint of distress. Xiangu, I'm sorry. A few days ago, I received definitive news from my elders at home. The Xi'an Nation Space Station project has been officially cancelled. At the moment her words fell, both Bai Yishuan and Hong Fan felt their breaths catch sharply. Although they had harbored some foreboding regarding this outcome, hearing the confirmation struck Bai Yishuan deeply, and he couldn't restrain his emotions. He extended his hand and slammed it against the nearby wall. Damn it! What is happening in Xi'an Nation? Why has the space station plan been abruptly cancelled? Xiao Wani slowly shook her head. I'm not entirely sure of the specifics, but I heard that the order was issued personally by the chief of the Congress. This revelation shattered any remaining glimmers of hope within the two men. Hong Fan's expression dimmed instantly. After a long pause, he hoarsely inquired, "What should we do now?" The three astronauts fell into silence. Bai Yishuan sighed deeply. Indeed. What were they to do? They had spent years preparing for the space station project. It wasn't merely the various training sessions on the ground. They had also executed multiple spaceflight missions together. As an astronaut who had experienced the weightlessness of space, he had constantly envisioned the day he would return to the cosmos. The space station project proposed by Xi'an Nation had been his most promising avenue to that dream. Yet now, with just a few words, all their efforts seemed to have been rendered futile. Bai Yishuan profoundly felt the disintegration of his resolve. Ding! The sound of the elevator arriving shattered the heavy atmosphere among them. The elevator has arrived. Let us go down. Bai Yishuan managed a faintly grim smile and took the lead towards the elevator. As he stepped inside, a wave of profound confusion washed over him. Were they summoned to receive this news in private? The elevator moved swiftly. In mere seconds, accompanied by a crisp chime, the doors slowly opened. The blinding sunlight flooded in, reflecting intensely off the pristine white tiles. Bai Yishuan instinctively squinted his eyes. The intense light signals traveled through his retina, along the optic nerve, crossing at the optic chiasm, and ascending to the visual cortex. Under the electric impulses of the oculomotor nerve, his pupils began to constrict. Within moments, Bai Yishuan adjusted to the glaring illumination of the hall. In the brightly lit space stood two tall men. Bai Yishuan's gaze flickered as he recognized the man facing them. It was Hong Qiming, the Minister of Science and Technology of Xi'an Nation. What brings Minister Hong here? Xiao Wani murmured beside him. Bai Yishuan subtly moved his lips and replied, I am uncertain. We shall proceed step by step. After all, we are already aware of the worst-case scenario. Upon hearing these words, a tinge of bittersweet amusement flickered in the eyes of Hong Fan and Xiao Wani. Indeed, they were correct. The present situation had reached its nadir. They're here. At the moment they laid eyes on Bai Yishuan and his companions, Hong Qiming's expression brightened, and he called out to them, What are you standing there for? Come over quickly. Lu Yongchang slowly turned around, his profound gaze settling on the trio. Upon seeing Bai Yishuan and the others, he instinctively furrowed his brow. Why did it seem that these so-called elite astronauts were not in the best of spirits? Before he could voice his thoughts, Hong Qiming cheerfully began the introductions. Everyone, allow me to introduce Professor Lu Yongchang, the first director of the Xi'an National Space Administration. Professor Lu, these three are the original reserve members of the space station project, and if I recall correctly, they each have 3 experiences of spaceflight. As soon as Hong Qiming finished speaking, the eyes of the trio sparkled with renewed interest. The Space Administration. Chapter 66. Are you interested in participating in this project? They exchanged glances, and Hong Fan, unable to contain his impatience, was the first to speak. Professor Lu, may I ask if the Xi'an National Space Station project is indeed to be cancelled? Lu Yongchang was momentarily taken aback. The Xi'an National Space Station project cancelled? He looked at Hong Qiming beside him with a puzzled expression. Director Hong, the space station project. A bitter smile crept onto Hong Qiming's lips. Professor Lu, you are, after all, the director of the Xi'an National Space Administration. You cannot possibly be unaware of such a significant matter. Lu Yongchang cleared his throat. Observing the look of unease on Lu Yongchang's face, the sense of helplessness in Hong Qiming deepened. He sighed deeply before explaining, recently, the Speaker of the Assembly personally ordered the cessation of the Xi'an National Space Station project, which was already halfway through. Why? A voice filled with indignation emerged from Hong Fan. Is the Speaker of the Assembly preparing to abandon space exploration? Hong Fan, Bai Yishuan admonished sternly, do not speak recklessly. Listen attentively to Director Hong. Hong Fan reluctantly lowered his head. Hong Qiming waved his hand with a smile. It's quite all right. I can understand your feelings regarding the sudden cancellation of the Xi'an National Space Station project. As for the reasons behind its cancellation, you should direct your inquiries to Professor Lu. he is likely the most informed about the matter. As he spoke, Hong Qiming cast a meaningful glance at Lu Yongchang. In the next moment, 3 pairs of eyes focused intently on Lu Yongchang's face. Lu Yongchang cast a resentful glance at Hong Qiming beside him. Well, although I am not entirely clear on the specifics, I can make an educated guess. Confronted by the trio's expressions, which combined confusion with a hint of frustration, Lu Yongchang instinctively touched the tip of his nose and awkwardly stated, in simple terms, the original Xia National Space Station has lost its value of existence. What? Bai Yishuan's eyes widened in shock as he whispered, that is a space station. There are only a handful of countries on Earth that possess an independent space station. The scientific value is beyond imagination. Indeed, Lu Yongchang nodded gently, vaguely stating that in order to confront future crises, the Xia nation must focus its efforts on more valuable endeavors. Due to confidentiality agreements, certain information could not be clearly disclosed to the 3 individuals before him, particularly regarding the anomalies of the sun. Only when the 3 astronauts confirmed their participation in the aerospace plane project could he divulge the specifics to them. Upon hearing Lu Yongchang's words, Xia Wani's expression darkened. Once again, the same vague rhetoric. She sighed deeply and softly inquired, if Professor Lu believes the space station has lost its value, then what is the purpose of gathering us 3 today? If the Xia nation deems space exploration to lack value, what need is there for us astronauts? Perhaps it would be better for us to return home and rest. At that moment, even Bai Yishuan refrained from silencing Xia Wani's words. As the atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly tense, a faint smile played on Lu Yongchang's lips as he said, who told you that space lacks exploration value? Just because a space station project has been cancelled, do you wish to retire? Bai Yishuan's heart raced. He opened his mouth slightly, but found himself at a loss for words. A hoarse voice interjected from the side. Professor Lu, do you mean? What I mean? Lu Yongchang's smile broadened. I have a far superior project in mind. I wonder if the 3 of you would be interested in participating? Can we go to space? Xia Wani's voice trembled with excitement. Of course, not only space, but you could also become the first astronauts from the Xia nation to land on the moon. Lu Yongchang's calm words struck the 3 young astronauts like a thunderclap. Entering space and landing on the moon echoed repeatedly in Xia Wani's ears, and gradually, the world before her blurred. Tears of excitement filled her eyes. So, what do you think? Are you interested in participating? Of course we are. Bai Yishuan and Hong Fan responded in unison. And you, Xia Wani? Lu Yongchang's voice inquired. Overwhelmed with emotion, she could not utter a single word, merely nodding fervently. Seeing this, Bai Yishuan smiled and patted Xia Wani's shoulder. Well, it seems our dedication to training has indeed borne fruit. Observing the scene before him, Lu Yongchang felt a twinge of nostalgia. Since the first monkey gazed up at the stars, humanity's yearning for the boundless universe has been deeply etched in its very DNA. Once the emotions of the 3 had calmed, Lu Yongchang's expression turned serious. I must inform you that you will be participating in the Xia nation's inaugural aerospace plane project. While you possess extensive experience in space travel, it is far from sufficient for the role of aerospace plane pilots. Therefore, you will need to undergo a month of intensive training at the Air Force Pilot Training Base. This training will be arduous and challenging. Professor Lu, rest assured, we will complete the training tasks. Bai Yishuan directly interrupted LV Yongchang's words. LV Yongchang was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and nodded. Very well. I shall await you at the National Aerospace Research Institute. I hope you do not disappoint me. In the United States, within the Central Intelligence Agency building, the bright corridor echoed with hurried footsteps. A uniformed man clutched a document tightly in his hand, hastening towards the office at the end of the hall. Upon reaching the door, he abruptly halted, taking a deep breath to calm his rapid heartbeat. Knock, knock, knock. He raised his hand and gently tapped on the office door. Come in, a deep male voice responded from within. He inhaled once more and pushed open the door. What is it? Inside the office, a white man with a hawk-like nose and a harsh visage regarded him with a shadowy gaze. Swallowing hard, the man extended the document towards the individual seated behind the desk. Director William, we have received the latest intelligence from our operatives in Xia country. William Blair's expression momentarily froze, and he abruptly stood from his chair. Quick, hand me the document. At the sound of the command, the man hastily passed the document into his hands. William Blair swiftly unfolded it, scrutinizing its contents. Gradually, his complexion turned pale. Chapter 67, United States. If I may speak frankly, electric propulsion is utter nonsense. This cannot be. William Blair's face drained of color, his hands trembling as they gripped the document, veins bulging on the back of his hands. In the next moment, he lifted his head sharply, glaring at the man who had delivered the document, his expression contorted with intensity. Hurry. Prepare the vehicle. Prepare the vehicle? A flicker of confusion crossed the man's eyes as he instinctively inquired, where to? The White House. William Blair snatched his coat from the side and flung open the office door. In 10 minutes. I want to see the doors of the White House. At the White House, William Blair clutched the A4 sheet containing the intelligence, racing towards the president's office. As expected, he was intercepted by 2 tall security guards. Let me pass. I have crucial intelligence to report to the president, he exclaimed, waving the document in his hand. Apologies, sir, but it is currently Mr. Albert's nap time. The guard replied expressionlessly. William Blair's eyes widened in disbelief, a mix of anger and incredulity washing over him. WTF? Do you know who I am? You are the director of the Central Intelligence Agency, sir, the guard replied calmly. However, I still cannot allow you to pass, Mr. Albert has specifically instructed that no one is to disturb his nap. Sir, please understand our predicament. If we let you through, we would lose our jobs, added another guard. With a scoff, William Blair laughed derisively, casting a significant glance at the 2 guards. Very well, I hope you both remember this incident. Tell me, how much longer until the president's nap time is over? In 5 minutes, you may wait in the adjacent waiting area. The bodyguards, evidently dismissive of William's threat, casually gestured towards the chairs in the nearby corridor. 5 minutes later, as an alarm rang out from the adjacent presidential office, the 2 bodyguards gently reminded Director William. The president's nap time has concluded. You may enter. William Blair let out a deep sigh, rose from his seat, and strode towards the office door. Knock, knock, knock. Regaining his composure, William gently tapped on the door of the presidential office. Who is it? Just as William was about to respond, Albert's voice echoed. Never mind who it is. Let them in. William's lips twitched slightly as he pushed open the office door. William Blair? Albert rubbed his sleepy eyes, stretched, and murmured in a low voice, What brings you here? Observing the still drowsy president before him, William's eyelids twitched with intensity. His expression grew grave as he solemnly stated, Your Excellency, the intelligence personnel from the Xia country have relayed a piece of crucial information. Before he could finish, Albert raised his hand, interrupting William's discourse. In the next moment, Albert pressed a red button on the desk. Just as William was puzzled, the office door behind him suddenly swung open. A secretary, clad in professional attire, entered, holding a cup of brown liquid. Albert's gaze lingered on the secretary's legs, adorned in black stockings, for a few seconds. He then took the glass from her hand and nodded towards William. Coke, would you like a glass? By the way, what were you saying earlier? William thought to himself that he had never felt so speechless in his life. Although he had long heard tales of this president's unreliability, he never anticipated it would be this absurd. Suddenly, he dismissed the idea of reporting to the president, realizing that the 2 bodyguards likely wouldn't face consequences for such trivial matters. He took a deep breath, calming his tumultuous emotions, and then gritted his teeth, saying, Your Excellency, the intelligence personnel from Xia have transmitted vital information. Upon hearing it was news from Xia, Albert's demeanor gradually shifted to seriousness. He raised the glass and took a sip of the cold Coke, quietly inquiring, What information? Xia has mastered controllable nuclear fusion miniaturization technology. Cough, cough. Albert coughed while hastily grabbing a napkin to wipe the cola stains from his desk. What did you say? Controllable nuclear fusion miniaturization technology? How is this possible? Is the information reliable? William Blair shrugged. Of course it's reliable. The Xia government has already acknowledged it. Instantly, President Albert's expression darkened. Damn it. I just spent a fortune acquiring a complete set of controllable nuclear fusion technology. And here I am, left with someone else's outdated product? Historically, it's always been the United States reaping the benefits from other nations. Albert had never anticipated that during his tenure, the United States would be significantly exploited by a nation thousands of miles away. What a dire situation, he murmured to himself, his gaze shadowed. William extended a document towards Albert, stating, Moreover, our intelligence personnel have acquired crucial information. The nation is developing an electric propulsion system while discontinuing the research project for the Long March 10th heavy lift rocket. In my view, this is where our focus should lie. Albert appeared momentarily taken aback. Electric propulsion system? What on earth is that? A flicker of uncertainty crossed William Blair's eyes as he replied. It seems to be a novel propulsion method. I suspect it is linked to the unusual activities of that nation recently. For further specifics, I believe you should consult our NASA director. Furrowing his brow, Albert picked up the black desk phone. Summon Director Morton to my office. And also, bring Anthony along. Half an hour later, a diminutive man with a receding hairline nervously regarded Albert. Mr. President, you summoned me? Morton, are you familiar with the electric propulsion system? Albert inquired. His brow knitted as he regarded the slightly balding NASA director. Our intelligence has indicated that this nation is currently researching electric propulsion systems and has canceled the Long March 10th rocket project. Morton appeared momentarily stunned, incredulously responding. Electric propulsion system? Mr. President, are you certain it is electric propulsion? Albert's frown deepened. Absolutely, I am certain. Morton scoffed, the tension in his demeanor dissipating. He shrugged lightly and retorted, Mr. President, with all due respect, electric propulsion is utterly ineffective. Let them pursue their research. I doubt they will achieve any significant results. Chapter 68. The Hidden Area 51. Noticing the puzzled expressions on Albert and those around him, Morton hastily began to explain. NASA has been researching electric propulsion systems for decades, specifically in the realm of Hall thrusters. Albert raised an eyebrow. Oh, has NASA achieved any success? Morton's expression stiffened. He slowly shook his head, embarrassment evident on his face. It cannot be classified as a failure, but it hardly qualifies as a success either. The current Hall thrusters can only produce thrust in the range of tens or hundreds of millinewtons, primarily utilized in deep space vehicles. Perhaps you are not familiar with the implications of such low thrust. Let me put it another way. The maximum thrust of Hall thrusters is around several tens of grams. Within the atmosphere, they wouldn't even be able to propel an egg. A realization dawned on Albert. However, his brow furrowed once more. Then why would this nation cancel the Long March 10th rocket project? Faced with this question, Morton fell silent. It indeed posed a conundrum. After all, he was merely a director, not a researcher. A lack of scientific intuition is entirely understandable. Perhaps I should find an opportunity to consult a professor from NASA? Albert slowly shook his head. Since the Hall thruster has little effect within the atmosphere, there is no need to concern ourselves with it. Moreover, we cannot ascertain whether these two pieces of information are deliberate distractions released by the Xia nation. Ever since learning that Xia sold its first-generation fusion reactor technology and then unveiled its second-generation nuclear fusion technology, Albert had harbored a certain psychological unease. The most pressing matter now is how we should respond to Xia's series of maneuvers. Morton nodded respectfully and spoke in a low voice, in my opinion. We need not pay attention to the rumors Xia has spread. After all, we have suffered enough setbacks in nuclear fusion research. If they wish to study Hall thrusters, let them proceed. I firmly believe chemical fuel rockets remain humanity's optimal choice at present. Albert's eyes flickered, his profound gaze returning to Morton. How is the Pathfinder project progressing? Morton's expression stiffened slightly. Preparations have commenced. Too slow. Albert's brows instantly knitted together. Only preparations have begun? At Xia's current pace, by the time they complete theirs, they might have already planted their flags all over the moon. Anthony, who had remained silent, pressed his lips together and exchanged a glance with Morton. Morton, I believe it is time to initiate that project. Morton's countenance shifted subtly as he whispered, Anthony, are you certain? Anthony closed his eyes briefly, inhaling deeply. I am certain. America may afford to lag behind by a small margin, but it can never afford to fall irreparably behind others. Albert, seated in the presidential chair, furrowed his brow and interrupted them. Wait. What are you discussing? What project? Anthony turned sharply toward Albert. Mr. President, I propose activating the Area 51 project. Observing Anthony's intense gaze, Albert's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Area 51. Isn't that just an Air Force base? At that moment, Morton's voice interjected. Mr. President, officially, Area 51 is indeed an Air Force base. However, in reality, it serves as the core facility for America's Advanced Technology Reserve Program. Albert's face contorted with bewilderment. Gentlemen, that's no laughing matter, he exclaimed. An Advanced Technology Reserve Program? How have I never heard of such a program? The voice of Defense Secretary Anthony followed. The Advanced Technology Reserve Program began 50 years ago, designed to stockpile cutting-edge technologies to ensure America's leading position internationally in the future. To maintain secrecy, Only successive defense secretaries and NASA directors have been aware of it. Not only you, but even previous presidents of America were unaware of this program's existence. President Albert's expression suddenly stiffened. Well, if even previous presidents were unaware, his anxiety somewhat eased. However, he soon pondered a crucial question. What about the funding? Why had he never encountered any budget allocations for the so-called Area 51? Anthony, with an awkward expression, remarked, this funding can indeed be fabricated. Over the past 50 years, approximately 10% of military expenditures have secretly flowed into Area 51. Albert gasped. 10%. That represented 10% of the United States' annual military budget, a staggering total accumulated over half a century. Albert could hardly fathom what sort of research was being conducted there. Taking a deep breath, he quietly inquired, "May I ask what technologies are being stored there?" Anthony and Morton exchanged glances, after which Anthony gently nodded, "Of course." The last Cold War profoundly illustrated the significance of dominion over space. Hence, the primary reserves within Area 51 consist of aerospace technologies. For instance, an enhanced version of the Saturn V, the Saturn VI launch vehicle. Albert's pupils dilated. As a native-born American, he was well aware of the world-renowned Saturn V heavy-lift launch vehicle. As the heaviest rocket ever used in human history, the Saturn V stood at an impressive 110.6 meters, with a launch weight of a staggering 385 tons and a thrust reaching an extraordinary 408 tons. It was also referred to as the lunar rocket due to its role in manned lunar missions. Albert swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he asked, "The Saturn VI? What is it intended for?" Morton took over, speaking softly, "Mr. President, it was developed for Mars. Currently, 3 completed Saturn VI heavy-lift rockets are hidden underground in Area 51. Mr. President, should you issue the order to unlock Area 51, even the minor nation of Xia would not be worthy of comparison to our great United States." Morton's words stirred a fervor within Albert. He yearned to witness the American flag planted on the Martian surface. Taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, he resolutely declared, "Prepare to sign the presidential order. Initiate the Area 51 project." Chapter 69. Completion of the spaceplane. Xian Nu No. 1 in Xia. At a certain Air Force training base, Bai Yishuan, pale and supporting his waist, gazed up at the scorching sun. Finally, it seemed to be over when he heard Hong Fan's distinctive raspy voice. "My heavens, I never want to return to this training base in my lifetime." Hearing Hong Fan's complaint, Bai Yishuan managed a wry smile, shaking his head. "Don't mention it. I too wish never to see this training base again." Hong Fan's eyes brightened slightly. "Brother Xian, you can't hold on any longer? This is quite a rare occurrence. It's the first time I've seen you concede." Bai Yishuan shot him a disdainful glance, exasperatedly replying, "What nonsense. I'm not a robot. I certainly can't endure this level of training." A burst of melodious laughter emanated from nearby. "I believe Fan is right. Since our acquaintance, I have yet to witness Xian complain about the training regimen." Bai Yishuan turned his head, casting a resigned glance at the cheerful Xia Wani behind him. "Seeing your exuberant energy, should I contact the coach again for another round of aerial acrobatics?" The smiles on Xia Wani and Hong Fan's faces vanished in an instant. Their heads shook vigorously, as if in a fervent denial. What a ridiculous notion. Another round of aerial maneuvers? Recalling the scene from a month prior, upon their arrival at the training base, both shuddered slightly under the blazing sun. The trio, devoid of any theoretical grounding, was thrust onto 3 training aircraft, justified by the adage that practical experience is the finest teacher. Thus, the 3 astronauts were thoroughly put through their paces by their respective instructors. Despite their commendable physical fitness, they were not spared from the rigors of intricate maneuvers such as the Cobra maneuver and the Nestorov loop. After a grueling first day, the astronauts' daily lives became fixated on their training machines. In just a month, their cumulative flight time astonishingly reached 300 hours. On average, each individual spent a full 10 hours daily aboard the aircraft. It could be said that apart from eating and sleeping, the trio spent virtually all their time in training. Finally, it seemed to conclude. Xia Wani shook her head, casting aside those painful memories, and stretched languidly, softly exclaiming, "Next, we should head to Professor Lu, right? I wonder if that so-called spaceplane is completed." Bai Yishuan glanced at Xia Wani's posture as she stretched and replied mildly, "Do not celebrate too soon. Professor Lu made it clear that after our training at the Air Force Base, we still need to undergo training aboard the spaceplane." Xia Wani smiled brightly. tossing her short hair. No worries. After all, it will take us into space. Just thinking about that invigorates me. Gazing at Xiao Wani's radiant smile, Bai Xuan found himself momentarily entranced. A roar of engines echoed overhead. Bai Xuan's gaze shifted slightly as he looked up at the armed helicopter descending slowly from the sky. It's time for us to depart, he quietly informed his teammates. Within a hangar outside the Summer Nation's Aerospace Research Institute, a sleek, jet-black aircraft stood silently. Its structure bore resemblance to the American B-2 bomber, yet the most significant distinction lay in the wings, which were not as exaggerated in size as the B-2s. Thanks to a powerful propulsion system, the aircraft measured 30 meters in length, with wings spanning a mere 25 meters. At the rear of this spaceplane were 10 dark, circular hull thruster nozzles. Lu Yongchang stood before the spaceplane, his eyes brimming with admiration. This was the first genuine spaceplane of the Summer Nation. Without exaggeration, this spaceplane epitomizes the pinnacle of human technological advancement at this very moment. Professor Lu, why not bestow upon it a name? The voice of academician Chao Liangkai interrupted Lu Yongchang's contemplative reverie. Lu Yongchang's eyes flickered, and without hesitation, he declared, "Let it be named Xian Envy No. 1. Chao Liangkai appeared momentarily taken aback, evidently recalling the 3 significant projects of Xia Nation that Lu Yongchang had previously introduced. The Xian Envy series spaceplanes from the Nanchaman project? Chao Liangkai raised an eyebrow and softly inquired, "Are you truly contemplating bringing that Nanchaman project to fruition?" Lu Yongchang chuckled lightly, his profound gaze once again fixed upon Xian Envy No. 1. Indeed, not only the Nanchaman project, but the Tiangong project will also be realized in the future. Chao Liangkai cast a peculiar glance at Lu Yongchang. The Tiangong project? That colossal fleet comprising 500 starships? He chuckled softly and slowly shook his head. What a jest! Such a thing could likely only be witnessed in science fiction films. What? Do you not believe it? Lu Yongchang caught the movement of Chao Liangkai from the corner of his eye and turned to him with a smile, inquiring. For a moment, Chao Liangkai found himself at a loss for words. Is this a matter of belief? Any reasonable person would find it hard to accept, wouldn't they? How about we make a wager? With the completion of Xian Envy No. 1, Lu Yongchang's spirits were considerably lifted. Without a moment's hesitation, Chao Liangkai nodded. What shall we wager? Lu Yongchang fell into contemplation. He chuckled, Professor Lu, if our Xia Nation truly realizes the Tiangong project in 15 years, I will eat this Xian Envy No. 1 on the spot. Observing Lu Yongchang's serious demeanor, Chao Liangkai said with a grin. Lu Yongchang shot a speechless glance at Chao Liangkai. My friend, the stakes are quite high. He shook his head lightly and replied with a hint of exasperation. Let us not, for this Xian Envy No. 1 will be a keepsake, and I fear you may not be able to afford it. Instead, if it truly comes to pass, you may treat me to a meal. I crave the chicken leg rice from San Daoko University. Chao Liangkai also bore a speechless expression. Professor Lu, are you serious? Upon seeing Lu Yongchang nod earnestly, Chao Liangkai wryly rubbed his nose. Very well, it is settled. If it does not materialize, you shall treat me to a meal as well. Just as Lu Yongchang and Chao Liangkai were engaging in their light-hearted banter, a researcher hurriedly approached Lu Yongchang, whispering, Professor Lu, the 3 pilots for the spaceplane have arrived. Lu Yongchang's eyes brightened. The pilots have finally come. Come, let us welcome them. For whether this magnificent creation can ascend to the heavens rests upon the shoulders of those 3. Lu Yongchang beckoned to Chao Liangkai and turned towards the factory's entrance. Chapter 70. Do you not wish to ascend to the skies? As Lu Yongchang reached the entrance of the research institute, he spotted the 3 pilots of Xian Envy No. 1 beside the helicopter landing pad. Perhaps due to just coming from the Air Force training base, the 3 astronauts displayed traces of confusion and fatigue upon their faces. Bai Xuan. The voice of Lu Yongchang resonated in the ears of the 3 astronauts. The foremost, Bai Xuan, instinctively turned his head towards Lu upon hearing his name. The moment he laid eyes on Lu Yongchang, a spark of excitement illuminated his expression, prompting him to subtly beckon his 2 companions nearby. What do you think? As the trio of astronauts approached him at a brisk pace, Lu Yongchang chuckled and inquired, How have the results of your training over the past month been? Hong Fan shuddered suddenly, and the beaming smile that had adorned his face was swiftly replaced by a shadow of concern. Professor Lu, you have no idea how grueling this past month has been for us. Lu Yongchang's eyes twinkled with mirth as he raised an eyebrow and replied, I did warn you that the training here would be even more demanding than at the Air Force Base. Upon hearing this, Hong Fan's expression darkened. What? Are you considering giving up? Lu Yongchang observed Hong Fan's pained demeanor with keen interest. No, no, no. Hong Fan quickly shook his head. What kind of joke is that? We have come this far. There is no way I would retreat. I still aspire to be the first astronaut from Xia to set foot on the moon. Lu Yongchang nodded with a smile. Rest assured, you will have that opportunity. He then added, now, let us go take a look at your future vehicle. At this, the eyes of the three astronauts ignited with fervor. Upon witnessing the striking and enigmatic exterior of Xian Nu No. 1, their jaws dropped in awe. Wow, 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 Hong Fan exclaimed excitedly. Is this really something from our Xia? Even Bai Yishuan, the most composed among them, revealed a flicker of astonishment in his gaze. Xia Wani's delicate hands trembled slightly as they brushed against the frigid surface of Xian Nu No. 1. The icy sensation did nothing to quell the fervor within her heart. Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she murmured, "It's so beautiful." The reactions of the three astronauts did not go unnoticed by Lu Yongchang, who wore a proud smile. This was indeed his masterpiece. Even in his previous life, he had never crafted a vehicle of such caliber. After all, most of his energy had been devoted to the construction and development within the underground city at that time. Come, I will show you the cockpit, he said warmly, gesturing to the trio. Upon hearing this, Hong Fan instinctively swallowed hard and stammered. See, can we really see the cockpit? Lu Yongchang raised an eyebrow, a perplexed expression crossing his face as he glanced at Hong Fan. What is this? Do you no longer wish to pilot this aerospace craft? Bai Yishuan and Xia Wani exchanged incredulous glances directed at Hong Fan. Lu Yongchang shook his head in bewilderment and turned towards the boarding gate beneath the fuselage. Thanks to the utilization of a compact fusion reactor as its power source, and given that this aerospace craft primarily undertook research and transportation tasks, the space within Xian Nu No. 1 had been remarkably optimized. At the front of the cockpit, three sides were adorned with special tempered glass windows, crafted with precision. The three panels of tempered glass not only withstand the impacts of the vast majority of minute meteoroids within the solar system, but also significantly filter out harmful cosmic rays and excessively intense visible light. Behind the windows lies a control console adorned with an array of buttons and instruments. The console is expansive, requiring the efforts of three pilots to accomplish all operational tasks. This necessity for three pilots is the primary reason for the configuration of the Xian Nu No. 1. Beyond the console are three tall and spacious pilot seats, each ergonomically designed, considering the prolonged flight duration of the spacecraft. Noticing two rather unadorned chairs behind the pilot seats, Xia Wani quietly inquired of Professor Lu Yongchang, "Professor, are those passenger seats?" Lu Yongchang readily replied, "Indeed, they are intended for future scientific missions." Xia Wani nodded thoughtfully, realizing that the purpose of the Xian Nu No. 1 far exceeded her initial expectations. Bai Yishuan instinctively softened his footsteps as he approached the intricate control console, delicately brushing his fingers over the buttons. His pupils quivered slightly as he murmured, This is akin to a scene from a science fiction film." The next moment, he turned his head, gazing intently at Lu Yongchang. "Professor Lu, when can we pilot this spacecraft?" His question instantly captured the attention of the other two. Hong Fan and Xia Wani both cast eager glances toward Lu Yongchang. With a slight furrow of his brow, Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "That is uncertain." Observing the immediate dimming of their expressions, he smiled and added, "It depends on your training performance. You will need to undergo piloting training in the simulator. After all, there is only one of these. If anything goes awry, I cannot bear that responsibility." "And what constitutes good training performance?" Hong Fan's hoarse voice chimed in. "Good performance?" Lu Yongchang's eyes sparkled with mirth. "If you can master it in one night, I will petition the council leader for a test flight tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Hong Fan's breathing noticeably quickened. Seeing the excitement radiating from the three aspiring astronauts, a mischievous smile flickered in Lu Yongchang's eyes. This was precisely the effect he desired. He was confident that, spurred by this exhilarating prospect, the training efficiency of the three astronauts would undoubtedly double. After sending the trio off for training, Lu Yongchang gazed at the Xian Nu No. 1 and murmured, "Sometimes, I truly envy them." "Huh? What did you say?" Chao Liangkai looked at Lu Yongchang with a curious expression. "Envy? Who do you envy?" "Bai Yishuan and the others," Lu Yongchang replied, his face full of longing. Don't you wish to soar into the heavens aboard this magnificent machine? Not at all. Chao Liangkai scoffed. I have no desire to experience that sensation of not being able to touch the ground. Moreover, you cannot possibly board this contraption. Lu Yongchang was momentarily taken aback, instinctively retorting, why not? The council leader would never permit you to do such a thing. Chao Liangkai rolled his eyes. You surely understand your current significance, don't you? Lu Yongchang silently nodded, refraining from further comment. In the depths of Chao Liangkai's gaze, unbeknownst to him, a reflective expression gradually emerged. Chapter 71, Eagle's Sauce. Do you find my pancake delightful? Half a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. The training program for the 3 astronauts was nearing its conclusion. Glancing at the training progress reports, Lu Yongchang could not help but smile slightly. It must be said that the individuals chosen by Hong Qiming were indeed exceptional. The comprehensive qualities of these 3 astronauts were undoubtedly among the finest of all astronauts in Xia country, coupled with the motivation Lu Yongchang had instilled prior to training. The combined effects left him almost incredulous. The training regimen, which originally spanned a month, was forcibly condensed into a mere 15 days. Setting down the training report, Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment before picking up the office telephone. Within the first ring of the capital city of Xia country, a rapid knock on the door caused the elderly man, engrossed in signing documents, to furrow his brow. Come in, he said, exhaling slowly as he put down his pen. The heavy wooden door to the office creaked open. Upon seeing the visitor, a flicker of surprise crossed the elder's face. Academician Chao? What brings you here? The elder's expression grew solemn as he gazed at Academician Chao Liangkai standing at the door, softly inquiring, What is it? Has there been an issue with the Xian No. 1 project? Chao Liangkai quickly shook his head and, with an excited voice, proclaimed, Chairman, I have come to report on the progress of the Xian No. 1 project. This morning, the Xian No. 1 project has been completed. The elder was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, he sprang from his chair, his gaze intensely fixed on Chao Liangkai. Is this true? Hearing the chairman's question, Chao Liangkai stood tall, his expression grave as he replied loudly. Absolutely true. Currently, the pilot of Xian No. 1 has completed all training modules. Xian No. 1 is fully prepared and can be test flown at any moment. Excellent. 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 The chairman exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Without delay, let us schedule the test flight. As he spoke, he glanced at the calendar on the desk. Let us set it for 3 days from now. By the way, the chairman's eyes flickered as he added softly, this test flight will be broadcast live across the internet. Xia Country must showcase its prowess to the world. That evening, the Xia Country News Channel aired a startling announcement. On television, the host, with a smile in their eyes, delivered news that astonished not only Xia Country, but the entire world. Breaking news. The research project for Xia Country's first spaceplane, Xian No. 1, has achieved resounding success. 3 days from now, Xian No. 1 will undergo its inaugural test flight. According to the latest directive from the Xia Country Parliament, this test flight will be broadcast live across all frequencies. The moment the news aired, there was an uproar. Wait, did I hear that correctly? Xian No. 1? Isn't that part of the recently announced Southgate project? My goodness, are they serious? Eagle Sauce remarked. Rabbit, do you think my pancake resembles anything? Rabbit, Eagle, do you think the pancake I cooked smells delicious? Enough talk. I've already taken leave. We shall meet on DoShark livestream in 3 days. DoShark? Are you certain DoShark hosts that livestream? The news declared full spectrum live coverage. DoShark will surely have it. Unlike the reactions from the domestic audience, the foreign Twitter sphere is filled with a chorus of skepticism. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. An aerospace plane? Is our nation daydreaming or foolish? Uft. That must be a mere smokescreen. Initially, I thought our country was already deceitful enough, exploiting dozens of nations with nuclear fusion. Now it pulls this stunt on me. Nowadays, our nation reminds me of America decades ago, all boastful and spinning grand illusions. Enough chatter. If that aerospace plane is real, I'll live stream swimming in a cesspool. Swimming? Huh. I'll dive in the cesspool. To the 2 above, I've taken screenshots. Remember to share the link when the live stream starts. 3 days later, DoShark live stream. At noon sharp, a live room appeared on DoShark's homepage. Xian No. 1 test flight live. The title was unremarkable. Yet from the moment the live room appeared, the viewer count surged wildly. Zhao Zijia sat before his computer desk. Excitement etched on his face as he clicked into the DoShark live room. Black screen. Moments later, A flood of comments appeared over the black background. Open the door. Open the door. You can live stream the test flight, but can't open the door? Is my phone broken? Why can't I see the image? No. It's your phone. We can all see it. Watching these absurd comments, Zhao Zijia's lips twitched involuntarily. Indeed, it's true that silly netizens provide endless amusement. Just as he prepared to type a comment to join the interaction, the live stream image suddenly shifted. A blinding white light flooded the lens. My eyes are blinded. Compensation. All right, give the address. The community volunteers will come to offer warmth. Sorry for the disturbance. Seconds later, the image gradually cleared. At the sight of the screen, Zhao Zijia abruptly held his breath. The camera revealed a long aircraft runway. At the runway's start stood a sleek, jet-black aircraft, exuding a futuristic aura. The live room descended into silence instantly. Yet the next second, a torrent of comments erupted across the screen. What is this thing? Why does it look so much like America SB2? Amazing, but it's only somewhat similar. Although the exact dimensions are unknown, the proportions suggest Xian NV1's wingspan is much smaller than the B2S. As the netizens debated fiercely, a voiceover sounded in the live room. Dear viewers, greetings. I am the host of this test flight livestream. It is currently 12:15 Beijing time, with 30 minutes remaining until takeoff. Before Xian NV1's departure, allow me to briefly introduce this aerospace plane. White House, United States. Albert's face darkened as he watched the scenes on the television. In the scene, the live broadcast of the Xiaogua's Xian NV-1 test flight is prominently displayed. The Xian NV-1 is equipped with the latest model of Hall thrusters, which enables it to achieve an astonishing thrust of 50 tons. Observing the translation at the bottom of the video, Albert's expression darkens further. Morton, tell me, what is going on? I recall you mentioning that Hall thrusters have no efficacy within the atmosphere. Chapter 72, Trouble. Professor Lu is missing in response to President Albert's inquiry. Morton, pale-faced, shook his head. No, I do not know. The Hall thrusters developed by NASA previously certainly did not possess such immense thrust. Should I consult Professor Austin, who was responsible for the Hall thruster project? Albert shot a furious glare at Morton, whispering in anger, Why aren't you going to ask him? Morton's expression turned pained, a hint of grievance flickering in his eyes. But initially, you said there was no need to consult that professor. What did you say? Albert's face darkened immediately. Morton dared not retort and silently took out his phone to dial Professor Austin. The call was soon connected. Austin, this is Morton. As soon as the call was established, Morton switched to speakerphone and directly asked, May I inquire whether the Hall thruster can achieve a thrust of 50 tons? There was no response from the other end. Morton furrowed his brow and asked softly again, Professor Austin, are you there? Austin's voice came through the receiver, laced with incredulity. Director Morton, are you joking with me? This is no laughing matter. Feeling awkward, Morton cast a furtive glance at the president beside him, cleared his throat, and said, Ahem, Professor Austin, the president is with me. I hope you can give this some serious thought. After a brief hesitation, Morton continued. Xiaogua has developed a Hall thruster with a thrust of 50 tons and installed it on a spaceplane. What? This is impossible. Austin exclaimed in disbelief. The current generator's power could not possibly support such a Hall thruster. Morton's gaze sharpened slightly as he asked in a low voice, What if, Professor Austin, if Xiaogua has combined small-scale nuclear fusion with the Hall thruster? Austin fell into silence. From this silence, both Morton and Albert gleaned the answers they sought. All right, Professor Austin. I understand now. That will be all. Morton wearily ended the call and then turned to Albert. Your Excellency, perhaps we have completely lost this race. No. A hint of reluctance flickered in Albert's eyes. We still have the Pathfinder program. As long as we are the first to occupy Mars, we have not yet lost. Inside Xian NV-1, Bai Yishuan and the others, donned in flight suits, sat quietly in their respective seats. Various indicators on the control panel flickered with their unique glow. Who? Sidehong Fan, seated in the left co-pilot position. What's wrong? Are you nervous? A voice from the side pierced through the air, that of Bai Yishuan. Hong Fan, with a wry smile, shook his head and remarked, Xian Ge, are you not feeling anxious? This is our first time operating the real machine. Bai Yishuan shrugged nonchalantly and replied, Not really. In the simulation training, I never encountered any mishaps. Suddenly, Hong Fan's expression stiffened. Although he had only experienced one crash during his simulation training, The overwhelming sense of helplessness from that incident had left a significant psychological scar. On the right, seated in the co-pilot's position, Xiao Wani chuckled lightly. This is nothing like the simulation training. We are flying together as three, so there's no way anything could go wrong. Indeed, even if you doubt yourself, you must trust in my skills, Bai Yishuan stated earnestly. Once we succeed this time, I shall remain silent. Before Bai Yishuan could finish his sentence, both Hong Fan and Xiao Wani simultaneously interjected to halt his premature celebration. Realizing his oversight, Bai Yishuan's face flushed with a hint of embarrassment. Ahem. I didn't mean to. Xiannu 1, attention. 10-minute countdown to takeoff. Just as the three were engaged in casual chatter, the voice of Chao Liangkai resonated through the built-in headset of their helmets. Bai Yishuan's demeanor grew serious as he promptly pressed the radio switch to respond. Xiannu 1 acknowledges. Initiating the small fusion reactor now. While speaking, Bai Yishuan began to manipulate several buttons on the control panel before him. The fusion reactor required a certain preheating time. Thus, Xiannu 1 needed to commence the startup process 10 minutes in advance. After completing the operations, Bai Yishuan suddenly realized a troubling question. Where was Professor Lu? Why wasn't he in charge of the command? Upon hearing Bai Yishuan's inquiry, a flicker of confusion crossed Hong Fan's face. Now that you mention it, I noticed that too. Wasn't this usually under Professor Lu's control? Why is it that on such a crucial day, he is not leading the command? Meanwhile, within the temporary command center of the Research Institute, Chao Liangkai gently covered his right eye. For reasons unknown, his right eye had been twitching for the past few minutes. Left eye signifies wealth, right eye signifies. Chao Liangkai shook his head, dismissing the thought. Such superstitious nonsense. He then inquired with a nearby staff member. Is everything normal with Xiannu 1? All systems are functioning properly. The fusion reactor is in preheating mode and is expected to be operational within 5 minutes. Chao Liangkai pondered momentarily before raising his voice. What about the ground crew? Just then, a voice responded. All is well. The Xiannu 1's condition is sound. The ground crew has conducted 2 thorough checks. Chao Liangkai's eyelid twitched again. There are still a few minutes left. Conduct another inspection to ensure there are no mistakes. As he spoke, he raised his wrist to check the time. 8 more minutes. What on earth is Lu Yongchang doing? At such a vital moment, he actually went to the restroom? Frowning deeply, Chao Liangkai turned to a nearby researcher and commanded, Go, fetch Professor Lu at once. Despite the urgency, he must wait for the launch of Xiannu 1 before attending to his needs. After all, he is the project leader. How could he abandon his responsibilities at such a critical moment? Upon hearing the reprimand from academician Chao Liangkai, the researcher's face fell, and he hurriedly turned to dash towards the restroom of the Research Institute. 5 minutes later, the researcher returned, panic-stricken. Chao, academician, something terrible has happened. What could possibly be so dire? Perhaps due to the imminent launch of Xiannu 1. Chao Liangkai's temper had grown irritable. The launch is about to commence. Refrain from such disheartening talk. Now, what exactly has transpired? The researcher stammered. Professor Lu? He is missing. Chapter 73. The launch what? At the instant he heard the researcher's words, a buzzing filled Chao Liangkai's mind. How could such a large individual simply vanish? He glared furiously at the researcher, his voice rising in impatience. Have you checked all the restrooms in the institute? The researcher was on the verge of tears. Faced with Chao Liangkai's relentless questioning, he shook his head despairingly. I have searched everywhere, but I did not find Professor Lu. There is not even a single soul in any of the restrooms. Chao Liangkai took a deep breath, turning to shout, Surveillance! Quickly, pull up the surveillance footage. Academician Chao, there is only 1 minute until the scheduled launch. Came a voice from the side. Chao Liangkai gritted his teeth and sighed heavily. Very well. Let us resolve the matter of Xiannu 1 first. Since Professor Lu is absent, I will command the entire test flight. As he spoke, Chao Liangkai reached for the wireless phone on the command platform. Xiannu 1, attention. Countdown to launch, 30 seconds. Meanwhile, the 3 pilots were fixated on the instrument data before them. Unbeknownst to them, a figure clad in a white flight suit had stealthily appeared in a corner at the rear of the cockpit. The camera zoomed in to reveal the face behind the helmet. It was none other than Professor Lu Yongchang, who should have been in the restroom. Professor Lu quietly approached the passenger seat behind the main pilot. Due to the height of the 3 pilot seats, a significant blind spot had formed, allowing him to go unnoticed. He deftly grasped the safety belt on the seat and secured it around himself, a satisfied expression crossing his face. Excellent, excellent, he thought. It was worth all the secret training he had undertaken. Click. The sound of the safety belt locking echoed loudly in the quiet cabin. Lu Yongchang stiffened, his gaze trembling as he stared at the three pilots. Gulp. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he swallowed, realizing that if he was discovered before takeoff, he was certain to be ejected from the aircraft. Moments later, witnessing the three pilots appearing unfazed, Lu Yongchang exhaled a sigh of relief. Perhaps the sound had been muffled by the helmet's headphones. Countdown, 30 seconds. Lu Yongchang's gaze flickered slightly. It was about to take off. A spark of excitement flashed in his eyes. Xian Nu number 1, received. The output power of the small fusion reactor is normal, preparing to activate the Hall thruster. The announcements echoed in his helmet's earpiece. Lu Yongchang couldn't help but feel a surge of nervousness. Even having lived 2 lives, this was his first time aboard a spaceplane. His inaugural journey into the cosmos. 3, 2, 1 liftoff. At Chao Liangcai's command, Bai Yishuan, seated at the controls, resolutely pushed the joystick on the console. A slight tremor coursed through his feet. The Hall thruster had ignited. Just as this thought crossed Lu Yongchang's mind, he felt an immense force pressing him firmly against the back of his seat. In the Dosha livestream. Why haven't we taken off yet? I've been waiting so long. Just as the anxious viewers were losing patience, a steady command rang out. 30 seconds to liftoff. Hearing this, the viewers at their computers perked up. On the live stream, a ghostly blue flame gradually appeared at the tail of the Xian Nu number 1 spaceplane. Wow. What on earth is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So many Mach rings. Is this the tail flame of the Hall thruster? Absolutely amazing. Someone, get me up there to roast and entertain everyone. As the 30-second countdown swiftly passed, upon the issuance of the liftoff command, the ghostly blue flame at the rear of Xian Nu number 1 suddenly intensified several folds. The next moment, propelled by the Hall thruster, Xian Nu no. 1 began to accelerate gently. In the blink of an eye, it reached the end of the runway. As the nose tilted upwards, Xian Nu no. 1 leaped into the azure sky. The moment this spectacle was captured by the cameras, the live stream erupted into a cacophony of excitement. It's taken off. It's taken off. Wow, that tail flame, that silhouette. Xian Nu number 1 has 10 years of devoted fans coming uninvited. It was said that Xian Nu number 1 was a spaceplane. Where was its destination for this test flight? Surely it wasn't just a leisurely loop around the heavens? The live stream host seemed to have noticed the barrage of comments and softly explained, the destination of this flight is the geostationary orbit, 360,000 kilometers above the Earth's surface. Gasp. It was indeed the geostationary orbit. Zhao Zijia, seated at his computer, involuntarily drew in a sharp breath. Taking off from the surface and heading directly to geostationary orbit, the power of Xian Nu number 1 was likely more astonishing than anyone had imagined. Not to mention the number of foreign satellites in geostationary orbit, nor whether Xian Nu number 1 was equipped with weaponry, even if it simply dropped a tungsten rod. The consequences would be too grave for most nations to bear. Under the gaze of high-speed cameras, the figure of Xian Nu number 1 emerged clearly on the live stream. After takeoff, the ghostly blue flame at its rear intensified once more. Unlike ordinary chemical fuel engines, the exhaust of the Hall thruster was a high-speed plasma with temperatures reaching hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius. Thus, within the atmosphere, the tail flame of Xian Nu no. 1 appeared particularly magnificent. A 10-meter-long azure flame was densely adorned with countless Mach rings. Before the audience could express their astonishment through the barrage of comments, the nose of the Xian Nu number 1 aircraft suddenly jerked upward. Propelled by the Hall thruster, the entire aircraft ascended at an almost 90-degree angle. Boom. A resounding explosion echoed from the sky. A magnificent sonic boom cloud instantaneously enveloped the aircraft's body. At the moment the sonic boom cloud appeared, the barrage in the live stream surged exponentially. Oh my goodness. Mom, come see the divine spectacle. Is this supersonic? Goodness, the maneuverability of Xian Nu number 1 is astonishing. As Xian Nu number 1 soared straight into the heavens, a wave of cheers erupted within the research institute. Listening to the surrounding jubilation, academician Chao Liangcai discreetly removed his glasses and wiped his eyes. After so many years in the realm of aerospace, Xia country had truly surpassed the Western powers in a significant manner. Before Chao Liangcai could revel in his joy for long, an alarm suddenly blared. Academician Chao, the speed of Xian Nu number 1 has unexpectedly decelerated significantly. The flight path of Xin Nu number 1 has deviated from its predetermined trajectory. Chapter 74. Slow down. A sudden change swept across Chao Liangcai's face. Without a moment to think, he seized the radio on the command platform and shouted, "Calling Xin Nu number 1. Calling Xin Nu number 1. Please respond." Soon, the voice of Bai Yishuan crackled through the radio. "Ground Command Center, Xin Nu number 1 received." There was a response. It seemed there was no major issue. Chao Liangcai breathed a slight sigh of relief and hastily inquired, "What happened? Why has the aircraft's speed suddenly decreased and deviated from the planned trajectory?" After a moment of silence, Bai Yishuan's slightly bitter voice came through. "Report. Professor LV is on board the aircraft." Moments earlier, at the instant of Xin Nu number 1's takeoff, the force of acceleration had pinned LV Yongchang firmly against his passenger seat. After takeoff, the force had slightly lessened. Just as LV Yongchang exhaled in relief and prepared to greet the three pilots, an even more powerful force of acceleration slammed him back into his seat. Unlike during takeoff, this acceleration was sudden and intense. Moreover, LV Yongchang felt his posture shift by a full 90 degrees. Blood surged toward his brain under the influence of both acceleration and gravity, causing his face to flush a deep crimson. The rapid influx of blood into the cranial vessels sent a chill through LV Yongchang. This was not a good sign. Waves of dizziness washed over him, and alarm bells rang in his mind. He extended his hand, struggling to activate the radio switch, and managed to utter through the Xin Nu number 1 team channel, "Slow down." "Oh no." Hearing the voice emanating from the helmet radio, the three pilots jolted in unison, exclaiming in a resonant tone. Bai Yishuan's hand gripping the control stick trembled violently, causing the body of Xin Nu number 1 to shudder as well. "Oh no." That exclamation had come from LV Yongchang's lips. He suddenly regretted his impulsive decision to board this aircraft. Under the adept maneuvering of the three pilots, the acceleration of the Xin Nu number 1 gradually diminished, and the aircraft's body steadily regained stability. The inclination, which had approached 90 degrees, returned to a normal range. A sigh of relief escaped as they felt as if they had been revived. Lu Yongchang adjusted the collar of his flight suit and exhaled deeply, softly expressing his thoughts. "Professor Lu, this is something we ought to say," remarked Hong Fan from the left co-pilot seat, turning to look at Lu Yongchang in the back row with a resigned expression. "How did you end up here, Professor Lu?" "Indeed, Professor Lu. Do you have any idea how perilous that was?" chimed in Xiao Wani from the right co-pilot seat, joining the chorus of reproach. She cast a mockingly reproachful glance at Lu Yongchang and added, "Fortunately, the power of the Hall thruster wasn't too high. Had it been greater, with an even higher acceleration, you likely wouldn't have had the chance to speak at all." Lu Yongchang chuckled awkwardly and cleared his throat. "Ahem. I merely wish to journey into space for a glimpse. This is also for my forthcoming research project. As for how I ended up on this aircraft, it is, after all, my design. How could I possibly be unaware of someone hiding aboard?" As he spoke, he proudly patted his flight suit and safety harness, asserting, "Rest assured, I have trained for this multiple times." Just as the three pilots found themselves at a loss, the voice of Chao Liangcai crackled through the radio. "What is going on? Why did the plane suddenly decelerate?" Bai Yishuan turned his head and gave Lu Yongchang a wry smile. "Professor, how should I respond?" In contrast to the three astronauts, Lu Yongchang remained remarkably composed, stating, "Of course, we must inform Lao Chao of the truth. Have no fear, everything is fine." Bai Yishuan's expression reflected a deeper sense of resignation as he turned back, pressed the radio switch, and accurately reported the internal situation of Xin Nu number 1. "What on earth?" In mere seconds, Chao Liangcai's voice erupted again over the radio. "How did that rascal Lu Yongchang end up over there? Where is he? Let him speak." "Ahem." Lao Chao. A hint of embarrassment flickered in Lu Yongchang's eyes as he rubbed his nose and spoke softly. "Silence. Don't try to be chummy with me." Upon hearing Lu Yongchang's voice, Chao Liangcai, still at the command center, was thoroughly flustered. You come down immediately." Lu Yongchang shrugged nonchalantly, responding with calmness. "Lao Chao, take it easy. Isn't it just a flight? Is there really a need for such urgency?" Chao Liangcai was exasperated to the point of laughter. "Just a flight? You call this a mere flight? This is the maiden test flight of Xin Nu number 1. If anything goes awry, how am I supposed to explain it to Minister Hong and Senator Li?" "Stay calm, Lao Chao. You must trust the quality of Xin Nu number 1, and more importantly, you must have faith in the skills of the three pilots." Lu Yongchang said cheerfully. "Absolutely not. Bai Yishuan, I command you to return immediately and ensure that Professor Lu is brought back down first. Chao Liangkai issued the order without further ado, ignoring Lu Yongchang. That is not possible. We cannot return. Lu Yongchang's expression suddenly grew serious. Sir, may I address you as sir? Chao Liangkai was both amused and exasperated. Why on earth are you heading to the heavens? He asked. Lu Yongchang remained silent for a moment before softly replying. I have said before, I intend to lead the Xian nation into the cosmos. It would be quite unreasonable if, in the end, I, as the director of the Space Administration, have never ventured into space myself. Moreover, witnessing the universe firsthand will greatly aid my forthcoming research. Academician Chao, my pursuit of science is driven by the starry sky above us. Do you understand what I mean? Upon hearing Lu Yongchang's words, Chao Liangkai fell silent. As a fellow researcher, he naturally comprehended the sentiment of devoting one's life to the pursuit of knowledge. After a long pause, he sighed softly. Very well. You may go. However, I must report this to Minister Hong and the chairman of the assembly. Lu Yongchang's expression immediately darkened. That might not be appropriate, right? They are both extremely busy. Surely this minor matter need not trouble them. No way. Chao Liangkai retorted with a cold snort, clearly displeased. Enough. I have nothing more to say. What about Bai Xuan? Academician Chao, I am here, Bai Xuan promptly replied from the pilot's seat. Remember, Professor Lu is the future of the Xian nation. No matter what means you employ, you must ensure his safe return. Do you hear me? Otherwise, you shall forever be branded as the nation's eternal villains. Chao Liangkai's tone was grave. Yes. Bai Xuan's face hardened as he responded loudly. Rest assured, Commander. Chapter 75. Geosynchronous orbit. After the radio communication ended, the atmosphere inside the cabin grew palpably tense. Lu Yongchang shifted uncomfortably and said, Everyone, don't be so somber. We still have a long journey ahead. Bai Xuan's expression flickered slightly as he spoke in a serious tone. Professor Lu, please follow our instructions meticulously from now on. Hong Fan, double-check Professor Lu's safety harness. Understood. Hong Fan unfastened his own seatbelt and stood to inspect Lu Yongchang's. I told you there's no need to be so serious, Lu Yongchang said helplessly, watching Hong Fan. I want to gamble with my life. I have simulated this many times and assure you nothing will go wrong. Professor Lu, I am a soldier. Obeying orders is my sacred duty. Bai Xuan's calm voice came from the front. Since Academician Chao has given us the command, we will spare no effort to ensure your safety. Bai Xuan's voice faltered slightly as he added, If anything does happen, use my escape apparatus to save yourself. Originally, the Xian-Nu-1 spacecraft contained 3 sets of escape equipment, each comprising a high-altitude parachute system, protective suit, and oxygen tank. While these devices cannot guarantee safety in the vacuum of space beyond the atmosphere, within the atmospheric layers, they can safely return one to the ground. As Bai Xuan finished speaking, the cabin's mood grew heavier once again. Lu Yongchang was slightly moved. He instinctively reached up and touched his nose, then whispered, Actually, I secretly brought an escape set with me. It's at the rear of the cabin. Bai Xuan and the others coughed in unison. Professor Lu, we have reached the designated altitude. Next, the flight posture of Xian-Nu-1 will undergo certain modifications. If you experience any discomfort, please do not hesitate to inform us. Bai Xuan maintained a serious demeanor, diverting the conversation. How awkward. Utterly embarrassing. He had even prepared himself for sacrifice. Yet, unexpectedly, the individual had brought along an escape apparatus. What is this? Thoughtful planning? Of course, had Lu Yongchang been privy to Bai Xuan's current mental state, he would have firmly asserted that it was merely a profound fear of death. He had no desire to relive life, only to meet an untimely end in such a manner. As Bai Xuan adjusted several buttons on the control console before him, the cabin gradually illuminated with a cold white light. Beep. As the system's self-check notification sounded, Bai Xuan's expression grew notably grave. The atmospheric pressure is stable. Oxygen levels are normal. The oxygen generation equipment is functioning correctly, and the air filtration system is operational. The Hall thruster power is normal, ready for acceleration. With a series of orderly and concise reports reaching Lu Yongchang's ears, the flight posture of Xian-Nu-1 began to alter. As the nose of the craft gradually tilted upward, it formed a 60-degree angle with the ground. In the next moment, a more intense sensation of vibration surged from beneath his feet. The rate of deuterium-tritium bubble formation within the small fusion reactor escalated rapidly. unleashing an astonishing amount of energy from the atomic nucleus. Subsequently, the azure flame at the rear of Xian Nu 1 flared up even more intensely. The tremendous thrust once again pressed Lu Yongchang firmly into his seat. "Professor Lu, how are you holding up under this acceleration?" Bai Yishuan's voice inquired from beside him. From his tone, it seemed that such acceleration was effortless for him. In contrast, Lu Yongchang's face flushed slightly as he nodded with some difficulty, reassuring, "Rest assured. I can endure this level of acceleration." To the right, Xiao Wani, feeling a tinge of concern, glanced back at Lu Yongchang and softly suggested, "Shall we slow down a bit?" In the dense atmosphere, Xian Nu 1's maximum flight speed is approximately 5 Mach. However, in the thin upper atmosphere, given sufficient acceleration time, its peak velocity can reach the first cosmic speed of 79 km/s, which is around 232 Mach. Upon entering geosynchronous orbit, free from atmospheric interference, and after prolonged acceleration, Xian Nu 1's speed can even reach the astonishing second cosmic speed of 112 km/s. This is the minimum velocity required for Xian Nu 1 to journey to the moon. Yet, even so, due to Lu Yongchang's physical condition, it took Xian Nu 1 a full 5 hours to barely reach the geosynchronous orbit at 36,000 kilometers. Although this duration may seem lengthy, compared to previous satellite insertion times, Xian Nu 1 has achieved remarkable swiftness. Low Earth orbit satellites, positioned a few hundred kilometers above the surface, typically complete their launch to orbit within mere minutes. If one were to consider a geosynchronous orbit at an altitude of 36,000 kilometers, a satellite often requires nearly a month of arduous travel to successfully achieve its orbit. After all, the rocket merely propels the satellite into a low Earth orbit, a mere few hundred kilometers above the surface, and the remainder of the journey must be traversed by the satellite itself. As the Xian Nu 1 ascended gradually, the scenery outside the porthole began to transform. The distant horizon morphed into a shimmering arc of brilliance. Shortly thereafter, what met Lu Yongchang's eyes was an expanse of pitch-black cosmic space, akin to a vast ebony canvas. Upon this inky backdrop, scattered twinkling jewels glimmered faintly, representing stars that lie tens, hundreds, or even thousands of light years away from Earth. Concurrently, a sensation of weightlessness enveloped him. Experiencing this for the first time, Lu Yongchang furrowed his brow slightly. To be frank, it was rather uncomfortable. "Professor, we have arrived." Bai Yishuan's voice broke through Lu Yongchang's reverie. Thanks to the excellent airtightness of the Xian Nu 1's cabin and its various oxygen generation and air filtration systems, as long as they remained inside, the crew did not need to don cumbersome spacesuits at all times. How beautiful! Lu Yongchang's profound gaze, peering through the porthole, remained transfixed on the distant starry sky. A stirring sensation arose within him. That was the direction of Proxima Centauri. As a red dwarf star located a mere 422 light-years from Earth with an apparent magnitude of 11, it was not visible to the naked eye. Nevertheless, Lu Yongchang felt an inexplicable thrill within his heart. Perhaps the future of humanity lies near that distant red dwarf. Calling ground control, Xian Nu no. One has reached geosynchronous orbit, please advise. Bai Yishuan's voice interrupted Lu Yongchang's contemplation. Received, Xian Nu 1. Report your status. Chapter 76. How about I join you next time? In the capital city, in the office of the senior counselor. At the moment, the Xian Nu no. 1 pierced the clouds. Counselor Li's face revealed a semblance of relief. It was a success. Suddenly, a jarring ringtone echoed from the side. Counselor Li instinctively frowned. Having postponed all matters for the test flight of the Xian Nu 1, how could there still be a phone call coming in? Contemplating this, Counselor Li reached for the receiver on his desk. Senior Counselor, this is Chao Liangkai. Upon hearing the voice on the other end, Counselor Li's expression softened slightly, and he replied with a smile. Academician Chao, I have already witnessed the launch of the Xian Nu 1. Senior Counselor, that is not what I wanted to discuss. Chao Liangkai swallowed hard before continuing. You must prepare yourself mentally. Counselor Li furrowed his brow, his demeanor growing serious. What is it? Is there a problem with the Xian Nu 1? The Xian Nu 1 itself is fine, Chao Liangkai muttered softly. The issue lies with Professor Lu Yongchang. Counselor Li, what do you mean? What has happened to Professor Lu? As soon as he uttered the words, Counselor Li paused in confusion. Why did he say again? Professor Lu ascended aboard the Xian Nu 1. The moment Chao Liangkai's voice emanated from the microphone, Councilman Li's vision suddenly darkened. What on earth? Could you repeat that? What has become of Professor Lu? Councilman Li slammed the table, abruptly rising. His face etched with anxiety as he demanded into the microphone. Chao Liangkai sighed deeply. Councilman, this is my fault. A few days ago, I overheard him expressing a desire to see the heavens. At the time, I paid it no heed. But now, Councilman Li pressed a hand to his forehead, muttering, No, this is not your fault. That reckless youth truly is. How is Professor Lu's condition now? And the safety of the Xiannu one? Never mind. I shall come to you immediately. Chao Liangkai was momentarily stunned, unable to respond before the call was abruptly terminated. After a brief pause, Councilman Li redialed another number. Qiming, come to my office at once. And swiftly. Upon receiving the call, Hong Qiming was slightly taken aback, uncertain of the circumstances, yet promptly replied, Understood. I'm nearby, and will be there within 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, what? Lu Yongchang went up with Xiannu 1. An exclamation of shock echoed from Councilman Li's office. Has that reckless youth lost his mind? Hong Qiming clenched his teeth, whispering, This is a test flight. What if something goes awry? Councilman Li shook his head with a wry smile. I heard from Chao Liangkai that the lad even took along an escape apparatus. Not only that, he apparently donned the flight suit and fastened the safety harness himself. Hong Qiming was dumbfounded. So this youth had planned all along? Councilman Li grabbed his coat from the chair and declared, Enough idle talk. Contact the helicopter. We are heading to the Aerospace Research Institute immediately. Xiannu 1. Report your status. Chao Liangkai's voice carried a hint of relief. Having reached geosynchronous orbit, it confirms the spacecraft's structural integrity. Soon, Bai Yishuan's voice came through the radio. Xiannu 1 is operating smoothly. The pilot's condition is stable. After a pause, Bai Yishuan added, Professor Lu is in good health and ready to return at any moment. Chao Liangkai exhaled once more, then cast an inquisitive glance toward Councilman Li. What are the next steps? Councilman Li furrowed his brow slightly, then took the radio handset from Chao Liangkai with a composed expression. Clearing his throat, he spoke, Lu Yongchang. This is the councilman. Can you hear me? In geosynchronous orbit, a sleek, obsidian aircraft trailed a ghostly blue flame as it glided steadily. Lu Yongchang sat rigidly in the passenger seat of Xiannu 1, a faint twitch at the corner of his mouth. Cough. Yes, I hear you. Councilman, why have you come to the institute? Hearing Lu Yongchang's cautious tone, Councilman Li snorted disdainfully. Humph. Could I not come? If I didn't would you be planning a journey straight to the moon? Lu Yongchang chuckled lightly. Not quite. The fuel for Xian NV number 1 isn't fully loaded. If it heads to the moon, it may not return. The crowd in the research institute reacted. Hey, this impudent brat. Hong Qiming glared at the radio equipment in front of him, perplexed. Is he truly planning to go to the moon? In contrast to Hong Qiming's reaction, the chairman spoke in a calm and measured tone. Yongchang, you must understand that your current position cannot allow for such reckless behavior. As the director of the Space Administration of Xia, you are responsible for the development policies of Xia for the coming years, and by extension, for the 4 billion people of our nation. Do you comprehend? Lu Yongchang fell silent for a moment, his tone growing more serious as he replied softly. Chairman, I understand. My presence here is primarily for my upcoming research project. Only by experiencing space can I truly grasp the insignificance of humanity. Councilman Li chuckled lightly. Is the view up there really that awe-inspiring? Without hesitation, Lu Yongchang responded, Absolutely. Councilman Li pondered for a moment and jested. Shall I join you on your next trip? Cough, cough, cough. Professor Lu, please refrain from such remarks. Chao Liangkai interjected, unable to contain himself, coughing forcefully. What a ridiculous notion. If just one Lu Yongchang goes up, that's one thing. But if even the chairman were to embark on a synchronous orbit, it would be a serious matter. Lu Yongchang cleared his throat. Ahem. Chairman, let's discuss serious matters. I believe Xiao's current pace is still too slow. The chairman's pupils constricted slightly. Too slow? Before he could respond, Lu Yongchang continued. Since Xia has developed the spaceplane, we can now initiate the Moon Palace project. Our next objective is to establish a fully automated mining facility on the moon. The chairman contemplated for a moment, a glint of insight flashing in his eyes. As the chairman, he understood that once the Moon Palace project commenced, the United States would undoubtedly employ countermeasures. He said no more, merely nodding slowly. This matter is not urgent. Once you safely return, we shall deliberate thoroughly. Hearing this, Yongkai let out a slight sigh of relief and promptly ordered, by Yishuan, prepare for the return journey. Exercise caution. Chapter 77, United States. Have we lost air supremacy? United States, the White House. From the moment Xian Envy No. 1 took flight, an atmosphere of profound silence enveloped Albert's office. Morton, keep a close watch on Xian Envy No. 1. The moment Xian Envy No. 1 vanished into the clouds, Albert glared at Morton, his expression darkening. If we lose track of it, you might as well resign. Morton's face turned pale, and he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He then scrambled to retrieve his phone from his pocket and dialed a number. Okasi, listen up, this is urgent. Mobilize all of NASA's surveillance satellites. I need real-time information on Xia's recently launched Xian Envy No. 1. A female voice responded from the receiver. Director Morton? Are you certain you want to deploy all of NASA's surveillance satellites? The losses incurred were significant. Silence. Morton exclaimed, his gaze fixed on Albert's somewhat sinister expression. A cold sweat breaking out on his pale brow. I will take full responsibility for any losses. Now, inform the staff to immediately transmit the detailed flight data of the Xian Nu No. 1 to me. Okasi was momentarily taken aback. Mr. Morton, you are currently in the president's office. Morton cursed under his breath and hung up the phone. He swiftly approached Albert and whispered, Your Excellency, I require access to your computer. Albert, his countenance dark, nodded silently. A few minutes later, Morton exhaled a long breath. Mr. President, the data has arrived. One could not deny the formidable capabilities of NASA's surveillance satellites. On the computer before Albert, the high-definition images and flight data of Xian Nu No. 1 were laid bare. As Albert gazed at the incessantly refreshing, densely packed data, a frown creased his brow. He gently closed his eyes and rubbed his temples. Anthony, come take a look at this data. Anthony, not daring to neglect the president's command, stepped forward to scrutinize the computer screen. Upon seeing the data, his pupils dilated in shock, and he exclaimed, What? This is impossible. Anthony's reaction sent a chill through Albert. This was certainly not a good omen. What is the matter? Albert inquired, his voice gravely concerned. Is there an issue with the data? Anthony swallowed hard, his blue irises quivering slightly. Its speed has reached an astonishing 5 Mach. Albert, somewhat unfamiliar with such data, queried, 5 Mach? What of it? Faced with Albert's seemingly naive question, Anthony managed a bitter smile, his complexion pale. Your Excellency, currently, American fighter jets reach a maximum speed of around 3 Mach. In the event of aerial combat, we may not even catch a glimpse of the enemy. Albert's breath caught in his throat as he waved his hand dismissively. What about missiles? We can simply shoot it down. The bitterness in Anthony's eyes deepened. That is precisely where the issue lies. Apart from a few specialized air-to-air missiles, most air-to-air missiles in the world today only reach speeds of around 4 Mach. Our missiles wouldn't even be able to keep pace with this aircraft. As for air-to-air missiles with higher speeds, Your Excellency, I hate to sound pessimistic, but missiles under 6 Mach would be practically ineffective against it. If the Xia nation is not lying, this aircraft, powered by nuclear fusion, would have a range far exceeding our imagination. The fuel carried by our missiles may not suffice to keep up with it. Albert's expression darkened, akin to a heavy iron pot. What on earth can we do? We cannot chase it, we cannot outlast it. Just as the two men fell into a heavy silence, Morton's exclamation broke through. It has accelerated again. At the sound of those words, Anthony's heart skipped a beat. Gazing at the sharply rising speed and altitude displayed on the screen, his expression turned ashen. Your Excellency, I believe we need not deliberate further. The aircraft has now reached low Earth orbit, traveling at approximately 23 Mach, which corresponds to what we commonly refer to as the first cosmic velocity. I am uncertain of its limits. However, as it stands, even our fastest intercontinental missile would find little advantage against it. Albert remained silent, his gaze fixed intently upon the computer screen before him. As time ticked away, the speed of the Xian Nu 1 continued to ascend, accompanied by a corresponding increase in altitude, with the numbers on the screen rising steadily. The expressions of the three men grew increasingly grim. Albert wore a dark expression, refraining from speech. The figures of 36,000 kilometers and 30 Mach, 102 kilometers s, on the screen pierced his vision acutely. Even he understood the implications of these two figures. As he observed the flight data of the Xian Nu 1 beginning to decline, Albert let out a slow breath of relief. Anthony, where do you believe the limits of this aerospace vehicle lie? Anthony exhaled deeply, straightening up to respond softly. Your Excellency, that is no longer significant. You must understand one thing. From this moment forth, the United States has lost its air superiority before the summer nation. Albert fell into silence. He could not dispute this assertion. In such circumstances, the ultimate data of the Xian-Nu-1 had become inconsequential. Even if it could surpass the second cosmic velocity and journey to the moon, it would bear no relevance to the United States. How should we defend against it? After a prolonged silence, Albert took a deep breath and inquired quietly. Anthony's eyes reflected profound bitterness as he slowly shook his head. Your Excellency, we cannot defend against it. While we cannot ascertain whether the Xian-Nu-1 is armed, I can assure you that no nation on Earth possesses the capability to withstand its assault, given its altitude, speed, and endurance. If the summer nation so desires, the White House could be reduced to ashes within minutes. Upon hearing this, Albert's pupils constricted sharply. Molten, Albert rasped. From this moment forth, we must advance the Pathfinder project at all costs. Your Excellency? Anthony exclaimed in surprise, whispering a caution at this juncture. We should not compete with the summer nation any longer. We have forfeited our eligibility in this contest. Albert gently closed his eyes before abruptly reopening them, a glint of madness flashing within. No, as long as we can seize Mars first, the United States still has a chance to turn the tide. From now on, suspend all unnecessary domestic expenditures. All funding must be directed towards research projects. I refuse to believe that, with our years of foundation, we cannot contend with the summer nation. Chapter 78. Biosphere Project 2. That evening at 9:30, Lu Yongchang, just disembarking from the Xian-Nu-1, was utterly unaware of the developments transpiring in the United States. Indeed, had he been privy to the pessimistic thoughts of Albert and his colleagues, he would likely have been unable to contain his laughter. This is a quintessential example of the cognitive errors stemming from an information disparity. Although the Xian-Nu-1 possesses formidable capabilities, its current structural design renders it entirely incapable of carrying weapons. To say nothing of missiles, even the simplest tungsten rod cannot be deployed. Moreover, the primary mission of the Xian-Nu-1 at present is not combat, but rather to embark on scientific endeavors on the moon. Consequently, in the short term, Lu Yongchang has no intention of altering its structural design. In simple terms, apart from its exceptional ability to retreat, the current Xian-Nu-1 is merely a decorative facade devoid of any combat capabilities. At 11:30 p.m. on the time of Xia country, in the office of Councilman Li in the capital, a grave expression crossed Councilman Li's face as he handed a recent document from the United States to Lu Yongchang. Yongchang, take a look at this document. Lu Yongchang extended his hand to receive the still warm A4 printout, and upon reading the title, his eyebrows shot up in surprise. The United States announces that NASA's budget for this year has been raised to $500 billion? Wow. A flicker of astonishment crossed Lu Yongchang's face. Albert is truly generous. This is tenfold the budget of previous years. Councilman Li nodded solemnly. This news has just arrived and likely reflects the significant impact our Xian-Nu-1 has had on them. This is what I fear. If we proceed with the Lunar Palace plan now, the response from the United States may be even more intense. What Xia country needs most at this moment is a period of stable development. Lu Yongchang waved his hand with a smile. Councilman, in my view, this should not pose a problem. In fact, the faster we accelerate our progress, the safer our position becomes. Oh, Councilman Li raised an eyebrow sharply. What do you mean by that? You see, Councilman, ever since we unveiled the Lunar Palace plan, the Southern Gate plan, and the Heavenly Court plan, the United States has inadvertently shifted its focus. Following the proposal of the Mars Pathfinder plan, they have increased NASA's research budget by a staggering tenfold. As he spoke, the smile in Lu Yongchang's eyes deepened. I believe that a nation as vast as the United States will not have the energy to direct against Xia country. Councilman, are you familiar with the term strategic deception agency often mentioned online? Lu Yongchang chuckled. It seems that the United States is thoroughly disoriented now. The objectives I had in mind when I announced those 3 plans have indeed been achieved. It's the same familiar formula, the same familiar flavor. Everything resembles a reenactment of history from decades ago. However, with the change of adversaries, the United States has shifted from a position of advantage to one of disadvantage. I see. Councilman Li slowly nodded, his expression relaxing somewhat. So, according to your analysis, Xia country should now focus on constructing lunar automated mining facilities? Lu Yongchang nodded and then shook his head. Not just that, There is an even more crucial matter. We must restart the Biosphere 2 project. 3 days later, a red banner was hung at the entrance of Sandao University. A warm welcome to all academicians and professors attending our conference. The large red banner drew countless students to gather and observe. What is happening? What kind of grand conference is our school holding? A young woman with shoulder-length hair furrowed her brow and turned to her companion, inquiring, Yutong, have you heard anything from your advisor? Beside her stood a girl clad in a flowing white chiffon gown, her hair elegantly tied into a high ponytail. Her visage radiating innocence as she gazed up at the crimson banner stretched across the school gate. Upon hearing the question, Su Yutong knit her brows subtly, instinctively adjusting her frameless glasses before hesitatingly shaking her head. I haven't heard of any significant meetings. Perhaps I should inquire later? The long-haired girl's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment. Very well, I had hoped you might possess some insider information. Su Yutong rolled her eyes with mild irritation. Where would such insider information come from? I am merely an ordinary student under my advisor's tutelage. Ordinary? The girl looked at Su Yutong in astonishment. To be chosen by Professor Guan Huayang as a student in your junior year, and you call that ordinary? I've heard even ordinary graduate students are not favored by him. That's an exaggeration, Su Yutong replied with a wry smile. Although Professor Guan's expectations are indeed high, it is for our own good. Scientific research brooks no margin for error. The long-haired girl's eyes brimmed with admiration, exclaiming repeatedly, I truly do not know what transformed you during your sophomore year. It was as if you suddenly awakened. If I recall correctly, our calculus levels used to be comparable. As she spoke, she rolled a book into the shape of a microphone and held it before Su Yutong. Allow me to interview the rising star of our applied physics department. What is it that drives your relentless dedication? Feeling the curious gazes of those around her, Su Yutong's cheeks flushed faintly, her cool voice tinged with modesty. All right, Chen Yun, don't say such things. I am no academic prodigy. Remember, there is a true genius among our cohort. At that moment, Su Yutong's mind conjured the image of the figure who had sat beside her solving problems over 6 months ago. You mean Professor Lu? He is not just a genius, Chen Yun retorted with a smirk. He is a prodigy. Honestly, if I hadn't seen it on the Summer Nation news, I wouldn't have believed such an extraordinary talent could be among us. But come to think of it, she added, since the nuclear fusion project, no news of him has surfaced. No one knows where he has gone. Upon hearing this, Su Yutong's eyes dimmed slightly. Since that day, she had not seen him again in the library. She gently pressed her lips together and shook her head. I'm not sure either. Perhaps he is engaged in some covert research mission. That small fusion reactor reported on Summer Nation News last time might have been developed under his leadership. Enough already. Chen Yun laughed, tugging at Su Yutong's sleeve. Do we really need to worry about Professor Lu's affairs? Come on, I'm starving. If we don't hurry, all the good dishes in the cafeteria will be gone. Su Yutong withdrew her gaze and softly shook her head, dispelling the distracting thoughts from her mind. As long as she continued to ascend, surely one day they would cross paths again. A fleeting thought crossed Su Yutong's mind. Chapter 79. Would you be interested in visiting the laboratory? At the cafeteria of Sandao University, Su Yutong cautiously carried her tray and found a secluded corner with Chen Yun. Upon setting down the tray, Chen Yun let out a small sigh of relief and softly complained, We lingered too long at the school gate. The cafeteria is exceedingly crowded today. Su Yutong paid no heed to Chen Yun's grievances. Instead, she sat in silence, her gaze fixed vacantly upon her tray. Hey! Noticing Su Yutong's distracted demeanor, Chen Yun furrowed her brows and gently waved her hand in front of her. What are you thinking about? You're so lost in thought. Startled, Su Yutong snapped back to reality, slowly shook her head, and smiled as she replied, It's nothing. I just find that meeting rather peculiar. Especially since I haven't heard any rumors about it. Chen Yun rolled her eyes and said irritably, Why bother with such thoughts? Hurry up and eat. Don't forget, you still need to visit Professor Guan later. Before she could finish her sentence, her attention was drawn to a scene at the entrance of the cafeteria. Yutong, look. If I'm not mistaken, that must be academician Chao Liangkai, right? Shouldn't he be at the National Aerospace Research Institute of Xiagua? What brings him to Sandao University? Su Yutong was momentarily taken aback and instinctively turned to gaze at the cafeteria entrance. There stood an elderly man with graying hair, clad in a white lab coat. It seems to be academician Chao, Su Yutong murmured. Perhaps he is here to attend that meeting. It appears that the meeting hosted by Sandao University is of considerable significance. Chen Yun exclaimed in awe. Even someone as esteemed as academician Chao has come. Just as Su Yutong was about to turn back and continue her meal, a figure caught her eye. A tall young man in a white lab coat approached the slightly stooped academician Chao, casually patting him on the shoulder, and the two of them exited the cafeteria, chatting amiably. At the sight of the young man's profile, Su Yutong's heart skipped a beat. It was him. Although they had only met once in a true sense, she recognized him instantly. Instinctively, Su Yutong sprang to her feet. Yutong, what's wrong? Came Chun Yun's voice, filled with confusion. Nothing, nothing. Su Yutong replied with a somewhat embarrassed smile. I suddenly remembered something. I must hurry to Professor Guan. Chen Yun looked momentarily perplexed and instinctively remarked. But you haven't eaten yet. At least finish your meal. I'm full. I'll be off now. Take your time eating. Without waiting for Chen Yun's response, Su Yutong hurriedly left with her tray. The cafeteria was indeed bustling during meal hours. By the time Su Yutong squeezed through the crowd, the figure she sought was nowhere to be found. Gazing at the somewhat empty sidewalk, a hint of melancholy flickered in her eyes. What a pity she had missed him. Amid her regret, a sense of relief washed over her. It was perhaps fortunate that she did not encounter him. She was uncertain of how to approach Lu Yongchang in that moment. Taking a deep breath, Su Yutong turned and made her way to Professor Guan Huayang's office. Knock, knock, knock. At the entrance of the office, Su Yutong gently rapped on the door. Professor Guan, are you in? A moment later, a voice from within responded, Yutong, come in. The door is unlocked. Upon hearing this, Su Yutong instinctively twisted the doorknob and pushed the door open, stepping inside. Professor Guan, I have already seen the task you assigned yesterday. Her pupils dilated abruptly as she noticed the two people seated on the sofa. Yutong, there's no rush regarding the assignment. Allow me to introduce you. Professor Guan cheerfully gestured towards the elderly gentleman on the sofa. This is academician Chao Liangkai from the Aerospace Research Institute. You must be familiar with him. He then pointed to the young man beside him. And this one is Professor LV, who is from your cohort. Su Yutong's voice trembled slightly as she replied, Professor LV? You know this lad LV Yongchang. Professor Guan raised an eyebrow, his gaze turning inquisitive towards LV Yongchang, whose mind was currently in a state of confusion. Su Yutong, what are the odds of running into her here? Initially, he and Chao Liangkai had come primarily to collect their diplomas, along with the honorary title of Professor Emeritus from Sandaoko University. However, the situation seemed to exceed his expectations. Yongchang. Professor Guan's voice interrupted LV Yongchang's train of thought. He snapped back to reality, casting a complex glance at Su Yutong. Yes, I know her. Professor Guan chuckled. Since you're acquainted, I want to elaborate further. Hey, old Guan, what do you mean by that? Chao Liangkai interjected, visibly displeased. They know each other, but I don't. Professor Guan rolled his eyes at Chao Liangkai, somewhat exasperated. All right. You truly have a knack for meddling in others' affairs. Su Yutong is a student I recently accepted. She is currently in her third year. Chao Liangkai paused for a moment, then raised an eyebrow. Third year? Since when did you start taking undergraduates as students? What? Do you have no reliable graduate students left? Hey, don't underestimate undergraduates. Professor Guan retorted, alarmed. What is wrong with them? If we're counting, this lad, LV Yongchang, is also technically an undergraduate. Chao Liangkai coughed lightly. Now, that's a rather unamusing statement. Is LV Yongchang an ordinary person? From what I gather, this young lady is quite promising. Chao Liangkai hastily shifted the topic. A hint of pride flickered in Professor Guan's eyes. Indeed, she has already self-studied all the undergraduate courses. Recently, she independently solved a minor project, while it wasn't particularly challenging. It surpasses the capabilities of most graduate students. Chao Liangkai nodded thoughtfully, scrutinizing Su Yutong closely. From your description, she seems to be an excellent candidate for research. However, the moment he noticed the way Su Yutong gazed at LV Yongchang, he abruptly froze, swiftly redirecting his attention to LV Yongchang. LV Yongchang, turning to face him, wore a puzzled expression as he met Chao Liangkai's gaze. Chao Liangkai's eyes darted back and forth, gradually adopting a peculiar look. Ahem. Chao Liangkai felt a subtle stirring within his heart and cleared his throat softly. Su Yutong, is it? Upon catching Su Yutong's gaze, Chao Liangkai spoke calmly and quietly. What do you say? Would you be interested in visiting the laboratory to broaden your horizons? No sooner had the words left his mouth than Guan Huayang, seated behind the desk, abruptly widened his eyes. Hey, old Chao, Even you don't snatch people this aggressively, do you? Chao Liangkai rolled his eyes with a hint of irritation. What do you understand? I'm being considerate here. Even if I explain, you wouldn't comprehend. Yutong, trust me. I'm not deceiving you. Spending some time in the laboratory will be far more beneficial than learning under that old man. Su Yutong's eyelids twitched slightly twice as she glanced toward Professor Guan. At that moment, Guan Huaiyang's face flushed crimson, his mouth twitching subtly, clearly ruffled by Chao Liangkai's words. Seeing this, Su Yutong hastily shook her head. Academician Chao, thank you for your invitation. But Guan Huaiyang's eyes suddenly brightened, and his breathing eased considerably. He looked triumphantly at Chao Liangkai. How about that? She refuses to go with you. Didn't he see that coming, did you? Chao Liangkai ground his teeth in frustration and shot a fierce glare at Guan Huaiyang. You old man Guan, come here. Let us have a proper talk. With that, Chao Liangkai rose and grabbed Guan Huaiyang's sleeve, pulling him toward the office door. Wait. What can't we say here? You'll understand once you come with me. Chao Liangkai muttered. You're really driving me mad. Watching the two elders drag each other out of the office, a flicker of surprise and concern crossed Su Yutong's eyes. Could Professor Guan be in trouble? Rest assured. Despite how it looked just now, these two actually have a good relationship. Nothing serious will happen. Lu Yongchang's voice suddenly echoed. Su Yutong shivered slightly, suddenly realizing only she and Lu Yongchang remained in the office. In an instant, her mind went blank. Hello, she stammered, immediately wishing she could slap herself for such awkwardness. What nonsense was she uttering? Lu Yongchang cast a peculiar glance at her flushed face and nodded gently. Hello. Thank you for helping me with the problem last time. As soon as the words left his mouth, a tinge of regret flickered in Su Yutong's eyes. Was that even something to say? Lu Yongchang's expression grew increasingly strange. It's nothing. That was over half a year ago. No need to thank me. An awkward atmosphere gradually settled over the office. Outside the office, stop. Guan Huaiyang brusquely shook off Chao Liangkai's hand. Now you can speak plainly. Can't you? What exactly are you up to? I'm telling you beforehand, Su Yutong is a promising talent I'm watching closely. Don't you dare have any designs on her. Chao Liangkai rolled his eyes again with exasperation. Old Guan, haven't you noticed anything at all? Guan Huaiyang frowned. Noticed what? Enough. Chao Liangkai sighed abruptly, his face marked with helplessness as he glanced at Guan Huaiyang. I've come to realize, he said. You are just like that stubborn brat Lu Yongchang, both equally thick-headed. Upon hearing this, Guan Huaiyang's brow furrowed even deeper. Suddenly, a subtle shift stirred within him. His pupils dilated slightly as he lowered his voice. Wait, I think I understand now. Are you suggesting that Su Yutong harbors feelings for Lu Yongchang? What else could it be? Chao Liangkai replied. Did you not notice the way Su Yutong looked at him just now? TSK. So Guan Huaiyang pressed. This is your reasoning for trying to undermine him? Chao Liangkai cast a disappointed glance at Guan. Exasperated, you truly are hopeless. Lu Yongchang is a treasure. You've witnessed the transformation in the Xian nation over these past months. At present, foreign powers lack the opportunity or the courage to make a move against him. Yet, do not forget, beyond brute force, they possess other cunning stratagems. What if, just what if, they resort to the charm offensive? Guan Huaiyang's expression instantly grew serious. What you say carries some weight. Exactly. Chao Liangkai's excitement swelled, a mischievous gleam flickering in his eyes. As the old saying goes, do not let fertile water flow into outsiders' fields. Lu Yongchang's lineage must not be squandered on those barbarian interlopers. I propose we, just then, as Su Yutong awkwardly fidgeted with her toes, the office door creaked open. She exhaled subconsciously in relief. Ahem, Yutong, Guan Huaiyang chuckled, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. After some thought, I realize you lack experience in the laboratory. Therefore, you shall serve as an intern there. Though your current skills are insufficient, gaining exposure will benefit your future research career. Su Yutong blinked in confusion, struggling to grasp the sudden turn of events. Nearby, Lu Yongchang's complexion shifted slightly. Professor Guan, you mean the laboratory? Guan Huaiyang shot Lu Yongchang a surprised look, his smile broadening. Did old Chao not inform you? It's the Xian nation's premier laboratory. Under your charge. Su Yutong and Lu Yongchang exchanged glances. Lu Yongchang, puzzled, clutched two certificates as he left Guan's office. Congratulations, Professor Lu, Chao Liangkai beamed, his mood radiant with joy. Lu Yongchang glanced at the documents in his hands. Won a bachelor's degree from Sandao University. The other a lifetime honorary professorship from the same institution. These credentials did not surprise him, given his contributions had the academy elections occurred. An academician title would have been well-deserved. Yet it was Lu Yongchang's transformation that truly astonished him. He recalled that just over half a year ago, she could not solve even a single advanced mathematics problem. What transpired in those months? Much like in a previous life, Lu Yongchang's gaze shifted subtly, if memory served. In that past existence, Su Yutong had similarly distinguished herself within a brief span, ultimately becoming his assistant. As the thought of frequently encountering Su Yutong crossed his mind, countless intricate notions surged within Lu Yongchang's heart. The concepts of causality and destiny are indeed profoundly enigmatic. Despite having only met Su Yutong once in this lifetime, their relationship had unexpectedly evolved to this point. He gently shook his head, dismissing the distracting thoughts. Regardless of the circumstances, he felt he was not yet entitled to discuss matters of romance. Let us proceed. It is time to prepare for the meeting. Lu Yongchang inhaled deeply and softly addressed Chao Liangkai. Chapter 81. Helium, 3 and titanium iron ore. Inside the grand auditorium of Sandaokou University, a throng of people gathered. The creme de la creme of mining professionals and mechanical engineering scholars from the Summer Nation took their seats. Additionally, in one corner of the auditorium, a few unassuming biology professors were present. Do you know the purpose of this meeting? A relatively young professor, unable to contain his curiosity, was the first to inquire among his colleagues. Unclear. Don't look at me. I have no idea. I don't even know who called this meeting. Oh, now that you mention it, I haven't seen any specific names either. A professor with graying temples furrowed his brow slightly and murmured, I only came to the meeting upon receiving notification from above. Same here. Just as the murmurs grew among the attendees, the grand doors of the auditorium slammed shut, and several soldiers clad in crisp military uniforms began distributing confidentiality agreements. Witnessing this scene, the audience's pupils constricted slightly. This meeting certainly has an impressive scale. I just scanned the room, and most attendees are esteemed academicians and professors from mining and mechanical engineering. A fellow academician whispered, I suspect Summer Nation must have discovered some immensely valuable deposit. However, I haven't heard of any recent mineral vein discoveries in Summer Nation. Meanwhile, Lu Yongchang, attired in formal wear, slowly ascended the podium. Adjusting his demeanor, he regarded the assembly and activated the projector. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Yongchang, the inaugural director of the Summer Nation Space Administration. Since you have all signed confidentiality agreements, I shall be forthright. The primary purpose of gathering you here is to advance the Moon Palace project. As Lu Yongchang's words resonated, a bold title appeared on the projection screen. Fully Automated Lunar Mining Project Boom. Instantly, a flurry of discussions erupted within the auditorium. The previously astonished academician, who had speculated about the discovery of a major mine, gazed in disbelief at the bold letters on the projection screen. Goodness, this is indeed a significant deposit. First, we must clarify the mineral resources present on the moon. With that, Lu Yongchang clicked the mouse, switching to the next slide. A high-definition thumbnail of the moon materialized on the screen. 40 oxygen, 20 silicon, 14 aluminum, calcium, and trace amounts of titanium, manganese, magnesium, chromium, and most importantly, helium. 3 resources. The foremost objective of the Moon Palace project is to extract the abundant helium. 3 resources found in lunar regolith. The estimated quantity of helium, 3 in lunar soil, exceeds 1 million tons. From each ton of helium, 3 extracted from the lunar soil, one could obtain 300 tons of hydrogen, 70 tons of nitrogen, and 600 tons of carbon. In addition to these fundamental resources, the ilmenite found in the lunar basalt is also a focal project of the Lunar Palace Initiative. To realize the Lunar Palace plan, we are in urgent need of an integrated lunar mining device that encompasses automatic mining, sorting, and refining capabilities. This is the task that lies ahead for each of you. As Lu Yongchang's words echoed, the auditorium fell into a profound silence. Kong Xingbang, with trembling eyes, gazed at Lu Yongchang on the podium and swallowed hard. As a senior academician in the Department of Mechanical Engineering at the Academy of Sciences of Xia, Kong Xingbang found it hard to believe his own eyes. Can humanity, or rather, the Xia nation, truly possess the capability for large-scale mining on the moon? Slowly, he raised his hand, gesturing towards Lu Yongchang on stage. Lu Yongchang immediately noticed Kong Xingbang's elevated right hand, and upon seeing the elderly man's visage, his pupils dilated in shock. It was him, academician Kong Xingbang. Countless fragments of memory surged in his mind. In the past, the name of academician Kong Xingbang was known far and wide. Although the underground city project was proposed by Lu Yongchang, it was Kong Xingbang who truly brought it to fruition. It is no exaggeration to say that Kong Xingbang single-handedly overcame the majority of the challenges in the construction of massive underground cities. Consequently, in the previous era, academician Kong Xingbang was even hailed as the savior of human civilization. To his astonishment, this meeting had summoned such a revered figure. Lu Yongchang took a deep breath. His expression tinged with respect and gently inquired, "Academician Kong, do you have any questions?" Kong Xingbang was momentarily taken aback, instinctively responding, "Professor Lu, you know me?" Lu Yongchang smiled and nodded, meaningfully remarking, "Who does not know the illustrious name of academician Kong from the Department of Mechanical Engineering?" Faced with Lu Yongchang's praise, Kong Xingbang's face flushed slightly, and he repeatedly waved his hands, saying, "It is merely some minor achievements. Not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning." Returning to the matter at hand, he asked with a serious expression, "I wonder if academician Kong has any doubts regarding this plan?" Kong Xingbang's demeanor turned slightly solemn as he quietly asked, "Professor Lu, at present, the Xia nation should not possess the capacity to transport large quantities of materials into space, let alone construct such complex machinery on the moon. I tend to be rather blunt in my speech, and I hope you won't take offense." In response to Kong Xingbang's inquiry, Lu Yongchang waved his hand with a smile, "Not at all. Academician Kong is surely aware of the recent test flight of the Xian-NV-1 spaceplane?" Upon seeing Kong Xingbang nod, Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment before stating, "The Xian-NV-1 can carry 10 tons of materials to the lunar surface in a single trip." Kong Xingbang's pupils suddenly constricted. 10 tons of materials. Such a substantial amount. But soon, his brow furrowed again. While 10 tons may seem considerable, it still falls short compared to the immense mining equipment required. "Do not worry, academician Kong. Allow me to elaborate," Lu Yongchang said with a smile. "Let me calculate something for you. Beyond the atmosphere, the Xian-NV-1 spacecraft can attain a maximum velocity reaching the second cosmic speed, approximately 112 kilometers per second, while the distance between the Earth and the Moon hovers around 400,000 kilometers. Considering the time required for launch, landing, and unloading, it is conservatively estimated that a round trip would take about 2 days. Transporting 10 tons of materials within this time frame certainly appears more feasible." Furthermore, a slight smile graced the lips of Lu Yongchang as he expressed his enthusiasm for the ongoing development of the Xian-NV-2 project, which is anticipated to achieve a transport capacity of 50 to 80 tons. "What say you, academician Kong? Are there any lingering doubts?" Academician Kong Xingbang, visibly astonished, shook his head in disbelief and replied, "If Professor Lu's assertions hold true, I find no objections." Lu Yongchang nodded gently and returned to the stage. The preliminary project proposal has been placed within the drawers at each participant's table for perusal. Please feel free to raise any questions you may have. No sooner had he finished speaking than the rustling of pages echoed throughout the auditorium. "How about you take charge of this project? Like the others?" Kong Xingbang hastily retrieved a substantial proposal from the drawer before him. Upon opening the document and glimpsing its contents, he was momentarily breathless. The project is divided into 3 segments. The first segment encompasses mining equipment, comprising various excavation devices. Once the mining apparatus extracts the ores, they are transported via conveyor belts to the second segment, the classification equipment. Following a meticulous sorting process, the ores are conveyed to the most critical third segment, the smelting facility. All ores will undergo smelting on the lunar surface, primarily to alleviate the burden of subsequent transportation. After considerable impurities are removed, the weight of the ores will significantly diminish. Additionally, the lunar surface, devoid of atmosphere, presents an ideal environment for ore smelting. The natural vacuum conditions can substantially reduce unnecessary expenses during the smelting process. As for the helium-3 found within the lunar regolith, there exists a dedicated production line. Initially, the excavated regolith is heated to over 700 degrees Celsius, prompting the separation of helium-3. Once successfully isolated, the helium-3 is extracted using neutron-absorbing membranes. The final step involves utilizing the Xian-NV series of spaceplanes to transport these helium 3 resources back to Earth, serving as fuel for third-generation controllable nuclear fusion devices. After thoroughly reviewing the proposal, Kong Xingbang exhaled deeply. The document was impressively detailed, with each step meticulously crafted. However, this does not imply it is without flaws. On the contrary, the proposal harbors a critical deficiency. It presents only a framework without an explicit implementation strategy. Recognizing this, Kong Xingbang's brow furrowed instantly. Academician Kong, what are your thoughts on this plan? Lu Yongchang inquired, noticing the expression on Kong Xingbang's face. Kong Xingbang found himself ensnared in hesitation. To voice such matters outright risked offending others. Yet, considering the extensive implications of the plan, he steeled himself and voiced the concerns he had discerned. Contrary to Kong Xingbang's expectations, Lu Yongchang did not display the slightest displeasure. Instead, he burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. As expected from academician Kong, your insight is indeed astute. Mechanical design has never been my forte. Haphazard drafting would only invite ridicule. Thus, I deliberately left that section blank. Kong Xingbang's expression instantly grew peculiar. From this, could it be that Lu Yongchang had not completed the plan single-handedly? Upon inquiry, Lu Yongchang nodded matter-of-factly. Of course, I did it alone. Do you honestly believe anyone else at the Aerospace Research Institute could assist me in this endeavor? Kong Xingbang inwardly lamented, realizing he had been cleverly deceived. Setting aside other considerations, the meticulousness of the plan convinced Kong Xingbang that Lu Yongchang's mastery of mechanical engineering far surpassed that of most professors present. Yet this was dismissed by Lu as a mere lack of expertise. Academician Kong, have you conducted any research on lunar mining? Lu Yongchang's question interrupted Kong's reverie on the relentless succession of talents, where the new eclipses the old. After a moment's reflection, Kong Xingbang responded deliberately. The foremost challenge in lunar mining lies in material science. Under the moon's ultra-high vacuum and extreme cold, seals and lubricants deteriorate swiftly. Moreover, equipment faces issues concerning fatigue, ductility, and surface friction. The incessant bombardment by micrometeoroids and the pervasive lunar dust are factors that must be meticulously accounted for. Additionally, given the moon's gravity is merely 1/6 that of Earth, the stability of mining apparatus presents a substantial problem. Observing Kong Xingbang's eloquence, Lu Yongchang's gaze gradually brightened. Academician Kong, perhaps you should take charge of this project? Kong Xingbang was momentarily taken aback, yet after a congenial discussion, he accepted the responsibility with evident delight. Very well, the meeting on the Moon Palace project concludes here. Lu Yongchang nodded with satisfaction, casting his gaze toward a corner of the auditorium. Next, we shall discuss the second initiative, Biosphere 2. A few inconspicuous biology professors exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with renewed vigor. As the professors specializing in mining and mechanical engineering departed, the biologists swiftly approached Lu Yongchang. Professor Lu, are you certain about initiating the Biosphere 2 project? Do you mean the American program? Faced with a barrage of inquiries, Lu Yongchang hastily retrieved several documents from the pile before him, placing them in front of the biologists. As they perused the plans, Lu Yongchang reclined in his chair, gently closing his eyes. With a subtle movement of his mind, a faint luminescence emerged deep within his consciousness, swiftly drawing his awareness into that verdant, glowing realm. On the previously dim technological tree, several white points of light have now emerged. Nuclear energy control, miniaturization technology for fusion reactors, electric propulsion system, preliminary mastery of Hall thrusters. These once muted indicators now radiate a brilliant white fluorescence. Lu Yongchang's gaze shifted slightly. Glancing to the side, beside the Hall thruster technology, a faint white line appeared, connecting a series of equally subdued indicators. Nuclear energy control, helium-3 fusion, biosphere, artificial ecosystem technology, hibernation technology, space elevator technology, spaceport technology, until the end of his line of sight. A marker of utmost dimness materialized before Lu Yongchang. Starship manufacturing. His thoughts stirred once more as he exited the system within his mind. He let out a slight sigh. According to the classifications on the technological tree, humanity remains exceedingly distant from the fabrication of starships. Through his recent explorations, he has thoroughly comprehended the function of this system in his mind. Firstly, and most importantly, it guides him towards the most appropriate research directions. Secondly, he can gauge his mastery of each technology by observing the brightness of the indicators. Beyond that, All progress relies on his own efforts. Chapter 83. Rest assured. Funding is ample based on the brightness of the indicators in the system. He clearly discerned his current grasp of these prerequisite technologies. If the brightness of the indicators were to be categorized into levels, the indicator representing helium-3 fusion has achieved a brightness level of 90, signifying a normal state. This aligns with Lu Yongchang's present circumstances. The primary obstacle delaying the implementation of helium-3 fusion is the issue of raw materials. Once the supply of helium-3 is resolved, helium-3 fusion could promptly enter the application phase. Setting aside helium-3 fusion technology, the second brightest technology is the biosphere technology, which has approximately 50 brightness. This is reasonable, as the Biosphere 2 project was not originally conceived by Lu Yongchang. It was, in fact, a miniature artificial ecological system established by the United States. As for Biosphere 1, it naturally refers to Earth, the cradle of human existence. The project's intent was to demonstrate the feasibility of a closed ecological system sustaining human life in outer space. In simpler terms, it sought to ascertain whether humanity could recreate a stable closed ecological system beyond Earth. This technology holds immense significance for interstellar exploration. Whether for starships traversing between stars or for extraterrestrial colonization, artificial ecosystem technology is an indispensable prerequisite. The United States Biosphere 2 project spans 130,000 square meters and rises approximately 8 stories high, constructed as a sealed steel-framed glass edifice. To replicate Earth's environment completely, Biosphere 2 simulates most of Earth's diverse habitats, including deserts, swamps, thorny thickets, rainforests, tropical grasslands, and even oceans. Furthermore, to authentically replicate the Earth's ecological environment, approximately 4,000 species have been introduced within the biosphere, comprising around 3,000 animal and plant species, alongside approximately 1,000 microorganisms. To ensure complete isolation from the external environment, decades ago, the United States even poured a solid 2-meter thick layer of concrete beneath the entire structure. In addition, the biosphere has undergone rigorous sealing of all doors and windows. These measures have rendered the biosphere's airtightness remarkably high, essentially equating it to a second world. Upon the project's completion, several scientists were dispatched to engage in years of research within. According to the original design by American scientists, once the biosphere commenced operation, it was envisioned to evolve into a self-sufficient entity, drawing energy solely from the sun while achieving perfect self-circulation for everything else. Oxygen and carbon dioxide were expected to engage in a flawless cycle through the process of photosynthesis, with the scientists' sustenance derived from the crops cultivated within the biosphere. Everything seemed idyllic, akin to a paradise on Earth. Regrettably, this was merely the fanciful vision of the American scientists. After the biosphere was activated, the first issue that arose was the internal oxygen concentration. The vast array of microorganisms thriving in the soil caused the oxygen levels to decline at a rate of 0.5 monthly. The carbon dioxide generated from the excessive consumption of oxygen was largely absorbed by the subterranean concrete. This directly precipitated the collapse of the entire cyclical system. Furthermore, the alteration in oxygen concentration led to uncontrollable changes within the ecosystem. Pollinating insects became extinct, ants and cockroaches proliferated unchecked, and tropical rainforest plants grew at an alarming rate. Even the few scientists who entered the biosphere quickly became emaciated. Ultimately, the resolution involved external personnel pumping pure oxygen into the biosphere. The moment pure oxygen was introduced, the entire endeavor was deemed a failure. Consequently, humanity's first artificial ecosystem project transformed into a tourist attraction, accessible to anyone with a ticket. Reflecting on this, Lu Yongchang could not help but sigh deeply, his eyes revealing a complex array of emotions. As a scientist, he felt a profound sense of regret regarding this situation. Professor Lu? Professor Lu? A gentle voice interrupted Lu Yongchang's contemplation. He opened his eyes and turned towards the source of the sound. He observed several biology professors gazing at him with eager anticipation. Professor Lu, we have reviewed the proposal. Lu Yongchang chuckled softly. You must all be professors specializing in artificial ecosystems. So, do you have any additions or insights regarding this plan? The leading professor's expression grew somewhat serious, and after a moment of contemplation, he quietly remarked, if I am not mistaken, Professor Lu, you have drawn upon the data from the United States, correct? Upon hearing this, Lu Yongchang could not help but smile. He casually waved his hand and remarked, "Why embellish the truth? What borrowing of ideas? I merely adjusted a few obvious issues. If you wish to call it plagiarism, I shall accept that. So, is there a significant problem with the project? The template is available. Does he expect to be a saint and invest exorbitant amounts to conduct his own research? That would be sheer folly. At worst, if we succeed, I will simply extend a verbal acknowledgement to the United States." The leading professor's eyes were filled with astonishment. He was taken aback by Lu Yongchang's nonchalant admission. He shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "The project itself does not harbor any major issues. After all, the research capabilities of the United States are well established. However, there are minor details that require refinement, particularly in the selection of biological species, which necessitates further effort." Lu Yongchang gently nodded. "Can you complete this project?" The leading professor abruptly gasped, staring at Lu Yongchang in disbelief. "Professor Lu?" He could hardly fathom that such a splendid opportunity could fall into his lap. This was a comprehensive major project. Following the failure of the second project in the American biological sphere, ecological research had gradually been neglected by the academic community. Consequently, these professors were often deprived of substantial funding, existing in a state of working purely for passion. "What, approximately, is the funding?" His eyes sparkled with excitement, and his voice trembled as he inquired softly. Lu Yongchang slightly furrowed his brow. Funding was indeed a concern, as he had never contemplated this aspect before. The senior congressman had never imposed any restrictions on him regarding finances. In any case, funding would be ample. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Yongchang finally said, "Rest assured, if the funds are insufficient, I will personally approach the congressman to secure more." In the next instant, the eyes of the professors before him lit up. "Professor Lu, please believe in me." The leading professor's eyes gleamed with fervor as he spoke breathlessly. Ever since he chose this exceedingly niche research direction, he had never encountered such an ambitious promise.